and verticals, and then that tells you how far you are around the globe of that part.
No,
a radius and use that to figure out your distance.
I'll let someone else.
No, it's okay, Lumpy. This would be great. So the zenith distance, how's that determined?
Measuring an angle. It's the difference between straight up and the line to the star. I mean, if the star is directly above you, it's 0. If it's 10 degrees off...
What is a zenith distance?
It's the angular distance of a celestial body from the zenith. It's an angle.
Okay. It's an angle. Where is that vertex at?
Where you are at your current location.
Is it on the ground or in the sky?
At your eye.
It's at your eye.
Yeah,
okay.
So from where you.
So the zenith angle is from where you're standing. At your eye. Okay. The zenith distance, and that goes to where?
To get an angle, you need 2 straight lines. So the vertex is at your eye, and one line goes straight up, another line goes straight to the star, and those are 2
straight up.
Lines. And then the
straight up and straight to the star. So the zenith of the star would be where?
You have to look that up in an almanac to figure out where the GP of the star is.
So you're saying straight up, but you said it was at my eye, so now it's straight up. How high?
A direction is, up is a direction, not a distance. So it's the opposite of a plumb bob, basically. So if you
what did you bring straight up into this conversation? You said it was at my eye.
You asked where the vertex was. The vertex is where.
Where's the vertex?
The vertex is at your eye, where you're making that that measurement.
Okay. So I'm making a measurement at my eye, or is my eye the vertex?
Your eye is at the location of the vertex. That's right.
Okay. And so I'm looking at what?
You're looking at 2 different lines. So vertex is where 2 lines meet. One line is from your eye straight up. Another line is from your eye to the star.
Okay, straight up. And then to the star.
And one is to the star. That's right.
Okay.
Those are 2 straight lines.
Okay. So how am I getting an angle?
You can use whatever you like, but you just need to find some device to measure the difference between those 2 lines.
So people are getting the elevation angle by looking straight up and then comparing that over to the star.
You can, like I said, I'm
asking you if this is what people are doing in celestial navigation.
No.
Are they looking straight up and then getting an angle over to the star over the GP?
So you need to find that angle, and the details of how you find that angle are a different discussion. Protractors, equipment, whatever you want to. I'm saying that whatever you do, you just need to find that angle. That's all.
Yeah. So the vertex is at my eye, and I'm looking straight up. This is what people are doing celestial navigation, according to Matthew. They look straight up
this way,
and then they look over at the star. No?
No. Typically,
so they're not measuring from a point where they're standing at the star and then to where the GP is on the ground?
I'm talking about the simplest way how to do celestial navigation, and without the horizon. I'm saying that it can be done without the horizon. I'm not saying that typically it's done.
Yeah, I know it. If you want to go the long way around, it can be done, right? But so far, you've only told me that what you do is you look straight up, and then you look over at the star.
Yep.
And that angle. Okay, those are 2 straight lines.
Yeah, multiply that angle by 60 nautical miles, and you get your answer. That's how.
So this is what people are doing in celestial navigation.
That's a separate question. You're asking what people are actually doing. They have lots of different.
Okay, well, what are people actually doing in celestial navigation? Let's not talk about what they're doing if everything else fails. The easy way. In the easy way, what are people doing?
In the easy way, you would assume that you'd be able to figure out that vertex distance by measuring an altitude above the horizon, assuming it's not too foggy to see the horizon, assuming that you have like a measuring device you can correct for figuring out exactly how high it is above the above horizontal. So that's typically what people do with the sextant. Then you have to subtract from the vertex distance. because the vertex distance is
Right.
what you need.
Because if you can only do this 60 nautical miles per degree if you have parallel zeniths, correct?
No, in fact, it doesn't work if you have parallel zeniths. It's the whole point.
So if you have parallel zeniths, celestial navigation 60 nautical miles per degree doesn't work.
Right, because then it would be a triangle. You'd end up with trigonometric equations, and those are not linear.
Who said triangle? Who said triangle?
If you have a flat Earth, you're going to end up with a triangle.
No, you're not.
Well, maybe I got QE's website wrong. That's what it looks like on his website.
Oh, well, why would you look at QE's website? He doesn't know anything about celestial navigation, does he?
He yells loud enough that he would think so.
Oh, now they're going to talk about other people and they're yelling? Matthew, this is pathetic, dude. Is QE your source for celestial navigation?
I thought we were talking about how celestial navigation would work on a flat Earth, and I was referencing
we're just talking about regular old celestial navigation. So what people are doing is what? Taking an angle from where they're at a vertex, to a location on the Earth, 90 degrees below a star, and then measuring the adjacent to that place?
Yeah, they're typically measuring an altitude above horizontal to figure out the...
Great. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yep. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Is it a linear relationship?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me.
It is.
Well, if it is, it must be a perfect sphere.
So
perfect
they're
sphere
not.
according to math.
So they're not subtracting from 90 and then multiplying that times 60 nautical miles, that degree.
Yeah, that's the way that they usually do it. That's the easiest way.
Okay. Is that non-linear?
No, that's linear.
Oh, so it is a linear relationship.
Yes, that's the whole point. It's a linear
Great.
relationship, which happens on a globe.
How does it happen on a globe? What about the globe necessitates that, since you just told me it happens on a horizontal baseline?
The three-dimensional geometry of celestial navigation requires a globe, if you know how it works.
Please explain.
Basically,
or are you just going to condescend?
No, basically what you're trying to do is figure out the difference in vertical from where you are versus the difference in vertical to where the star is, the GP of the star. And when you do that, then you can figure out how far around the curve you are, how far around the globe you are. And
when
if you know how big the globe is, then you know your
when you
distance.
say GP, you actually mean ground position. So ground, vertical to the ground, the horizontal, right?
GP of the star is different for where the GP of the star is.
You're not getting out of that one.
Jeez, just every day.
Hey, do you guys mind if I talk about the flat Earth?
So I posted a...
Not if you keep talking like that.
The image I posted at 43 past the hour is basically how it works on a sphere.
Oh, so this is to the center of the sphere.
Right. You can figure out how far...
So you're not getting a 90 in a horizontal and a celestial horizon from the surface. You're going to the center to get your vertical.
No, with geometry, you realize that the...
oh, you just canceled out your whole... You guys, all your proof just went down in flames. Damn, dude.
So
we went over this 1,000 times. You can't
and
be
you guys
drawing
still don't get it.
center to any centers of balls that you don't have.
Yeah, I'm explaining how it works on a globe.
What globe?
This one. This is an example. The one I posted at 43 past the hour. That's how...
How do you know the center of this globe? How do you know the center of this globe?
How do I know the distance to the center?
Well, isn't that with the way that you would get your, vertical?
Yes, you would have
because
to
it's
know.
in, not down, right?
Yeah, you'd have to know the radius, so you'd know how far along it is.
You'd have to know the radius. How did you get that radius?
Oh, you can calculate it. Like Eratosthenes calculated it 2,300 years ago.
By pre-assuming a sphere and parallel light rays?
Exactly. You're not going to measure the radius if you don't think it exists.
So since it's not parallel light rays and that's gone, so you guys are going to have to come up with something that actually works.
It's close enough to parallel.
Ready? So you can't measure a ball unless you pre-assume it, and then calculate it that way.
Of course, you can't measure how high Mount Everest is.
Seems legit.
Assume that it exists.
That's a false equivalence. You're famous for that, Matthew. You're good at the false equivalence. I'll give you that.
Wait, so what do you mean? Of course, you can't measure a radius to something that isn't a circle or a sphere. Of course not.
What radius? The one that you pre-assume?
Yes.
Because see, I can see Mount Everest, but I don't see curvature.
Well, you're not going to measure a radius if you don't think a radius exists.
So what you do is you assume a ball, and then you get the length of shadows to match what you expect, and then that's the radius.
If you're trying to calculate the size of the ball, if you assume it's a ball, then you can calculate how big it is.
What if you don't assume it's a ball?
Then you get conflicting results.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, like that, like what Daz posted. I mean, you could say something like it's a toroidal electrical field or whatever Whitsitt says, but that seems like too complicated, and I don't think it's right.
Well, what does a toroidal field have to do with anything? Why would you bring Whitsitt into it? What's wrong with you?
Jesus
what are you doing?
Christ, guys.
Jeez. You want to talk about QE? You want to talk about Whitsitt? You want to pre-assume everything and then calculate it that way?
You can have a vertical, don't even know where it comes from. Just a fucking vertical.
I mean, how are you going to measure or test anything without pre-assuming something if that's literally what hypothesis means? To make a hypothesis you want to test, you first have to assume that thing is true or false, and if that was true or if that was false, then some prediction would be made. Then you test that prediction if it happens or not. If you don't.
Embo, do I have to pre-assume a board is 1 foot before I measure it at 1 foot?
No, but you have to pre-assume.
Okay, then shut up. Stupid shit.
You have to pre-assume the methodology you're going to use to measure that board.
Pre-assume the methodology? I'm just going to measure a board.
Yes, so you...
Do I have to pre-assume it's made of wood?
No, you have to pre-assume that board is like, it's a rectangular object.
And has lean.
That you can take a measuring tape and put it and measure it directly like that. You have to establish that the method you're going to use will work for that object in the first place. That object has the properties that would allow that method to work.
Oh, man.
It would be pretty painful to do science without pre-assuming, don't you think?
Painful to do. So you think this is still science, measuring the board?
Not really. It's just measuring the board.
Why'd you bring science up?
Because I wasn't talking about measuring the board.
Well, we were talking about measurements.
Yes, but the measurements of the Earth are classified as science.
They are.
Yes.
Okay. You got a citation for that?
Yes, you can search up
No.
geodesy.
I want you to get the citation. I want you to get the
Okay,
citation.
I'm going to Google the word geodesy or geodesy definition or whatever, because that's basically what geodesy is.
Geodesy is natural science.
Geodesy is the science of measuring and representing the geometry, gravity, and spatial orientation of the Earth in temporally varying 3D.
The science. What do you think they mean by the science?
It means that it's a branch of science, not the entire science.
So, like, the science that you're talking about, is it just sort of like this colloquial term, or is it specific, or is it general, or do they mean study?
Yes, basically.
Study. Okay. The study of geodesy. Because when I hear that word science, it makes me think natural science.
But that is a natural science because the subject of the measurement is the Earth, which is a part of the natural world. Non-natural sciences would be, for example, about society or something like that.
Natural science is pretty specific. It kind of requires like a method. Is there the same method in natural science as there is with science of geodesy? Are there hypotheses and experiments, or are they just measuring stuff?
There are hypotheses, but most of them are.
There is a hypothesis.
Yes, but most of them were already established to be true or false quite a long time ago. So now it's just measuring based on this already established knowledge.
True or false? I thought science was trying to find cause and effect.
Then you're pretty misinformed. If you search up science in Google, then nothing will tell you anything about cause and effect. The entire mantra about cause and effect, it's an inference based on some additional biases that flat earthers have. They have to use some mental gymnastics to add up things the definition doesn't really say. Because the definition itself will not tell you that. They have to go like in mental gymnastics because science uses a method and the method is the scientific method. If something doesn't follow the scientific method, then it's pseudoscience, and the scientific method is about cause and effect. And that isn't really...
No, I don't think the flat earthers that you stereotype say that. I think they say that if you're not going to perform an experiment, it's pseudoscience. So this would be a pseudoscience since there's no experiments being done.
No, because if you look up the definition of science, it will tell you that science requires observation or experiment. So observation can...
Experiment, yeah, there you go. That's what I just said. So there's no experiments involved in this science that you're talking about.
Experiment or observation, depending...
Oh, so it's either or. You can just look at something and say that's what it is. That's what causes it. You don't have to perform any experiments.
Yes, that depends on the...
Okay, so you just observe and declare.
Different hypotheses will have different methods for falsifying them. Hypotheses about geometry will be falsified using a geometry.
What's a hypothesis in geometry? That's interesting. I want to hear about that. What's the hypothesis in geometry?
For example, that the Earth is flat or that the Earth is a globe.
That's a hypothesis?
Yes.
Okay, can you get that citation for me? That something is either or? That's a hypothesis in geometry?
No, these were supposed to be separate statements. It wasn't supposed to be a single hypothesis. These are two hypotheses.
What is the hypothesis then? Can you formulate the hypothesis for me in this geometric question or observation? What is the observation that you could make?
You look at the Earth, and then you hypothesize that it's a globe or that it's flat, depending on different observations you made. For example, the fact that the horizon appears flat from at least the ground level will can push you to make a hypothesis that the Earth is flat, or the ships disappearing below the horizon can make you invent a hypothesis that the Earth is a globe, and then you test it using more advanced methods.
Split full thing blocking the boat going hypothesis, and you test it, right?
I'm sorry.
I'm just going by your method.
Your what you said lacked pretty much, and I didn't hear it properly.
You broke up.
All right, I'm getting out of range. You guys go ahead.
Okay, so hypothesis is simply a statement that you make about something being true or false based on like entry observations. So the observations that make a hypothesis aren't the thing itself yet. They are simply something that make you suspect it can be the case, but it isn't evidence for the hypothesis. You have to make some additional observations or measurements or experiments depending on the type of hypothesis and prediction it makes, and then you have evidence supporting it or not supporting it. So, like, hypothesis isn't a definite statement. It's a statement that is assumed to be true or false, but you're open to it being otherwise than the thing you're assuming, because it's the thing you want to test.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want your hypothesis to be true, you just go out and find what you need.
The evidence.
Yes, the evidence. We have a word in English for that.
Yeah, you just yeah, but I don't know, man. You're wanting to act like it's all black and white, cut and dry, yet when you describe your whole thing, it's very vague and it sounds a lot like circular reasoning. But that's fine, Imbo. I get it. The whole outer space mythology is embedded in your psyche. You'll be fine.
No, it has nothing to do with outer space. That methodology was used before outer space was discovered to exist.
No, I'm just talking about the state in which you reside in.
The word hypothesis comes from ancient Greece, and ancient Greeks, I don't think they really knew that the sky is space. I mean, that would depend on how do you define space to be, because if you simply define it as a region where the celestial bodies reside, then, well, it's easily observed that there is the celestial bodies
I just mean the entirety of the mythology.
Of the methodology.
You're sold on it. That's all. You make it quite clear that you're sold on the story.
Yes, definitely. I will rather trust the methodology that made us invent the entire technological society than the methodology that is used by a bunch of people on Discord who never applied it in real life and never accomplished anything.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure all the people who have invented technology over the last century, the spinning water ball right in the forefront of their mind.
Yes, definitely. I mean, not spinning ball. Proving spinning ball is just one of the.
So when these guys were figuring out all these circuit boards, inventing computers.
Yes, they were. They were
taking into consideration that they were on a ball.
No, I was talking
okay. Well,
about
there you go. So you don't need to think. You don't need to make the link between outer space mythology and technology.
Was I talking about the Earth being a ball or the methodology?
Well, this is the
because
thing. Not a lot of people realize that the most advanced sniper rifles that we use, those scopes, they calculate the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, stop the cap. But anyways, you can't thank the outer space mythology for people being innovative.
because I've never said that in the first place. You were
Well,
having
that is
objections.
kind of what you just said. You said, well, I prefer the thing that's just the technology and all that. Anyways.
You were. Can you allow me to
It's not
address
worth
that?
it.
Because I think you're spreading misconceptions about what I said, which make me look
Okay,
stupid.
fine.
That's pretty
That's fine.
dishonest. Okay, thanks.
That's fine.
So I thought you were having objections to the methodology of the scientific method, and proving that the Earth is a sphere is simply one of the applications of that method.
I don't think what you described wasn't the scientific method, though. You made sure to tell us you made sure to tell us that you had branched off from that. Remember, you found it to be too narrow a scope.
I would disagree with that.
Well, I don't know, man.
I would say that what I said is perfectly aligned with the scientific
I know
method.
you would say that. That's why I said the whole it all makes sense to you, because the whole mythology is embedded in your psyche. There's no way around it for you at this point. Like at this point in time, that's where you are. You're too dug in, too prideful, too stubborn. In one breath, you tell me, oh, you talk about outer space mythology and technology, and then I point out that innovation has nothing to do with Waterball, and you say, well, I didn't say that. So I don't know, Embo. You'll be fine.
You know about like the computers they built during Apollo, like the pioneering work they did, and you know how it relates to the technology we use.
Yeah, I'm talking about this. He wants to claim that all technology has its roots in people being under the impression they're on a water ball.
No, he never said that.
What I said is that the technology has the source in the scientific method you deny. And
you said you prefer the mythology that
proving it.
So innovativeness and technology has nothing to do with Waterball Earth, correct?
Yes, pretty much. Maybe there are...
Good. Now I get we sorted it out. Problem solved.
At least in general, because there are a few examples of the Earth being necessary to be a ball for that to work. For example, GPS. But we're talking about
like globe factories, paper mache factories. Yeah, they need to think of the Earth as a ball for their day to proceed. Correct.
Yes. So that would depend if you're asking for some kind of specialized fields, because if you look for them, then yes, that the Earth.
Well, you were the one that brought up. You were the one that made the blanket statement technology. That's all. That was you.
Yes, because
if you would have mentioned specific things, we wouldn't even be talking right now.
Okay, I can mention specific things. For example, GPS. Is that better?
Whatever works for you,
also mention navigation, like the where are you going to sail, what direction, or fly. I would say that these are pretty fundamental applications.
Satellite TV would be another one.
Yeah, definitely. Satellite phones, these aren't used commonly, more by some specialized military or some fucking explorers or soldiers. But yeah, they have the range almost everywhere on the globe. Contrary to the telephones that work using the towers.
You know what's funny? Here, you guys brought up satellite TV and you bring up these satellite phones and things. There are places in America that are impossible to get service to just because there's not a satellite directly over it. Now tell me why, if the Earth is rotating, you have so many blackout dead spots. If there's supposed to be an angle of degree in which it rotates and has a shifting angle of degree with the rotation, how is it possible to have so many dead spots?
Oh, you're
Because
talking
the
about
satellites,
cell phone
because the
coverage. Cell phone coverage has lots of dead spots, but satellite, you can get GPS signal everywhere.
I'm talking about
Yes.
GPS satellite phones. I'm talking about satellite phones. The
GP,
more expensive ones that you buy when you go like hiking or backpacking or mountain climbing, or maybe you go into a little light cave network or something that's not too far underground.
yes, I can
satellite
respond to that, because the signal of these phones is being transmitted by geostationary satellites, which are satellites that orbit at the same exact speed as the Earth rotates. So they will also always float above the same point on the surface of the Earth, and from the Earth they would appear as they are stationary.
If a satellite is deadlocked, geolocated deadlocked, like you said, it's geostationary, wouldn't that be an argument to prove that the Earth does not rotate? How is it able to stay always geostationary?
I would say that's quite an argument contrary to that, because there's no known mechanism for things to get constantly maintained in the middle of the Earth for so many years at the same position without the orbital mechanics. Like, if the Earth was stationary and it was just maintained by some kind of engines, then how much fuel you would need for them to work for like maybe 20 years, because that's how many years these satellites are already in orbit. And you can make sure that they exist because you can make some long exposure photography and see that when the sky rotates, apparently at least, there are quite few points of light in the sky that don't appear to rotate the same way as them. They simply stay in the same place relative to the horizon, to the ground. I have no idea how that would be supposed to work if the Earth was stationary, and if the satellites were also stationary.
I mean, it sounds like that's what you just said, but that's me. It's just me. You just said that they stay stationary, and so does and if the Earth were to stay stationary, they would stay stationary, but they already are staying stationary. Therefore, in your argument, the Earth would be stationary too, which is what you just said. But I'll let you think about it.
No, so he's saying
really
that relative to the Earth, they're stationary. They're in motion up there, and they've matched the same speed as the rotation of the Earth. In other words, the globe model has a perfectly reasonable, sound answer for how satellite TV works. Do you?
And what is the speed at which the Earth rotates, or supposedly rotates?
Just under 24 hours, 23 hours and 56 minutes.
Yes, and these satellites make full circuit around the Earth at the same time as the
What's
daylight.
the speed satellites fall at? 17,000 miles per hour. And what's the speed Earth rotates at? 1,000 miles per hour. So, yeah, he's right what he was saying. You guys are all fucked up with your globe math.
Radman, can you please tell us what's the unit of rotational velocity? Like, to describe a rotational motion in physics? Is that 1,000 miles per hour?
It's an angular velocity, which is an acceleration. Do you have any evidence of that?
Yes, I have. In quite, it's going to be probably the next ultimate globe proof.
Great, just go ahead and show it now. You'd want this to be over quick, wouldn't you?
So you wanted me to spoiler the new globe proofs before even releasing them?
But I'm still.
I don't know what new globe proofs you're talking about. I don't.
Yeah,
we prepare the new globe proofs constantly, if you aren't aware.
These satellite TV.
You mean the recycled ones that you have?
No, they are new.
I haven't seen anything new out of anybody.
Have you seen?
What were you saying, Matthew?
Okay.
So yeah, I was saying that I gave you an explanation of how satellite TV transmitters can be stationary in the sky due to geostationary orbit. Now my question is, that's the globe answer for how satellite TV works. What's your answer for how it works?
Satellite TV?
Right.
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, what? You just gave me a story
Right.
and said this works.
Well,
Do
a
I have
satellite
to
TV
accept
does
it? You haven't proved it.
But yeah, you turn on
haven't
the TV
proved
and
it.
it works.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove anything. You made a claim. The TV works, no doubt, but not the other part. The satellite, all that other stuff. It's totally
if I
bunk.
say
It's
it this way?
unfalsifiable, in fact.
What if I say it this way? Somebody knows how satellite TV transmitters work. Because
Is
they're
that you?
human design.
Is that you?
No, I'm just saying that there are humans who understand how it works because
Can you bring them in here? Because I don't want to talk to you anymore, Matthew. Get them in here.
I'm telling you what they would say.
No, you don't know what they would say. I want you to get them in
I'm
here.
pretty sure I do.
You always think, you're pretty sure, you always believe. I don't care, right? Get them in
Fair
here.
enough. They would say it's geostationary orbit. That's what they would say.
So now you're going to put words in other people's mouths. Do you know anybody who
I know what
put these in the sky?
Yeah, everybody who works with satellite TV would say
Blanket statement, everybody, right? Like just vague.
The people who design the system. How about that?
The people. Who are they?
I don't know.
Oh, so you're just kind of like hopes and dreams. I'm sure there's someone, and they did it this way, and therefore it works, and so my story is correct.
Right.
That's pretty pathetic, bro.
Really? What? How would you describe things like Wi-Fi?
Well, I would want to have my ducks in a row. I would rather have like actual information, right? Instead of just, I believe, therefore.
Yeah, I'm just telling you the standard story about how those things work. It's not.
Yeah, it's just a story, Goldilocks and the Three Bears.
You turn on your satellite TV and it works. Lo and behold.
Okay, so all the rest of the story is true.
Those dishes don't point up in the air at a satellite. Those dishes have a very wide receiving range. They just have to be close.
Talking about like the old school.
The antennas they're broadcasting from.
I'm talking about the old school, like 6-foot diameter satellite TV receivers that are very parabolic.
Where are those?
You don't need them as much anymore because technology is better. But I'm talking about the ones from like the 80s and 90s. Remember those?
Barely, because I never used one.
These satellites dishes points towards the celestial equator because the geostationary satellites orbit above the equator.
So we had cable TV like 60s and 70s in Cleveland.
Can you tell me how much wattage it takes to transmit that signal and from where?
Oh, I don't know, but somebody does. The people who designed the system know that.
Right. The fairies, right? The magical fairies. That no one...
Yeah,
no, I would say that humans design satellite TV systems, not fairies.
How come you haven't looked this up? This is one of your favorite proofs, but you've never even looked at the data.
Because it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. It's not important to know the details of the argument that you believe so dearly.
But the specific wattages? No, that's not important.
You don't know anything about it. You just say satellite TV works, therefore ball. Like, that's basically what you're saying.
I'm talking about the direction of the antennas, not the wattages. So, yeah.
Okay, the direction of the antennas, therefore ball, right?
It points straight up at something.
At something, and that is a geostationary satellite. Do you see the satellite up there?
I haven't ever seen it, but I'm saying we have a good answer. I haven't heard any better answer. You have a better answer?
Well, that's fine. If you want to believe, I mean, like, dude, that's your unicorn, right? That's your giant, that's your fairy tale. It's okay. I'm not going to take that away from you, Matthew. If you want to believe the fiction, go ahead.
Yeah, humans designed satellite TV. The people who designed it said that it's geostationary satellites, and I turn on the satellite TV, and lo and behold, it works. So yes, I'm going to choose to believe that they know what they're talking about. Because
how do they get them to stay right in that same exact spot forever?
Clever engineering.
Nope, that's not a good answer.
It's the right answer.
No, it's not.
What? So you know that you don't think that they exist, but you know that that's not the right answer.
They don't.
It's just the one that you made up
because you don't even have an answer.
Station keeping for satellites is something that they're capable of doing.
Okay, how?
reaction wheels to change the direction, and then they carry some propellant so they can move a little bit if they need to.
What kind of propellant? How long does it last?
I don't know, and I don't know.
Oh, okay. I think, to do yourself a huge favor, you should get as much data and information about these satellite claims you got. That would really help you out.
Because all you have to do is.
I think you would just deny the truth of all the others. If I went and learned about.
Oh, of course. Make it about what I would deny. I'm just giving you some advice. You should get as much as you can.
Why?
If I told you how they do it, then you won't believe me. So what's the difference?
Right. I mean, I don't care how many watts the satellite TV is. I know that I turn it on.
So NASA created these gigantic hanger-sized silver balloons that just reflected signal, and if you broadcast a radio signal or TV signal at it, you can put satellite dishes out. As long as you're pointing at near that balloon, you're going to get the signal, and you can keep the balloon in the same spot if you want.
Oh, good God!
Up in the jet stream, it stays in the same exact spot for.
Nope, they have ways to do it. Don't worry. And they can make it go up and down too. There's actually there's bladders inside of it. So there's a lot of things. You've never done any research on any of this stuff.
Yes, the bladders actually fart.
You're talking about the Echo 1 and Echo 2 experiments in the 60s.
Oh, well, you're calling them experiments. You just don't know that you can't see them when they're that high because they're the color of the sky.
Yeah, they were too small to see at that height.
I have seen plenty of satellites. Basically, every night I'm looking for a telescope.
You see satellites every night?
Yes, but only when I'm looking for a telescope, because the night sky is too polluted with light for me, because I live in a
How do you move your
town.
telescope at 17,500 miles per hour to follow a satellite?
I don't. Because you don't move telescopes in miles per hour. You move them in angle. You point at a direction.
And
what would you say the angle is from your viewing area? I mean, we're not going to get into the whole plane thing. I'm just curious. Is it kind of like directly overhead, 45 degrees? What do you think?
It depends on the satellite.
Okay. Is this like in the middle of the night? Dusk? When?
It's mostly shortly after the sunset and before the sunrise, because in the middle of the night the satellites are dark because they are in Earth's shadow, so you can see them reflecting the light to you.
Okay.
What about the stars? How many degrees per hour do they move?
What's a star?
It's completely irrelevant to the observation.
No, I'm just asking.
Oh.
Is it
in classical cosmology, they would actually call that like the stars don't seem to move, right? There's the sphere of that seventh heavenly sphere, I think it's, or the one beyond the seventh sphere. But even though all the other bodies moved, right, and so just by their observation, relative to observation, right, certain bodies moved in the sky, and others didn't so much.
Yeah, so here's a question. How much do these stars appear to move in angular speed per hour?
I don't know.
Is it 15 degrees per hour?
I guess if it is, what does that have to do with anything?
Is it 15 degrees per hour no matter which direction you look? Is it 15 degrees per hour no matter what time of day or night, or what time of night and what season? Oh, yes, it is.
I mean,
what can cause that? Rotation.
Not during the day.
Satellites are talking about now.
Not during the day
great.
for me. I don't see the stars during the day.
So the Earth is spinning.
Well,
yep.
Maybe. Yeah.
Just so the stars aren't moving, it's the Earth is spinning.
It almost seems like.
Yeah, during the day it spins differently because it's got a sun, so it spins differently during the day. At night, it spins differently because it has stars.
But what's so crazy is that all these bodies that we observe in the sky seem to move differently, right? And so finding a model that incorporates all those movements in the skies is helpful for understanding not only what you're observing from.
They don't move different. They just move in the same cycle over and over and over and over and over since the beginning of time.
Well, hold on.
Same thing over and over again.
Well, hold on. Well, again, if things rotate or move on a rhythmic pattern, I mean, I understand that happens. But
no, it's a cycle. It repeats itself. It's not kind of the same.
100% repeats itself 100%
Yeah.
all the time?
Every
Yes.
219 years or something.
Every 219 years, everything resets? But what about the astrological signs? I mean, those signs do move in the sky very slowly. Like, even though the certain, like, medieval models didn't necessarily account for that, but, like, there are different signs in the sky, like star formations that move, right? And those take thousands of years to move through the across
How
the.
do you know?
Well, as far as we can tell, and what is written
So,
about
what is
what
the-
constellations were
What takes
where.
thousands of
You know,
years?
like, for example, the
For a
Babylons kept
constellation to do what?
the Babylonians. I haven't read them because I don't read Sanskrit, but I'm sure I could look some up for you.
Well, you could
The
find
Babylonians
somebody who made up.
kept
You can find
meticulous
somebody who
records
pretends they can
for.
read it.
Right, many ancient cultures did this. The Egyptians kept meticulous records for movements in the skies. The Babylonians did.
Yep.
Maybe I'm
They
sure
just
maybe the
repeat
Assyrians did.
themselves
The Greeks did
over
as
and
well,
over
right?
again.
Well,
So
but
now
hold
what?
on. If you read the actual observations, you notice
They
that
just
things
repeat
are at a different
themselves.
location back then also, and you can actually calculate. I don't know if you would even use these because they're different. They're a computer model built on like the standard model, right, of the universe. But you can actually calculate back thousands of years and
You
different.
guys claim you don't have a model, so now you have a model.
No, we do. Yeah, for how the universe moves and like what the
Wow.
Earth is and how why the heavenly bodies move in
Post
the
it.
sky the way they do.
Holy
We do have a model.
crap!
What's
Take it away,
strange
guys.
though? What's strange though is every time I ask a flat earther, like,
Post the
okay,
model.
so what's your model for explaining?
You know
Are
what
you
what's
not
the
going
phases
to
of
post
Venus
the
are?
thing that you just
Yeah, you just
claimed?
said
Are
there's
you
a
not going to
model.
post it?
Yeah, you just brisked right past that. That's kind of
What?
strange. Where's the model? Post it.
What do you mean post it?
Yeah,
I mean,
you're the model of the whole universe, the whole cosmos
you
that you were
said
just
we have.
the whole
droning on
cosmos.
about.
I mean, I think the model only accounts for what's observable, right?
Okay,
I mean, that's.
whatever. Just show us
Here
the
is the
model that
Oh
you
my
have that
background.
gosh,
accounts
so
for what's
aggressive.
observable.
I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't, because I haven't seen this model. You just talk about it, then we never actually see
Okay,
the
it's the
model.
one they teach in like
Yeah, okay, just post it then.
school books. Do you
Yeah,
really
post
want me to make a definition for you of what like
Yeah,
the
post the
No.
model
Earth
you have.
is a planet that rotates around the sun?
Oh, it's a great story. I don't see it as a model, though.
That is a model for understanding why
Okay, go
the
ahead and
different
post the
bodies.
model.
You keep cutting me off.
Yeah,
That's
post
not
the
a
model,
model,
please.
Oh my gosh, I don't have to post the fucking model, dude.
I don't think it
I mean,
exists.
you
That's why
argue
can't
against
post
this
it.
model all day, and you need me to like.
No, I argue
make
against
that
stories and fairy tales and claims. I've
Oh
never
my
seen a model.
gosh, you're so obnoxious, man.
Well, I've never seen a model. It's just the same thing that happened right now is what happens. I asked for the
Okay.
model, nobody can post it.
You're
You've
obnoxious
never
too,
seen one of
Ellipsis.
those.
Yeah, well, Ellipsis, think about it this way,
Heretic.
right? If an idea is a model, then I can just simply say, well, the Earth being planar in nature is the flat Earth model.
Yeah, that's sure. That's part of your model. Okay. So
No, it is the model.
that is the model. All right, but
Yeah, that's what you
that's
just said.
that's not fully. So how does the model account for how the things move in
No,
the sky?
I don't need to further elaborate. That's the model.
You don't? Okay. You're
Well,
just
yeah,
not going to
that's
account
what you
for these certain observations because they're more difficult to
Don't
make
be
than.
inconsistent, bro. You
No,
just
I'm
said,
asking for. What do you
don't
mean?
be inconsistent.
I'm not trying to be inconsistent. Are you?
You-
Are you inconsistent?
You are being inconsistent, though.
How am I inconsistent?
Because you just said, well, the globe model is a globe Earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm working with. Yeah, dude.
Right, so the flat Earth model is a planar flat Earth.
Right. So when I mean model, I mean your cosmic model and how you think the nature of things move in the sky and planets and all that stuff.
But that's not a
Right.
globe Earth.
Well, in the model I'm talking about, and the one that is taught in like middle school and elementary school classrooms, and then in high school and all that stuff, that's the model they teach. They teach something, right? Can we agree that that's the model they teach?
Something. That's the operative.
They tell you they give you ideas, and then they tell you that they're factual with very little back.
No, they show you pictures, and they say this is how these things do these things. Then that's how they teach you. They don't just say like, "Well, we're just going to leave it up to you."
They say what? So they magically go around this because of magic, and then they magically do this because of some other type of magic,
You're
right?
being very silly.
How is that silly?
Because you're.
How do things go around each other?
but apparently by the force of gravity. I mean,
Well, that's not true.
Yeah,
okay.
just because we're not as willingly at night, silly.
Well, I mean, for me, this is speaking personally, from what I can account for how explanatory the model is, it seems to make sense, and I'm working with it. Right?
Cool, dude.
Yeah.
Sounds like you found what you prefer.
Yeah.
Good
I mean,
luck.
well, should we all choose?
Get to work, bro.
Like, shouldn't we all follow our conscience? Be clear on things, what the decisions you make and lead in life and all that stuff.
Do what you need to do, pal.
But yeah, I'm just saying.
But then you can then if you want, you can figure out if the pictures
you're trying
on
to
the
sell, are you trying to argue with me or trying to sell me?
And then
something?
if you want, I'm not trying to do anything.
We don't want to sell you shit. Don't you get that?
You don't want to do anything for your movement.
No,
even if
there's
it's going to
no
be
movement.
like be
What the
convincing.
fuck are you guys on about?
You're not going to try to be persuasive at all in your argumentation.
I'm not persuading you to do shit.
You just come in here to circle jerk and argue with people.
No,
that's all you do.
water.
No, we just debunked the globe.
Okay, exactly. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
I can't have a good faith, just like honest conversation.
You already did what you said. You already did what you came here to do. You told us that you like the globe story and you're working with it. So good luck, dude.
But
thanks.
I'm just trying to ask an honest question about
Are you upset that we're not enamored by your story?
No.
What are you oh my goshing?
So I'm just
why so much why so much?
This is a question I've asked flat earthers for like 2 or 3 years, and I've never gotten a clear answer on it. And I think it should
Why
work.
do you
if your
care? You said you're working with the globe, dude. Time out. Which is it? You said you're happy with the globe and you're working with it, but you're asking all these questions all the time.
Yeah.
Proceed with your mythology and be happy.
Well, you know how the way that you like to disprove the globe earthers, right? And you're like, well, that's inconsistent. I'm making this observation. They can't answer that. I can't do the same thing.
So you've noticed that the globe has been debunked.
No, do the same thing to you.
You're working with it.
It's when you play tennis,
I'm not the one. Oh my gosh!
Each person plays with the same rules, right?
Yeah, they play with their own racket, though.
Yeah, they all have something you can actually see.
So
you have a racket.
I have a racket. You're making observations about,
they choose the ball.
Listen.
If you're
I
making criticisms about the globe model,
I have
whatever,
flat Earth, and you don't have a globe.
If you feel like you have unanswered questions about the globe
flat
model,
Earth, and you don't have a globe.
Okay.
No, mystery solved about the globe model, dude. Dude, no, there are no unanswered questions. Mystery solved.
What the fuck?
I know you don't. Oh my gosh! Mystery solved. The globe remains in the minds. That's on you.
Sure.
Be happy with it. You told me you're working with it, so Godspeed.
Right, but I'm just telling you the position I'm in order for us to have like a conversation and dialogue on that.
It sounds like the conversation's over, right?
Okay.
Oh my
You don't want to talk
gosh!
to me because I'm just trying to get a question answered about the phases of Venus. That's all.
You said you wanted us to sell you something.
No. Okay. My point was, do you just want to disagree?
Yes.
Just plainly, and you can. That's totally fine. You can do it and come in here to like argue against something. But part of argumentation is also trying to be persuasive. It's a very valuable tool in rhetoric. Either if you want to win the audience with who you're talking with, or if you want to ask talking good faith with the other person.
Straw man. That's a straw man.
No, wait, what? I didn't even accuse anybody about this. So I'm just trying to make that point.
Just try to guide this debate and be a little more civil. That was kind of a straw man.
Okay, JetBlue.
There is no debate, JetBlue. The debate is over. We've acknowledged the nature of water. A lot of people come in here and say, Waterball on TV is real, and I'm working with it. Oh my gosh. And I say, well, more power to you. Good on you, bro.
So I'm just trying to understand what the phases of Venus are all about in the flat Earth model. And nobody's been able to answer that for me. If somebody give me a convincing answer as to like how the movements in the sky make sense in a flat Earth model, then hey man, that's a good point. You may get me
Makes
and convert
sense.
me. I don't
Dude,
know.
it's
always
the things in the
been
sky
flat.
are above the earth.
Yeah, it's always been flat, and the shit's always been doing that same shit over and over. People wrote
For
it
no
down.
reason.
You even told us.
For no reason? There
You
has to
even
be
told
some
us they wrote it
You
down.
know the reason?
reasonability to it, right? So there's some reasonability to how
Dude. You're
these
I don't know
forces
what you're
act.
attempting to do, but it's played out.
Okay.
Oh my gosh!
All right, dude. That's cool. I was just seeing if I can get that question answered, but we can move on if you want. No worries. Jeez.
Google it.
I'll do that.
Google lost all its footing in the AI wars. They're done.
Why is that? What happened with Google?
Microsoft basically owns it all now. They're controlling it.
Google Gaga.
The high level spiraling going on in here.
Oh yes.
Yeah, you know why? Because they huddled up. They said, "We got it now. We have got it now. We finally got it. We can hang a string in the air. Don't need any horizontals." No, then we shot that one down. Then they said, "Well, we can have low pressure, and you can't prove a container." But he already said low pressure, so he called up the container because it's the antecedent of pressure. Because he can't say the word without it. So they're mad about all that. So I think they're back in huddle, coming up with something new. I asked them to come up with something new we've never heard of.
Yeah.
If they can actually do that, that'll be funny for once. Well, it's actually all funny. But yeah, I would like some new comedy.
This is comedy.
All he proved is he can do his crazy math, and it's not even crazy. It's still a flat Earth. That's the only way it works.
It's crazy the lengths they'll go to try to deny water.
Well, as soon as he says ground position, you have to assume a horizontal plane, 90 degrees. Forget it. That's it. They're done.
Yep.
There's no 90 degrees on the surface of a ball.
What else is funny is they tried to float this as a ball proof, but then when you bring it back to, okay, well, show me the ball then that's supposed to be blocking the star, the curve, the geometric horizon, they start going, no, 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 I'm not talking about that. Oh, so you're not talking about what you're trying to prove, so I guess it doesn't prove it. They show you something which they're trying to claim needs a curve of the earth to work, and then they say, I'm not talking about curve of the earth. What the fuck is that?
Look at the picture the Viking put in there. He just debunked Daza just like that.
Daza debunks Daza because he just makes shit up on the fly. He says, I observed all these angles and shit that would never work on a flat plane. You ask him what they are, and he doesn't know. And after a bit of Googling, he comes back with one, and he can't tell you how it doesn't work on a flat plane, and blah, blah, blah.
Hmm.
24/7 Globe Comedy Club.
Yeah, that's it. I just come here for the laughs and giggles. I mean, shits and giggles, you know.
Carl Sagan says that it's perspective that you can get 90 degrees. It's perspective. They're starting to plug anything in at this point. We got 90 degrees because of refraction. Anything.
Sounds like a case of gravity to me. It's gravity, dummy. I don't know what I'm responding to, but the answer is definitely gravity or refraction or both.
Or density.
Dummy.
It could be or earthquakes or volcanoes. Tornadoes.
Or
I think we have a tornado in here.
This is why I always say it's better off you guys just say, if Earth is flat, why are my balls so round? Like, you're better off saying that. Like, don't try to talk about geometry or any, just forget it. Just leave the geometry to normal people.
It is like comedy hour in here. You know, they're all going to reset and try this shit again. Weekend's coming up.
Oh, I like that shit.
Did he end up saying what's perspective? I guess I'll just read the chat. Maybe Google it was his answer.
Yeah, more like Google Gaga.
What is he given that's even Googleable? Somebody showed that you can't make a right angle with a curve, and he said it's perspective. Maybe Google it. What am I supposed to Google exactly?
You have to Google
What
Gaga.
combination of words would you suggest?
Let's see what Chatbot has to say about that picture. I'm going to ask it about what's happening and how can I make a right angle on the surface of a ball. Let's see what it says. And
then throw perspective in there and see what it says about that.
Well, I have the one, it'll read the picture and look at it and analyze it too, so we're going to have fun with this.
Mm-hmm. So now they're huddled together.
Wow, this guy really doesn't know what he's talking about. He had to defer to Google, and he can't even tell you what you're supposed to Google.
Well, he should Google Gaga. You know, Google Gaga.
Yeah, sounds about right. Perspective, bro.
I'm looking for the
Can't
part
get a
in,
right angle. Yeah,
well,
good.
I was going to say, I'm looking for the part in Euclid's Elements where it says, everything that follows is all depending on perspective.
Can't get a right angle to a curve. It's perspective, bro. Google it, bro. What's perspective?
Vertical's just vertical now, boys. It's just vertical. That's all it has to be. Doesn't not in relationship to anything. It's just vertical.
Okay.
See, that's the thing, is that is an objective frame of reference. That and horizontal. Ball people can't have those. Everything is relative.
Oh, you guys are going to bum out when you read this one. There you go. Read it and weep, Globers. Cannot form a 90-degree angle with the surface of a sphere. at every point as they would be on a flat surface. The end. All right, so that one's done. What else you guys got? Anything good? Globers, you guys got anything good this time? Weekend's coming up. We're gonna start running out of listeners. We need you guys to spiral on something new.
Yeah, man. We need some good comedy hour. Comedy.
Yo,
Need a new spiral.
where are you posting the shit you're saying to look at, bro?
It's at Flat Earth channel, no?
There's text that goes along with this voice. There's a bubble where you clicked on to get in here. There's a text bubble. Click that and it brings
Okay.
up the text chat.
That's where I'm reading it from.
Where am I getting my info from?
LGBT?
I have something better. I removed the globe mythology from Chat GPT and it
Nice.
just answers questions with reality answers.
Okay. That's
It's,
cool.
it's an accurate AI.
You can actually train ChatGPT, can't you?
You sure can.
You can say, I don't know, assume X or don't assume Y.
Yeah, I force it into correcting itself all the time. Oh, not. It's actually not ChatGPT. It's a generic brand competitor.
I pay for mine because I use I can create different ones. I have one strictly for Python and SQL and something else, and strictly formats proper code for me, comments for me, does a bunch of dumbass typing you don't need to do or have templates of, just does it, increments my timestamps for me. I love it.
The one that I use to admit that mass attracting mass leads to an infinite regression fallacy if you apply it to the components of the components ad infinitum. Which initially it disagreed with me about, but it eventually agreed. Yes, you are correct. Just want to say to the globers, right? You come in here to defend, the globe. We're defending it with all aspects, with all the trimmings. You don't get to throw in your own ideas or anything like that. You are accepting every claim that comes with the globe, from Big Bang to monkey people, to the spinning of the Earth, the claimed rates it spins and orbits, moves through the universe, the galaxies, all of it. Curvature rate, radius, circumference, everything. And you support the idea that there is a gaseous system surrounding Earth inside a huge, vast, ever-expanding vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. All of it. No exceptions. You get to choose what you do and don't support in the paradigm.
Good.
It's not that Globers can't defend, won't agree with all the trimmings. It's just that the globe, right, and its cosmology that comes along with it, is such a wide thing. You talk about evolution, you talk about the Big Bang, astronomy, geology, physics, chemistry, biology, in the social sciences, and to expect one
We don't have that on flat Earth.
to expect one to well, I'll get to that in a second, but to expect one to be able to defend all of them very well, all those different disciplines very well, I think people are much more comfortable defending their part, right, that they have understood very well, and then let someone else take the lead where maybe they don't know much at all. Now, Flat Earth, fortunately, hasn't really got a wide array of their own arguments for why they think X is true, Y is true, or Z is true. It's more to say that they're critiquing the globe. And so you can critique any idea really easily without much thought that goes into it. Defending an idea, well, that requires a bit of knowledge. And for the globe cosmology, which is pretty wide, that's a lot of knowledge you need to have to do it well.
What? Could you repeat that? Maybe with more words.
He's just basically coping as to why no one can defend the globe well.
Being more comfortable defending their corner of the globe and not necessarily defending everything that comes along with it, because they might not know enough about every part of the globe cosmology that you're critiquing. I mean, that's why I'd say if you were all like putting forward your ideas for flat Earth, and we Globers just critiqued it all day, it would be a very easy job. We wouldn't need to know much. We'd just be able to like critique it offhand.
Basically, what you do.
Speaking of which, have we figured out how the moon works yet?
You ever see it?
I know how it works.
Yeah.
It goes in the sky, moves around.
How? In what path?
Overhead. Oh, path overhead.
What path?
Yeah, overhead.
The path you observe.
Yeah, what path?
The one that goes over my head.
Let me see if I can get
Can
a
you draw it?
time lapse for you.
You were saying, Britnut?
No, I think I made my point. I'm just saying, you shouldn't mock someone for, not being able to explain gravity very well if they can explain other parts of physics well, because not it's an unreasonable expectation given how large globe cosmology is to say defend it all. I'm sure each one of you flat earthers probably have an area of flat earth that you find that you're pretty good at arguing for. It would be ridiculous to expect you to be able to explain all of flat earth very well.
Depends how long you've been
You go,
in it.
Mez. How's that look? That look like what you see sometimes?
Yeah, it looks great. Where does it go outside of that?
Let me see if I can get a longer time lapse. It's funny.
All the moon.
How old are you?
All the
You've
time.
never watched the sun go, the moon go across the sky at night?
I have.
Oh,
It looks
so
like
you
a
do
ball.
know how it works. What's up?
I know it moves, but if the Earth is flat, where does it go? Why can't I see it
If
sometimes?
the Earth is flat. So if bananas are banana shaped, where does the moon go? I'm not seeing the connection.
Yeah, exactly. That's a perfect analogy. Thank you.
Well, yeah, you brought up a non sequitur.
No,
Hey,
it's not really.
if this is this shape, why does this do that? Like,
Yeah, exactly. If the moon is flat, where does the moon go?
Broken
If the Earth is flat, where does the moon go?
If the moon goes across the sky, why are my balls round?
Yeah.
Why are your balls round?
Why can no one answer this?
It's a stupid question, that's why.
Questions, we're mocking it.
Can't find anywhere you see the whole path.
Really? Why not?
Yeah, if it's not cloudy where you are, you could look at it.
Yeah, it's not cloudy right now. I can see it.
Excellent. Okay, so
where's it going to be in about 12 hours?
Right. Okay, you can get a program, maybe like SkyMap, and it'll tell you, like timeanddate.com. That'll tell you where it's going to be.
What are those maps based on?
What are they based on?
Hmm.
What do you mean? What are they based on?
Well, they're going to show where I can see it from on the surface, right?
Yeah.
But what are those maps based on?
What do you mean based on? They're
How do
based
they
on
know?
where because they measure it.
Where the moon's going to be and where the ground's going to be in relation to the moon.
Because the locations.
What predictive methods do they use?
Where they have been for thousands of years.
You're saying this moon hasn't moved in thousands of years?
No, they know where it's going to be based on seeing it over and over again for thousands of years. Patterns.
Pattern.
Hmm.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I know. It's a conspiracy, right? It's fake. Research fake moon patterns.
Does anyone else know where the moon goes? Jerry can't seem to answer. He's telling me to go look at some website.
It goes overhead.
The smoker's voice came out a bit there.
Yeah, I just did a big doobie a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, so if I want to know where something's gonna be, I could just look it
what
up.
do you guys think the moon's doing? You guys got some wild ideas?
I don't know what it does. You know, before I thought the moon was like a ball and the Earth was a ball, and one of these balls goes around the other ball. But I've been told that the Earth's flat, so now I'm curious about
that doesn't make
where the
any
moon goes.
sense because that makes no sense.
Right, so let's try and figure out how it works on the flat Earth.
I don't need to.
Can anyone answer this?
It already goes
Why not?
across the sky. I don't use it for anything.
Okay, we aren't interested, so you can sit out. So does anyone else know?
Well, dude, when
Okay.
sing the moon. So if you collectively asked everyone at once, what's the moon doing? Someone, oh, it's in the sky. What's it doing? Well, moving across the sky it does every night. I mean, would that satisfy you then? I mean, have you not seen the moon?
I've seen the moon. I'm just curious.
Are you asking
what these
why the
flat Earth
moon is doing
experts-
what it's doing? Yeah, I mean, are you asking why the moon is doing?
Yeah.
I'm not omniscient.
Okay, so you don't know. Does anyone else know?
No. Well, this isn't omniscient. This isn't the omniscient. I mean,
the moon's supposed to be a golf course. I know that.
Yeah, that much we know. Anniversary shots that were once thought to be Titleist flying endless apparently shanked them both 40 yards downrange. But anyways, you originally asked how it works. Well, my smart answer, I've answered you this before, I think. Well, it seems to be some sort of pro bono setup. I mean, it's just doing what it does. You'd have to ask the moon or whoever's in charge. Probably.
Who's in charge
And
of
I
the
doubt the guy, the moon manager. Moon manager. I don't know.
The moon.
Do you know who's in charge of the moon?
I didn't think anyone was in charge of it.
Well, if anyone would be in charge of it, it would be the moon.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is the moon manager call right now. It may be. No idea.
It doesn't seem like anyone can answer how the moon works.
Yeah, good luck in your journey, Mez. I hope
I told
figure it out.
they got a greenskeeper. They've got a caddy shack there. It's like a golf course.
What kind of answer are you actually looking for?
Just an explanation of like how it moves around, what path it takes, where it goes when I can't see it.
I mean, you understand that they're all speculative answers, right?
Sure, let's speculate.
Why would you need
Some of you guys have been doing this for 10 years and you haven't figured out how the moon works?
So that's a very different question.
We told you how it works. We told you where to go to find out where it is. And you're like,
You told me
I
to
don't
look
like
at a
that.
map that's based on a globe, so I don't know if I can trust
A
that.
map that's based on a globe. Would that be a scale
Yeah.
map?
No.
No. So not in actual math. Nice.
Well, a globe projection then. Either way, if it's not scale, then why should I trust
Anyway.
it?
Anyway. Well, one thing we do know is that the moon is always above Earth, right?
Yeah, right. You pretending to not understand circles again.
Oh, I got you on that one, didn't I?
No, I got you, I think. But I don't know. Don't know where the moon goes, so I can't say either way.
All right. Well, I know it's
And
always
you don't know
above
either.
Earth.
So you
It's
know
always
it's
above
okay, so
Earth.
it's always above the Earth. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So if it's always above the Earth and the Earth is flat, why can't I see it?
I never said Earth was flat. You can't see it because it's not above you. It's above someone else, isn't it?
Am I not on the Earth?
You are on the Earth, but the moon's not above you.
If it's above
someone
you,
else. Yeah.
and my up is the same as your up, it should be above me, right?
Up is the same as everyone else's up.
Yeah.
Right. So it is above me.
Is up in relation to anything else?
Up is up.
In relation to what?
Up is up.
Yeah, so
Nothing.
up would only exist in a in relation to a horizontal plane, correct?
Right.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So why can't I see it?
What is the moon?
Well,
It's
he
a ball.
can't see it because it's not above him at that time. That's all.
But it is. It's up. So it is
What's the
above.
moon?
It's a ball.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. You got any evidence for that?
Yeah, it looks like a ball.
Oh, so if it just looks that way, it's what it is?
Yeah.
You never have to see
We're going
it
to do this
and
again?
know.
You don't have to see anything else than just the side that you see. If it is a ball, but you never see anything else other than what we see every night, but it's still a ball, how do you know that?
I mean, they even make the Earth spin on TV for you to show you that it's a ball. They don't make the moon spin.
Oh, that's just NASA CGI propaganda. Can't trust that.
I don't think it looks like a ball.
You need to get your eyes checked then. It looks like a ball to me. So it has to be
Oh,
a ball.
well, maybe you need to get your eyes checked.
Nah.
Well, let's take an eye test.
So I've got a ball. It's always up. Why can't I see it?
It sounds like you got a flat Earth model. You got a flat Earth model you want to show us?
Yeah, look in the chat. You'll see why.
I don't know. I'm not a flat earther. I'm
Which
asking the
one's
flat
the
earthers.
ball? Which one of those is a ball? They're showing you right now.
They don't show me more fucking CGI propaganda.
That's not. This is a real thing. You can do this yourself.
Yeah, but that's what NASA says.
Only one ball. Which one's the ball?
The moon.
You pathetic, dude.
Yeah, he's done. Let's mute him.
We can just take a look at lunar libration, and you guys know what that is.
Sounds fruity to me.
So we can't explain the moon.
Well, you can't explain lunar libration. He knows exactly what lunar libration is, and he won't explain it.
Enlighten.
So you can see up to 56% of the moon's surface over the course of
What's the moon?
over the course of time. It looks like a rock
What's the
in
moon?
space.
What's space?
I don't know. It seems to be an empty
You
void.
Kubinite? Are you going to do this again tonight? You going to talk like this?
Yeah.
Like you Kubinite?
Yeah, all night long. Yeah, all night long. You gonna get angry
What's
at
the moon?
11 or at 9 p.m.?
What's the
Looks like a
moon?
big old rock in space.
Oh, to you.
Yeah. I think to anybody that
You don't have any evidence for that, right?
Yeah,
Just a
look at
big old rock in space.
Yeah, it looks like a rock. It's got
Maybe it's cheese. It looks like cheese to me.
Dude, it might
Looks
be
like
a big
Swiss
old floating
cheese.
piece of cheese. It's got holes and shit.
Oh,
in it,
okay.
and shadows on
So
it.
what does that have to do with anything?
How can it be self-illuminating and have like shadows in its
Your
craters?
Kubinite. Who said it? Are you saying it's self-illuminating?
No. I'm just throwing out.
Oh,
I'm just dispersing any potential claims somebody might make.
do you have any? It sounds like you got a flat Earth model. Can you show that for us?
No, I don't have any flat Earth model. I don't think anybody has a flat Earth model.
You said you got a rock in space that's self-illuminating.
No, I said it doesn't look like it's self-illuminating. Or I say one would be able to deduce that I'm saying it's not self-illuminating. I know that might be
So
a
it's
hard
not
concept for you.
self-illuminating.
No, obviously not.
Okay. So it's a rock.
Yeah, big old rock it looks like.
Okay. And?
I'm just saying that's all it really appears to be, and it's
Okay.
more than two-dimensional.
It looks that way, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And?
I'm just saying.
Are you just coming in here to tell us what you think about the moon?
I think this. I'm just saying what is self-evident about the moon.
Oh. Okay. And?
Well, that's just it. Just saying what you want to say about it.
So you don't have anything else to add?
About the moon? I mean, what else is there to add? It looks like a big old space rock that is definitely not 2D.
Okay.
I can add something about the moon. If you're taking a moon side, you have to do something called a parallax correction, and only the moon. But that's at least interesting.
Wow.
That's profound, Bacon.
Thanks. Any idea what that is?
Refraction.
Or why is the refraction of the moon different than the refraction of any other celestial body?
Earthquakes and volcanoes.
Yep. Don't forget gravity, though.
And gravity.
So you guys didn't believe in gravity.
Go on then, Bacon. Why don't you tell us?
Oh, I can't. Oh, not on a flat Earth standpoint. Now that I'm a flat earther, I'm left with no explanation for that.
Oh, but obviously.
Do you have a flat Earth model?
Obviously, I'm fully aware that the Earth is a piece of land floating in the sky around other pieces of land floating in the sky, just like you. So, why don't you explain to me why the refraction is different?
I didn't say the refraction is different. He said that the parallax of the moon
Parallax, sorry.
is different than the other. Sorry?
Sorry, I meant parallax. I just heard refraction about 10 times.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, well, that would make sense if the moon is very much closer than the other celestial bodies.
Oh, is that it? I thought you were going to tell me something more foundational.
Well, that's the main thing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, parallax is going to affect nearer objects different to further objects. That is what parallax is.
Yeah. And the way you account for parallax depends a lot on the geometry that you're dealing with. Like if you want to account for parallax by going around a ball, and the parallax by moving over the same plane, you'd use different equations. I'll let you guess the one that's actually used.
How is parallax measured? What kind of units?
Degrees.
Oh, angles.
Mm-hmm.
From the surface of Earth?
How would you?
Sure.
Ooh.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, I guess you're done with that one.
Well, I said I was a flat earther already, so I'm not sure how that helps me.
They don't believe in simple concepts like tangents. That's the funny part.
Can somebody post for
Where's the tangent on Earth?
The high pitch ender, what it looks like to have a 90-degree from the sky on a ball again?
I'm gonna wait, dude. Might have to do this one yourself, Chief.
I mean, you kind of need it.
Oh, is that when you're using ChatGPT again? That's funny as hell.
I need help, guys. Who does Suiju sound like? He sounds like a character from Family Guy or American Dad, but I'm trying to think which one.
It's put in there. So
Which
yeah.
one's the retarded one?
Yeah, which one's the retarded one and which one's the 90 degrees?
No, I don't know. It's just Suji, man. Have you ever been told you sound like a character from one of those two shows?
No.
You do sound like. I'll think about it.
So waiting for your answer.
Oh, that thing? I'm not even looking at that because it doesn't involve a tangent, so it's a non sequitur, or a red herring, or a straw man, whatever you want to go with.
Oh, you just knocked out Globe Team 6. You know that, right? You just fucked them up.
Yeah.
Not really.
You sure did, dude.
Nope. Because you're asking to get an angle when we clearly say that we need a tangent, so you're just purposely not including a tangent in there, and you're also using ChatGPT. So if I were to use ChatGPT,
There's not a tangent?
Yeah, where's the tangent form in here? You're trying to get an angle to a curved surface, and we claim that we use a tangent to get a 90-degree angle. So again, straw man.
How is that ChatGPT right there?
Right there? Oh, it's accurate AI. My fault.
How is that picture I posted drawn by a chatbot?
No clue, dude. I don't use accurate AI. I can just see the response.
Anyway, yeah, somebody drew that, and I'm just posting it for you.
Cool. So what happens if they add a tangent? What do you think that what do you think the accurate AI would say?
Your honey Daza says the one on the left is correct, and the one on the right says that both are correct.
Well, he's probably wrong because you need a tangent. I mean, when you're mapping
what is a tangent?
With a when you're mapping it out with a compass, it has that effect.
All right, you guys need to go at it now. This will be funny.
I'd rather you just respond to it.
That's not what I said, man.
I know they like to put words in other people's mouths all the time.
What's the definition of a tangent?
It is a straight line that intersects a circle at one point.
It doesn't have to be a circle. It can be a curve.
Sure. It can be
What's
a curve.
the angle at that tangent?
What is the angle at that tangent?
Yeah.
90 degrees to the center.
It's a point.
No.
You can't have any angles.
Yeah, if we're applying it to a circle, it is 90 degrees at the center. I'm sorry. It forms a it is perpendicular to the line that you would draw out from the center.
You're
or
still
the radius,
sorry.
I should say.
You're still sorry because it's just a point, as you said the first time.
Tangent line, right? No, a tangent again is a line that intersects a circle in this case at one point. And the way you get a degree to a tangent is forms a 90 degree, or it is perpendicular, one might say, to the radius. And you know this. Everybody that's past 9th grade geometry knows this.
And you don't have
or
a
you
radius.
might actually know this.
And you don't have a radius, so you don't have that. Once again, you guys defeated yourselves.
I don't have a radius? I think I can easily derive a radius. I just simply follow the 1 in 60 rule that's impossible to represent on a flat surface.
Yeah, when people from mathematical, people that are doing mathematics talk about angle between curves, they mean the angle between the slopes of those curves at their intersection.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just instead of always saying the angle between the slopes of the curves at their intersection, we just say the angle between the curves. That's just a shorter way to say
Yeah,
it.
the derivative. Yeah, you define the derivative, you get the slope at that one particular point, and then boom, you can get your tangent there. And then you can get
so for example.
Okay, boom. For example, that picture I posted, go ahead and give me that angle.
Which one?
Which one?
The one that's on the bump, on the curve. The line coming down. Let me know what that angle is right there.
To the tangent, it'd probably be 90 degrees.
What tangent?
A tangent that you would form by
I didn't form one. You don't form a tangent by dropping a string with a lead weight on it. No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I can.
You're forming a ground position, which is on a flat plane.
Yeah, and if you have it, like, it could be as easy as you getting a fucking protractor and just figuring out where on that little protractor that weight's going to go down. And you just match it up with 90 degrees, and then boom, now you have your tangent. Not very hard, my friend. Again, 8th and 9th graders do this, and they understand it.
So you agreed you need a flat plane, and then you said you have to use a protractor to get that angle.
I never said a flat plane like
sounds
we're standing
fucking
on. What I say is we
ridiculously
use a
retarded, man.
tangent. We use a tangent. The field that is under us is not flat, which is why we need to form the tangent in the first place. If the Earth was actually flat, I wouldn't have to bother forming a tangent.
It's
Yeah,
never
you're there.
formed.
Yeah, you're right. It's in our imagination, right? We're not actually like in like a was it a domain expansion, a tangent line, and so we just have to math it in that there's a tangent here.
Or you don't. You just use what you're supposed to use, a triangle.
So if I were to give you, okay, so cool. Can you demonstrate to me how on a flat Earth celestial navigation works with the same math that people use every day?
What the heck are you talking about?
Yeah, can you demonstrate how celestial navigation could work on a flat Earth? Can you come up with some math for that?
Uh-oh. What are you talking about?
Does celestial navigation work?
Well, how's it done?
How's it done? Well, we get angles to stars, and we have a linear relationship that we use for all of their relationships. Now, if you
Okay.
could demonstrate to me how a linear relationship works on a flat Earth when engaging with distance and
Linear,
angles.
so not a curve. Okay, yeah, straight line.
So this is you not understanding what we mean by linear, but I understand you didn't pass 7th grade, I think they teach. No, 6th grade they introduce linear relationships.
You're going to be drawing straight lines no matter what you do, dude.
So if I have a 2-to-1 ratio that stays the same, is that a linear or nonlinear?
So how do you draw triangles on a sphere?
So I'm just going to ask you again because you seem to be avoiding the question. If I have a 2-to-1 ratio that
It
remains
doesn't
the same
matter.
at every
It has
step,
nothing
is that
to
a
do.
linear
It has
or nonlinear
nothing
relationship?
to do with celestial navigation.
It quite literally has everything to do with celestial navigation.
You're taking an angle to a star, and that's it.
And what does that angle tell you?
How high it is above the horizon.
And what does that angle tell you?
Well, once you do the math, you know where its ground position is at.
Oh, and what does that tell us to us?
Wait.
Here it
Once
comes.
you do the
Grand wizard man.
Once you do the
It
math,
all
you
blows
get
down.
your ground position.
Hold on, boys. I got this one. So I'm going to ask you.
Do 3 points, and you'll get your ground position.
So hold on. When I get that angle to the star, am I using that angle or no?
You have to subtract your height to the sea level, to your eyes.
So I get its complementary angle, and that's the angle I use, correct?
So you're using the horizontal plane, the horizon, at that point.
So I'm using the complementary angle, correct?
What's the complementary angle?
Oh, let me see. I always get complementary and supplementary. Let me double check. That way we're on the same page. That way there's no misinterpretations. Yeah, I was right. So you get the complementary angle. And what is the complementary
What's the
angle tell us?
complementary angle? What is it?
It is the 90 degrees minus the star, like the angle to the star.
90. So horizontal plane.
So, sure, if you want to play this game, so let's go on to the next step.
I learned that in middle school.
So hold on. So Radwin, what does the complementary angle tell us? See, he goes quiet now. He talks all this shit and then he wants to be quiet.
Wait a minute.
Matthew explained like an hour ago.
Oh, I wasn't here an hour ago.
No, I'm talking about talking to you and talking to them. Like they already got the explanation of it. I think they forgot already.
Oh. So I'll answer for him. It tells us in nautical miles. It can easily be converted into nautical miles how far away we are from the ground position. Now, if he can show me how a linear relationship between nautical miles and angles works on a flat plane, that'd be fucking fantastic. But he can't do that.
Wait a minute. Just it doesn't work. Just I'm curious. Linear relationships. So 2 straight lines.
Sir, do you know what a linear relationship is? Here, I'll even show
Tell me
you.
about it.
No problem.
Tell me about it.
In this diagram, we have a linear relationship on a curved surface. So
What
not a straight
diagram?
line. This one I'm posting.
What
to you right
diagram?
here. Right here. So again, do we need to go back to the 6th grade where 11 and 12-year-olds learn about what a linear relationship is?
Eucubinite.
Here, I'll even pull up Excel. Give me a second.
Hold on a second. It's not loading for me.
He's pulling out Excel.
Yeah, no problem. I'll come up with like a linear relationship table in like 4 seconds and see if he understands.
Crazy how
The
Ryan was
arrogant,
talking so much, but now he went quiet.
the arrogance in this guy's voice, thinking he's smart because he learned a whole system that's a lie, is actually comical. I'm glad
So this
they're
isn't a
letting this
system.
guy talk.
So this isn't a system that we use to navigate and have been using like for the last 3,000 years to
Hey,
navigate.
guess what? Guess what? They used that system before they even knew about it being a ball, bro. Shut the fuck up. You're an idiot. You think you're smart because you have all these answers and Excel spreadsheets and fucking diagrams. Get the fuck out of here, bro. They were using that system way before they were like, hey, guys, it's a ball. Before your dumb shit measured it with sticks
And
and
how far
shadows.
were they? And how
Get the
far were
fuck
they
out of
going?
here, bro.
And how far were they?
Hey, dude, I
And
have
how far?
I have hair on my nuts older than you are, bro. Get the fuck
You
out of
should
here.
probably shave every now and then.
Your mom. I'll let her mom shave it. Don't trip. Next time I see her, don't trip.
Okay, so I
But I'm
just posted a table with a linear relationship.
I just still want to say. I still want to say though, you're wrong, dude. But they're letting you talk, but you're wrong, dude. Everything you're saying with your arrogance, fucking, like I could see your,
Should be easy to disprove them. Should be easy.
Letting him dig a hole. Don't you get it?
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm glad. But go ahead. I'm just letting you know. But go ahead.
So here, I'll make 2 tables, and you can tell me which one. Here, I'll delete this one, no problem. I want it to be a quiz, but you probably haven't read this table, so it's fine. I'm going to ask you which one has a linear relationship.
Yeah, Apocryphon. This guy's just filler until a new person comes in here. So like he's always going to be in here. He's always going to be triggered by.
He just gets
by
the
himself.
red mic as soon as a Glober speaks up. Anyway.
Yeah.
You know they tried to Google my accurate AI, right? That's my own.
Weren't you the guy that dodged the question earlier?
Yes. Like literally like 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, I'm running in and out all the time. That's why I don't respond sometimes because I'm not always
Convenient.
right here. Let's see what accurate AI says. Uh-oh. I guess you can't form a 90 degrees with a line pointing at a ball.
What's really interesting about celestial navigation, though, is all the correction tables that they have to have because of the Earth not being a perfect sphere.
Yeah, and how far off are those corrections?
I don't know, honestly.
Wait. What correction? What correction for the Earth being not being perfect sphere is used?
So he's right, very slightly. Like
No.
within seconds or even minutes, if that, not even a full minute, like half a second.
No.
Just enough to get you lost.
There are no.
Oh, not at all.
There are no corrections for Earth not being a perfect sphere.
Uh-oh.
There should be if we use geocentric latitude, which we don't. We use geodetic latitudes, so we don't have to do any correction for that.
All right, so I'm going to post you 3 graphs. Should be really easy. We understand linear relationships, and I know flat earthers always think, oh, hey, line, right? Because that's all they remember. But let's see if they can just take a look at a table and tell me which one has a linear relationship.
Found it.
Which hold on, hold your tongue. Let them read for a little bit. Let their brains function. Has anybody else gotten the answer?
You're asking what line of the table has a...
Yeah, which one of those 3 tables I presented? Here, I'll even color code them, no problem.
You mean which one of the columns?
Do what?
I can see
Rows.
five
Rows. Which one of the rows?
lines. Sorry,
No,
4
I asked
lines.
which
Or
one of the
group of
tables
rows.
here. I provided 3 tables. I'll even color code them, no problem.
There are 4 lines with a linear
Provided one
growth.
table.
They stopped color coding for me past elementary school.
Well, time to circle back to it. So is it going to be the red table, the yellow table, or the green table that shows a linear relationship?
I'm going green.
You're
We're
going
going
green?
green, baby.
Are we going green?
What does that mean?
Good. So very good, class. So green represents a
Okay.
linear relationship. Now with a linear relationship, that means as one increases at a constant rate, the other one also increases at a constant rate. Now, when we take a look at celestial navigation, it follows the 1 in 60 rule, which tends to say that for every
Right.
60 nautical miles, the star's angle changes by 1 degree, which nobody on the flat Earth side has been able to demonstrate to me on a flat surface.
So all that happens in the sky then.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Well,
it.
yeah. Sky and the ground.
No, the ground's flat.
So you can demonstrate to me how on a flat surface you can get a linear relationship with change of like distance on the surface?
Well, you need a flat surface to have that straight line to get
Cool.
your
So you
angle
can.
going
So it
up
should be
to have
really
your
easy to.
linear relationship.
So it should be really easy to demonstrate to me. Then can you do
Sounds
it?
like it. Sounds like it.
Yeah. Can you do that for me with your SolidWorks that I know you use?
Wait a minute. So
a triangle?
Multiplying they're subtracting from 90, correct?
So show me.
They're subtracting from 90, correct?
Yeah, with each one.
Okay. And then they multiply that times 60.
Mm-hmm.
And that gives you the distance to the GP.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what's the problem?
So I'm asking you to demonstrate that for me on a flat surface.
Well, earlier you said ground position requires a flat surface, and you said,
When did I say that?
Just like that. And now you're saying that
No,
goes
I'm
to
merely
ground position again, so that's the flat surface. How many flat surfaces?
So can you demonstrate that for me in SolidWorks?
What do you want me to draw? A straight line with stars above it pointing straight down?
No, I want you to come up with like in SolidWorks, like I don't know, that'd probably be good to have a star and a flat surface and maybe like 5 or 6 observers at equidistance from each other, and show me how you can show a linear relationship with distance and angles.
That's a tough one. I haven't seen any artists on the flat Earth side so far. No drawings of a flat Earth.
Oh, Talon already beat me to it. The correct answer is you can't.
You can't draw triangles in SolidWorks?
No, if you take a look in the side, it's impossible to show me a linear relationship between distance and angles on a flat surface.
That's crazy.
And you as a SolidWorks guy, you should have run into this, unless you're just like a half-ass like mechanic that bought the software.
You can't afford SolidWorks.
Probably I could.
Actually, you probably cannot.
Let's see.
I got a question. Like it took me 2 days since I started hearing about this celestial navigation stuff to start getting results to be able to solve celestial navigation fix. We've been in this discussion for like at least 2 years. Where's the first cell nav fix from a flat earther? Because I can't find it.
Say again?
Cell nav's
I'm
always
asking-
been done on a flat Earth. It's never changed since the beginning of time.
Yeah, says flat earthers, but flat earthers can't solve a celestial navigation.
So
that
so
sounds
only-
fishy to me.
So all sailors were Globers? Is that what you're saying?
This shit's only $4,000. That's not that bad.
Oh,
No,
that's
you don't have
that's
to-
the cheap version.
Do what?
You don't have to be a glober to do sailing. You have to be a glober to figure out where you are based on star angles. which doesn't mean sailor.
Yeah, this is standard version, $4,000. Not
Yeah,
bad.
it's
Not bad
not
at all.
what I have. I have the good one.
Which one you got?
Enterprise.
Enterprise. Let's look that up. So you probably got a work discount?
I got all the doodads that go with it. Electrical, everything I want.
So less than 3,000 a year? That's about like half as much as I spend on computers a year.
Yeah, and we have how many of those out? 300 of those licenses out.
I don't know if it's just me, but it doesn't seem like anyone's really disproving sewer at the moment. We're all just kind of in class right now.
In class doing what?
Back at it, I guess, a little bit of review.
He can't do right angles on the surface of a ball, so he's done.
Well, you can do a tangent.
Yeah. It's again what we say every time, but the guy who supposedly spends $3,000 on a SolidWorks a year doesn't understand what a tangent represents.
You said you need the radius.
Sure, which we can derive from the stars.
No.
Yes.
Eclipse, you said that the tangent intersects the circle, but that's not how it's defined. In fact, it says it doesn't intersect.
Yeah,
It touches it. That was the wrong word.
Yeah, maybe I used the wrong word. My mistake. It touches it at one point.
Right. So, do you have a 90 where it touches?
Yes, you have a 90 where it touches.
Do you have a 90 with a straight line against a sphere?
Yeah, because you have your radius, I'm sorry, I'll correct myself. It forms a 90 degree to the radius at that point. So if you draw a line from the very center, where you are.
That's to the center, right? That's not a tangent. Not a tangent.
So again, you're right. That's not the tangent, but the line that is perpendicular to that is the tangent.
Center of what sphere?
Well, the tangent's the size of your feet. So, think about the tangent as your feet are the tangent, and so if your feet are perfectly flat, then you can just send a line from the base of your feet straight forward, and then that's how you would get your angle.
Straight forward towards the horizon, right?
Or your triangle, I mean. Right. So you do the straight line from your feet. Because you're standing, because you got to assume we're all standing on a radius all the time, assuming we're on a sphere.
Are on the same plane with the horizon where the sky meets the ground. Yeah, that same flat plane. I get it.
Right. We can just the whether or not that's real isn't important. The important part is the angle from our position to the star. And so you think of it's just like when you're trying to calculate the radius for a curve, you have to assume a circle. Even though you only have a part of a curve, you still assume a circle of 360 degrees to get the radius. And so the same thing applies to measuring your position on the sphere, is that you're just pretending that there's a tangent, and then you use that tangent to get your angles of the star, and then boom, you know where you are on the globe.
So it's a tangent plane.
Yeah,
because you're technically standing on the point where the tangent is touching.
How 7,000 years ago? Why did they decide they needed to create all that shit? When did they decide they lived on a ball? At what point?
Because it started to work. And
it
worked.
Hold on, when the Greeks
it didn't work. So nothing worked. They were always lost and fucked up, and then they decided it was a ball, and then everything worked out.
When the Greeks began to travel more than 200 miles out, and they saw that their rule no longer existed, and they discovered new constellations the further south they went, and they came up with math that was actually far more accurate.
Bingo.
200 miles.
Yeah,
that would mean that you're measuring a star that is not in the accurate within the accurate range.
Remember, this dude has been known to be 90% wrong.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not even worried about it.
He thinks if he makes his voice go high in inflection, that he's right, but we proved him wrong.
I'm still waiting on you to show me that
dozens of times, maybe 50 times now.
You haven't been able to correct me on one thing, and yet you still haven't even opened up SolidWorks to show me what I'm asking for. So, put your money where your mouth is. Put that $3,000 a year program to use, and show me a linear relationship between distance and angles.
Walk the walk.
No, walk the walk, or eat crow, dude.
Yeah, can you fucking stream that? I want to see that happen.
Like time.
On that program.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. You're not gonna
listen.
see
Oh,
it.
I wonder why. I wonder
Oh
why.
no, he can't do it.
Oh, so you want me to dox myself?
What's wrong?
No.
Oh, well, this guy wants me to.
What, sharing the app is going to dox yourself? Can't you just put it in a location that you don't live? I'm just curious how it's going to dox you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you don't know how SolidWorks works.
It has your usual name, like in the top right, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, just kind of like with Word. However, you can just do a screen capture and narrow it down over the point that you're working with.
That would work. That would be cool.
Yeah.
I would
I'd like
accept
to
a
see it.
screenshot. Yeah. He can screenshot.
Oh, no, not a screen capture. I'm sorry, virtual cam that you can just narrow down. You can use OBS, and everybody's
Easy.
fucking got OBS.
I mean, if he can work that software, of course he can work OBS.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know, dude. OBS is quite daunting to use. Setting up a whole virtual cam or a virtual cam, might prove too much.
I guess a screenshot would suffice either way too.
Yeah.
I just want to picture this thing, honestly. I mean, like, I know Globers, they're really blessed to have a lot of good, like, artists within their, like, ranks, but the Flat Earthers don't have a single one yet.
I mean, you got to have artists to make globe shit up.
I was just about to say that. Like,
I guess you
need
could say
to
we're
have a bit of
artistic.
imagination. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what else are you going to do? You can only imagine it and draw from your imagination and hope others agree with you.
Yeah, no more chanting science.
Did I hear like that Indian song in the background?
That's your background.
I don't hear any noise, so.
Somebody was jamming.
So are we waiting on a drawing, or?
Yeah, I'm holding my breath, dude. I'm turning blue.
I don't think it's coming.
Oh.
Oh, I'm not drawing shit for you guys.
Is that round 1 to Globers, or?
Yeah, that's around like 9, 10, and 11 to Globers right there.
Yeah, draw something in SolidWorks and that proves flat Earth. You're stupid.
Yeah, dude. Apparently the math works on a flat Earth. So can you demonstrate to that in SolidWorks?
They have math.
No, obviously not. They can't make it work in SolidWorks of all things.
Is there one example of intersecting circles of equal altitude working on the same plane? Like, as a working method to get your position? Is there any single example of that? Anyone? I mean, there's been 2 years. There should be at least one at this point.
I feel like we gotten to the point where we've exhausted their current roster of people who can defend the flat Earth.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine if they don't have, but at least you shouldn't come with the claim that this is how celestial navigation works, or that this must be how celestial navigation. I mean,
Well, the thing is,
if I would
everybody
be in
knows
that
this isn't
position,
how distances are actually measured on Earth, and like this is angle magic. So go ahead.
Can you tell us how, Jerry? Can you tell us how Theodolites work?
Yes, but I'm not. You can look it up.
Yeah.
Can you do that right now? Tell us. Can you tell us in your words how Theodolites work?
Just layman's terms.
Just tell us in like your own like interpretation of what they do.
No,
like
not
those
gonna
people on the surveyors. You know, and you're
I don't
often see them on the
trolls.
road.
I don't feed trolls. Sorry.
It seems like a pretty relevant question. I'm not trying to troll you. I just want to hear what you think about what Theodolites do. I'd like to learn.
Well, then you can look it up.
I know, but it's just like they don't. Google is not very good.
That's too bad, isn't
He
it?
just keeps saying stuff about angles.
Google's pretty globe-sided, if you ask me.
I heard that people use them for as telescopes for looking over hundreds of miles.
Okay, so it's like a telescope.
That's what I heard. It's a telescope for looking over hundreds of miles.
Yeah, you can look it up. See, this is what happened last time. I asked you how they work after you brought them up, and you wouldn't answer me. And now you want me to answer your question. So
No, that's not what happened. I asked you. I said the Theodolites measure angles, and you said no. And then I said, "Well, what do you think that they do?" And then you wouldn't
I didn't say that. I didn't
That's
say
what you
that.
said. I mean, that's
No,
what happened.
I asked
That's what you're
you-
doing now. You're still not
I
telling
asked
us
you-
what it is.
I asked you what plane does Theodolites measure angles on? Which planes? And you couldn't answer.
I said the Earth surface. I keep saying
No,
the surface
that's
of the Earth.
Wrong again.
What? How?
See?
What
Yeah,
are you
that's
measuring,
wrong.
my dude? Like,
See,
how is that wrong?
You cannot answer. You should look this up.
Okay.
Which
Did you just
planes?
say they
They
measure
measure off of level. Measure
Didn't
off
he
of
just,
level.
sorry, I don't even know what Theodolites are, but don't they? Didn't he just say they measure off of the plane of the Earth?
No.
Like a
That's
surface
not-
is a plane, isn't it? Isn't the
That's
surface
not
of
how
a
it
plane
works.
like this? Pretty much the same thing.
Well, wait.
Not how it works.
So you're saying that Theodolites don't measure angles on the surface of the Earth?
They don't use the surface of the Earth as a plane of reference.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not
What do
you-
they? What do they use as a plane of reference?
You should look this up.
I'm trying to, but you obviously know, so save me some time.
No.
Okay. Well, where can I find this information?
Go to
Google.
ChatGPT.
Yeah,
Ask-
ask how
I
do
know
you
ChatGPT
Theodolites
makes
work?
things up. I don't trust it.
How
The
do-
first
how
page
do
of Google,
Theodolites
ChatGPT does
work?
not make things up. You're fucking retarded. It uses real data and statistics from the fucking internet, like any AI would. It uses training data, which is real facts. It does not.
Wow. I didn't even know it doesn't. It's
Yeah,
from
go back to your Rocket League match,
2021,
buddy.
and it doesn't go and do any searches unless you pay for it.
Yeah, it's
If
like
you
really good
speak
for
really
history
fast.
and just like random, like how to change a toilet.
It's
Jaskin
good with
or
text
some shit.
interpretation.
Here, I'll type it in for you. What do you want to know? How Theodolites work? What's that?
No, they measure something. I want to
Okay,
know what a Theodolite
since you
mentions,
don't
and
know,
no one
I'm
will
gonna
tell
get-
me.
Since you don't know, I'm going to get you the information.
Okay, cool.
Well, Jerry said that I was
horizontal
wrong.
He's not good at
angles.
drawing.
Jerry says that I was
measures
wrong,
hor-
but he won't tell us what's the right answer is. So it's
What
like-
did you
It
say?
it measures the horizontal and vertical.
What did I
angles.
say that you were wrong about?
Yeah, something about a plane not being a surface.
I said they don't use the surface of the Earth as a reference plane. That's what I said.
Okay. Well, what reference point do they use?
Look it
You
up.
should look it up. That's right, asshole.
Oh,
That's right,
well,
asshole.
See, we're back right, and like I
Look
said,
it up,
this is he proved me right. He tells me that I'm wrong, but then he won't tell me the right answer. How do you know I'm wrong if you don't even know the answer?
Because I already
Tell
looked it
him.
up.
Wait, if you
You-
looked it up, can you just
Are
give me a
you
link
using
to
a
where I can read
Theodolite?
it?
I don't feed trolls. Sorry.
I'm not a troll. I really
Yeah.
want to know what a Theodolite does.
I'm
Well,
not
then
trying
you
to
should
troll.
really look it up.
I have
It's
looked it
very
up. I
simple.
read the whole
Should've
Wikipedia
been done
page,
by now.
and I read the whole Wikipedia page, which is
Okay, what did
reasonably
it say?
short, and I still don't see
What did it say?
what they. It looks like they measure angles between things,
Angles along which planes?
vertical and horizontal planes.
Oh, there you go. Very good. That was easy, wasn't it?
No, I don't
Okay, well.
understand.
What does that mean?
Vertical and horizontal planes. Right now, horizontal doesn't curve, does it? And neither does vertical.
Well, where do those where are you getting those planes? Those vertical and horizontal planes from?
Reality.
Wait, wouldn't the
Alright.
horizontal plane be a tangent to the surface of the Earth?
It would
Which
just be
either
a-
is a circle or it's not, a sphere or it's not.
Uh-oh.
I don't care. But wouldn't that plane be a tangent to the surface of the Earth?
Well, it measures.
How would a
angles
plane
along
be
the
tangent to
horizontal.
the surface?
It's tangential.
That's easy.
It's just angles along
Tangential.
a
I
horizontal.
posted it for you. I posted it for you how they
Cool.
work.
Where can
Go
I see
ahead.
it?
Yeah, go ahead. There you go.
Oh no, this doesn't seem to have the answer to the question I'm asking.
Oh, because it says it creates horizontal planes. You didn't like that? That's how
No.
they work.
Like we've gone past that bit.
Oh, you look
Like
through
you're-
them. Okay, you look through them. How's that? Use your eyes. That's how they work.
Wait. I don't understand why you're getting so abrasive and aggressive.
Oh
I
my
just want to
goodness.
know what
Tone
they.
policing is your last resort. It's not going well for you.
I'm not tone policing.
Yes, you are. Oh my gosh.
Okay. My question has nothing to do with whether the Earth is a sphere or not.
What is your question?
I just want to know what they do. And you're saying they don't measure against the plane of the surface of the Earth.
No, they don't.
Okay. So what horizontal plane are they using if not the
The
plane
plane-
that is tangential to the surface of the Earth at their location?
The plane that is established by the instrument. Very
Okay,
simple.
how does it do that?
I posted it for
Spirit
you.
level.
Read.
Where
How
did
to
where
do
in
it.
what you posted?
Set
Where-
up. It says
where-
set up, how to set it up, sighting, how to do that, measuring angles, number 3. Just real short and brief. Read it.
It doesn't tell you the answer to the question I just asked. It literally doesn't answer it.
I just read the thing he posted and I did not find the answer for you either, boss. So I'm a little confused here.
What's the question?
Yes, how does
What plane?
Theodolites work?
What horizontal plane does a theodolite use?
It creates its own.
It develops one. You create
Okay.
one. That's part
How
of your
does it
setup.
develop or create a horizontal plane?
With a
It
spirit
has a
level.
spirit level in it, dude.
Yeah, levels. It says right in there.
I've been shouting for the last 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, Bacon even answered you for crying out loud, dude.
Damn, dude.
Wait,
Well, ask him about the non-bubble levels and why you have to make a dip correction string.
No, what? I don't even know what we're
I wanna know what the
talking
bubble
about.
does. What's
Sorry,
the bubble level do?
What bubble are you talking about?
Yeah, he doesn't even know what a theodolite is. Don't confuse
I don't
him with
even know what a
bubble.
theodolite is. Why
No.
so?
You guys should get along great.
He's not sure why yet he's supposed to be idolizing Theodolite.
Like I just want to know how it finds the horizontal plane.
With a level.
Okay.
2 points of equal elevation.
Okay.
Straight
2
line.
points of. So how does it do that?
It just does it. What do you mean? How does it do it? It just does it.
You must not have read the response because it was posted in a
Okay.
later. You said that's not answering. Dude, what is up with your yammering?
What sentence or paragraph?
Did you
in
read
that?
it?
Yes, every
Well, look
word.
At 2. Look, 2 dot. That seems to be the answer to your question.
Sighting. Through an optical system, the user sights a target, such as a survey pole with a prism or specific point on a structure. The optical system has crosshairs for precise alignment. That tells you how it calculates a vertical plane? I mean, a horizontal plane?
Well, what else is that?
That has nothing to do with the horizontal plane.
Number 7.
Not a single word in. Oh, number 7. Sure, let's read that instead.
It's line of sight. What do you think that is?
Calculations. The angles measured by the theodolite can be used to calculate the distances and elevation between points using trigonometry. Where does that tell me how it calculates a horizontal plane?
What is a horizontal plane?
Wait, it doesn't calculate a horizontal plane.
Okay,
It simply
calculate is the
aligns
wrong
itself.
word. Sure. How does it align itself? Whatever.
But there's a spirit level in the tool.
What
and
what
then
is
you
a
calibrate
spirit
it
level?
Go back to number 2.
It's that thing. It's that thing where you have a bubble inside, and if it's not level, then the bubble goes to the ends of it, and if it's level, the bubble stays in the middle. You know that thing?
It's actually in number 1, setup. You read that part, tells you
Okay,
how.
put the theodolite on a tripod and leveled. That is the key question. How is it leveled accurately?
What's a spirit level?
Do you know what a spirit level is?
No.
Okay. Have you
Holy
ever
cow.
been to like a
I'll
construction
post the
site?
picture.
Or
Oh,
has your
he's-
father ever built something? Maybe your
Has
dad has
anybody
one.
around you ever built anything ever in your life?
Never.
It says a spirit level or electronic
one of those little
sensor
bubbly
to aid
things. Got
in
it.
this
It uses
process.
one of those little bubbly things. Thank you.
There
What's
you go.
the process? I think we're asking for the process.
2 points at the ends of the level need to be at equal elevation. Then the bubble's in the middle. That's it.
How do you know when points are at equal elevations?
When the bubble's in the middle.
No, that's when it's 2 points need to be at equal elevation and the bubble's in the middle, or the bubble's in the middle, so the 2 points are.
He's confused on how even levels work. So
I am, yes.
Theodolites are not going to be a good next stepping stone for him.
When
Way too advanced for you, bro.
When the ends of the level are at the same exact height,
The bubble's in the middle.
then the bubble will be in the middle. Yes.
Yeah, that's how I thought they worked.
Good to go.
Okay, now you have a level theodolite. Next, there's your horizontal plane.
Cool, thanks.
I think we're all done here.
Theodolites debunked again.
You see, Talon? You see how
I mean, just
difficult that was? You could have just looked
what?
it up.
No, I mean that was pretty complicated because I mean we just know that
it's very simple actually.
They tried to make it complicated.
Well, we just know you're just saying that the theodolite is level. So now,
Yeah.
how do you know that?
Well, if it's
so where
not,
is the
you're not-
where does the
you're-
plane?
you
Where,
need to
how do you get the plane
establish-
now? Where does the horizontal plane come?
Yeah, you need to establish a plane to work from in the first place. So, sorry.
All right, where's that coming
Well,
from?
wait,
Where does that
wouldn't
come from?
Sorry, Talon. If you
Yeah, go ahead.
set bubble E, if there are two bubbles, bubble A and bubble B, and you can get them to be level, do we agree?
Go ahead, Talon.
No, I'm talking to Talon. So you can have two bubbles, bubble A and bubble B, and they are level, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So if you fix bubble A in space and rotate bubble B around bubble A, maintaining that levelitude, I don't know what the right word for that is.
Oh, I see. They're
then-
both level the whole time.
Yeah, you keep it level as you rotate it around. Doesn't that create a plane?
Just the theodolite creates a plane,
Wouldn't that? Yes, that theodolite would then create a level plane.
like from its location.
At its location,
I
a
see.
plane that would be
Yeah.
that would be that would be perpendicular to the gravitational axis of the Earth at that location.
Whoa.
Oh, I see. So then the second point
vertical. It's okay.
would be. Oh, I see. And then the second point, because that's why they have the pole, because then the second point will catch that plane from its location.
No. The first point stays fixed, and the second point rotates around it at at the same height.
Whoa,
and that
wait
creates a
minute.
plane.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. The 2 points.
Pause on that.
Well, how does it
No,
rotate
it's
it?
more
Wait.
than 2 points.
Pause
It's
on that.
multiple points.
I
It's
can't tell if
multiple
he's trying
points,
to
right?
pass him the baton or swat it out of his hand. This is
It's point A, the fixed point, and point. It takes 3 points to define a plane. So you only need to find a point that's level with A and not on the same point as B. So 2 points that are level with A and A create a plane.
Yep. Okay.
welcome to
They're all
Flat Earth,
level,
guys.
because they all have their bubbles in the middle, and so they're all level.
No, the bubble is at A and B. The bubble between A and B is level.
Oh.
Right, so you take one of those bubble levels and you put one end on A.
It's posted in chat.
Okay, I get it now.
Does that make sense?
The points are on the ends of the level.
The point, the point is on the end, not at the center. I'm sorry, I understand the confusion. Otherwise it would make a line.
So whatever you guys want to come up with.
Yeah. The plane is the top of the level.
Yeah.
That you can use. That's the
Which
one.
is horizontal. Okay.
Yeah.
From that point that you're
Yes.
standing on. Okay. And so let's say the level's
It's
like
between- it's
100
between the
miles
2
long.
points.
What if it's like 100-mile long level?
It's between the two ends. All along that line created by the ends will be horizontal, a straight line.
Right. But it's just relative to the bubble in the middle of it.
No, it's relative to both ends.
Right. Oh, right. Okay. So what is that? That's our plane?
That line rests on a horizontal plane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Spin it around, make a circle.
Yeah.
Right, and that plane is what you measure the azimuthal angles on. That's it.
And then what are those? Those are the what are those?
Just angles.
From where? So those are more points?
They're just angles.
Are those more levels?
No.
Like how far off the bubble is? Like so if they're
No.
bubble, like that, do those lines have bubbles?
No.
No, they don't. Azimuthal
Just
angles don't have levels?
They exist on a azimuthal plane, which is horizontal. Take the angle along that entire plane. Big circle.
All right. How does that tell us what the surface of the Earth is.
It doesn't. But you used this as some kind of evidence last time, which is what I'm wondering. Like, why? All it does is measure angles.
Wait a minute. So you're saying it's like horizontal, but then and then there's azimuthal angles. So where are those? Like, where are those points? Are those points? Then you're saying they're not level. So where are they?
I didn't say that. Azimuth and horizontal is the same thing.
Azimuth and horizontal is the same thing.
No,
so
no, no.
everything's flat.
I don't think
That's
that's
not
true.
the same thing.
What?
Oh yeah, that's not the same thing.
The azimuthal plane is a horizontal plane.
I don't think that's true.
Wait a minute.
Are you sure that's true?
Is the direction measured in degrees
know it is.
clockwise from north on an
Azimuth.
azimuth circle?
The guy that doesn't know how levels work or Theodolites is now going to question you.
We're trying to learn.
Azimuth is
dude.
not a.
Yeah, I don't
azimuth
think
is not
an
a plane.
azimuth is a plane.
Yeah, it's a horizontal direction.
That's what I
But
just
it's not a
said.
plane. No, you said it's a plane. I'm saying it's
said
a
the
Oh my
horizontal
God,
direction.
what do you think horizontal is? Curved?
I didn't say that, but it's azimuth is specifically a direction, not a plane.
It's an angle.
Plane and
on
a direction
horizontal
aren't
plane.
the same
like
thing.
a compass. Is a
There you
compass an
go.
azimuth?
Yes. Yeah, a compass points to an azimuth.
Azimuth is north.
No,
North
that's
is an azimuth.
azimuth is zero. Yeah,
No,
north
is an
the
azimuth.
azimuth.
Oh, wait, hang on. True north is 0 azimuth. True east is 90 azimuth, and so on.
Oh, okay.
That's an azimuth. It's a direction. As 0 would be true north. And there's
It's
the
not a
azimuthal
plane,
angle.
right?
Well, it's a horizontal direction. So,
It's
if
a
you're pointing
line,
at something,
right?
No, because it's it only gives you a horizontal direction. So the vertical component of a direction doesn't affect an azimuth.
Yeah,
So
that would
an
be the
azimuth works
elevation, right?
Exactly. So an
Right.
azimuth works off of a plane.
Okay, an azimuth is a direction, which is a line, is it not?
Yeah, one azimuth is one line.
Right.
If you all possible azimuths give you a plane, which is what Jerry's referring to, an azimuthal plane.
Is that a thing?
Yeah,
Hold on, let me find it.
all possible azimuths give you a plane, which is horizontal. Because
Wait, are you sure
azimuth
that
is a
you would call
horizontal
that an azimuthal plane?
The angle between south and collector.
Well, let
plane
me double
is
check
the
it, but I
azimuthal
think so.
plane.
I don't
What do you
think
mean,
you'd call
are
that
you
an
sure?
azimuthal plane.
Okay, so yeah, it's
Same
posted
azimuth.
in there. You're on the ground, you look up at the thing, that's where they're both pointing from two directions. That plane across the top, there you go.
What is meant by azimuthal angle?
Yeah. Azimuthal angle is the difference between two azimuths. So, for example, if I sighted a target at the azimuth, let's say 40, and then I sight another target at the azimuth 10, then the azimuthal angle between those two is 30, because it's the difference in the azimuths. It's like how much I have to rotate around the vertical angle to go from one
Okay,
target
wait a
to the
minute.
other.
This guy says
That's an azimuth.
horizontal. This one says, what is meant by the azimuthal angle is just a core question. So this guy says, in a spherical coordinate system, the azimuth angle refers to the horizontal angle between the origin to the point of interest. In Cartesian coordinates, the azimuth angle is the...
Well, this can't possibly be correct because
Wait, no.
we're not talking about a spherical coordinate system, are we?
Actually, we are. Azimuth and elevation.
No. So we includes all of us.
Yeah, you just mentioned that the vertical component was elevation and the horizontal is azimuth, right?
Sure, that's a
Those
thing
two-
that I believe, but I can't imagine that other people believe that also.
No, that's not enough for belief. That's what those things are. Azimuth and elevation combined give you a spherical coordinate system.
Right. Some people don't believe that we live in a spherical coordinate
No,
system.
that has wait. That has nothing to do with the Earth.
Right, I understand.
spher-
And so they would never say that doing that on the Earth has any meaning at all, would they?
Oh, you have a point now. I think they actually do.
What are you talking
Right?
about?
They would never say that you should look at azimuthal angles when you're on Earth.
What are you talking about, dude?
That's a good question. What exactly the point is here? Because I'm a bit lost now.
Well, right. So generally, when people talk about azimuthal angles, they're speaking in a spherical coordinate system, right?
Yeah.
No.
So by talking about azimuthal angles, you are essentially saying that we exist on a spherical coordinate system.
No, dude.
No.
This is like Boy Scout level land navigation stuff. This is you just don't have any clue what you're talking about.
Are you sure?
No, he
Yeah, I'm
he
positive.
does, but that part is wrong.
Okay, so you would say that azimuth.
Wait, why the muting?
Because he has no clue how to even shoot an azimuth. So if I've got two people, me and you, we're standing a distance apart, we both shoot an azimuth to a, I don't know, some sort of geographical point, and we want to know how far away that is. He thinks now that means you curve the line you're standing on.
I don't think he's saying any of that. And
Does
we
it
are
dis-
having a cordial conversation. Like, why the mute? I don't think the mute was necessary.
He needs to work this stuff out before he starts. I mean, maybe it was a culture conversation, but this idea like, oh, you guys just confessed Earth being globe because you talked about an azimuth angle. Doesn't get it.
Yeah, I was
He
trying to
really
clarify
doesn't
that to
get it.
him. I was trying to clarify that to
Well,
him.
okay, well, how about
now
this?
he won't be
You
able
should
to
just
respond.
listen. You don't need to talk. You can just listen.
That's no fun.
Because Jerry kept on trying to get in. He kept interrupting him.
Yeah, basically, if you take a level and you attach a telescope to it, that's a theodolite. I mean, essentially.
Well, I'll try to explain the thing about spherical coordinate system to String. Can you then allow him to respond to me?
Yeah, I invite you guys to go to a different room at this point. Like, take the conversation someplace else.
Yeah, we live in a 3D Cartesian coordinate system, horizontal and vertical. There's no shape to that. The shapes exist within that.
Model inflicted mind. I mean, simple land navigation tasks. This is like 10 level Boy Scout stuff. Shouldn't be brain farted to the point where you think you live on a ball if you just shoot a basic azimuth to two locations. And then besides that, you're like, the whole idea of holding a compass flat and level. Not curved. Hey, String, I think he went down to another channel to talk to you. Apparently you got some questions he can answer for you.
But thanks, Talon. I don't think Talon's in here anymore, but he did bring up Theodolites, and I'm glad we got to straighten that out. At least for some people.
So you want to hear some of the batshit something level of batshittery I heard today?
Yeah.
Apparently, Elon Musk invented the superhero vehicle, the Tesla truck. is something you'd read about in comic books, like a Batmobile. Like, I'm like, dude, are you fucking like what? Like. So then I tried to say that this idea of stainless steel vehicles is nothing new. I mean, you got I always fuck this word up. The DeLorean, is that how you say it?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I go, is that another superhero vehicle? And I go, like, they played around with the stainless steel stuff at the very beginning of automotive, and they decided, like, no, it wasn't a good idea for lots of different reasons. And you could see that, how many problems Musk is having. Like, the truck is now 4 years behind schedule or something like that. But yeah, apparently the Elon Musk fan really thinks that he engineered like a superhero like vehicle.
What's the purpose of this vehicle? Like what makes it better than a Honda or something?
I'm not really sure. It's bulletproof. Bulletproof glass.
Bulletproof?
And, yeah.
Oh. Are those in big demand? Bulletproof cars for the average guy?
I guess so.
Man.
A lot of superheroes running around and Sting, you're supposed to follow Bacon to another room.
Maybe he's seeking.
He isn't here.
Oh, okay. He's still sticking to the tech chat. This was going to be a real good test of what exactly was going to happen. Did you two want to talk? Or you really didn't want to talk after all?
I just wanted to clarify one point so the conversation could move on. It's not that I just wanted to have a conversation with him. I just wanted to clarify one thing.
Yeah, give him a call. Just fire up the Discord and give him a call.
Easy call, boys. Let's go.
But the point was for the conversation on this voice chat to move forward.
So, Bacon, do you believe in God?
I'm an agnostic.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Okay, now, if you don't believe in God, then I have to ask, why would all the people who do believe in God lie? Why would they lie?
Well, I don't think saying something that is not necessarily true means lying. When you're lying, you're trying to deceive the other person, which I don't think people that are just wrong are doing. And they might be right. I mean, I can say for sure they're wrong.
So
Is
they're
there
in
a
on it.
conspiracy? Right, yeah. Is there a conspiracy?
Conspiracy? What do you mean?
Well, if it's not true, then why would they say it is?
Because they believe it is.
Because they just believe in it, right?
How about Truth Seeker? What was he muted earlier? He's asking good. Let's see what he's got. What do you got to say?
Muted him because there's a religious
I just asked if he
channel in
believes
the
in
server.
God, and then they muted me.
Oh, that's okay.
why
You're
did
the
they
guy
mute
you got. Okay, never mind. Yeah. The whole point. Do you have a point to make after that, or is it just?
Well, I was just trying to understand if he's an atheist, because if they're atheists, there's no point in trying to reason with them.
No, I would disagree with you. Atheist logic is the easiest way to explain flat Earth. I don't believe in heliocentric model or models, even more so when presented by systems of authority that are intertwined with state-sponsored religion, the Catholic Church and NASA. And then even better, you can talk to the atheist and get really quickly some sort of shared reality.
Yeah,
They'll
but
say they've rejected some 3,000 heliocentric models. I've rejected 3,001. So we're really only one model away from each other.
Yeah, but you realize everyone has a religion. When someone says they're atheist, what they actually mean is they believe in science.
Okay, dude, you're not tracking the conversation. You're supposed to steer it into flat Earth, okay? It's not atheism versus theism. There's a different channel for that. The way to do that is you ask somebody an identity question so you can speak to that identity, not at that identity. Do you understand, Truth?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Okay. How about there? Tooth is kind of can be a freakazoid sometimes. How you hanging in there, Tooth? What's got you triggered today?
Probably water. Maybe they're AFK.
Yeah, water. He generally does get worked up by water.
You know, light and gravity are some of the most fundamental things. If you can understand light and gravity, you can understand the whole universe, really.
The Reconor. Is that the Reconor, or is that like a? You there, Reconor?
Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
I've seen him post in the chat.
He's got this new account though, right? Because it used to be like a horse head or something.
Well, he used to have a green one.
Oh,
Now
okay.
yeah.
Get quad. Going deep. Manufactotum jumped on the GF6 or TT6. Trying to figure out if it's a vomit comet or a vomit rocket.
He said vomit rocket.
Yeah, it was a vomit rocket. It was like just that was an amazing event. It's like how much proof would it take to demonstrate you that this is not a rocket? It's an aeroplane, and it flies in these parabolic arcs. It's not actually doing zero gravity because he thought the vomit rocket or vomit comet rocket flew up in the air, went to suborbital flight, and then they did their zero gravity stuff, and then it came back down to Earth. I'm like, wow, dude.
Right.
Somehow, if you get to suborbital, it's just zero gravity there, but the plane's okay. I mean, I get it. A lot of these guys really don't have much knowledge coming into the debate. They think it's good. Oh, this is a quick kill. Look at these flat earthers. I got a quick kill here. Did you know that Elon Musk invented a superhero car? You're like, a what? He designed a special stainless steel that's bulletproof.
Like how as soon as someone says something, someone who's not on the ball side says something, the first thing the other person has to do is Google it. Like they're completely just ignorant of anything to do with the topic.
Yeah, that's the best part too. So like Talon never heard of taking an azimuth. Never heard of that word. He's like, how do you spell that shit? An azimuth angle. How do you? What's an azimuth angle? What the hell is that? And he ends up through his Google, his frantic Googling, ends up at Quora and just picks one of the answers he likes and then just starts reading it. And he thinks that's what we're looking for in this channel. Just people to randomly Google shit, click on Quora, and then just read it out loud. And he'll come back tomorrow, maybe even still today, and do exactly the same thing all over again.
So what would be the most interesting experiment you could perform to investigate the shape or nature of the realm? Like a long-range expedition directly south?
Well, experiment would determine that you have like a cause and effect. So what would be the cause of shape? I mean, in your worldview, what's the tree you're barking up right now?
The cause of a shape?
Yeah. Because you want to do an experiment. Is it just colloquial experiment, or are you talking about scientific experiment?
No, like colloquial investigation is probably a better term. Best thing you could do to investigate.
Well, what are you thinking?
I was thinking, like, what if you did like a really long expedition for as long as you can go directly south?
And then what?
Just keep going south, no matter what. Just keep going south.
And eventually south turns to north?
Would it?
Yeah, is that what you think would happen?
Oh, I didn't say I don't know what would happen. I don't have any suspicions. I have no clue at all. That's why sounds interesting.
Well, do you have a hypothesis? What would be the positive and the null?
Well, I would say either like you loop back around if the Earth is a globe, and if it's not, then you would reach either some kind of barrier, whether that be like the firmament or an ice wall or something. And if you got past that barrier, then maybe you'd find new lands, or maybe you'd find another barrier. Who knows?
What about just locally?
What do you mean?
Just walk locally. Or travel. How far would you travel?
Travel locally?
Yeah, like say if you walk 2 miles. Did you see a curve anywhere? Was there a curve that, like a hump of curve that you walked up around?
I don't know what you're getting at.
So you're traveling south. How far do you have to travel before you start detecting a curve of the Earth?
I didn't say anything about a curve.
Well, a shape, right? Your shape is either what, flat or curved? Or round?
Well, I meant more like I don't think traveling is gonna tell us anything whether there's a curve or not.
Why'd you bring it up?
Unless we're traveling like directly up.
Like up in the air?
Like vertical to horizontal. Vertically up. But if you're traveling at ground level or at like flying altitudes in an aircraft, it's not going to help you detect any kind of curvature. I was talking more about if you travel directly straight south, only south, for as long as you possibly can, and I'm talking like thousands and thousands and thousands of miles, what would you find? What would be there?
How would you know if you're going south?
Well, I mean, you could use a compass, but then you're relying on magnetic north. You could use the stars.
Well, yeah. How would you know if the compass is making you go just in a big flat circle instead of a big flat straight line?
Well, assuming if we take, like, let's say a flat Earth map, magnetic north lies at the center, right?
Based on.
Yeah, we're just talking about reality. We're not really getting into models.
Yeah, how do you know
Otherwise,
for sure that the magnetic north is the center? Has anyone gone that direction?
Exactly.
That's also an interesting question. What if you just went straight north until, like, your compass starts spinning or something? I don't know.
Yeah, which happens somewhere apparently in northern part of Canada.
Yeah. So a compass isn't the most reliable thing. What if we use celestial bodies instead?
Well, they move too, don't they?
Isn't the North Star fixed?
Looks like you got a lot of work on your hands.
As far as I know, it's, I mean, pretty much fixed. I mean, it moves a little, but I mean, not enough to, like, change that much.
How many stars is it?
The North Star?
Yeah, is it 1 star or 2 stars? 3 stars?
As far as I know, it's only 1 star.
How far away is it?
I can look it up. I don't know off the top of my head.
You don't have to look it up. Don't worry about it. It'd be like, how would you adjudicate how far it is? Like, without looking it up. See if you can get the same answer.
If I was intelligent enough, I'm sure you could use, like, Parallax or angular size. I don't know. I'm not intelligent enough to know. But why does it matter how far away it is?
Well, I'm saying if you're going to use this right here, this star, I'm going to look up at the sky and I see a light in the sky. And I think that light is telling me something about the surface of the Earth. My take of that is, cheese it. But maybe your take is, hey, that star's got it's got the insider baseball on how to navigate the world. And so I'm like wondering, how much other information do you know about that light in the sky? Maybe nothing, right? I mean, I don't know how far away it is. I don't know what it is at all. It's just a light in the sky, and it kind of moves, but doesn't really move. And if I look at it and walk towards it, it gets higher in the sky. And if I walk away from it, it gets lower in the sky. And at some point, it'd be directly above my head, but I've never been there. Don't know anyone who's been there. Don't know anyone who's planning to go there. There's apparently just a open water or something. Like where do you think the North Celestial Pole or Polaris lines up with on Earth? Where's that at?
Oh, yeah, like I said, I'm not intelligent enough. North Star, I think it. I don't know. I'm not sure where it lines up at. Do you know?
Well, you know that Santa Claus lives in the South Pole, but who lives in the North Pole? Is that Krampus?
I lost the internet, sorry.
Well, the Santa Claus was based on, like, a religious figure, though. So.
Yeah, or is it reversed, right? Santa Claus is from the North Pole?
But apparently, I mean.
No, Santa Claus is North Pole.
Yeah.
Okay. So, is there a North Pole where Santa Claus lives? What does that look like?
Yeah, are you trying to say since nobody's been there, it doesn't exist?
Yeah, I mean, does anyone ever go there? Or who travels that direction? Is it just a big ice cap or something, or what?
I mean, I've never been to Brazil. Does Brazil exist?
Do you know what it looks like though? Like, is there any like if I go to Brazil and if I land in the airport and go to Rio de Janeiro, but I mean, can I take an airplane? Like, what's a trip? What's the itinerary to get to the North Pole? What's step one? Step one is you travel from America to where? Where's the first leg of the trip?
I'm not sure without looking it up. I mean, can you take a hold on? Can you take a straight flight to the North Pole? I don't know. I can look it up. I mean,
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
let's-
Looking it up, it says it's inaccessible for most of the year, but it is possible to travel to the North Pole in June or July because the ice will be thinner. But in April, you can get there via helicopter. North Pole voyages start and end in Finland. So you'll have to charter a plane from Murmansk in northwest Russia if you want to board a ship.
do something. Yes, planes can fly over the North Pole. Many flights from North America to Europe and
A venture
North
of a
America
lifetime
to
is the website
Asia.
that will do it for you. The
And that's
$30,000 to $40,000 depending on what you want.
So it is possible then. I mean,
So do it up. Shit.
I don't have enough
Bring your
money.
compass.
You, yeah, give me the money and I'll go.
Give it to you. What are you,
Give me
some
the
sort of
money.
bum?
If I get the means, yeah, I'm I'm disabled over here. I don't even walk, so.
Oh, okay. This is more, I think, was it Lupus, right? Who was talking about it?
About what exactly?
About traveling to the poles and see what happens.
Yeah, I lost internet when I was talking about it. I said, like, isn't the North Star fixed? Like, aren't there celestial bodies you could use to, like, fairly consistently navigate?
Do you know that there's an address for Santa Claus? It's 123 Elf Road, North Pole, 88888.
Oh my god.
You could send a letter and just ask them, hey, Santa Claus, what's it like at the North Pole? Well, maybe you could write it Mr. Kringle.
Yeah.
You know, Chris Kringle.
Santa
And
Claus
NORAD
is
even
definitely real.
and NORAD even tracks them during the Christmas season.
Yeah, this is interesting. So apparently Santa Claus is 1,703 years old, but that's still quite young for an elf.
It's just Santa's an elf?
Yeah, I always saw
Santa's not
more of a
elf.
fairy, like a supernatural, like a tooth fairy or the Easter bunny. Like they belong to the fairy world.
Well, Santa's definitely supernatural, but I didn't think it was an elf. Damn.
Yeah, maybe that's some people's take on it, huh?
Clicking so hard, you're gonna finish before she does.
Yeah, so here, this is another good one. Here, Jerry, check this out. The post office has an official site for where to address your Santa Claus.
The post office.
Yeah, are they in on it?
Well, that is the government. Oh no. What do you think, guys? Are they in
So
on it?
now we got NORAD and the post office are in on it. So Washington D.C. post office, Operation Santa Claus. For this 111 years, the U.S. Post Office has run the program of accepting letters from around the country that can be adopted by anyone who has successfully registered. You've had a tough year and need some holiday magic? Write a letter to Santa.
I thought the whole Santa thing was geared towards like kids.
To get there in time, you must postmark your letter by the 11th of December. But you can start on the 20th of November.
Well, Crit,
I think
a couple of nights ago,
this just proves that the post office doesn't need more funding.
I asked Callan, like, why would they lie about Santa? And he said, for fun.
Yeah, for shits and giggles.
So now we have the answer. So whenever anybody asks why would they lie, we say for fun. They lie for fun.
Yeah, this is why NORAD will track Santa, so people will buy stamps to send it to leathers.
Lupus, your keyboard is like loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Probably just
I'll
gotta
mute
adjust
it.
it up a little bit.
Is it frantic Googling or video gaming?
I'm playing game, yeah. Let me fix it.
Perhaps he's playing League of Legends.
Whoa, how did you know?
I could just tell by the way you're hitting your keyboard.
Because it's LOL. Laughing out loud.
True.
Yeah, League of Legends, laughing out loud. It's really hard to tell the difference between someone who's playing League of Legends and someone who's frantic Googling. The sound effects are pretty close.
Just never mind. I mean, what do you suppose would happen though?
What?
If you could just do an expedition where you just went straight north or straight south as best as you could for as far as you could.
Well, I'd say give it a test run locally. Like, how far can you travel just going straight south? And then see if where the boundary is. Where do you stop at? Like right now, I'm facing north. So if I were to turn around and walk, I can probably get about 4 feet before I hit the wall. So I'm like, well, now what? Now you have to chop your way through it and keep going directly south, or does it change course and then move around the wall?
I mean, I'm sure even Google Maps would be fine if you're moving locally.
But the crux is, how would you know if you're going straight or not? I think this is a known thing that it's impossible for a human to walk in a straight line without any help.
Oh, yeah. You will be straying slightly one way or the other.
So what you'd need is 2 points, and then you just take the shortest distance, and that would be a straight line. And of course, you'd have to make sure you're staying horizontal. And the best way to know if you're going horizontal or not is just look at the water. Hey, Talon, you're back. Thanks for bringing up the Theodolites. I hope that cleared everything up for you. Figured out what an azimuth was. You figured out how a Theodolite establishes horizontal. Good stuff.
No, we didn't really get a chance to finish. Crit really kicked me out in the middle of when we
I was gonna let him stay as long as he just stayed on topic, but he couldn't do it. He just had to get that.
Oh, so you let him back in under?
No, it was just a DC, which I guess it only lasts. I don't know.
Right.
Was that like 20, 30 minutes or something?
So he still doesn't understand Theodolites. Good.
Yeah, he doesn't understand either. Like getting into a pissing contest with moderators is just dumb. Okay, like. I mean, he already has me blocked, so why the fuck you keep talking to me then?
It's self-triggering.
The whole shtick is he tries to get you to debate in the mod room. It's all just a trap. It's really just a bait to get you to, really can make a complaint.
Is that where he's a mod?
Yeah, he's a mod of the left room. Maybe even room owner. It was like number 30, like in voice activity, like 1,000 hours or something.
Yikes. Yeah, if there's any new people in here who want to speak up, ask some questions, you can.
Hey, Jerry. I got a question. So I was listening last night. It was pretty interesting. Got quite heated stages, but a couple of times there were some claims that there was no evidence for the flat Earth from the flat Earth team. Is that correct, or do you have some evidence? I've seen the FE core experiment and a few other bits, but I'm just looking to see if there's actually any like measurements that have been done.
Measurements of what?
Flatness, I guess.
Measurements of flatness?
Yeah, yeah.
How
Okay,
would
but
you
there isn't,
define
because I know it's
flatness?
difficult, right? Sorry, define flatness.
Yeah, how would you define flatness?
So trying to actually try and measure curvature on a surface that is level. Right? That's what I'd be looking for.
Curvature on a surface that's level? Well, if it's level, then it's...
Yeah, that's the question here, right? Amongst
Not...
everybody, is what's the difference? Yeah. So I'm just wondering if it's been done, and if anyone can point me to the information. So the FE core stuff is kind of disregarded. It's low quality experiment. Just wondering if anyone's done a better job than the FE core guys of measuring flatness.
Well, it's just you had a little contradiction there. The curvature of a level surface. That doesn't quite
Yeah, well,
make
that's
sense.
the contradiction we're trying to solve, right? That's the core contradiction between the globe and the Earth. Globe model and the flat Earth is what is level, right? And I thought you guys might have established level empirically.
Well, as far as I understand it, curve is measured from level, deviation from horizontal. So it's just...
I'm looking deviation from a straight line.
Right. So we would have to establish that straight line and then measure from that.
No, you have to measure. Oh, yeah, establish a straight line and measure from that. Yeah.
Yeah, that line would be horizontal, right?
A straight line from horizontal, yes, that would work.
No. We would measure a curve from a horizontal, right?
Yeah, but your horizontal and level are the same, right? We can't use that. We need to use something else.
Well, we would use horizontal, right?
You could create a line from horizontal. That would be fine. Anything that is actually a straight line, a provable straight line, we could use that as a reference.
Right. Okay. So do you think that hasn't been done already?
Well, I haven't seen it. It may have been done. I haven't seen anybody actually create
You've
a
never
straight
seen an
line.
elevation profile?
Yeah, so that's also in dispute, right? An elevation profile is a profile of elevation. So that's based off a level, right? It's all those measurements are relative to some arbitrary level point underneath them. But we need to establish that baseline. We're looking at the baseline. We want to measure the baseline.
When you say measure the baseline, you mean like a distance?
No, measure its flatness.
Well, the baseline would have to be straight so you could measure curve from that, right? You would need to maintain 0 for as long as you want to measure your elevations from and your quote-unquote flatness.
How would you measure the baseline, though? We could... So we can't use a leveling process, right? Because that's a circular argument in this scenario, right? Because level, it doesn't differentiate between the two. How would we actually measure what the baseline is?
Well, wouldn't you just consult the surveyors? I mean, they measure these distances all the time.
Yeah, they do that, and they give you a reference to a geoid. So that's also self-defeating. That's not actually measuring flatness, unless you want to trust the geodesic surveyors that measure the curvature. But
curvature of what, though? I mean, the curvature of the elevations, or
the curvature of the baseline. Yeah, that's used for
curvature of
elevation.
horizontal.
Curvature of level. Yeah.
Well, if you maintain a level, that's your 0 point, right?
Well, that's the thing we're trying to determine. That the thing in dispute is that level is not straight, right? So we need to have something independent of the establishment of level that is known to be straight. And I'm wondering what we could use to make sure that level is in fact a straight line.
How about 2 points in space?
Can we do 3 points in space that are known to be in a straight line?
Well, we would need 2 first, right? And then you put a third one in the middle. Does that work for you?
Yeah, that'll
Then you
work. How will we put the third? How will we put the third one in the middle?
Well, I would use a water level.
No. So we're going back to level. We need to put them in a straight line that is independent of level.
Right. So we'll have our 2 points with the level, and that would establish the straight horizontal line. Then we could
It'll
hook up a
establish a
third
straight
point.
line, yeah.
Then we could hook up a third point in the middle.
Yep.
And then we could have a fourth point on the
But
outside
those
of
points
that.
those points are all on your definition of level, right? Now we need to establish a straight line that is not associated with level in its construction. Well, I'm happy to let you use the 2 ends. You can use the 2 ends in establishing the line, but in the middle, we need to establish the middle points as being in a straight line, independent of level.
Okay, so do you know how that would be done? Because I know.
But no, I don't, because I have a lot of trouble trying to do it the other way on a sphere, right? Because of all these problems, it's very difficult to see if something is truly in a straight line.
Well, you can't really have level on a sphere, but do you know how water level works?
Well, I understand how water level works, right? It creates equal elevation points at each end of the tube.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Right.
But it doesn't. But we. So you got 2 ends, right? So that's the straight line between the 2 ends. But the thing we're trying to differentiate is the third point in the middle. Is that also is that on a straight line with the 2 endpoints or not?
Yeah.
No. You've made the statement that it is. How do we do it? How do we measure it?
Do you know how to tell? Like you do know how a water level works, right?
Well, I know how the 2 ends work, and I know what I think will happen in the middle. I want to be able to show, independent of the level, that those 3 points are in a straight line.
Yeah, so you would hook up a third point in the middle to the same tube with the 2 points. So it's all one tube, and we have 3 points.
It's all one
coming
level.
from
It's
them.
all one level, right?
Right.
Yeah. No. So we're trying to establish a straight line independently of level. How will we do that?
A straight line? You mean like a diagonal line?
No, like a straight line in space, right? A straight line in free space. 2 ends can go 3 level points, but we need to independently find other points on the straight line without using the level.
Why don't you want to use a level?
Because we're trying to determine whether level is straight or not. So we can't use level to measure straightness if we say level is straight, because it's a self-defeating argument. I wish I had Gregory here to tell me what that was, but if you use level to show level, all you've shown is level is level. You haven't shown level is straight.
Well, that's how the water level works, though, right? I mean, it'll tell you if it's
level. Does it?
Straight, yeah.
Does it tell you it's straight? It doesn't.
Of course it does.
Straight. What you're saying, of course it does. How would we measure that independently of using a water level?
Well, because it's only 2 points in space.
Do we shoot a laser between the 2 ends and see whether it hits the middle one or something like that?
No, because then you're talking about refraction and people
that's
love
a problem. So we can't really prove the flatness then. We can only show that it's level according to a water level.
Well, yeah, you could establish a horizontal with a water level. Yeah, you don't need a laser.
Well, you need to show it straight, though, don't you?
Well, you do. Apparently, this is an issue for you.
Yeah, no. I'm just that I was interested that last night that they were saying that there was a bit of an argument about the Bolivian salt lakes, and so I don't think you guys say that it's been measured level. Measured flat, but some other groups do say it's been measured flat, and there's an argument about whether or not it had actually been measured. So,
have you seen
but
an
it seems
elevation
like it
profile
hasn't
of it?
been measured flat. Yeah, the elevation, and exactly, you've just nailed it. The elevation profile is level to within a very small tolerance, right? You know, a meter or something in 160 kilometers.
Okay, so it's measured from a horizontal, right?
No, it's measured from level.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can see. Yeah, you're not going to tell me how that we could actually test level. This level is flat or not. That's cool. We can leave that.
It's just straight.
No, it's
Like
level.
If you've ever seen
You
that
had this.
elevation,
I've seen.
profile.
I know you've seen these images, but sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. You go.
Well, I was just going to say, like, if you ever look on an elevation profile, the Earth, right, goes up and down relative to the horizontal baseline, which is straight, right?
On the drawing, it's straight, but I believe that to be a projection of the elevation against level. That's all.
So you say not that.
Not that. Yes. Yeah.
Right.
So it's just an interesting thing to try and work out, because we both have the same problem, right? That you can't show. Well, I mean that if we want to be scientific and actually have some concrete evidence one way or the other for flat versus globe, somewhere along the line somebody has to show some concrete evidence that the globe people try, but it's never complete enough or subject to error or something. So
here's the thing, right? There'd have to be a massive conspiracy for you to say that the baseline on an elevation profile is not actually straight in reality.
No, I don't think so. I think everybody understands it's relative to level.
And level is.
Sorry, something going wrong there. It's showing me he's talking all the time.
Well, yeah, there would have to be a massive conspiracy for the straight line horizontal on an elevation profile to actually be curved. Like, who's in on it?
The geodesic surveyors, probably. Yeah, I think they'd be the ones that have to be in on it.
So the people who make it, are they in on it?
No, because they're just doing level, right? Typically, that they make a level line, and that level line,
it's straight,
and they measure everything from level. They don't measure everything in absolute positions. They don't get up there and they don't set up a giant trig station at one end of, like the world famous Suez Canal, right? They don't put a 500 meter tower up there and do everything by triangulation from the tower. They do it relative to a level they establish along the way.
Yeah, they do transversals and
Yeah.
So
I don't know all the technical details of the stuff they do, but I know it's all a leveling process.
Yeah, they maintain the zero. It doesn't go up and it doesn't
against
go
level,
down.
Yeah.
So there you go. So are you saying zero is? Are you saying zero is not zero?
I'm saying zero could be curved. So
zero is curved. Well, if it curves from the zero, then you have an elevation change.
Well, again, we're getting to the fundamental difference between how people on the globe think the world is compared to what the flat Earth
compared to
people
reality
think it is, right?
Compared to reality.
No. I think. Yeah, it's an interesting topic, right? I know that there's no answer here, and we're not going to go anywhere. But I just thought I'd ask.
It's very simple.
If there are any better experiments than the FE Core one, that's all.
Well, it seems to me you're the only one with an issue here. I mean, you're saying there's a massive conspiracy that the horizontal on every elevation profile ever made is actually curved when it's actually straight in reality. It's bizarre, but sure.
Do
Hey,
lasers travel straight?
however you want to kill your time, it's fine with me.
Do lasers travel straight?
Not really, not reliably in the atmosphere. They can be refracted.
Yeah, so what use are they
Short
in a laser
distances
test?
for sure, but long distances, no.
Do you guys got a geometric horizon?
Yeah, somewhere.
Well, that's a tricky one, right? We've come to a dead end with that as
Find
well.
it though, right? That fucking geodesic fucking thing, man.
It's a tricky one. Yeah.
So
What about GPS, Jerry? What's your view on GPS?
But we just got to believe it's there, right?
It's not really tricky, is it? I mean, it's pretty simple to establish a horizontal.
Yeah. But what's your view on GPS? Is that something we could use?
You mean a 3D coordinate system, horizontal and vertical?
Cartesian.
Yeah, so GPS does have a Cartesian coordinate system, yeah. And with these modern GPS solutions, differential GPS and augmented GNSS systems, we can get millimeter accuracy.
Triangulation.
In 3 dimensions. The GPS uses is it trilateration?
Triangulation, yeah.
No, it's using spheres to calculate.
Okay, if you say so.
The merge point. Yeah, no, it is.
Well, regardless, it's still just a 3D Cartesian coordinate system. Horizontal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so they use their if they were plotting if you did a GPS elevation measurement, the elevation it gives you is relative to the WSG84 spheroid underneath. So, but the coordinates you can if you buy the right GPS receiver, Jerry, and maybe even your phone, you might be able to get an app for your phone. The GPS, the end result of the GPS calculation is a 3D coordinate against that coordinate system.
Using that model you just stated there.
Yeah, the WSG84 one, yeah. So coordinates in the center of the Earth.
It depends on who too, right, and which one they want to use. But yeah, they apply it to a fucking grid system.
And that grid would be latitude and longitude, which is 2D.
No. Right. So the raw GPS coordinate is a Cartesian coordinate, or 3 orthogonal planes, X, Y, Z.
I think you're mixing this up with geodesics, man.
No, the raw GPS coordinate.
When they survey, they take line of sight measurements and then they apply them to that standard.
Oh, yeah, when they're measuring the Earth curvature using surveying.
You mean when they're measuring line of sight? Yeah.
I think he's talking about elevations.
Yeah, but anyway, GPS, right? Three coordinates, X, Y, Z. It's a Cartesian coordinate system. Gets translated into lat long and elevation.
Right, so we have horizontal and vertical. All
now
done.
we have 3 planes.
Yeah. Well, it's 2 planes, right? It's the horizontal is 1, and then the vertical.
No. GPS uses three planes for its coordinate system.
Well, it uses 3 dimensions. So front, back, left, right.
Yeah, the 3 axes on the coordinate system. Yeah.
Right, so that would be horizontal and vertical.
No. Where would 0 be? Where would 0 be in the GPS coordinate system? It's not on the surface of the Earth. Yeah.
Where you want to start taking your measurements from.
Yeah. So what I'm proposing is if you trust GPS, so surveyors do, right? Surveyors use GPS heavily. Is there any reason we couldn't use that to do an absolute measurement of a canal or something like that?
I'm already squared away. This is your search.
See where it says in my statement there? Triangulation.
Cool. Can you show triangles on a flat plane?
Can you show me a curve? Can you show me the geometric horizon?
Well, I'm just going to ask you, can you show triangles on a flat plane? First of all, can you show triangles on a flat plane?
Triangles are flat, aren't they?
Flying triangles on a flat plane. Can you show me?
Flying triangles?
Triangles on a flat plane.
Yeah.
Let's see
Show
'em.
me a geometric horizon first, and then I'll get to your fucking.
Hold on a second. What is sewage you talking about?
Triangles on a flat plane. Let's get that started. Can they be shown on a flat plane?
Yeah. Why are we gonna diverge, man?
Triangles exist on a plane. So what's the issue?
Cool. So do they have a linear relationship with angles
here
and
we go.
distance? Yeah.
I
I'm back.
don't know what that means.
I know you don't know what that means. We didn't pass the 6th grade.
Well, you're the one asking if triangles exist on a plane. So let's go back to first grade.
Can you have a linear relationship on a flat line, dude?
No, not with distance and angles.
Your answer is no.
Yeah, not with distance and angles, sir. No.
Not with distance and angles.
Mhm.
Was that my question?
Yeah, you asked if there was a linear relationship, and I'm telling you, yeah. Like I'm telling you that there no,
Yeah,
we don't
there
have a
can be,
linear
right?
relationship. The what?
Yeah, there can be. Yeah.
On a flat plane? No, not a linear relationship with angles and distance. No.
With angles and
What?
distance. Throws that in.
Do what? Yeah, this is specifically what we're talking about.
What you're talking about? Show me the curve, dude. Where's the geometric fucking
I'm
horizon?
gonna ask you this. Here's 3 tables
How
that I
come we
set up.
never see the shape of the fucking Earth the way it's supposed to be, man? Ever. Because it's fucking flat, you fucking idiot.
So can you show me on those tables there which one shows a linear relationship?
There's
Only
water
one of them
flat,
shows.
dude. Water's flat. There's no fucking curve. You can't show it.
Shut up, buddy. Sound mad. Sound mad, Bo.
Water's flat. Water's a molecule.
Pardon me?
He said water's flat.
What's up, dude? You sound mad. Chill out, bro.
So I'm just asking. Can you take a look at those 3 tables I posted?
So I'm just asking, uh-huh.
Can you show me which one has a linear relationship, please?
Like I told you, show me a geometric horizon and I'll answer your question.
Yeah, but he asked the question first. Don't be mad, bro. Don't be mad, dude. Don't be mad.
You are
Be
mad.
mad. You're so
Is
mad.
your boyfriend,
Salty as
dude?
fuck.
Is he
Salty.
your boyfriend? You gonna stick up for him?
No, I don't need him to stick up for me. I mean, I'm my own cheerleader, right? So I'm just going to ask you this question again. 6th graders are able. This is a state of Texas.
Question.
This is
You
a
live on
state
a
of
ball with a
Texas.
stated fucking radius, man.
This
that has
is a
fucking
state of
curve, but
Texas.
you can't show it to me. You
This
can't
is a
ever
state
see
of
it.
Texas. 6th grade competency is identifying a linear relationship from tables, right? So there's 3 tables, which is a little bit easier than what 6th graders are given. They're given
What are you
4.
even talking about, dude? Fuck me, man.
Here, I'll post it again for you. No problem.
I don't give
no
a
problem.
shit.
Can you show me
You
which of
sound
those
mad.
3 graphs?
Dude, you sound
Can
mad.
you show me which of those 3 graphs has a linear
Because
relationship?
he wants to go off into the weeds and
Oh,
some
sorry, not
nonsense
graphs.
here, man. On some
Tables. My
fucking
fault. My
Yeah,
fault.
but you sound mad, so you sound really mad.
fucking- Is there a problem with me sounding mad?
I mean, you just sound mad. You should
Am I
chill out,
hurting your
bro.
feelings or
You should
something,
chill
dude?
out. Don't be a
Am I hurting your feelings or what? Like, why do you got to speak up for, man? You got evidence that you live on a globe, dude? You want to get into the conversation? Come on, man. Who measured the curve, dude? Do you know? Do you even know what size the fucking Earth is?
So let's get back to this thing I'm asking you. Let's use our 5th grade skills or 6th
I
grade
already
skills.
told you, dude. I'm not getting into hypotheticals with you, and you're fucking.
Oh,
going
there's no
off on a-
hypotheticals here.
Going off on a tangent, fuck.
There's absolutely no hypotheticals. We're just establishing the groundwork that you and I both understand what a linear relationship means. That way we're all on the same page and we're actually talking about the same thing.
You're
Now, can
talking
you
about a linear relationship with triangles and fucking angles, dude. Fucking, how about
Yeah?
a linear relationship on a fucking straight line?
Oh, we'll get there. When we get there, can you establish to the
Yeah,
class that you know what a
Show me
linear
a
relationship
geometric
means?
horizon.
First of all, I need you to answer my question first. Can you explain? Here, I'll post it a
Boats
third
go
time.
over the
for you.
horizon.
I'll explain it a third time. Can you look at
Your
this
boats go over the horizon.
picture that I posted in the side chat?
You're gonna repeat that
And
one
can
for me?
you to pick one of those 3 tables that has a linear relationship?
Mr. Linear Relationship, your voice is so annoying.
And your microphone is dog shit, so let's get that fixed too.
Right. But
You can't even show me a curve, dude. When you want to talk about linear relationships, man?
Yeah, it's just 6th grade skill.
Yeah.
Can you show me
It's
that?
so simple. This should be easy, man. You guys should have all the evidence in the fucking world, man. This should be so simple. You should be able to pull this up out of your hat.
So again, can you show me a linear relationship
Just go right
on
past
the
my
on this?
question, right?
Yes, because you haven't answered mine. So clearly you are operating at less than a sixth grader's education. So why would I continue?
Clearly, dude. Fucking.
Yeah,
You got
clearly.
me, man.
Yeah. What trailer park
No,
were you
you're
raised in?
projecting.
You're far more intelligent than I am, you Cubanite.
Yeah, very much so.
Now show me a geometric horizon, dude.
We're gonna get there when we get there. Now, can you show me on one of those three tables which one has a linear relationship?
How about the motion, the spin? Can you show me fucking who measured the spin?
As soon as you show me which of these tables has a linear relationship.
Yeah, how about we get on the topic, man?
This is the topic. We're
Yeah,
talking
I know.
about triangles and on
is
surfaces
your topic.
having to deal with stars and distances, all the things that we're seeing on the flat Earth. But we need to see a linear
What does
relationship.
the
Can you
sky have
show
to
it?
do with the
Is it
surface, dude?
yellow, red, or green? It has everything to do with the surface.
The stars have everything to do with the surface.
Oh, absolutely. We can use the stars to figure out where we are on the surface. So they have a lot to do with the
Surveyors don't use
surface.
stars.
Do they
to
tell us
measure-
whether it's round or flat?
Absolutely.
In your brain,
Yeah.
Hold on,
Mr.
hold on.
Intelligence.
And like 99% of the people who've ever like taken like a ninth grade geometry class.
Hold on.
Whatever,
Do
man.
surveyors use the stars to measure distances,
So-
or
Yeah, we can use the stars to measure distances.
no? But do surveyors
Navigate.
use them?
I can't hear you. What?
Do surveyors use stars to measure distance?
Oh, I'm not a low tier like surveyor.
Just like
Oh.
navigators
No.
use plumb bobs.
Tough question,
So-
isn't it?
Yeah. So can you take a look at those three tables that I posted there and tell me which
Get
one
your
has a
plumb
linear
bob, bro.
relationship?
Because
Dude,
if you
someone
knew how
just mute this
surveyors
guy,
work,
I
you'd
want to
mute-
like
Yeah, go ahead,
he's-
Buck.
make me angry, bro. Like I his voice. I wish somebody would talk right in front of me, bro. I wish someone was with me, bro.
Yeah, we all
They
know
wouldn't
you're
be
Mr.
talking
Big Tough Guy.
probably. I was
Dude, we all know you wouldn't do
takes a
shit.
while for him. But I'm just saying,
Dude,
the
your
way you
microphone is dog
talk
shit,
is
too.
so condescending, bro. You just need to be muted and like just leave, bro. Because you're not nothing special. You're trying to make everybody sound here. Oh, you're not even smarter than a sixth grader. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You're an idiot. You're a sixth grader smarter than you, dude. Because a sixth grader can answer the question when they like when the geometric horizon, like do both go over the curve. They could answer that.
Well,
They'll
to
tell
be
you
fair-
exactly what you've been brainwashed to.
To be fair, I asked my question
Right?
first, but it seems as he's trying to dodge it. You're trying to dodge it. You know you're dodging it, and you know you can't answer that question. It should be very easy.
Yeah, no, dude, no, I don't want to. I don't
now
want to
you're
answer
getting
it.
all
Get that through your
angry.
fucking head.
Now you're
I don't
getting
even
all
want to talk
angry.
to you. I want you
Then
gone.
don't talk.
I
Go
want you
shut
muted
up.
and out of here, bro. Because you're a piece of shit, and you talk to people like you're better than everybody, but you don't know fucking shit
Go
about
fix
shit,
the skirting
dude.
on your
All you
trailer,
know
dude.
is the brainwashing that you. Hey, dude, we all went through that brainwashing, bro. We were all through the junior high, the high school, the fucking university. You have higher education. Even if you went to even like other vocationals that you went
Are we
even
still talking about
further
flat Earth?
studying of things. But check it
I
out
don't even
though.
know
But check it
anymore.
out. That doesn't matter, bro. Want to know why? That doesn't matter because we're here to tell you that indoctrination was lying to you. So great for you that you know a linear relationship. You create a fucking a graph on Excel. Great for fucking
is a
you.
table
But
on
what
Why are
we're
you so
Excel.
telling
mad
you
at him?
though, but
It's not
what
a
we're
graph, it's a
telling you,
table.
but what we're telling you though is that whole fucking relationship of what they've taught you into reality was all a lie, bro. They created that for a lie, and you don't want to
So
hear that.
so
You don't
hold
know
on.
shit about fuck, dude.
So
The
hold
moon
on.
landing didn't
So
happen.
hold on. So
Space
hold
isn't
on.
real.
So navigators don't use a linear relationship between
No,
angles
they don't
and
use a
distance.
plumb bob.
So they don't use a linear relationship between angles and distance. Then is that
They
what you're
don't use a
saying?
tangent.
Dude, you're oh my god, bro. That's why they're always 7 miles off and 3 miles off, right? Because they're using a linear
No.
relationship because they're
No.
realizing that when they look up at the sky and they can document an
They're
angle
usually
from their
within
position.
like a few hundred
I'm talking, bro.
yards.
I'm talking, bro. When they look up at the sky and they take the position with using their the equipment that's giving them the angle, and then you have that, and then you document it, and you could do some math. But that's funny though that the things that you guys don't get is that one of the steps though that they have to do is they have to correct for that dip, right? And what that dip
Depends.
represents is because their eyes are above the fucking floor, and all they're doing is creating a baseline, a straight. That is the triangle that he was talking about earlier. So guess what? You have an angle to the star, then you have you create the baseline because you have to calculate your
Cool.
height. For some reason, globers are so fucking stupid. They think that dip angle correction is not creating a straight baseline. You guys are fucking retarded.
I don't think anybody ever said that.
Sixth graders can fucking grasp this, by the way. So
I don't think anybody ever
so
says
check it out.
that.
So the second that you create a straight baseline,
Mm-hmm.
all right, then you have a GP, because now you have a point in the sky
Mm-hmm.
that would be like the top of a tower. Then you have it to the base. The GP would be the base, but that base is based upon your base. Now, if you're on a ball, that base is curving over thousands of miles away, if you want, whatever, 2,000 miles away. And you're
Mm-hmm.
trying to say that GP of that is now sticking on the other side of a ball, which wouldn't then be that GP, because now you're fucking up. The GP has to be a straight line. And by the way, when you choose 3 stars to do that with, you're going to choose a star there, a star there, a star there to get your position. You're literally making 3 circles around you. The same. It's almost like an analog way of like doing some triangulation, because you're getting your position based upon these 3 baselines that you just shot out, and then you're going to say that point, and that point. I'm going to shoot it down to the ground, and it's creating a big ass flat fucking surface in the sea.
I
No,
know
they can
that
see right to the core. They shoot it right to the center of the earth.
So I know
dude.
that you went on a long tangent where you just like were just false on most things. So I'll just ask you this:
I'm
whenever I
false on
get,
most things.
whenever
Bro,
I
get the
get,
fuck outta
whenever
here,
I
bro.
get,
Dude,
whenever I get
get the
my
fuck
zenith
outta here.
angle to a star,
You're a
let's say,
fucking idiot.
let's say I'm using one of the stars of Orion.
If you're gonna
And-
keep
and
talking
I
after
get,
look,
and
I
I get
told
a
you
zenith
exactly how
angle
it
of
works.
30 degrees.
I told you exactly
How
how it
far
works.
away
If
am
you
I
want
from
to try
the?
to
How
correct
far?
me,
See how he
then save
yells?
it, bro.
He can't
You're not
control
correcting me,
himself.
bro. Save
You
it.
can't
You're not
control
correcting me.
yourself. You can't control
Dude,
yourself.
you're not gonna
You're
correct me, bro.
angry.
I told you exactly what is done, how it's
Mhm.
done. So check it out. So when the teacher speaks and is
You're not
telling
teaching
you
anything.
how it's done, no, because I know this better than you.
No,
You
you
know, yes, I do.
No, you don't.
You know the fault. Look at dude, you don't even know the truth. You think
So,
it's fucking
I'm
you
gonna
think
ask
you
you a
can get a
question,
GP
and
on
you're
a
gonna
ball.
explain this. I'm
You
gonna
can get a
ask
GP on
you.
the ball.
So cool. So your teacher. So let me ask a question then. When I get my zenith angle to, let's say I'm using one of the stars of Orion, and I get a zenith angle of 30 degrees. How far am I away from the ground position of Orion?
I have no idea.
Oh, you don't know?
No, I have no idea.
Oh, then you're just a terrible fucking teacher who doesn't know jack shit.
Right. Yeah. And by the way, get the fuck out of my class. Thank you. Bye. I don't
Yeah,
want to
cool.
talk to your
So
kind,
if
bro.
if
I don't want to
so
talk to your kind.
I'll
Because you're
answer it for
kind.
you, because clearly the
Because you're
teacher doesn't know
kind.
anything.
Because
So
you're
if
kind.
my zenith angle
Because
was
you're
30
kind. You
degrees,
think know
you
what's
just
going
simply
on, but you
multiply
don't.
that by 60. I would be
But you don't.
100 or 1,800 miles away from, or
But
nautical
you
miles
don't.
away from the ground position of that star.
But you don't.
Now,
No.
if I
And
was,
here's the funny thing. And here's the funny thing about it. See, the reality is that when we're looking up at these things in the sky, here's something that you may not fucking know about because you're a fucking idiot
Mhm.
glober. So okay, when you're looking at some things in the sky, then who's to say that that's their actual position? Because technically, we're looking through a medium of which we do not fully understand and have never truly traveled and measured and been able to science the fuck out of it and know exactly what we're looking through, because we can't reach those heights. I know you got told stories, and so Santa Claus is real too, bro.
so a
But here's
lensing
the thing, though.
effect.
So those lights in the
Refraction.
sky. So
So a
those lights
lensing
in the
effect, right?
so those there's multiple explanations of the
Well, there's
phenomena that
only just
happen.
one.
There's refraction, there's lensing, there's all kinds of different things.
So just all refraction.
But
Lensing
I
is
didn't say just
refraction.
all refraction. I don't put words in my mouth. Don't say, oh,
Well, you
so
said
just all
lensing and
refraction.
refraction, which
I
is
didn't say
redundant
that.
because
First of
lensing
all,
is
let me correct
refraction.
you. Let me correct you. I said there's multiple things, there's multiple phenomena
Well,
that
besides
you can
refraction, what else
contribute
is
to it.
there?
Well, excuse me?
Besides refraction, what else is there?
That there's also lensing. If
That is
there's water
refraction,
above,
retard.
listen. If
Hey,
there's water,
lensing is refraction.
it's a form of refraction, right? But
Yeah.
there's refraction that does all kinds.
There's refraction. There's also refraction. Like, holy shit, dude! Like,
smart
come
guy.
on, you're making a fool of
Smart guy.
yourself.
Smart guy. Is there multiple types of refraction?
Yeah.
Okay. So
So
then
you can just lump them all in as refraction. It's like saying,
if
"Oh,
you
I
wanna
have
say-
refraction, and I
if
have
you wanna
refraction."
blanket it,
Congratulations.
if you want to blanket it and say refraction and it covers all the different things, then great.
Mhm.
But the reason why we don't do that, because a lot of dumb fuck globetrotters, they will use refraction in one way to explain another thing, but then they call that a home run. But that's why I try to break it down individually, because there's different types of refraction, but you guys are fucking morons and you believe the lies. So you guys try to group them together to make it make sense for your fucking falsehood.
So we have all like these different variables going on, and yet we
you
were
guys
able
need
to
to take
master them.
Postal over the
So hold
horizon
on.
right
So
now.
we
You
were
can't say that no
so
more.
even though we got all these factors going on, we were still able
Boats
to
don't go
master
over
it
the
enough
horizon.
to be able to figure out exactly where we are on the Earth within a few hundred yards, if that, with enough
Dude, we've
skill.
been navigating the
get
Oh
seas
man.
fucking long before
People
fucking the
aren't
Earth was
fucking finding
fucking
that within
round,
100
man.
yards. Get the
Oh yeah,
fuck
they
out of
are.
here, bro.
Absolutely, they
Get
are.
the fuck out of here, bro. They say if you get within 2 miles, you did a good job, bro. Get the fuck out of here with your bullshit.
No, they say
dude.
that if
A
you get
couple
within
hundred
like
yards.
they say if they
Bro,
get within
go get it,
1,000
dude.
yards,
You're
you're
just
doing a good
lying,
job.
bro. Go show me one. Go prove it to me. Why don't you go do it? Why don't you
What
fucking
was it,
live
2
stream on? I know
miles?
you got a
That's
YouTube account.
2
'cause
miles
you're
on.
fucking,
That's
you're
2
probably
minutes
some kid that
off.
thinks he's smart. So
2
why don't you
miles
go
off.
live stream
That's
it?
2 minutes off, dude. People
Why
are
don't you
down
go? Hey,
within
why don't you go
seconds
live
of
stream it?
accuracy.
Go live stream it, bro.
If people are within like seconds of accuracy with
No
the right
one's
section,
within
the right
fucking
skill.
200 yards, bro. It's literally like a mile to 2 miles, up
No,
to
it's not.
7 miles off.
Yeah.
Even 7 miles, they say, oh, that's still good.
Where?
Dude, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. But get out of
I know
here, bro.
exactly
You're a
what I'm
kid.
talking about.
Oh,
So what we talk about. So
well,
here, I'll
clearly
answer
you're
for the
not as
class.
smart as the sixth
So,
grader.
yes, I
Get
know.
out
So
of here, bro.
I know you're angry. Go put the skirt back on your trailer.
Because
I'll
kids
explain
like
to the
you,
class.
because kids like you, your fucking dad must have left or something and didn't raise you with fucking respect
You
to another
obviously
human
have
being.
some deep-seated anger issues from your dad molesting you, but
Dude,
it's okay.
oh, you
We're
have
here to
no
love you.
idea, bro. You have no idea.
Yeah,
You
you
have
got it
no
right in your
idea.
butt, right?
You have no idea. And the fact is that when I come across a kid like you that's arrogant and a piece of shit, bro.
You're gonna do what?
Oh, you can't imagine how badly I want to fucking be the dad that you did not have, bro. Believe me.
Oh,
Teach
what are you
me
gonna
some
do,
fucking
Dad?
respect and manners, bro.
What are you
You
gonna
don't
do,
come in here
Dad?
and talk down to people. Go, hey, these guys in here has
He
been doing it
admits he
way
wants to
longer
be
than you.
children.
Hey, check it out. These guys in here have been doing it way longer than you and can go way deeper into the fucking
Dude, I bet
knowledge
I
of
can get
everything.
pretty deep in you, just like your dad. It'll be like old
Yeah,
times.
okay. Yeah. Okay. Hey, I'm gonna like
pull up some past memories,
I'm
dude.
gonna X
You'll
myself
be
out.
calling me daddy.
Dude, I'm gonna X myself out because now it's getting really homo and
Bye.
I don't play like that. But
All
check it
right,
out.
bye.
Like you are really like skating, bro. You're skating on thin ice, bro. I'm gonna
Am
tell you
I?
that. I'm just telling you that. Go ahead, have fun.
All right, bye.
Microshock, you want to get on the mic? Come on out, brother. Come on out and play, man.
He's server muted, dude. Oh, there
Oh,
he
is
goes.
he?
He's fine.
I wonder
now.
why.
I'm back. Hey. You just sound so mad. You're so pissy.
So, bro, you got
If that's all you're gonna say, then you're
You're
gonna go back.
conceding. Shut up, Jerry. Shut up, you little bitch.
You got any
this
globe evidence, dude?
So, like I was gonna ask this guy. So clearly, I'll post it again. Maybe a
None of
flat
you got
earther.
globe evidence, right?
Maybe
Like,
a flat
show me
earther
the
will be able
curve.
to answer this question.
Why do I
know
see too far?
Subdued. I know Subdued is like really struggling with it. I'll get some 6th grade teaks to help him out. No problem.
Thanks, buddy.
I got it all color coordinated too for those that have dyslexia.
Good for you, man.
Maybe a glober will answer this. Mike, I know you're up there. Where'd you go? Oh, he left.
So you're proving
I'm
the
a
curve
glober.
now?
No, you're not,
Hey,
Jerry.
Sure, I am. Listen, everyone knows that it has to be a globe, right? The horizontal doesn't curve. That's the thing.
Yeah, so right, looking on here.
And neither does water.
So looking on here, which one
Damn
is
right.
a linear relationship?
Yeah, whatever works. Yeah, tis globe.
Which one's a relationship? There's only one in there. I made it really easy.
Pick the one that means globe.
Is it red, yellow, or green?
Let's go green.
Green? What makes you say green?
I just felt like saying green.
Green? Well, just look at green. Explain to the class why it's green. Why is green a linear relationship?
Because it means globe.
Oh, green means globe. Oh, okay.
Yeah, are you done yet? Is
No.
there anyone else who wants to talk? Or
You
I
got a
don't think so.
geometric horizon yet, dude?
I don't know. Can you answer this question yet?
Jerry just answered it for you. What
Yeah,
more
there
do
you
you
go.
want, man?
I'm asking him why. I actually specifically
Answer
asked
to your
you
question doesn't
like
even
20
fucking
minutes ago.
pertain to this fucking subject,
It
dude.
absolutely
Who gives a
does.
fuck? Who
It
cares
absolutely-
about a fucking exponential relationship, dude? Fuck off.
Oh, exponential. No, we're talking about linear, dude.
Yeah, okay.
You can't even get that right. Jesus Christ. You're really fucking upset and dumb tonight.
I know, dude. You're the fucking genius. Genius level. Can't even figure out fucking curved water.
Well, I asked you first, in
Does
all
water
fairness,
curve, dude?
to figure out which of these tables shows a
water
linear
curve?
relationship. I will answer your question as soon as you finally answer me.
When water's at rest, is it curved?
Again, I'll answer your question as soon as you answer mine.
Does it have a linear relationship?
A linear relationship?
Yeah. Does
Well,
water
first
have
of all,
a linear
can
relationship?
you show me like what a linear relationship is, so we know we're talking about the same thing?
How about points of equal elevation on an elevation profile? Is that a linear relationship?
Points of equal elevation on an elevation profile?
Yeah, horizontal.
A horizontal? Yeah, that would be a linear. Oh, yeah, that'd be linear. Distance and like height, those are staying the same. That's linear.
Beautiful. Okay, good.
So on here, let's take a look here. Which of these three tables shows a linear relationship? This is for all the money right here.
When did you post it?
I'll post it again. And this is specifically for Subdued, who's supposedly smarter than a 6th grader. But this is a 6th grade teak in Texas. And
Dude,
most
this
other
is all
states.
your language. I haven't fucking claimed anything here, man. If you want to keep on claiming what my intelligence is, go ahead,
So
man.
are you smarter than a 6th grader or no? That's all we're asking.
I got no comment, man. Obviously
Okay.
not.
Obviously not,
Well,
I agree.
It's definitely green.
It's definitely green. Why do you say green?
Because the proportion remains the same.
Proportion remains the same. I agree. It is in fact green that has a linear relationship. Now, how this relates to the Earth is we see a linear relationship between distance and the zenith angle, or just the angle to a star. Now I'd ask any flat earther to demonstrate that for me on a flat plane. Which I know they can't.
I can.
You flat earther?
I can easily demonstrate it on a curved surface, especially so on a round surface, a spherical surface, or a circle.
A 2D surface?
How about a straight line?
A straight line?
Yeah.
No, a relationship between angle of viewing an object and the distance traveled on a surface.
Because you want to keep it to your little fucking variables here, dude. Fucking go
Yeah,
ahead,
real
man.
world, real measured variables.
Yeah. Linear
real-
relationship's a straight line, man. Fuck.
No, a linear relationship specifically is a constant rate of change between two variables.
Yeah, it usually makes a straight line.
On a graph, yes, I agree.
The same.
Go.
But when we're dealing with angles and distance, it doesn't make a straight line.
But when we're dealing with flat, it does.
So with angles, right?
Yeah, horizontally, yeah.
Yeah, so cool. So it should be easy for you to demonstrate how you can have equidistances, but a constant change in degrees.
It should be easy for you too, dude. Just show me the geometric horizon, man. And
Well,
show
I'm
me that
asking you to do something
Show
so
me that
easy to
linear
do,
relationship
apparently.
there, dude. Show me the linear relationship drop over distance, man.
Hey, I'm waiting on you to demonstrate this
real
concept
simple.
here.
If
the Earth is
just
flat,
demonstrated this concept.
if the
to you.
Earth
Drop
is
over
flat
distance.
and we
How about that?
understand,
Fuck your angles. Drop over distance, dude.
so on
Linear relationship. Drop over distance. Give it to me,
I'm
man.
posting two sources right now, so I'm gonna let Downey keep going, but I'm gonna post two sources. Is that actually like the hill you're gonna die on? The
Of what?
geometric horizon? Like, dude, the guys in your camp that have money tried to prove this 4 or 5 years ago and they failed. So
Failed what?
They failed
Yeah, what
proving
did-
that
what-
it didn't happen. Remember
Yeah,
two
what didn't
holes
happen,
with
dude?
remember two holes with the flashlight? We've all watched that video, right?
Dude,
Yeah,
how many of these idiots are stuck on that hit piece,
Fucking-
bro?
Why did
This
so
guy's
many
fucking even stupider than a second grader,
Yeah,
man.
it's not
For
a
fuck's
hit
sakes.
piece. It's not a hit
Hold on.
piece. You guys,
Dude, then
Hold
you
on,
don't
what-
know the whole
what
story then,
happened?
bro.
you get.
You're-
I'll tell you the exact whole story. So they
Dude,
bought
you
an
should just shut up
extremely
now. 'Cause
No,
you're
you
digging
don't
a
know the
hole,
whole
man.
story.
You're digging a hole.
You just
Dude,
asked me to tell you the story. Do you want me to tell you the story?
Did you talk to Mark Sargent and Jeranism directly?
Oh, you have to talk to the author to understand a book?
Did you? Oh my God, bro! Not okay. Somebody authors a
I
book,
just
and then
asked you a
somebody.
pointed
Hold
question.
on.
Just a yes or no. Do I have to talk to the author to understand
Hey,
what a book
listen.
means?
Fucking listen to me, you fuck.
Oh,
If
you're already
somebody
mad. You're
look,
already mad.
if somebody
Eric, your
authors,
guys are getting worse and worse,
can you
dude.
shut up? Can you shut up? If somebody authors a book, and then the person that produces that book changes or edits the story that the author wrote, then yes, it's very important to go back to the author and say, hey, what happened? Why does it not say what you said? And then the author could say, oh,
That
well,
shit's so funny.
well, the editor that fucking produced my book, that that pumped it out, like they changed it. They changed it. And see, but you didn't go talk to the author though. That's
Right.
the whole
So the
point.
author that wrote the book himself, he got fucked by the publisher. That's the line of reason we're gonna follow.
Yeah.
So he wrote the truth, but the publisher didn't let him, and then changed it. Right.
And that's a positive claim. So can you prove it?
So hold on.
So
Before
that's
like
not a
before
positive claim. Could you prove
so
that? Whoever just said that, whatever one of your tards just said that, could you
Hey,
prove that?
fuck you, dude. Yeah, go talk. Yes, go talk to
Yo,
Jared. He
chill,
has the
chill,
fucking.
No,
Hey,
guys.
I
listen,
don't care about
Chill.
talking to Jared or
One
talking to
second,
Jimmy at
son.
fucking Alex.
Everybody, chill the fuck out.
hey, listen. He has the emails, the conversations between the producers and the directors and the people of the fucking company. If you want to go talk to him, he has Telegram. You can hit him up yourself. And instead of coming on Discord and spreading bullshit lies, hey, you guys fucking tried to set it out and you guys were wrong, then at least why don't you go talk to the guy who was even going to sue them because they misrepresented, because it was trickery in the editing. He didn't even say interesting at that point. That was another time. So, dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro, at all. And yet here you are standing,
Wait,
talking
can
like
someone
you
give me
know.
an explanation? I'm just confused.
What?
Yeah, I can give you an explanation.
Wait, so like,
So,
why is he so mad? Can someone explain? Or
so what Jaren got was a hump, right? He had to lift the flashlight up, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
bitch.
Right. So that's a problem because
Why?
it's supposed to drop from your position,
No,
not
it's
up.
not.
What do you mean
Yes,
it's
it
supposed
is.
to drop?
It's
What's the
supposed to
difference?
drop. If you have a horizontal line, the surface of the Earth is supposed to drop from it, not hump. So he couldn't have shot the laser horizontally.
Not true.
Absolutely
Like
true.
are you trolling or not?
No, I'm serious, dude.
wait, you weren't joking?
Debunked.
Oh, I thought we were joking there.
We're not joking.
Fucking
Yeah.
kids are idiots, bro. These fucking kids are idiots.
And
A
bro, nobody
horizontal
sees a
line.
geometric horizon, man.
They
A
don't know what.
horizontal
so you
line
know.
in your model can never intersect.
Wait,
the,
are
And
you guys
literally, we're getting
are you guys
modeling
fellow
agents.
flat earthers, or
Yeah, let's just ignore what I said.
They've just had plenty of practice, so it sounds real.
Imagine he said that it's not important to talk to the author when the guy's book has been changed by the publisher.
what book?
That's
Wait, what are you guys
the
talking
level
about?
of an
Where you're
idiot that
tripping,
this guy
bro.
is, bro. That's the
Sure.
level of idiot that we're dealing with tonight, bro.
Yo,
can we
we're talking about flat Earth, not books.
No,
Why
we were
is
talking
he?
about the documentary, and then I said,
but a
"Why don't
book
you
is
go talk
flat.
to the guy? Why don't you go talk
No,
to the
books.
guy
The book
behind
is
it?"
not flat. It's a 3D.
Goddamn.
You
Three
know,
dimensional.
so
Yeah, it still has a flat.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Cube.
it's not
It's more like a
flat.
cube.
It's
It
not
is.
flat.
If you're
Relatively
talking about,
speaking,
It's
yes.
not
It's
flat.
not flat.
I
You
mean,
can literally
it
curve a book.
depends.
Wait,
Depends
if Earth
what
is
your
flat,
definition of
Unless
flat
you're a
is.
weakling that doesn't go to the gym,
if
then
Earth
yeah,
is
okay,
flat,
that's flat.
then is gravity real?
So water curves, right, guys?
Too
Yeah.
many
So
voices. One at a time. Come on.
Don't tell me what to do.
Is gravity real?
Oh yeah.
so Mark Sargent
Hold up. They're flat Earth.
Hello?
Hi, sir. I have a
Hi.
question. So,
Wait, your mic is like really low,
okay, sorry, one second.
bitch.
Who's even talking?
I don't know who that was. Like,
Sorry,
Is it Vector?
I'm
Oh, it's Onic. Dude, you gotta turn up.
I
Okay, is this good?
What do you want to say, dude? Come on.
How is I can hear his keyboard, but I can't hear his voice, man?
I just noticed everyone in here is muted.
He
Oh
talks
my
in
god.
If Earth is flat, then does space
Yo,
exist?
turn your mic up, bro. No one understands
His
you, dude.
microphone's closer to his keyboard than it is
Is
his
it
mouth.
okay if you turn me up?
I don't know who you
You're
are.
at full, dude. You're at max. Just go into settings in Discord and turn it up, your output.
My mic right now. I'm screaming.
Yeah, bro. My dude, you're on 300%, my dude.
Just go to your sound settings and adjust the thing.
Shut up.
Alright, it's at 200 right now. I don't know.
So wait, were we talking about?
Are you on Windows? Go to the bottom right with the sound icon with the speaker thing. Right click, open volume mixer.
Don't listen to. He's trying to take your IP.
speakers.
Go to the
He's trying to take your IP.
bottom.
Yeah, click speakers.
Open the control panel. Yeah.
You can do it right in Discord.
Then you go to advanced. Wait, no, levels, and then you just turn up the levels for your mic.
I'm on Windows 11, so that doesn't.
Yeah, for
No, it's still
Windows
the
11,
same,
you
isn't it?
press
They didn't
Alt
change it.
F4 to
Yes, they
bring up
do.
the
That's
speaker.
bullshit.
You're
That's
evil.
freaking thank God I didn't upgrade.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Alt F4, man.
So, if Earth is flat, how come? Like, does gravity exist for a flat Earth?
Yes.
If things go down,
Yes.
things go down, man.
And the
Because
Bible
there is
says
no
it's
gravity,
flat
the Earth is being
okay.
propelled upward.
Can you tell me why things go down? You know what the
Imbecile.
cause is?
I would say like it's mass. If it's
It's
not
mass?
gravity, it should be mass.
It's
All
not the
mass.
bending of space-time?
Well,
That's a
like,
different thing.
Oh, so you have two gravities.
Right? In a vacuum chamber, everything.
Oh,
is
yeah,
baby, oh yeah.
Right.
I can't
At
hear you.
different scales. Gravity at different scales.
Gravity at different scales.
Yeah. The
Wait, why is
cosmic
everyone muted?
scale.
Why is everyone muted in here?
Because
Those
they're
are the those are the local scale down here on Earth, and then there was the
Can you
cosmic
just unmute everyone?
scale.
I just want to hear them again. Can you unmute everyone?
You want your troll buddies to come back in?
I want to hear arguments, man. Like no one's arguing.
Well, then start talking, dude. One at a
I
time.
want to hear arguments. I don't want to
want your
argue.
henchmen
Big
back.
difference.
Okay, well then you can stay on mute. Fuck off.
I'm talking. Am I toned down?
No, we can hear you, Brendan.
Okay.
So you're saying there's no bending of space-time in the local gravity?
Like down here on Earth?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. The bending of space-time deals with how the planets orbit and stuff like that.
Like, could you just show me one instance of space-time bending? Or how you would...
Space-
Yeah.
The sun
Can you show me?
is the sun is bending space time. That's why we're orbiting the sun. There you go.
Can you prove that we're orbiting the sun?
What do you mean prove it? What do you want to see?
Can you prove it?
What do you mean? What do you want to see?
I want you to prove it to me that we're going around the sun.
Yeah, how did you prove it for
What do you
yourself? Try using what you used to prove it for yourself.
Use space-time, dude, and prove it to me. Bend it.
We want you to make a solar system.
Use space time. Use space time.
So what you're saying is it's a story that you're telling me?
Oh, it's an explanation.
I can
It's a
explain
story.
it. I can explain
An
how.
explanation.
No,
Yeah, it is. Sorry.
it's a story. I get it.
No,
I
I'm
can-
sorry. It's an explanation.
A bunch
I
of
know
guys
you don't.
sat around a table and gave it their best fucking guess. I get it, man.
I know you don't like it. It's an explanation, though.
I didn't say I didn't like it. I'm just telling you what it is, and I know
No,
you
you
don't
just
like
don't like it.
You
That's
don't
just-
like the fact of the matter that it's a story, dude. There's no
it's an
evidence to back it up.
explanation, dude. Come on. It's an
Bending of
explanation.
space-time? Like, come on, man.
Well, wouldn't an
The
explanation for the
experiment
sun?
that was done during
Do you believe in the Big Bang?
the experiment that was done during a full solar eclipse, where you saw stars that were behind the sun.
And
There you go.
And what does that prove?
The light from the star that was behind the sun bent around the sun. There you go.
I thought they're supposed to go straight because then like celestial navigation wouldn't work, Eratosthenes wouldn't work.
Yeah, sun rays are
So,
parallel, right?
Yeah.
Light
Like,
bends.
doesn't celestial navigation base off of the heliocentric model?
It's based on all the
bend in
light
certain
being
situations.
parallel. Based on all the light from the stars coming in parallel. But Brandon here says that they bend.
Light can bend in certain situations. I didn't say in all situations. In some situations, that's why refraction is a thing.
Yeah, you just
So the
pick
sunlight's
one.
not bending then, right?
Well, maybe it was just refraction.
The sunlight itself isn't bending? What? Oh, no, I'm not.
Are you trying to say the sunlight's curving?
I don't know. He said that light bends, man.
It does. Light. It's called refraction, right?
Refraction, dude.
So, but doesn't the sun?
You ever
rays
seen a
come in
mirage?
Parallel? Like, how do we measure shadows here if the sun's bending light?
Yeah, Brandon said that they bend because of space-time, not refraction.
Yeah, you can stand straight. You can stand straight up, and your shadow will bend throughout the day, dude.
Yeah, with the when the sun moves.
Yeah, that's light bending your shadow.
Wow.
What are we, airbenders now? What?
Okay, wait. I can explain how the sun moves around the Earth.
Okay, go for it.
Well, throughout the year, you can see when the sun is in the sky, it changes latitudes over the year. Like it's not directly above sometimes.
What paradigm do you use exactly?
So the sun moves. I get it.
Yeah, how would you explain that on the flat Earth?
We want to
The
see you
sun
make
moves,
a
dude.
sundial and prove it.
Well, it's called an analemma, right? Have you guys seen an analemma? It's like
Yeah, the infinity sign. Yeah.
The infinity stones, yeah. Go ahead.
You're
Yeah,
stoned.
it does look like an infinity sign, but you can predict like where it is in the sky. You can draw a correlation on what season it is, right, or what time of year.
We've been able to do that like fucking way back, dude.
Right, but you notice how one side of it.
You notice how it's a prediction, though, right? Like it happens all the time, man.
Well, you know how one
And
side
it's
of it.
always happened, right? Like it's not nothing new. We didn't discover this.
Yes,
It just
it's
doesn't
an
follow
observation, yeah.
anything.
But
Yeah,
I'm just
always
pointing
happened.
out.
Babylonians knew it happened,
Yeah,
dude.
I'm just pointing out how like one side of that infinity sign is smaller than the other loop of the infinity sign,
Good stuff, man.
which explains perihelion and aphelion, which is like the different distances between the Earth and the sun. There's a
So
time when it's
you
closer.
can tell the difference between or the distance between the Earth and the sun.
Yeah, like you can actually measure with a sextant that a sun is smaller at a certain time and it's
You can measure the
larger at a certain
sun's
time.
distance with the sextant.
Just by looking at the size of it. The size of the
Do you have a ruler painted on your eyelid?
the circumference of the sun is smaller, or the diameter of it is smaller than it is in the summer. The summer is actually the sun is further away from us in the summer than it is in the winter. And you can measure that using a sextant.
So you're saying the sun moves forward and backward?
Well, further away and
That's a new
closer
metric.
to us.
I thought the Earth was going around the sun.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you want me? Okay. Well,
But that's all right, man. You can keep going.
yeah. Well, that's how you can explain like the sun and the Earth changes distance over the seasons. But to explain the sun or the Earth moving around the sun, I would say that the trajectories of the planets are kind of tough, actually. Let me think about that.
So what is the sun exactly?
Plasma.
It warms up our Earth and it gives us life.
No, I'm asking what it is. What is it?
Constant fusion reactions of hydrogen and
I don't
into
think we can
heavier
define what it
elements.
Stories. It's
Yeah, we
stories.
can-
That's
Yeah, it sounds like a really nice folklore you laid out for me.
Why can't it's similar to like what like we can't I don't that's why I don't like debating the whole like what is the sun, because we don't even know what stars are for that, or even planets are. Like we look at the telescope, it's not what they claim they are. So like why do we have to fall into any notion of what we know what it is?
We try to
My
explain
sentiments
things.
We know what it's
And the
not.
telescope has a curved lens as well, right?
Well said,
So we have to
man.
be skeptical.
Well, we can tell the differences between planets and stars because through a telescope we can actually see the outline of a planet. Meaning,
Can you
it's
see the outline
closer.
of a star?
No, it's usually a light because it's further away.
Well, how can you tell the difference between a planet and a star?
Well, not only does a planet have a trajectory that's predictable and it moves around
Does
unorthodox.
a star have a
compared to
trajectory that's
stars.
predictable?
It does. It's circumpolar, but not planets, though. I don't think planets aren't circumpolar.
Yeah, planets are wandering stars.
So we
They don't
can't
move
see
into
these stars, but
constellations.
we can tell the difference.
Planets all show us
Yeah,
now.
we can tell the difference.
Yeah, wandering stars. Hence the term planet. Old Greek word that means to wander.
Does the old Greek say star?
It has its own orbit, right? So
Does the
basically,
Greek say star or just wander?
I don't know. The classical Old English definition says wandering star.
you can say that we orbit around the sun by seeing how planets disappear when it reaches parallel to the sun. Like it goes behind the sun, right? It doesn't go in front of it, except for like.
That's an
Mercury and-
interpretation. You don't.
Yeah, why do we
see
have
any-
to? Why do we have to? Why do we have to? Why do we have to subscribe to that? I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean the Earth doesn't move, so it's kind of dead on arrival.
Unless you can prove motion, that would be awesome. Prove the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, and also show me in science. This is the best one in my opinion. I love this one. If we're gonna go by science, right? Observable, testable, repeatable, all that bullshit, right? Show me another example where water holds to a spherical surface in science.
Just gravity, I'd say.
Oh, okay.
We're trying to figure out the cause of gravity here.
Oh, you could say.
You mean density, right? You mean density.
Well, what about a black hole?
What about it, dude?
Yeah, that's not science.
You gonna tell me another story, man?
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah, that's
You want to
that's
talk
science
about density?
fiction.
You got lots of stories,
Yeah,
dude.
that's so specific. Black hole. What am I supposed to
The
make out
word
of that?
star in Latin is stella. In Greek, it's astor.
Yeah, look
and
up
in
planet,
Dutch,
dude.
it's star.
Look up planet.
Someone mentioned density, right?
Yeah, density, of course. What about it?
Well, you mentioned it. I was about to ask you that. What about it?
I
think he was calling you fat.
I think you.
What vector does density have?
What?
Yeah, what vector does density have?
Vector is something completely different from what.
Vector is a direction.
Yes, it's a magnitude and a direction.
Yeah. What vector does density
I don't.
have?
Density is something else. Density is like.
Yeah,
tons,
it doesn't have a vector.
It's like tons per meter squared or tons per meters cubed or whatever. A weight over a volume, right? That's density, right? Measure
Yeah,
density.
it doesn't have a direction, so yeah. You can't explain it with density.
I don't think you're making any sense.
Well,
I think you're just trying to purposely misunderstand what he's saying. That's what I think.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I thought you were
No,
talking
not
about
you. I'm
gravity.
talking to the other guy. The other guy's purposely misunderstanding you because he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to deal with
No,
it.
why would he do that?
Okay.
He's a glober, by the way, Brandon.
Of course, he's a glober. I mean, yeah, obviously.
Were you talking about gravity and then you mentioned density?
Okay, yeah, that's the thing. The guy I was talking about, I was trying to get to gravity, right? But the guy mentioned density. Well, in a vacuum chamber, a bowling ball and a feather drops at the same rate, right?
Yep.
So there's no application of relative density because there's no air surrounding it, right? Or even a helium balloon in a chamber.
What
How
does
come
gas do in a chamber, dude?
It probably just sinks
Gas sinks in the chamber?
in a vacuum chamber. Yeah, it sinks.
Wonder planet.
Even
Not
a
That's
helium
hilarious.
So
balloon.
try vacuuming a bowling ball.
In the Greek,
Still
it's
gonna fall.
Wonder Planet.
What's one thing that floats in a vacuum chamber?
Will you at least will you at least concede that gravity is a theory and not a law? Will you concede? Will you concede that? Why won't you concede that?
A
Because
theory
hold on.
would imply facts, right?
Yeah, but hold on. Why would you not concede that? Because if you can't show me something that's testable, observable, and repeatable, why can't you concede that it's the theory?
It doesn't mean not real, though.
You're just not accepting the paradigm. You're not doing
I
your
told
research.
you about the chamber of secrets, the
Dude, when
vacuum
you release
chamber.
gas into a vacuum chamber, it goes into all directions. It fills its space.
Right. So
Right.
this is one thing I'm wondering.
Gravity
right?
doesn't affect it, dude.
Oh my gosh, I'm talking about a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, I'm talking about a vacuum chamber too, dude.
Right. So
But a
what's
helium balloon
one
in a
thing?
vacuum chamber and it will go down.
What's one thing that defies gravity in a vacuum chamber?
What was that? You release gas into a vacuum chamber and it'll go down?
I said a helium
Oh my
balloon.
gosh, dude, this guy.
You already said that.
Yeah, this guy, he's spitting facts, and I know you don't want to contest with him.
Oh, he's avoiding the question.
Well, you say gravity affects everything except for gas. It fills the whole container.
Yeah, you guys think
Gravity
that's
is
fact, that you
convenient.
can drop
Gravity is
gas in
convenient
a
in his
vacuum
opinion.
chamber
What's the
and
density
fall?
of that gas?
You think that gases are going to fall to the ground in a vacuum
Gravity
chamber?
when
There's
convenient.
dense gases and there's less dense gases, but
Yeah,
either
okay.
way,
Take
I'm
some
asking you to
dense
measure
gas.
how
All
dense
right,
is
here's
the
your
gas.
task. Here's your task.
it's like a pool.
Okay, I heard you. Here's your task. Take some dense gas, drop it, show it going to the ground in a vacuum chamber, and then come back here and post it.
Sure,
Yeah.
there's this thing called xenon. I don't know if you know.
Okay, so I'm just going to wait till you do it, all right?
Yeah, I'll be waiting too.
Ah, hell, let's hear him out anyway. Go ahead.
Okay. This is not in a vacuum chamber per se, but if you pour xenon, which is
Okay, I'm good to go then. I need it in a vacuum chamber because that's what you said it would happen in.
Yeah, change the
you're gonna have a
parameters now.
problem demonstrating this claim. So I'm just trying to point that out to y'all.
Well, the word planet in the Greek is wonder planet.
You're still going on about that. It doesn't say wandering planet,
we
dude.
switched. We
He
switched
doesn't
gears.
believe you, dude.
So
He's
you
gotta
said
look it
you
up.
said wandering star, and it's
Yeah,
You can
that's
find
what
that
it
definition
says.
if you look,
Go read
Brandon.
it again.
no. The Greek says wonder planet. I
Find
can
another
take a
definition, dude.
screenshot and
No, it
Well, he
doesn't
took
say
time
that.
to inspect element that, so show some
Oh my
respect.
gosh. How do we loop back to that?
So, what's the cause for your gravity again? Was it bending space-time or mass attracts mass?
At the local level, it's mass attracting mass.
So there's no bending of space-time at the local level.
Okay, Mr. Heretic. Mr. Heretic. Mr. Heretic.
Scale, dude.
Sure, he can hear you. Why don't you keep going?
So I don't have the footage for it, right? But I can rationalize it to you using. I'll help you understand
Worthless.
it.
No.
You give us your opinion, great.
The enclosed space you believe in, right?
Dude, you can't demonstrate it, so you're just telling stories. No thanks.
You don't want to.
We don't need
don't
your
wanna
I
be
want
judgmental.
science. I want your science. I want testable, observable, repeatable. I want science.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. If you drop dense gas in a vacuum chamber, it's just going to fill the vacuum. It's not going to settle and sink to the ground and form little gas pools or gas puddles or whatever you're imagining. That's not going to happen. The reason
does,
why you have
though.
to explain instead of demonstrate is because that doesn't actually happen, or else it'd be easy to just demonstrate.
Well, then how come when you go up in altitude, there's less dense
Oh,
air?
okay,
Like,
so we're in a vacuum, eh? And there's just dense gas just pooling at the surface of the Earth.
well,
not
most
filling
air
a vacuum above
pools.
us.
Most air pools on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, you do think that, don't you? Because in the globe cosmology fairy tale, we are in a vacuum. So that is a big problem. That's a huge problem with your claim,
How does an
actually.
altimeter work?
Uses pressure.
Okay, so how come that pressure gets lower as you go up?
Because there's a pressure gradient.
Pressure gradient, and what's that created by?
Oh, I don't
What
know.
is that,
Probably
though?
temperature. I mean, most of the gases being produced at the surface probably plays a role. I don't know. Would you like to add anything?
No,
When
it's
things get
because of
colder,
air.
they normally
It's
get
because of air density The higher you go, the less air density
Yeah,
there is.
right. So he's asking what's causing that.
Yo, I got
less air pressure.
I'm wondering if he wants to add anything to it. I would say temperature is one of the factors
it's
involved.
pressure,
Sure.
dude.
I would say the
I
gas
gotta-
cycle being confined to the
Well,
surface
temperature.
mainly would be another big factor.
I got a
temperature,
question.
you'd say
I got a
causes that.
question. I got a
Okay,
question.
well, do you mind just holding on to that question while we finish the conversation that's ongoing, or do you
I
have
just
too
don't
much
understand.
ADD?
Right, I don't understand how. Wait, hold on. I want to ask this with gravity, right? So why is
Okay.
gravity also? Why is gravity also situational? Where it's like,
All right, I was in the middle of something. Thanks.
Heretic, I'm pretty sure you're referring to a barometer, not an altimeter.
No, I'm not.
Well, barometer, it measures air pressure.
I didn't even bring either of
An
those up.
altimeter measures air pressure.
Yeah.
Well, what's a barometer?
Altimeter is for altitude, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's using pressure.
It measures
to gauge
air
altitude.
pressure to tell your altitude.
Oh, right. Okay, so it's doing a sort of equation to show you on the gauge what it is, right?
Yeah, because there's a pressure gradient, and so he's trying to link it back to gravity. So what's gravity?
No, I'm just curious. Like, so you said temperature you think causes.
Yeah.
Do things get denser when it gets colder or warmer?
Hotter would be higher pressure.
That's not what he thinks, dude. That's the way it is. Temperature affects pressure.
Yeah.
I thought air molecules condense, which makes it higher pressure.
When it's more humid, I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
there's
that's
more
how I
moisture in the air.
Okay.
Actually,
Well,
wait,
more
yeah,
kinetic
no,
energy, more heat, you're going to have more pressure.
Right, because it expands, so it's more pressure. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
so
know.
it's going to be colder as you go up because, I mean, obviously, you're not going to be retaining as much warmth, as much heat, 100,000 feet in the air as you are at the surface where the ground and all the water and all that stuff is.
But there is a part in the air, I think it's in the mesosphere, where temperatures go up to 9,000 degrees, though.
Yeah, the space station's up there. Fuck.
So
But
it is
there's a
claimed.
difference between temperature and heat, though.
Yes, there is.
I'm asking a question now. So for the flat earthers in here, so like, what do y'all think the Earth look like? Why, like, where are like the countries and continents and stuff placed on the map? Do y'all think it's like when you like shown like a world map in like a classroom? Is that where y'all think like the countries are?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question, dude.
If we are looking at a map, if we look at a world map in a classroom, we can see where all the countries are placed. Is that what you think the Earth looks like from top to bottom?
No.
Okay, so where do you think the countries are placed and continents? Do you think it's
right where they are, the way they are in reality, dude?
Okay,
what I see
okay.
is what you get. What you see is what you get, man. I live in the same reality as you.
I mean, I have a question. Like,
no.
Is like the moon, like, are we flat, and like the moon and the sun are like round?
Like, yeah, dude.
No.
Well, I mean, you asked that question as if you believe that round and flat are mutually exclusive. So I guess you've never seen stuff like coins and tables and
But
vinyl
like,
records
what about
and
like the
CDs
shadow
before.
on like the moon? Like, you could see
Well,
its
okay,
shadow. You
like,
could
how
see
do
the
you know
dark
that
part
that's
and the
the
light
shadow,
side.
bro? How did you know it was
I
a
mean, despite the
shadow
fact you're
being
making
cast
fun
by
of
the
me, my
ground,
voice and everything, which I'll talk
bro?
normally now, you actually have nothing of value to like disprove.
Okay,
them.
yeah, okay. So, bro, how do you know that that's a shadow being cast by the ground, bro? Go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna get to my second
Okay,
question.
I'm asking the other guy a question, dude. How does he know
Oh,
it's a
sorry,
shadow?
I got unmuted. How do I know it's a shadow? I
Yeah.
mean, with my eyes, what you see is what you get.
Okay, so you just look at it, declare that it's a shadow being cast by the ground, and you're good to go?
No, by the sun, but yeah.
Okay, so no, it's a shadow being cast by the sun, so nothing is obstructing the sunlight to the moon. It's just straight up cast by the sun. What are you trying to say?
Yes.
Yes, what?
That what you said, it's just being cast to the sun, it's reflecting off the moon.
Well, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It's a shadow being cast by the sun. Nothing is blocking the sunlight to the moon. All right, well, I'm just
I
going
mean,
to leave
like,
it
the
at that.
other side of the moon is not shadow. The side that the moon's facing has a shadow, or doesn't have a shadow, and the side that the moon's facing the sun doesn't have a shadow, right?
Oh, the side
yeah.
of the moon that is facing the sun does not have a shadow. Want to show?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. I'll DM you a picture real quick.
Yeah, just DM me a picture of the other side of the moon that nobody's ever seen before in history. Confirm your
moon's
story tell that there's a
spin.
shadow being cast by the ground.
I mean,
Hey,
like,
can I ask
Okay.
hold on. Can I ask the gravity question though? I want to just really get
All
get back to.
All right.
Can I ask the gravity question about the plane?
Yes, go
That
ahead.
one
You've been
guy?
waiting.
Okay, so the guy, so I don't know who was talking earlier, but
me.
yeah, with the whole density and gravity thing, right? So why is it that if gravity is in play, right? Why does but gravity doesn't affect what, like, you know?
A bowling
Hold on,
ball.
let me compose myself. Let me articulate it better. Give me a moment. You guys can continue on. I'm gonna find a way to articulate. But
Okay.
continue
So
on.
I got a question. If the Earth is flat, then how did Pearl Harbor happen?
Let's skip that one. Too stupid.
Why do you want to skip that one? Why
Because
is
it's
it like
stupid.
But why
How
is
is
it
it
stupid?
stupid?
You're just
Well,
calling it
it's so
stupid, but you have
stupid. You
nothing to.
should be able to explain it pretty easily.
Yeah.
Navigating from A to B over the ocean. What do you need a
Okay.
globe for?
So they went
You think
around
it
the world
ends or
despite
something right
all
there. I
of
don't know
like
why.
Okay, so let's go over a few things here. Let's go over a few things.
Have you
So
ever drawn
actually,
a circle before, dude?
so let's go over a few things here. First of all,
Yeah.
if you look at the technology of the 1940s, for example, which they had right back then, there is no way in fucking hell that they could have gone. If you look at like a world map, like a flat world map on a classroom, like there's no way they could have gone all the way from that side of the world, from
Oh, okay. Yeah,
from
you're
the right.
imagining a Mercator and they go all the way around the other way. Yeah, that's just stupid, dude. It's not actually
there's
laid
no-
out like that in reality.
Do they
So
use
there's no way they could have gone all the way from that right side of the world map to the left side of like the
That's
flat Earth
not
that you
what
all
anybody's
imagine.
actually doing. You're imagining a Mercator projection and you're thinking
got
that
some
that's
image in your
actually the
brain.
layout of like a flat world or something. Give me a break.
Okay, so what are the layout of your flat world?
Nobody's
Like
ever
where?
seen it, man. We haven't been to space to be able to tell what the fucking layout is, dude.
Wait,
Have
so
you- have-
Yeah,
have
there's
you
all
been to
sorts of
space?
different map projections. You're just taking one and going, "Oh, that must be the
so
layout
which
of this
which
flat Earth,"
projection?
and
We don't
attacking
have.
that.
We're not going with the
Which-
projection, dude.
Which projection?
No,
is
I
used
am
by the-
no, I am claiming right that the world is round and that they went from Japan to Hawaii across the Pacific Ocean.
All
You know, due to so
You
what
understand
I'm
that we're not claiming it's round, right?
But the problem is your claim goes against the laws of physics, so we can't have that.
I don't
Yeah,
know
okay,
how
so
it
you
goes
know-
against the.
Which
does,
laws of
right?
physics? Which
You know
laws
what
of
water
physics
does?
does
Yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah.
Which
I'll let you
laws
know.
of physics?
Yeah, hydrostatic
I wanna explain
equilibrium.
that.
You know what water does, right? It seeks a level horizontal surface, right? Not a curved surface. So his claim is that they went over a curved body of water to get from A to B. That obviously violates the laws of physics because water doesn't behave like that.
Water can conform to any shape you put it
Yeah,
in.
no, the
dude.
surface is horizontal and level. It seeks a level horizontal surface. Water always does.
So
Show
like it
doing
also
otherwise.
does that on like
where
the
do you
moon where the
where do you
gravity's
see conforming?
different.
Where
and
do
You
you
can
like
have
in
a bend on
space.
a.
Hold on, wait,
so water-
wait,
okay,
point
so
to
water
it. No,
being a
point to
bendy
it. Where can you
What
see
about like
conforming of
space
water?
station videos where like they like move water around like the space station?
Yeah,
'Cause
cool
that's not
movies,
on
man.
Earth.
Yeah, cool
Yeah,
movies,
that's-
man. Demonstrate a bendy body of water.
What
in the
about
real
the
where
world.
does it conform? Where else does it conform? Like in a testable, observable setting, right? Where does it? Where does water conform in such a manner that it does on the sphere?
Well, the body of water will. The body of water will take the shape of a container, sure, but the surface will seek a level, even horizontal level.
Okay, so heretics. So what I'm wondering is, do you claim that the world looks like a certain way, where like the layout of the planets and the countries and the surface
No,
and the
I
land?
don't think it looks like a flattened out Mercator. No, there's your answer.
You can have a
So what-
horizontal straight
Is
line
it
on
like
the
a
cold
dildo
side.
or like
Chad.
the Africa
A
is like a
donut?
ball
Chad.
and
Like, what do you
the,
think it looks
like
like, bro?
Chad
handles, like-
Dorito.
I mute the stoner, dude.
Chad Dorito. I think the flat Earth community uses the azimuthal equidistant projection
for their charts.
Yeah, I have no clue what that is. Can you like just send that in the chat so I can look at that?
Sure, I'll show you the picture. I'll show you the Wikipedia page right here.
To this server,
Nobody
like
claimed
they
that
have
here,
like
dude.
different, like you can go on this server and there's a bot that will create a channel for you that you can just.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there a debate amongst? I mean, I'm new to this channel. I'm definitely not a glober, but isn't there debate amongst flat earthers of what the shape is and what the map is?
No.
There's speculation, dude. How about we leave it at that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I
That
put it
I
in
agree.
the-
That's why I don't want to subscribe to these globers that want to keep pigeonholing us to a certain map when I don't subscribe to any map. I just don't know. That's the better answer. Ignorance.
Perfect.
I posted the Wikipedia link in
Yeah.
24.
Okay.
7.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, I want to know what this one guy heretic believes in.
If you want to look at it and actually answer, like, figure out the answer to your question, then it should be in the Wikipedia page. Just look at the chart for yourself. Bro.
That's a projection. What is it a projection of?
Yeah, because
Latitude
everybody
and
carries a
longitude.
globe in their pocket when they're freaking flying around the world.
It's a projection of latitude and longitude lines.
Right. Notice how like the longitude lines are circular and the latitude ones are straight, which proves which they would say like there's never been north to south circumnavigation, but there has been west to east, right?
And notice how they're parallel and intersecting too.
Yeah, that's why they're called parallels.
Okay. Well, I mean, if this map, if this is the map that heretic believes in, then I mean,
Well, this
Who
is
cares what that guy believes?
This is what the official. This is what they use to chart like northern routes for flights and voyages.
Is that the map that's widely accepted by the whole flat Earth community?
Well, at a certain point, there's distortion at a certain latitude, but mostly the closer you are to the center, the most accurate depiction of the landforms there is.
Yeah, Australia doesn't actually look like that.
Like I used to be a flat earther, but like now I'm in college for this, and like I'm trying really hard to like.
They showed you bendy water.
yo, do you guys mind unmuting Pack? He's asking, and
Yeah, I do
chat.
mind.
Does
He's a douche. I
Australia
do mind.
really look like this? The projection says it looks like. No.
I like how you had to preface it like now I'm in college as if that makes your opinion now so much more substantial than it.
Well, like no,
whatever it was
you should
before.
ask me what I'm in college for.
No, but the way you just prefaced that, it was pretty funny. Like, I used to be a flat earther, but now I'm in college. Like, come on, give me a break.
I'm learning stuff that's like questioning my own previous knowledge, and it's like, how do I even explain? I never even believed
you
in
could try
space.
to like weasel out of it, but you knew how you framed it, and I'm not gonna just argue with semantics.
Sure, maybe it sounded a little bit condescending. I never meant for the intention to be. Sorry.
Alright, whatever.
Yeah,
Did they tell you-
he simply meant that he gained education and which changed his beliefs. Some
wanna
people
ask
probably.
about that.
I never said
Some
I
ask
believe in it.
about
I'm
that.
just
Did
saying
they show you water seeking a bendy surface?
Take that
I've
as a
seen
no.
waves.
According to that picture, it
Yeah,
does in
I'm gonna
space.
take that as a no.
According to that picture that's in the side chat, it does in space, but you didn't ask space, so.
So would you say like there's a vanishing point when you like look through binoculars at a boat on the horizon? It just disappears because there's a vanishing point.
What's your explanation?
Mine? Oh, it sinks below the horizon, you know. Visible.
Did you say below?
And
Below
for
the
that
horizon.
phone.
Yeah.
So it's obstructed by Earth's curve, right?
So
Yeah.
it's lower than you?
Yeah.
So do you know where the Earth curve should be at? Like how far you should be able to see, or what the drop over distance is?
Not exactly, but the idea explains stuff like a lower
I'll tell you what
limb.
it is, all right? So if you're 1 foot above the surface, the geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles.
So wait, so 1.2 miles is when things start vanishing?
At 1 foot above the surface of the water.
1 foot disappears.
At 1 foot. Who's 1 foot tall?
It's got to be beyond that. It's got to be more than that.
Yeah, I know. We can see way further than that, can't we?
Yeah, who's 1 foot tall, dude? Okay.
Whatever, dude. It's the math.
Honestly,
You're mad at your own math. I'm sorry.
What about eclipses? How would you explain that?
Well, no, I'm not mad
Have you ever looked up stereocycles, dude?
Serocycles?
Yeah.
Zero. What does that mean?
Sero.
Can you do the math
that?
for a 5 foot tall observer?
I'm sure I could, dude.
Okay,
Yeah, it's like 2.7 or something like that miles. Who cares, though?
So what is a serocycle?
These are the things that ancient Babylonians used to track eclipses and so forth, and movements of the stars. They have a whole
Can you
chart,
s-
man.
can
They
you
can
spell
post.
that?
They can post-dict it. I think it's SARO. SARO, I think. Saro? Is that how you spell it?
Serocycle. SARO cycle. Saros cycle. Okay.
It's like saying that you predict that the sun is going to rise.
Like it's
No, you just know it's going to do that because it always does. But
Wow,
the same deal.
whoever posted
They're
that
on a
video
cycle.
was
It's like a
awesome.
rhythm that just repeats over and over. Okay, go ahead.
Whoever posted that video of the Colbert show is awesome.
It's kind of neat. It's actually
It's an awesome experiment, dude. Anybody else watch that video?
Okay, so to
Yeah, we agree
explain,
things go down, Peter. Or Brandon.
No, it was an experiment. It's not. It's more than just things go down.
It explains why. The cause.
No, well, it was a water ball. Well, watch the video, dude.
I can't be bothered.
Of course.
What does that video prove to you, Brandon?
The video is of someone holding a water bottle high up, and he poked holes in it, and it's still dripping water. But when he drops it, it stops leaking water.
And that means what?
That the water went up towards the top of the thing and didn't leak out the bottom.
So it wasn't at rest.
It means that the water loses its weight when it's falling at the speed of gravity.
So it wasn't at rest, right, Brandon?
No, it wasn't. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about that.
Right. Well, that's what Heretic was talking about. Water at rest, hydrostatic, static equilibrium at rest.
okay, so the guy who mentioned eclipses, right? It's the Saros cycle is a method to predict when the eclipse is going to happen. There's a pattern to it for sure. But let me just like expand on my actual initial question: is that how come? Like, what is when the occurrence of an eclipse happens? How would you explain that on a flat Earth where the moon is in front of the sun or the sun is
I
in
would.
front of the moon? Does that happen on a flat Earth?
Obviously, man, we see it. Same as you.
How do you explain it, though?
So then sometimes the moon is further away than the sun is?
Okay, I'm going to explain it with shadow planets. How about that?
Shadow planet.
I mean, you asked for an explanation, so. There you
Well, the explanation, not an explanation.
But you're assuming that you have the explanation, though, right, Brandon? There's an assumption there, right, brother?
Oh, we've proved
You're
it.
assuming, right?
Well, doesn't the process of science have assumptions?
If they're provable and testable, yeah.
So
Wait a
yeah,
minute.
we proved it through science, and yeah,
What
we
did
had to
you
make
prove, dude?
the
How would I
eclipse
test? How would I test the
the-
cause of an eclipse? What do you
the
suppose I
thing we
should
were
do?
talking about.
It's exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, I said the thing we were talking about. We proved that through science. Yes, and yes, we had to make assumptions.
Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Don't make assumptions. But
You
like,
have to make assumptions.
you can. I'm not.
Well, you're not doing science then.
Science is not run on assumption. Science is
You have to make assumptions when doing science. How do you make a prediction if you're not assuming anything?
Like, it's the same thing as gravity. We have these phenomenon, guys. We all experience the same phenomenon. But people make up stories for the causes.
Yeah, they do. Of course they do. Everybody does. But we have the explanation, not just a story.
I know you have an explanation, and it's just as good as mine. Shadow planets, because the thing is neither of us can actually test the cause of an eclipse.
The planets aligning in a certain way.
No, well, I'm pretty sure the moon, like during a solar eclipse, the moon comes in front of the lunar eclipse.
Have you ever seen the moon move in front of the sun?
Yes.
Lunar eclipse, yes.
Actually,
that's a
nobody
solar
has.
eclipse. No, I
So,
have.
Because
a
solar
lunar
eclipses only
eclipse-
happen on a new moon, and you do not see the moon, not even a trace of it during a new moon. So nobody's actually seen the moon eclipse the sun.
No.
We just assume that must be what it is.
A lunar eclipse is different. It's when the Earth
No, I'm
comes.
talking about a solar eclipse right now.
Yeah, the solar eclipse
Yeah.
is when the moon
goes in front of the sun.
intercepts the sun. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you will never see that happen because it'll only happen on a new moon.
What's covering the sun during a solar
No,
eclipse?
a
then?
new moon. It doesn't happen during.
I don't know. Maybe it is the moon, but it's gone during that time of the
Heretic,
month.
you're
It's a new
wrong.
moon.
Heretic, you're wrong.
No, I'm not.
A new moon happens not during opposition. It's at conjunction.
Yeah, I know. They're coming closer and closer to alignment, so there is a strong inference, I guess, that it must be the moon doing something to the sun, but you can't outright observe it because you will not see the moon during that time. And if the moon's not an object, what if it's some kind of an effect? How can you say then that it's
the color
necessarily the moon?
changes. You're talking about solar eclipse, right? Or
Yeah.
lunar eclipse. So a
Solar.
solar eclipse is when the moon comes in front of the sun.
Okay. Well, I said what I said about 3 times, and I think I'm good now.
You're talking about a new moon. A new moon is when the Earth is between.
Dude. Okay, one more time. A solar eclipse will only happen on a new moon.
That's not right, though. It happens
It's
during.
right.
That's not right. That's not true.
All right,
Quickly run to Google before you say that again, okay?
What's the citation?
You too,
Yeah,
Brandon.
show me the.
Go ahead, post the citation.
Okay, just type. Okay, go to Google. I'm doing something right now, so I'm not going to do your
it's your
Googling.
claim.
New moon.
Your claim.
Solar
Post the
eclipse.
citation.
Go ahead.
You guys have
It's
seen
your
the sky
claim.
during a solar eclipse?
It's your claim. Post the citation.
Okay, all right.
Heretic.
All right, Brandon, just stay stupid about solar eclipses then. I actually prefer that because it's more fun for me.
You're making
I mean,
a
you could
positive
solve this for
claim,
yourself in 2
Heretic.
seconds. Yeah,
You're
but I don't
making a
care. I'm busy
positive
right now.
claim.
I'm not
You're
Googling for
burden
you on
of
my phone at
proof.
this moment. If you want to stay ignorant about something that you could take 2 seconds to
I
resolve,
did.
well, sounds good.
I did when I posted that picture about the
All right, I already
word
said what I
planet.
said. I'm not changing my mind.
Of course you're not.
Yeah,
There you go,
I'd
guys.
rather you stay ignorant about it. It's more fun.
I know you stay ignorant. That's okay.
There you go.
Okay, but what's the whole point of it being a new moon, only being a new moon? What's the
You
point of
said
it?
that it wasn't.
What does that conclude?
It concludes you were wrong. You and Brandon.
I never made a claim. I'm
The
asking.
moon is between the Earth and the
Oh my
sun.
goodness, you guys can't keep track of what's going on. The whole reason I brought this up is just to let you know you will never see the moon actually pass in front of the sun because you do not see the moon during a new moon.
It says right
Oh
there,
my god.
the moon is between the Earth and the
Somebody else
sun.
try.
The
Then how
moon is
come
between the Earth and the sun. It said it right there.
Brendan, can you go back to talking about a water bottle being cut a hole in it and then whatever? I'm talking about eclipses, please. And yes, you see the moon cross in front of the sun because the sky gets dimmer in the umbra.
You don't see it approach the sun.
Of course you do, dude.
Yes,
No, you don't.
Oh my god.
You can't see it. It's a new moon.
That's why he brought up the new moon, dude. You get
Oh
it
my
now?
gosh. It doesn't matter
What?
if it's a new moon or not.
What is going in
don't
front of
see
the
a new
sun
moon.
then?
Even when a new moon exists, it doesn't necessarily mean there's an eclipse either.
No, it
Yep.
doesn't
It doesn't
necessarily
mean you
mean
can't
that.
see it.
There will only be an eclipse on a new moon, and like I've said about 17 times, you do not see a new moon.
I know you don't see a new moon. It's invisible. I get it. I understand. But if it's in front of the sun and you're standing in a position that's like right in the umbra,
How do you know
then
that's the
like
moon, dude?
the
I
sun
know
gets
you're in
blotted
college, but
out.
how do you know that's the moon?
How do I know that's the moon? And maybe it's like one of the closest objects there's like to Earth.
No, I said, how do you, during an eclipse, since there's no moon to be seen in the sky, when the eclipse occurs, how do you know that's the moon causing it?
Because it's an object. Just because you don't see the dark side of it doesn't mean that it's
Okay,
not
so
there covering
you're
the
not really
sun.
answering the question. So how do you know the story of the moon passing in front of the sky is an actuality?
Like the moon passing in front of the sun is a real
Yeah, the
thing.
sun. How do you know
Because
that's what a solar eclipse is? How do you know the solar eclipse is caused by the moon?
Because during a solar eclipse, there's been parts on the Earth where you're
Oh,
standing in the
dude, have you
complete
witnessed a
shadow.
solar eclipse?
Do you know what an umbra and a penumbra is?
Yeah, but we're talking about how do you know it's the moon
Because
creating
it's
the
the
eclipse?
closest celestial body to the Earth. It's the largest one.
Oh my lord, dude! I get what they say the moon is. How do you know that is what is causing the eclipse?
Because that's the only thing that is possible.
Oh, it's the only thing. Oh, okay, got it. So you're the omniscient one. You know all for certainty, even though you don't see it.
Are you claiming that it's something else?
I have no idea what it is. All I know is there's no moon to be seen in the sky. You're claiming that it's the moon.
No, dude, there's still a moon in the sky, dude.
No, there is not. Have you witnessed a solar eclipse?
Have you witnessed the dark side of the moon?
I've listened to Pink Floyd, but
No,
have
no.
you witnessed? No one's seen the dark side of the moon, sir.
Exactly. So just because
Have you witnessed a solar eclipse?
Yes.
And did you see the moon in the sky?
Yes.
Before it approached, as it was approaching the sky, you saw the new moon in the sky.
No, I saw.
So you wait. You saw an eclipse.
Yes, I saw an eclipse.
You
which
saw
is
what
the
I
moon
saw.
coming in front of the sun.
Eclipse.
You're not following, bro.
And the eclipse is when the moon is between the Earth and the sun.
Oh boy.
You guys cannot be serious.
There's been new moons as well where it doesn't completely come in front of like your line of sight of the sun because it's like right under it or right above it. But when you're standing in a specific spot, a specific time,
There's
in the
no
right time of
moon
year
in
of
the sky
century,
to be seen during an eclipse.
yes, there is.
This is really
No,
hard to
there's not.
understand, eh?
You just said you didn't see it.
Well, dude, it needs to be at a specific time where you're standing in a
Oh, stop the
specific
cap,
spot
bro.
called
Stop the cap.
umbra.
It has to be.
It's
You
called the
don't
umbra.
see a new moon, dude. That's the whole point that's being made here. You don't actually see the moon doing that. You can only infer that must have been the moon. How do you know the distance to either anyway?
The difference between what and what?
It's set distance.
The set distance? We know that the moon
I
is a lot
said
closer.
distance, man.
You said distance?
Wow.
I don't understand, man. Like, There's so much going on. You're being condescending as well.
You
It's
mute
very
it.
easy.
You mute before you finish what you're saying.
I said distance. How do you know the distance for either?
Because we see the moon moving a lot faster than the sun. You can see it revolve. There's lunations. There's months for a moon.
So what?
So it revolves around the sun more
The
often.
moon revolves around the sun.
Yes.
Yeah,
Or no,
actually.
it does actually, but it also revolves around the Earth as well.
Oh, it's because so the Earth is dragging it around the sun. That's what you're telling me.
So the moon moves around the Earth.
Right,
And it takes
and
29
and
days for it
the
to do
Earth
so.
is taking the moon with it around the sun.
Right.
Okay, can you prove that the Earth is in motion?
Yeah, the stars in the sky.
What? They move. So now what?
Yeah, that shows that the Earth is spinning.
All I saw was the stuff in the sky moving.
Bob no
Yeah,
Dell
that's
proved
why.
movement.
It's called apparent motion.
Okay, so they're not actually you're moving. So the inverse of what you see is what is actually happening. How do you know that?
The inverse is
Bob
happening.
no Dell proved movement. Rest in peace.
If the
Okay,
stars
well,
in
I
the
mean,
sky
I'm
are
going to
moving,
stand out by the side of the road, see cars moving, and go, it's just apparent motion. I'm actually the thing moving by.
Wow.
well,
I mean,
you
that's
could be
basically what you've done. You see something in the
if
sky
you
moving and
No.
go, no, it's not what I saw. It's the opposite.
well, if you're walking as well, right? You can see things move faster.
You
than-
know all motion is
not
relative,
much
don't
because
you?
you're just walking. But if you're driving in a car and you see other cars passing by, those cars seem like they're passing by like twice the speed of what you're traveling at compared
Because
to like
motion is
stationary cars.
relative.
So how do you know you're the thing moving?
Because you can see the stars spinning in the sky.
That just tells me the stars are moving.
Yeah, and Brandon just said that all motion is relative. So I didn't know which one it
It
is.
is.
So it
Motion
could be
is
either or.
relative.
So Brandon, it could just be either or then. Same thing.
Sounds like
Is motion relative or
yeah.
is it
So
not?
how do you know which one it is?
We also know, like, I don't know if you know the first point of Aries, which is like the constellation Aries, and all the other constellations as well. There's been measurements taken over hundreds of years where it's deviated from the sky. So, like, say, like 300, 400 years ago, the first point of Aries used to be like where it is, but now it's like 3 months ahead. So
So
it's more like
yeah,
around Pisces.
so yet more observations of the stuff in the sky moving, not us.
But it's because of us, though. It's because of the
How do you know
of
it's
our tilt,
like
the tilt of the
when you
Precession?
see
precession of the equinoxes.
when you
Yes.
see clouds move? Are they moving or is the Earth moving?
Star Trek.
They're clouds, man.
Well, there's a lot of wind up there, so those clouds are moving, yes.
How do you know?
That's meteorology.
Yeah,
How do you know it's not Earth?
Huh?
the moon, the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, dude.
Oh, okay, so great.
Oh, you don't believe that? Do you believe the atmosphere isn't moving with the Earth?
I don't think Earth moves except during an earthquake. So how do you know Earth is moving during an earthquake? Is it actually moving or is it not moving? Like it's very
plate tectonic shifts.
That's
It's relative. I mean, you could be the
science.
one moving.
yeah.
That's a
But you
different
feel the
study
earthquake,
of
though, right?
science too.
Like during an earthquake, is it just you shaking or is it the Earth shaking?
How about this? How about declinations of the stars?
Yeah. How about
over
that?
the seasons? Like in the
Wow.
winter,
Yeah,
like some
so more
stars.
observations of stuff that isn't the Earth moving. Are you done yet?
Angle magic.
He's talking about clouds though. I don't understand. Like what? What does that have anything
Well,
to do
yeah,
with
you're
stars?
talking about you watch the stars move, so the Earth
Okay,
is moving.
what
About the
what
clouds.
would be the mechanism for it only being the stars moving?
Who cares? That's what you see.
What do you mean? Who
God,
kills?
God
That's
done it.
what your whole argument hinges on, man.
Yeah, God. Let's go with God.
God done it.
God
Now
doesn't
what?
exist.
Checkmate.
God doesn't
Sure,
exist.
God
Oh,
made
neither
it
does
all.
gravity. So what? Why should that
Well,
bother you?
No, gravity
if
does
God
exist.
doesn't
God does.
exist, then there would have to be a conspiracy.
And neither does the motion of the planet, dude.
How about I bring up the gravity question? If you guys don't believe in space and you guys don't believe in outer space and going to space, then how does gravity work then? Because everything's in an
Doesn't.
enclosed space.
Yeah,
Gravity.
Brandon. If all motion is relative, and you drop something, how do you know the ground didn't go towards the thing you dropped? If all motion is relative.
Well, you don't see the ground move.
Oh, so it's not all
Oh.
relative now.
Well, that's your argument with how the
No, it's your
continents
argument.
are. That's how your arguments are with the continents on the flat Earth. It's how we see it.
Okay, so now your argument
That's
is
exactly what you said. It's how we see it. You're
Okay.
accepting it as we see it.
Right,
You
so we
can't
see the
accept.
stars move.
You can't accept it the way we see it with the example of dropping something, but you do it with the continents on the Earth.
So we see the stars move, right?
Yeah. What's the mechanism?
The Earth couldn't be flying upwards?
God done it. Now what?
God's not a mechanism.
Really?
And God doesn't
Can you prove
exist.
that?
You have to prove God first.
Well, then you'd be a conspiracy theorist because an awful lot of people believe in God and use
Does
God
that
as
make
an
it true?
explanation, right?
Does
Yeah,
that
why
make
would all
it
those
true?
people lie?
Wait, does the fact that a lot of people believe in God make it true?
Well, there'd be a conspiracy, right, if it wasn't true.
No, but does it make it true? Come
So
on.
the fact that everybody believes in a globe, does that make it true?
Yeah.
No, you answer my question first.
Why?
I think I just did.
Because I asked the question first.
I thought
so you answer mine.
science was a popularity contest, right? Consensus.
No, it's not.
So it's not
It's
consensus.
experimentation on experimentation. We're continuously figuring things out. Science is not settled.
Yeah, I think we're way off the rails here.
Science is never and will never be settled. There will always be
Great. So
new
why do you use
things
it?
to discover.
So why do you use it?
Because
You
science
know what
helps.
science is?
Sounds like nothing you're claiming here is settled then, according to you. So what do we care?
There are some things that are and some things that aren't. Everything isn't settled. I said.
Well, there's one thing that is settled, right?
What is one
Some
thing that is settled?
things we
And that is
do
what water
mostly know.
establishes at rest. That's
That's
settled,
not
right?
settled. What water is a material. That's not necessary. Depending on
Did
the
you just say
temperature.
water is immaterial?
Not me.
A material, not
Right.
immaterial.
A body of water at rest establishes a
Yes.
horizontal plane of reference, right?
That's not an argument. So the
Which
water.
means
But
what?
it
Based
does
on
establish a horizontal plane of reference.
okay, a water in 100 degrees. Does it establish the rest?
Okay, what's the conclusion of that?
Well, it's something that we know, right? Like we don't need
Okay,
science.
water is horizontal at rest. Thus, what?
I'm just
The Earth is
establishing what.
flat.
No, well, I'm just establishing what we can know.
You
So
have
we
a
don't need
premise
science.
without a conclusion.
Right.
I have a
What do you
question. I have a
conclude from
question
that?
for the flat earther. If you know for sure, because you are very certain of this so-called Earth being flat and everything, how come like there haven't been like a group of flat earthers making some money and basically creating the conditions to go to this edge of the Earth and
What do we need money for,
filming it?
dude? We don't need to
You
pay
need
anybody to know what Jerry just said, which is that water
no.
seeks
You
level.
need money to go to the edge of the Earth to film it.
Oh,
and to
I don't
show-
care about that.
Oh, so you are all pussies, by the way, because
No,
We
I'm
are
just
on
not
the edge of
trying.
Oh,
what?
come on! Don't call names, dude.
What you're standing on is
I'm sorry, not pussies, scaredy cats. Like you have no
We
honor.
all disagree.
Oh, it's not an
but we
interest
can
of
be
me.
respectful. Come on.
That's not an interest of mine. Why don't you try it? Because you seem keen. You go ahead.
James
It's your
Cook
mission.
went to
Some people have
Antarctica
done
to
that.
find.
Hey, are you offering funding?
I'm not going to Antarctica. It's better here. Cold enough where I'm at already. I'm not going to Antarctica.
There isn't a single group of flat earthers like paying money for the world to know the truth? Like this is like shameful.
We don't have to.
But you don't actually act.
Hold on a second. This guy's whole premise hinges on people needing to go to space to figure out what the Earth is. So did this guy do this?
Again, there are many people that have gone.
If you didn't do this, aren't you just as big a pussy as the flat earthers?
No. I don't need to prove because I accept the truth. As I said, people like me that believe the Earth is round have gone.
There's the key word right there, brother. Believe, right? Believe.
So as I said, I believe what I saw.
What did you see?
If you can show me the alternative, basically go to Antarctica, not to space, but to the.
So you just said you can believe what you see. You just said you can believe what you see, right?
Again, this is like semantics. I'm saying I believe because of many videos, many videos that have been.
Many. So if you have a multitude
Star
of
Trek
videos,
and Star
then
Wars
something
and
is true.
fucking all these other movies, dude. There's so many videos of those too.
Yeah, there's many. Yeah, there's many Star Trek videos. So I guess what they show in those videos is true by that logic. Because if you have enough of them,
their videos are better than NASA's videos.
Can you prove that?
He doesn't want to see it in reality. He wants to see it on TV.
Dude, Mr. Beast went to Antarctica. Do you think Mr. Beast is like colluding with?
All right, let me ask you this question.
What the fuck? Like Jesus Christ, he streamed that on YouTube.
You don't need a lot of money to sail to the Arctic, bro.
That's really cool. Yeah, but nobody wants to except for this guy. So why doesn't he go do it? So anyway, let me ask you this: do we need to go to the Antarctic to test whether or not water seeks its level?
Again, that there are many arguments that can be said about.
So yeah, would that be a yeah or a no? I'm just wondering.
Okay,
Again,
water seeks level. What's your conclusion to that?
The Earth is flat.
Press the question, man.
Okay, there's something that kind of takes me off here. We all disagree.
Okay, so that wasn't a question.
But that doesn't mean we have to be disrespectful. I disagree with these people, but I respect them. All right, I don't call names. That's all I'm saying. Don't be disrespectful.
Okay, so are there any continents beyond Antarctica?
I don't know. Go check.
Go check.
Why didn't any flat earthers do the experiment?
They do.
Because I have no interest in ever going to the Antarctic. So why don't the people who bring it up all the time do it?
Well, they could just say that too.
Then why do they ask? Who cares?
And why do you ask? Sorry, just
I did.
You could just reverse the question.
Dude, this is your guys' standard of proof. I mean, like, if this is what you feel needs to be done, do it. Like, who cares?
So no curved water and no motion.
No.
Who cares? That's your answer.
Yeah, it's relevant.
Prove me wrong.
Got nothing to do with the physics of water. Doesn't matter.
Okay, the physics of water are the way they are. What's your conclusion?
70% of the globe is made up of water, therefore it's flat.
Yeah, flat globe. There's the conclusion.
Water's flat. Water's on the earth, so the earth is flat. That's your logic.
Yeah, water's flat.
Water's flat. Water is on the earth, and also
balls don't have horizontal surfaces, do they?
You can get a straight line on a curve.
So, again, does a ball have a horizontal surface?
You can get a straight line on a curve.
That's avoiding the question.
Can you establish horizontal on a ball with water? Yes or no?
Yeah, but you can have a straight line on a curve.
Really? Wow. Okay, demonstrate.
Can you have a straight line on a curve? Yes or no?
You're just avoiding my question again.
Demonstrate water.
I answered that question when the other
I'm
guy
not asking you
asked
about
it.
tangents. I'm asking you about the surface of the ball.
Yes, the surface of water when at rest is horizontal and flat. My question is, can you have a straight line on a curve? Yes or no?
It's called a tangent line. Now,
So,
can you
yes or
establish?
no, you can have a straight line on a curve. Yes or no? I want you to say it.
Yeah, it's called a tangent line.
Okay, yes, you can have a straight line on a curve. There you go.
Okay, now can you
Well,
establish a horizontal with water on a ball? Go ahead.
Well, what to scale? Do you want me to do it to
A
scale?
body of water establishing a horizontal plane on a ball.
What, you want to do it on a tennis ball or volleyball, or what do you mean? You can't do that kind of thing on Earth because of gravity. Gravity will always pull the water down.
So gravity is what makes water fall off of balls, right?
On Earth, yes.
Yes?
On Earth, yes.
Great. No further questions.
Okay. Just stop there, or that's okay. Cool. And I'm gonna say it again. I disagree with everybody who you flat earthers, but I don't not respect you guys. You all
doesn't
seem
sound
like
like you
cool guys.
do. You just told us that water seeks a level horizontal surface. Doesn't sound like we disagree.
You almost sound a little
With the
drunk right now,
conclusion,
Brad.
your conclusion is the earth is flat, and I disagree with that.
Well, my conclusion is more along the lines of not a ball, since balls don't have horizontal surfaces.
Well, I still disagree with it though, but whatever.
How can you? Okay, how can you possibly disagree with that? It's not really agree disagree.
Because the earth is a sphere.
Okay, just saying it makes it so.
Heretic, it has to
Saying
be.
the earth is
It has
flat.
to be.
It's got to be.
It has to be. Oh, cool. I've talked to you before.
Spheres don't have horizontal surfaces, though.
You can have a straight line on a curve, though, can't you?
I'm not talking about that. Is the
But
ocean a tangent?
does a sphere have a curve?
Is the ocean a tangent to a globe? Is that how this works?
Is the earth a tangent to a globe? Is that what you said?
No, is the ocean a tangent to a globe?
Is the earth a tangent to a globe? What do you mean
No,
by
the
that?
ocean.
Ocean.
Well, you keep wanting to go to tangents, tangent lines. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the surface of the ball. It'd be curving and not horizontal. But you keep saying, oh, you can draw a tangent, you can draw a tangent. Yeah, irrelevant. Not what I'm talking about.
The ocean a tangent to a globe.
Yeah, it's a stupid sounding question. It was done that way on purpose.
Yeah.
How do you get the ball in the first place, Brandon? Like, why start with ball?
Well, collision can do that.
But why do you start with that? Instead of just starting with a straight line, you start with ball. Why is that?
Well, what do you mean by why do I start with that?
Yeah, me, I don't think of balls when I think of horizontal. It's just a straight line, horizontal. You think of a ball and a tangent.
Well, you can have a straight line on a curve.
Yeah, I'm asking why introduce that? Why do you think of that?
It goes into another study of science, but yeah. There's a reason.
All right. Okay. What is your reason?
You want to change subjects?
Yeah, I want to know why whenever someone brings up horizontal, you think of a ball.
No, is it Okay, that's straight line. Straight line is not a ball. I don't know what you're getting at.
No, it's just when we brought up horizontal, you said, can you have a straight line on a ball or on a curve? Why did you do that?
Because you can have a straight line on a curve.
Yeah, you could have a straight line perpendicular to another one. You could have a straight line tangent to a soda bottle, right? But why do you think of this curve?
Wait, are you saying that I think that horizontal means curve?
No. It's as soon as we brought up the word horizontal, you thought of a circle. I want to know why.
So that is what you think I'm thinking.
Yes.
I don't think horizontal means curve. Horizontal is a straight line, but you can have a straight line on a curve.
You're not getting what I'm saying. It's like
Yeah,
word
it's possible.
association, right? So if I say the word pizza, you probably think of like pepperoni, right? If I say horizontal, you think of a ball.
No,
Why
I
is
think
that?
it's a straight line.
So you can have a curve on top of a straight line then too?
You can have a straight line on a curve.
And then a curve on a straight line?
It doesn't work that way. You can have a straight line on a
Oh,
curve.
it doesn't work that way, only your way.
Curve on a straight line? Well, I mean, what do you mean? Do you have an example of a curve on a straight line?
Yeah, an elevation profile.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude.
No, it's just like, what's the point of bringing that up?
No, it's him, right? Like, fuck, it's nonsense, right?
Yeah, like why think of balls all the time? We're just talking about straight lines.
But you can have a straight line on a curve.
You just did it again. See?
But can you not? Is that not
Okay, well, the
right?
straight line. Okay, you took that from horizontal. I was talking about the surface of water. So let's take the straight line then to be the surface of the ocean. You're telling me you can have that on a ball, so the surface of the ocean is a tangent to a ball? It's nonsense, dude.
You can have a straight line on a curve, yes.
It's just going to keep saying it.
Can you not have a straight line? Is that wrong?
Yeah, but Brandon, what happens to the water when the surface that it's on is curved and uncontained? What happens to the water?
On a curve at a certain distance, there will be a drop.
Right. So you can't have a static.
Which can also be seen
Can't
as
have
a curve.
hydrostatic equilibrium.
Which can also be seen as a curve.
You can't have hydrostatic equilibrium on a curve, on a ball, can you?
I don't know about that, actually.
Okay, do it. Pour some water on a ball. See what happens.
Well, on Earth, it's not going to work the way you want it to.
No, it's not going to work the way you
gravity.
want it to. It's not going to work the way you want it to.
No, it's the way you want it to. It's going to be gravity is going to want to pull it down, dude.
Yeah, it's going to take the water off the ball because the surface is curved, right?
But if there wasn't gravity and you had water, if you didn't have gravity and you had water free flowing, it would shape into a ball.
What about rivers? They flow because the surface underneath is curved. You understand that, right?
Yeah, it's
right. Like big rivers, like the Nile, the Mississippi.
Surface is curved. You said it.
Yeah, that's why the water flows. Agree with that?
Yeah.
Good.
Surface is curved. You just said it.
Right. And when it's not curving, the water doesn't flow and it's horizontal. Simple as that.
In the ocean? Well, maybe because it's at a different scale. Again, it's a scale thing.
Right, it's an imagination thing. On some scale.
Is a river the same thing as an ocean, dude?
Rivers are fucking huge, dude. Have you ever heard of the Nile River?
Is a river the same thing as an ocean?
No.
Okay, there you go. They're at different scales.
There I go. Where I go.
So
They're
spheres are not
different
cups unless
sizes.
they're
Ooh.
really, really, really big, right?
They're massively different sizes.
Yeah, but why is the water flowing?
On a river, yeah, it's what you said. And it's calving.
There you go.
So what happens when water's still and not flowing then, Brandon? Water at rest.
And water at rest is horizontal, and I'm going to say it again, you can have a straight line on a curve.
You got to say it again. You have to say it, right, Brandon?
Oh, that's just the way it is.
Right.
So the straight line here being the surface of water, right?
Come on, I'm being disrespected. Someone just called me a dumbass. Come on, dude. I'm not being disrespectful to anybody in here.
I didn't call you
I didn't
dumbass.
hear that.
Somebody called it some dumb, and they quickly muted or something.
No, I think you're faking your voice, but I don't think you're dumb. So yeah, why does it have to be that way, Brandon?
It just is. It doesn't have to be that way. It just is.
But why? Why is it that way for you? Why do you have to think of a ball first before everything?
I don't have to think of it in a certain way. It just is.
As soon as you brought up a straight line, you said you could have a straight line tangent to a curve.
Yeah, you can have a straight line on a curve. You can. Can
Yeah,
you
but-
not?
but-
am
yeah,
I
but-
wrong about that? Come on, am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong, but why do you bring it
Okay.
up?
Because it's a fact.
There's a lot of facts you could have said. Why'd you say that one?
But either it's curving or it's not curving, right, Brandon?
It pertains to what we're talking about. That's why I said
Yeah,
it.
either it's a globe or
Not
it's
really.
not, right?
It's a globe or it's not? Yeah, that's definitely true.
So is it curving or isn't it?
It is. So
Well, you just said it was flat a minute ago.
No, I didn't. I didn't say
Yeah, you
anything.
did. I asked you what a body of water at rest does, and you said it's flat, horizontal.
Horizontal is flat, but the Earth is not flat. You're trying to confuse me. I see what you're doing.
How can you tell that the Earth is not flat? What do you use to determine that?
I can see ships going over the horizon and they disappear bottom up.
Now, I would use a horizontal line, and you measure the elevations, right? And you say a boat.
Going over the horizon and disappearing bottom up.
Right, but you can't really explain that logically, can you?
What do you mean?
Well, okay, because it's going to go down the road that
my level of
I always go down when people
is
talk
probably
about.
not high enough to, but I'm sure it can be explained logically.
No, no one's ever given me a logical explanation.
Oh.
Is the boat going down, or does it just appear to?
Yep, there it is.
Like something goes over a hill, right? Is that what you think it is? Boat going over a hill?
That's at a different scale. Also,
There we go.
Is the boat going over a hill? Simple question.
It's going over the horizon.
You can do a
Horizontal
real
line.
easy test, Brandon, with your phone or with a zoom camera. You can look at it with your eye first, and when you notice it go over the curve, then you can zoom it back in with a zoom lens.
But
I want to see a video of that.
Hold on. Let's say that what he's saying is true because we do see
that GIF right there, that boat was not completely over the horizon.
we do see boats get cut off, right? So, what's your explanation, Brandon? Is the boat going lower than you?
That gift right there, the boat is not over the horizon, so that's not a good example.
We all know what you're talking about. We want to know your explanation. Is the boat lower than you?
Technically, yes, it is.
Technically, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so if there's someone on the other side of you, say 100 miles away, and they're facing you, are they lower than you too?
If they're on that boat, yes.
So they are lower than you.
Along with the boat, yes.
And you're higher than them.
Yes, technically, yes. I'm higher than the boat.
So they're not. So from their vantage point, you are not lower than them.
Well, I said.
Are you going to say perspective now?
I'm lower and they're lower too.
So you're both lower than each other at the same time.
From your perspective, yeah.
Wow.
I am going to say perspective.
This is why I say there is no logical explanation for it.
Well, you
No
don't
matter what.
accept the explanation.
Yeah, I don't accept the explanation that two things can be lower than each other at the same time. Right. I don't accept that.
Curved water.
I don't know where else to go from here. We're going to keep going on in circles.
That's okay.
It's okay, dude. I like you guys, though. You guys are cool. You guys might not like me for some reason, but you guys are cool.
I like you too, Brandon.
Alright, cool.
Yeah, you're one of the guys who are not a scumbag. There's a lot of scumbags who come in here and think the ground is a ball. You're not one of them.
Well, is it the fact that they think the ground is a ball that makes them a scumbag, or is it like because they troll or something?
It's because they're scumbags. You think the ground is a ball, but you're not a scumbag.
They can't have a conversation, Brandon.
Right.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's take a look at this other GIF. That's not over the cove. You can see the bottom of it, dude. The latest GIF that was posted, you can see the bottom
agree.
of the boat.
It's not over the curve because that's not a thing.
It's not far enough away to be over the cove. Okay.
Yeah, no distance would be far enough for that because the curve is not a thing.
We're just gonna keep going around and around.
This is the central issue, and it's why people need to talk about the sky. Because when we talk about the earth and like water and stuff, it's a little messy. Problems. People want explanations for stuff, and they'd rather focus on how do you explain X. If
Yeah,
this.
explanations are good, aren't they?
Well, yeah, it depends how much you care. Sure.
Yeah, I want explanations for things. That's
So
it's
do
a
I,
good
dude.
thing. Alright, cool. At least we agree. There we go.
There are more false explanations than true ones. Watch out for that.
looking down at you, and you're looking down at me.
I have a question. So why is can someone articulate better like why the gravity doesn't affect planes as it does? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I forget where I was going, like where the overall point is with that, but like, can someone explain it to me?
Explain what exactly?
So, you know, like how gravity, because like the Globers like to talk about how like I want to articulate the point better of why gravity doesn't affect planes. You know what I mean?
It does affect planes. It it's it's what makes them fly, right? Like you need to fight against it with the lift of the airplane,
Like,
right? So you use it to fly.
because gravity's strong enough to bring down like water, they say, right? But it's not strong enough to bring down a plane. Like that's what I think I'm getting. I'm getting.
Oh, I don't know. All I know is that if a plane didn't fly horizontally, it would crash into the ground or fly up
Come
into
on.
space, as it were.
Yeah, it
You
doesn't have to.
know,
Well, it
the
doesn't have to
physics
factor.
of
It doesn't have to
lift.
factor. It doesn't have to factor. It doesn't have to factor for like. It doesn't have to keep nose diving down to account for. You know what I mean? Like that's.
No.
Do you want to? It's lift. That's why gravity doesn't pull the plane down. And if you don't understand lift, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just don't. I don't
Well,
know.
the magic trick is to get you away from the fact that plane has to fly level,
Right. That's
horizontally.
what. Right.
Right. That's all.
All right.
Because think about it. If you were flying an airplane, what would happen if you kept on dipping the nose down? Where
That's
would
what
you
I'm saying.
eventually?
Is like
Yeah.
yeah. So gravity doesn't. If gravity's real or whatever, then you would have to keep pointing the nose down, right?
No.
But they don't. But they don't do that.
No. No. Gravity is just perpendicular to horizontal.
Well, I'm in a game right now. I'm gonna look it up after I get out of the game. I'm gonna look up what I'm trying to articulate because I'm like a novice to all this stuff. I'm a layman, so regurgitating poorly at that.
this explanation of lift like you were 5. Why didn't you ask for the complex explanation?
Because I want to break it down like I'm 5. Keep it simple.
But lift isn't simple.
Seems to be.
Well, it's not.
Well, the concept is pretty simple, isn't it?
Not really.
Okay, how would you make it more complicated?
Okay, let's see. It's high L pressure over the top of the wing and lower L pressure on the bottom, or it's vice versa. It's one of those. It's one of those that, and along with moving the flaps at the back that allow, along with the engines, of course, that allow the airplane to lift off.
Okay, so it's air pressure and
Yeah.
propulsion.
Sail push on propulsion, yeah.
Okay, so that's your complicated explanation?
It's more complicated than the Chat GPT says. It's just like magic.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
if you
more
were 5,
complicated than that.
if you were 5, you'd think it's magic, right?
If it wasn't explained to you, yeah, but I'm
Yeah.
sure you would ask the question and then it would be explained to you.
As simply as possible, right?
Well, probably not that way. Not the way ChatGPT did.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to explain the concept of lift as complicated as possible.
Why does it have to be super complicated? I mean,
you just asked why did you have to ask like you were 5? Why couldn't you have a? You said I'm sure it's more complicated than that.
Because how I explained it was more complicated than how ChatGPT explained it, and that's all I have to do.
How bored are you?
How what?
How bored are you, Brandon? To choose to talk about this instead of anything else. There's a billion things you could be doing right now, but you're talking.
No,
you're critiquing.
You must be like a million times more bored than I am. Then shit.
Is there anything more interesting you'd like to talk about?
I've been talking about this subject for a while, so I'm kind of stuck on it, and that's kind of entails what the room is about, though. So, I mean,
You think lift, in regards to aviation, is what the room entails?
well, with flat Earth, you're talking about all the aspects of Earth. So, yeah.
What was it that triggered you about flat Earth first? Like, what made you want to join this Discord channel? What made you want to research all of these topics? What was it?
I guess I just like having conversations. I kind of use this as a way to be social because being disabled, I can't really go out IRL and be social the way I want to. So being online like this is a good shit. It's a good alternative for me to actually have conversations and talk to people.
But why this topic specifically? Because there's not many people who talk about it.
Why this topic? I don't know. I actually don't know why I chose this room or originally why I chose this server. I'm not sure.
How long have you been researching these Earth-based
Well,
topics?
I just seen research that other people have done, and so have you actually. So you can't really use that against me because you've looked at research from other people too.
No, I'm not here to kind of use stuff against you. I'm asking you, like, how long have you been looking into the flat Earth topic?
Oh, okay. I know what you mean now. Sorry. Yeah. I have done like watching Red Redwood and stuff like that. It's been a few years, I guess. Watching like flat Earth debates and stuff like that. And yeah.
Now, why did you click on the flat Earth debate? Like, was it a video?
That made me get on this server? I like I said, I don't know. I'm not sure what originally made me get on this server. It's infuriating, I know, but I'm just not.
Well, what I mean is, like, why did you click on a flat Earth debate video on YouTube? And like, did you sit through the whole thing?
Originally, I don't remember the first flat Earth thing I saw. I can't remember. It's been that long, so long that I can't remember the first flat Earth thing I clicked on. See, I just don't know. It's yeah. It's definitely an interesting topic to talk about.
And when someone, like, you say you've been discussing this for a while, right?
Yeah.
So, the first thing that made you think the ground is a ball, is that still the main thing that makes you think the ground is a ball?
First thing that made me think the ground is a ball.
Yeah.
Like, I think I know what that is. I think it's watching like educational programs and stuff that talked about like the formation of the solar system and the formation of the earth and stuff like that. I mean, I understand you say that that's probably all not true or it's fakery, but that's kind of what made me think the earth was a ball, because it's just that educational stuff just made sense to me.
Okay.
I answered that. I answered that question. Who posted that GIF? Yeah, I just answered that question. So
And has your number one reason changed, or is it still because of the solar system?
what the educational stuff I've seen, yeah, it's still fact to me, and that's there's a way, unless you have another explanation for the formation of the solar system and the formation of the earth and stuff like that.
No, I agree with you. Like, it has to be a ball. There has to be these balls flying around. It just has to be. There is no other explanation.
What I say.
I can't prove it, so I just say it has to be.
So
I say
good.
it's his globe.
Oh.
Is this the only server that you talk about this?
Well, there's another one that I've talked about flowers on. It's I think mass medicinal media. I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they love their ball over there.
I was watching educational programs when everybody else apparently didn't want to. I don't know. It's maybe not. I don't know.
And
Maybe I'm wrong.
if they said that the Earth was a pretzel, would you think that that was true?
If they could explain how it got into that shape that made sense, maybe.
Okay.
What's so bad about that? If there's a logical explanation for it, probably should believe it.
Well, yeah. Well, would you say that that's proof or just a belief?
A logical explanation for something. Um. It's wouldn't it be? I don't know.
Like
Logical
if
explanation.
if I explain how somebody killed someone, is that proof that that person killed someone?
For it to be that specific person, you would need more evidence.
Okay. You need proof, right?
Proof and evidence are two different things. I know you know
Absolutely.
that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like with explanations, you never know. Like you never have proof. But proof is just it's final.
yeah. But
Yeah.
you don't prove things in science, though. So I
Right.
think you can disprove things, but you can't prove things. It's
Can you prove things outside of science?
math and logic.
How about geometry?
I don't know. I think so. Though. I mean,
Have you ever tried?
geometry is about a math, so I guess, yeah.
Oh, it's a lot simpler than you think.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's pretty fucking simple. It's yeah.
Like if you
Geometry
take,
is
go ahead.
geometry doesn't geometry just like deal in angles, or is that trigonometry? I don't know.
Well, it's line and form and shape and logic.
Yeah, it's
So, can you prove anything about Earth with geometry?
I'm sorry, I was looking at the latest gift that was posted. What did you say?
Can you prove anything about Earth with geometry?
you can take measurements and using geometry. So I'd say yeah.
Okay, so we can have proofs in reality.
Oh, you're not. No, wait. Wait. Yeah, I guess you can. Yeah.
So we can prove a straight line because you said measurements. Can you prove the shortest distance between 2 points?
That is a straight line. I agree with you there.
All right. So can we measure a straight line between 2 points on Earth?
Yeah, but at certain distances, that line will curve.
Okay, so for the distance that we're working with, we can have a straight line.
Yes, but again, at a long enough distance, that line will curve.
Does it start out curved or does it start out straight and then curve?
It starts out straight and then it curves.
Wow.
Why wouldn't it?
No, why would it?
Because you can wait. No, just answer my question. You answer the question with a question, dude.
And what's your question?
Wait, we were talking about
why wouldn't it curve?
Yeah, if you're on a curved object, why wouldn't it curve?
Why would you think you're on a curved object?
Because we measured it with this, we did the straight line thing in, and at a certain distance it curved.
What curved? The straight line?
Well, we measured the Earth with the straight line, and eventually it curved. So the Earth is curved because, yeah.
Okay, let's say. So, can you have?
You want to try to confuse me? I know what you're doing.
No, I'm saying you have a straight line from A to B. Now that does not curve, right?
Depends what distance you're at.
500 miles.
500 miles. I don't. I've never made that measurement, so I I wish I had though to see what would actually happen.
What do you imagine would happen?
I even in a thought experiment, I have no idea. I mean, 500 miles. I'm pretty sure that would be long enough for the Earth to curve. I'm pretty sure that would be long enough.
Now, would the Earth curve towards the straight line or away from it?
It would dip below. It wouldn't be level in that way.
It's very confusing, Brandon.
Well, I'm getting it.
Yeah.
From like to 500 miles straight ahead, yeah, I'm pretty sure it would eventually curve because the Earth is curved.
So, can you have a shortest distance between 2 points? Or can you not?
It is a straight line, but at a certain distance, that line will curve.
How would you know if it's curved or not?
You could measure it.
Against what?
Just measure it. You can.
Well, I would say that the shortest distance is a straight line. You're saying it's a curved line. I'm asking how you would tell.
At a certain distance, yeah. It's not like you're not talking about like I don't think a line that's 1 foot long is curved. Of course, that's straight. People put factor the distance into it, and eventually, if you measure the earth, it will curve.
Now, when you say curved, do you mean like elevation?
Like you could say drop over distance. A drop over distance can be curved.
Drop over distance can be curved, right? Like a mountain.
It can be a curve. Yeah, well.
Well, that straight line's not going to curve, is it? The Earth will curve either away or towards that line.
But if that line is on the Earth, the line will curve.
What if it's off the Earth? Like a horizontal line, like a straight line.
Just a straight line floating in space. You're not measuring anything.
Man. So you can't have a 500-mile long horizontal line. Is that what you're telling me?
And if you're not measuring anything and it's just floating in space, yeah, you can.
Okay, now can we connect 2 points of equal elevation with a straight line? Can you do that? Is that possible in Brandon's world?
Yeah, but at a certain distance, the thing that you're looking at would dip below. Yeah. Like if I'm on a mountain and at a certain distance straight in front of me is another mountain, yeah, it would go below the horizon or it would go down, yeah.
Okay, so we have our straight line connecting 2 points of equal elevation. Good. So what do you imagine the Earth is doing in regards to that line?
Well, you need to factor in distance. I mean, if
500 miles.
If you're the thing 500 miles away from you, I'd imagine would be going down from your perspective. Yeah.
Is it just perspective or is it actually going down?
I believe it's perspective because if the mountain was closer, it wouldn't go down.
Right, so it's not actually going down.
Well, kind of it is.
But it's not.
Because it's from your perspective, it is. And
it's just
that's elliptical.
Well, it's okay. So, is it actually curved or is it just perspective?
Oh, it's actually curved. And
okay, which way is it curving in regards to that line? Don't bring up perspective again.
Well, it's how we see. We see in perspective, don't we?
Yeah, but we measure in terms of 2 points. Right?
And 1 point can be below another one at a certain distance.
Yeah, so that other one will be higher. But what we're talking about here is 2 points at equal elevation. Neither one is higher than the other one.
Well, that means they're close together.
It would what?
They would be close together if they're the same height and you see them as the same height. They would be close together.
but they're 500 miles apart.
Well, at that distance, well, wouldn't be.
So you can't have 2 points of equal elevation.
I don't know how else to try to explain this.
Okay, hold up one finger and hold up the other finger at equal elevation, okay? And connect them with a straight line. I'd say that line is horizontal. There's no shorter possible distance, right? So just
Yeah.
move your fingers apart so that there's 500 miles in between, right? Can you do that? Or no?
Oh, that's a real thought experiment. Damn, dude. Yeah. Oh, man. That kind of visualization is tough.
Is it tough?
Oh, wow. Visualizing that, you think that's easy?
Yeah, it's just 2 points. And a 500-mile horizontal line.
Well,
Separating
if it's floating, like I said, if it's like floating free in space and you're not measuring anything, yeah, it's horizontal.
Okay, and what do you imagine Earth is doing in between those points in regards to that line?
As far as I know, it's measured to be a curve.
Which way is it curving?
It's down from your perspective, and if you were on the mountain 500 miles away, you would see the other mountain to be lower because of perspective.
Yeah, well, we didn't say, but neither one is lower. They're both at the same elevation, right?
Well, at 500 miles away, I'm pretty sure they would be lower to each other.
So they're
Looking,
not at the same elevation?
I don't think they would be.
Can they be?
At that distance, I don't think so. Oh.
So in Brandon's world, he can't have 2 points of equal elevation existing on the same line.
You're not factoring in measurements or distance. You're just
Yeah.
saying you can't have a horizontal. And I've already said you can, floating in space, not measuring anything.
Okay, so you can have that then. I'm asking, what do you imagine Earth is doing in between those points?
What is curving between those 2 points? We're
Which
gonna
way?
keep going on circles.
Which way is it curving? Do you imagine?
From your perspective, the thing 500 miles away would be going down, and the same thing would happen if they were looking at you.
So both below each other at the same time? And at the same elevation?
From each other's perspective, yes.
Okay, so you are above, below, and at the same elevation as the other point, all at the same time.
I didn't say that.
What did you say?
It's a perspective thing. No, it's
Is it just perspective or is it actual?
at that distance, it would be actual because the Earth is curved.
Well, if it was actual, then it can't be below each other at the same time. That would be a matter of perspective. in actuality, you can't have that.
I don't know what to do now. We're just gonna keep going around and around.
Yeah.
Yeah, or just I don't know.
So like take like a bridge, right? So you connect both ends of the bridge with a horizontal line.
They account for the whole of the Earth too, in the engineering documents.
Okay, so I'm asking you, which way do you imagine the water is curving in between the ends of the bridge that is connected by a horizontal line?
The water or the land? Because they don't build bridges on water.
The water.
Well, the water itself is horizontal, but you don't build bridges on water. You build bridges on land.
Over the water, right?
But you anchor it to the land.
Yeah. Okay, so the water is horizontal.
But you don't build bridges on water. Build them on land. You anchor them to the land.
Yeah. Okay, so we have our bridge and we connect both ends with a horizontal line. Do you imagine the water in between is curving or not? You say, no, it's horizontal, right?
Uh-huh. You don't build bridges on water, though. Why are you referencing the water when it comes to a bridge? You don't build bridges on water. You anchor them to the land.
Yeah. You connect two bodies of land over a body of water.
But
Agree with that, right?
you anchor it to the land.
Right.
So you're using the land, not the water.
If we connect the ends of the bridges from one point to the other with one straight line, a horizontal line, do you imagine the water is curving in between those points?
Are you using the water when it comes to building bridges?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm just agree to disagree. That's cool.
I think it's maybe it's a language barrier.
I don't know. I do have a monocle of intelligence. I mean, I admit that my intelligence has a limit, but
I didn't say you're stupid, Brandon.
no. I know that. I did. Oh, I didn't mean to imply that. No, you're not saying that at all. I know that. I'm sorry
Well,
if I implied something like that.
no. So the water is horizontal.
Well,
Like, let's say that we have a river and we build a bridge over the river. The river is water, right?
but we're not using the water when it comes to engineering a bridge.
I'm just there's some kind of block here. I'm not.
Well, he's not saying to build the bridge under the water. He has to build the bridge over the water, right?
Right.
So there is
Well,
some
we
level
anchor
that
it
we
to the
agree that
land,
water
though.
is, right?
You anchor it to the land, though.
Yeah, you anchor it to the land, but you can't build. You could build it connected to the land, and it still be underwater, right? You'd agree to that.
Well, it's anchored to the land, and it comes above the water. Yeah.
So it has to come above the water. So there is an above, right? That's a thing.
But you don't necessarily measure the water in the engineering specs to building a bridge.
Sure, but it has to be above the water to be a bridge. Otherwise, it would be like, just a stone in the water. Like
But
to build a bridge, it has to be above the water. So it does have some respect to the water. Like the designs don't have the water in it, for sure. Like it doesn't need the water in it, but it needs to know that it is above it, right?
yeah, but the land is the most important part of it.
It's the most important part, for sure. It is the most important. But there are other important parts past the most important, right? And you have to account for those.
The secondary point, yeah.
Yeah, secondary, tertiary, however far you need to go down. Like this is all perturbation theory, if you know perturbation theory. But the largest thing, yeah, that's the thing that matters. That's what the designs of the bridge are about, is the most important. You're building this on land to land. That's so important. But then you need to account for you're trying to get over the water, right? So you can't build it so low that it doesn't get above the water. And like some further point, you need to care about the wind. You need to care about like what things are going over the bridge, all that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah, it has to be able to flex a little to deal with the cold of the earth and wind and stuff like that.
Exactly, yeah. But that's less important than it's built on land, right?
Yeah.
Accounting for the wind.
Accounting for the wind. I mean, yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with the land.
Exactly. But accounting for the water is also important. It's not the most important, but it's up there. Like making sure you go over the water is really important. Like especially if the water changes with the tides or like certain seasons there's more water in a river, you'd want to account for that in your bridge building, right?
And don't you want to measure the land also when it comes to the tides? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. The best way to measure how high the water is how much it's on the land. Because the land is the thing you can measure, and like how high up it goes on the land. Super measurable, right?
Yeah.
So you could use that as a basis, like, all right, we've measured this high point like once a year for like 5 years. The water doesn't seem to be going much higher than that. Let's put a little safety factor on there. And then we'll build the bridge like 5 feet past that. So the water, as far as we could tell, will never get onto the bridge. That's a good bridge, right?
Yeah, you're accounting for the margin of error and stuff like that.
Exactly, yeah. And where the water comes up to on average, or like even the high point, those sorts of things matter when building that bridge, right?
What things matter? I'm sorry, I was looking at another GIF.
Fair enough. So you have to care about the water when building the bridge. So if like the water is doing weird things, you should like be looking out for that while building the bridge, right?
Yeah, you care about water.
Well,
I never said you don't.
So okay, so you do care like about the water while building a bridge.
Yeah, you have to take the water into account for some things, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was the point that the last guy was trying to make. And I think the continuation of his argument, if he's still here, I would want him to make it. But I think we've got past this idea of, well, the water isn't the most prominent effect, but it is an effect that you need to account for. And you'd agree to that, right?
Yeah, and his thing is water is horizontal at rest, and I agree with that, but what is the conclusion to that. It's like that's a premise without a conclusion.
Well, I think I know the conclusion. He might be still here. Who's the guy who had the?
Yeah, I'm here.
I hate you.
Yeah.
So knowing that,
Go for it. Yeah.
knowing that water at rest is horizontal, then we could measure the Earth up and down from that, with like elevation changes and stuff like that.
Just narrowing the water itself. I mean, well, I mean,
No,
yeah, I
no,
guess at some point, yeah, like a ship going over the horizon, that can be a good observation. I mean,
yeah, but you can't. We're not talking about ships over the horizon. We're talking
well,
about straight lines.
that's a way you can like measure with your eyes, watching a ship going over the horizon, and you
Yeah, but
can
you
measure
said
with
that
your
that's
eyes.
caused by. You said that that's caused by perspective.
It's because it's familiar. If you're on that boat, then the person on the shore would be over the ship's horizon. Everybody has their own horizon.
Yeah,
It's not a static place. It keeps moving with you.
exactly. Well, it's not actual. It's perspective.
And it can tell you the shape of the thing you're on, though.
Not really.
It doesn't mean it's not actual if it's subjective. It could still be actual.
Well, actual would mean that one point would have to be higher than the other,
It's actually subjective.
or they're at the same elevation. Those are
No,
your only
that's
two
not
options.
true.
Yes, it
Because
is.
there's curved spaces, like easily objectable.
A curved space. What does that mean?
So like a sphere.
So you can't have straight lines.
Well, straight lines in what perspective are you talking about?
The shortest distance between 2 points.
Shortest distance. Well, so like once you start having fields, then the vector fields start warping shortest paths. This is Helmholtz theory, and theorem. Sorry, and it's about finding the path of least action, the action that you're talking about, right?
Are you? I'm not talking about that.
So like in a equal field direction, the straightest line between 2 points is a curved line.
I'm just talking about Earth, right? So 2 points of equal elevation.
Okay.
Can you connect those with a straight line?
Yes. All points are connectable by a straight line.
There you go. Okay.
Is that straight line the shortest line? Not
Well, yeah,
necessarily.
sure it is.
Not necessarily, no.
Well, if it's sloped, then it's not, right?
No, it could be curved. Would be the shortest line.
Curved and the shortest distance.
Yeah. Well, you're saying distance as this. It's are you saying like the actual absolute value between the 2 points as the distance, or like distance as we talk about it on Earth?
A horizontal distance.
What does horizontal distance mean?
Parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Parallel to the point of the line. Yeah, that's not necessarily the shortest distance in a vector field.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon. What defines a horizon?
The limit of your view, right? Like, look up the word horizon.
Well, I'm asking you because we're talking esoterically, so I'm trying to get your version of it.
You think this is esoteric?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask ChatGPT to define horizon.
If I dig a hole and I sit inside of a 10-foot hole, what's my horizon?
Okay, I define horizon. The horizon is the apparent boundary where the sky meets the Earth's surface when viewed from a specific location.
Okay,
Gives the
so
impression of a line separating the sky and the land.
if I'm at a hole that's 10 feet deep, is my horizon the little circle at the edge of the hole?
Well, you would make a horizontal line. That line would be parallel to the plane of the horizon. Whether or not you could see the horizon.
Wait, how do I know what a horizontal plane is if I'm in a hole?
Water at rest.
Well, I have no water with me.
Well, then you don't know.
That's the only way I can know what a horizontal plane is.
That's how I would.
This is the only way you know how to do that.
It's the best way. Water.
Yeah, so I'm asking for what's not the best way. What's another way of doing it?
I wouldn't use another way. I mean,
so you're in a hole with
some
no
kind of
water,
leveling.
and you have no idea what horizon is.
Well, if I had a compass with me, I would level the compass, and then that would tell me.
How would you level it? You don't know what level is yet.
The compass tells you.
Compass does not tell you unless it's full of water, which means you're cheating.
Well, I don't know. Like, do you not want to talk about this? Like, do you want to bring up stipulations every time I say something, and then just kind of not have a conversation?
I'm generally, I don't understand what you mean by horizon, because it seems like a all-encompassing sort of thing, such that if you're on a flat plane or a spherical plane, horizon would be the same definition but mean a different thing, which makes it really ambiguous as a term.
Same definition, but mean a different thing. Explain that.
So, I'm going to be pressed to find another example, but the idea that if we're saying horizon is the edge of your view before it gets to land, something like that, or something that's solid compared to not solid, and we're looking for that distinction, and where we find that is the horizon. It gets weird. First of all, next to mountains, I'm near mountains, so like my horizon would be higher on one side compared to the other, so it wouldn't be like a flat line to base how I build straight up.
Okay, so you would take your field of view, and you'd have a straight line from left to right that isn't sloped. That would be horizontal, not curved.
What do you mean by isn't sloped?
Sloped. You know what that word means?
Well, you're saying that zero slope is no slope, and that's what you're kind of implying. Like a flat sort of, you put a ball on it and it doesn't roll either way.
Horizontal.
So like a level would find that kind of thing, like a bubble level. I'm just looking for measurements.
Yeah, a level. There you go.
So a bubble measurement, bubble lever, right?
It doesn't have to be a bubble level. It could be a water level. You know what a water level is?
I don't actually know the distinction there. Is it just like a cup of water?
No, it's a tube that you fill with water. It's like a flexible tube, like a hose, right? And you fill it with water. And when it equalizes on either end, you connect those points. That is a horizontal line. Neither side higher than the other.
Well, technically, it would just have to be the forces across the tube are equalized.
Yep.
Because you could bend the tube and it would still act the same, even if the center was higher, right?
If you picked up the tube from the middle, then the water would spill out the ends.
Sure, but if you were to make, sorry, I did say it wrong, you're right. If you were to pick up about a third way on each side and let the middle hang about 2/3 down, then it would be the same level, right?
Would it?
diverged. Can I just check you? Are you out of the 10-foot hole now?
Well, that's just for the horizon definition.
No, but are you out of the 10-foot hole? Because that's a whole different thing, isn't it? I was following along. You said you were in a 10-foot hole. Now there was a mountain and then something else, so I was a bit confused.
I do appreciate the pun. It's nice.
You're out
A
of the
whole,
10-foot hole. We're
a
talking about
whole
something else.
different thing.
Okay, well, yeah, a bit hard to understand, where you were, but that's okay. Carry on. You're out of the 10-foot hole. That's fine. I follow now.
Well, let's say I'm next to mountains. That's like an easier example. So I'm trying to find the horizon. Is the horizon at the mountain's edge, in my view?
Are you like, what is the purpose of this question? Because I told you how to do this, but
Well, you were asking me about the ambiguity. So I was saying about horizons, and I was saying that there's ambiguity because it seems to follow a definition, but means different things based off of how you define the thing. I was trying to show an example of that.
okay. Is there anything else?
Well, I was going off of those guys originally arguing about bridges. I was trying to do the argument, trying to balance both sides so that they made sense to each other. I don't know where those guys went, though.
Well, I am one of those guys. Brandon is gone.
That's okay.
Not fair enough.
I was following the bridge thing. I thought it was getting good, yeah, and then it's kind of diverted and don't know where it went, but the water and the bridge was a good one. It was great. I was really following along. Thought, yeah, this is cool. But then it
What
got
side of the
diverted. It
argument?
was a bit of a pity.
What
Right?
side of the argument were you taking?
I was just listening. I wasn't really taking a side. I was just listening to how it was evolving and if there was a conclusion because it was getting good. I mean, if you were there, I mean, you can maybe carry on with Jerry and with that thing that you heard and see if you can reach a conclusion. I'm a bit busy to get into it deep, but it was a fascinating conversation. So I was just trying to follow it. That was all. Then it got diverted. I thought, damn, didn't really get to a conclusion with the bridge and the water stuff. So, but maybe you can pick it up.
No, it's very fair. I'm happy you're enjoying this sort of stuff. Can someone, the other guy, can you say where in the argument you guys were?
Well, it was just interesting. Brandon said that over a long distance, a straight line would curve. It's just odd to me.
In what sense? Like the general sense that a curved line looks straight on short distances, or what sort of thing?
Just the shortest distance between 2 points established in the horizontal.
He was saying that that is necessarily the horizontal?
No, I was saying that it is, and then he said, yeah, but it would curve. And then I was asking him, when would it curve? Which way would it curve? It was just odd.
Oh, are you talking about like space-time sort of theories? Are you familiar
No.
with space-time sort of ideas?
No.
What do you think of gravity? How do you understand gravity?
Vertical.
Like we define vertical as what gravity is doing?
Yes.
Okay. So like down is what gravity does, right?
Well, you could have up too, like along that axis. Like gravity defines the vertical axis.
Oh yeah, sure. Like you could go against gravity, and that would be a
No.
direction.
No. It's like down is just something that happens that we call gravity, but overall I call gravity as the thing that establishes vertical.
Okay, so vertical and gravity are kind of the same sort of word to you, like
pretty much
in general. Like there's an up and a down, and they happen at different times, that sort of thing.
Happen at different times.
Well, sure, yeah, but like the net sum is either up or down.
Okay, so what was your point there? Did you want to go somewhere with that?
I was just trying to figure out your understanding of gravity and like kind of those concepts and the idea of how to do this one. So, what is the moon to you then?
Who cares? Like,
You
who
don't
cares?
care?
Nah, dude. The moon.
It's pretty big, isn't it?
What about the water? Whoa. How do we get to the moon from this water and a bridge and that kind of conversation? It's a bit weird.
Because this is
I thought that's
the
where you were going.
Newtonian
Sorry, I
breakthrough.
was a bit lost there.
Sorry, it was the Newtonian breakthrough. I was trying to understand what part of the bridge argument they were at, but he didn't really give me a bridge sort of thing to contend with. So anyway,
Well,
really abstract things.
all
So I
right,
was
here.
like, all right, I'll go abstract too.
All right, so this is how it started. Brandon, who left, said that bridges need to account for the curvature of the Earth, right? So I asked him, if you connected both ends of a bridge with a horizontal line, which way does he imagine the Earth is curving in relation to that? But then he said that the water is horizontal. So I don't know what he was talking about.
I understand the point now. So if you were to put a level at one end of a bridge and at the other end of the bridge, both of those will show level, right?
No. You connect both points with one line, one horizontal line.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. I understand how bridges work. So I'm saying the beginning point and the end point of the bridge, like when they're both on land, they're both level, right? That's how cars can drive smoothly onto them, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, I
Have you
just
heard
wanted.
about bridges?
Well, I wanted the answer to my question from him.
Oh, well, I'm giving you the answer right now. I'm just trying to.
There's different types of bridges, Hotshot.
Yeah, are they level?
So since you
with
know
the
about
road before
bridges,
them?
do bridges have to account for the curvature of Earth?
Yes, they do. We're getting to that.
Was that yes? They do.
Yeah, because
Stop the cat,
the way
dude.
that he defined
Listen, the water underneath the bridge.
Listen, I was trying to explain how they do it.
Listen.
Okay, go for it, man.
No, I was mocking you, Captain Morton. Continue on with your space story, please.
All right, so we have our bridge, which has 2 points. Well, let's say the bridge is built, right? And we connect one end to the other with one horizontal line. Now, you say it accounts for the curvature of the Earth, whatever that is.
Yep.
So which way? So what do you imagine Earth is doing in between the ends of that bridge?
So it is curving such that a level will always show that it's level across the bridge.
So it's horizontal.
Yeah,
not curved.
In your definition of horizontal, because you mean horizontal as 90 degrees to vertical, and vertical is the same as gravity. So yes, it will be always horizontal. I
I
agree.
don't know if you.
No further
I
questions.
don't know if you're missing. I think Jerry's saying the two bridges are connected, not one bridge level across the bridge, but the two bridges, one at either end, say, of this horizontal waterway. Those two bridges are connected, and they are established to be horizontal.
Yeah,
Not just one bridge, between the two bridges.
We're agreeing that we're getting rid of like that bridges go up a little bit because they're getting over water, and we're just saying generally horizontal. I agree with that, and I would agree that every point in this sort of ideal that it would be horizontal. I would also say that horizontal would be perpendicular to the radius from the center of the Earth.
Yeah, we knew
And
you would
didn't
say
really
that. You're lost.
understand.
You're lost in space, sir. We knew
So
you
you
had to get
realize
to that.
you realize
Yes,
that's not horizontal.
because we're in a flat Earth debate room. Why else would I be here?
The debate ended long ago.
You could
And
say
this is
that.
just a
That's
question
okay.
from reality. This is not, imagination. It's a question from reality. Say,
Yeah.
you have a body of water that is, and it's at rest.
Cool.
Say like a canal or something, and that's horizontal, right? The water's horizontal.
If you define vertical as gravity, yes.
So the water's horizontal, and there's a bridge either end, and that is connected.
Yes, and it's horizontal
by
the whole
a
way,
horizontal plane
even
of
on a
reference.
curved
So we
space.
know the two bridges are also horizontal. So
If
how does that
gravity,
relate? How would you relate those two together? What was
cool.
what could you say is happening there?
How
Yeah,
the
so
fuck
if
did you let these retards back you into talking about bridges?
no, it's fine, man. So the
Are you
radial,
okay,
if you do a
Coper?
radial
This
system
is,
of
dude.
gravity,
Listen,
if you
through
no
the
no hold up, hold up,
hey,
hold up,
no,
take a
you
breath,
hold on,
take
your
a breath,
buddy.
man,
The other guy
take a breath.
interjected. I'm going to talk to him for a second, okay,
Okay,
and
fair
then I'll
enough.
shut up. But no, through the bridge talk, did we cut to the chase that Captain Morton wants to tell us that straight actually means curved because he has this water ball lodged in his brain. I'll shut up now.
That's a personal attack. I don't appreciate that.
Just an ideal.
Come on, man. Fuck
I
it.
thought it was an ideal example to work out whether that was so or not. Really, I thought Jerry did a great job, and I thought a
I'm
story
talking
from
about Captain
reality
Morton. It's the
would show
bridge
that.
thing was the conversation that Captain Morton entered into.
It's
He wanted to go to the moon. I just wanted to bring it back to the water. That's all I was trying to do because that was fascinating.
This is all fair. This is all fair, guys. Like thank you for the guy who's spoken for me, but like, please don't. You're not helping.
Thanks for saying the R word, right?
So, in a radial gravity field, so there's a center point, and then radially out is where it increases in gravity, where it has not increases, sorry, decreases in gravity. But there's like a center point in which it radiates from. If you were to define horizontal as 90 degrees to vertical, and vertical is defined as where the gravity is down, right? Things fall down that way. That's what vertical means. Then, if you had a curved space with a bridge across an area, it would always read horizontal across the entirety of the bridge. That would be
and
the
so would the
same
water
measurement in
underneath.
both systems. Would you agree with that? It would be the same measurement in both systems.
Well, it depends on what the bridge is. I mean, I've seen bridges that are huge, curved. I've seen bridges that are 5 feet off the water for miles and miles and miles.
There is big bridges and small bridges.
Yeah. Cat
we-
Morton, I don't think you're
we were
realizing the
skipping over the
implication.
curved bridge.
You've got this
The
whole
curved
water
bridge
ball.
here has the water nicely.
You just got the water ball embedded in your psyche where you have to say, yeah. The water is flat. The bridge is flat. But
I think he needs to stick his head out a little bit, get the water out.
I have to accept the math that it would be the same in both systems, depending on how you define vertical. And if you define vertical as gravity is down, then in both systems they would be horizontal the whole way. There's no getting past that math. They would be the same in both systems.
Oh yeah. Nothing I like more than the flat bridge.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a flat bridge. Yeah, and it would be horizontal the whole way. But even in a radial gravity system, it would be flat the whole way across. And you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between those two things, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right. A sphere would be flat. Man, you make a great point.
No, gravity would be radial.
Dude.
As you move across it,
No matter
what changes.
Dude, what are you doing?
It's simple math, man.
Simple math, huh?
We all went to the same elementary school. I know what a radial is. Explain a radial, sir.
So, a radius would be from the center of a circle to the edge of a circle. What I'm talking about is a amorphous spheroid, where the gravity field is based off of the density function within the spheroid, but roughly it's a circle.
What makes it amorphous, though, sir? You said amorphous. What makes it amorphous?
So like iron is more dense than carbon deposits. You could have lots of funky rocks with different levels of injections of other heavy elements, and those are more dense. So
Sir, you
the
are
density
R2D2
function.
into me right now. What are you doing to me?
So like limestone and
I know
dirt,
limestone and dirt.
are they the same? Do they have like the
I don't
same
think they're the
properties?
same.
Oh, dude.
Do you build bricks out of dirt, or do you build
I wouldn't if
bricks
I
out of
didn't have
limestone?
to. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't plan on that.
Yeah,
If you only
you can
had
build
dirt and
bricks out of
limestone,
mud.
which one would you
Sure.
go for?
You can build
prefer
bricks out of
limestone
mud.
house.
Yeah, because the limestone has got like different
Better house.
properties than the dirt,
A
right?
better
How long do
property.
you
Yeah.
have to build the house?
I'm talking
Doesn't matter
about
how long.
What's
I
the
like
time
dirt and
frame?
limestone.
limestone. Which one do you pick?
I'd rather limestone.
What's the time frame? How long do I have to build it?
This
What kind of
is
tools do I
really
have?
how
Well, dude,
dependent your
why
decision
are you?
making is on.
There's no
How
amount
do
of
we?
time with mud
Yeah,
that you could
listen,
make
dude.
me like it
When
more
you
than a
said that,
limestone house.
yeah, I don't know,
You're
man.
still gonna. What time frame would you pick dirt over limestone? Tell me that.
Well, if I didn't have a saw and I had to have a house, and like by tomorrow afternoon, I would find some dirt. I'd have to have maybe some straw too and some water.
Why
And
wouldn't
just
you
You're not
use
gonna have
hot
any of that.
limestone
I
though?
said dirt.
Well,
I said
dude,
dirt
you
and
know what I'm saying
limestone.
though. But listen, I don't know
No,
how. If
you're
this
just
is where
trying
you
to
have
fight
to
this
get
for
to
some
I don't know.
reason.
Where's he
rationalize
leading
that
us? Why is he
a
No, you're
straight
asking?
trying to.
line is actually curving,
You're trying to fight this for
then
some
God
weird
help
reason.
you.
You'd pick
Well, I like
limestone over dirt.
limestone. I agree. I like a limestone house.
Yeah, it's like a different thing, right?
It's a
And
better
all
thing.
over the earth, if you're just like walking around, you're gonna find lots of different deposits of different stuff, right?
Yeah, sure.
It's not
I would. Yes, yes, I would prefer a limestone house than a mud hut. You got
excellent.
me.
So,
I don't know
at
where
that
you're
point,
taking
there's
me,
a
but yes, I
difference
agree
in
with that.
materials. There's like a difference in materials, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a harder material. It just feels nicer. I mean, the woman that I have is gonna feel safer. You know, there's an
Sure.
intrinsic property when it comes to limestone.
I mean,
Yeah,
igloos aren't
whatever you want to
bad
feel.
either, really.
But it is a different substance than dirt. That's what I'm getting at here.
It's a strong
And
property. Yeah.
so at that point, you notice that there's lots of different sorts of stones and dirt and like there's trees and shit, all that sort of stuff. There's different properties of stuff, right?
We have options. Yeah, there's some options.
But are they all like, if you look around, is there
Not
always the
all the
same amount of
same.
trees in an area, or
And
sometimes
sometimes
there's
I'm in
less
a
trees?
desert. Sometimes there's
Yeah,
no trees. Yeah.
yeah. So that's all I'm getting at there. The distribution of all the different materials on this what we're
Not
on
equal.
it's not equal, which is why you get it's called a density function. Like if you were looking at just the density, how
Since we
pushed
can,
together this stuff is, then you could
so
find a
since we can
function
go
that
to a rock
defines
shop
that.
and we can go to a rock shop and see a variety of stones, therefore Earth globe.
No, I'm just saying that there's a density function to the spheroid. Someone was questioning me on that.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
density function. I
the
like.
spheroid, you're just sort of imagining it at this point. I think you realize that.
Well, you're also
Anytime you talk
imagining the
about the
density
radius,
function. You're talking about
anytime you talk about,
are you
anytime you talk
imagining the
about the
density
radius,
function?
you're just what's that?
Are
I
you
said my
imagining the
favorite
density
function for the
function? Have you
density
seen the
function.
whole
Oh
Earth?
my lord, sir!
Sorry,
Have you
you
seen
can
the
go.
whole Earth? Because I haven't. Have you seen it all?
No, I have not seen the entire Earth.
Oh,
well, you've been shown it
okay.
on TV. If
I
you're to
have.
believe the water ball, you have
Why are you
seen it.
watching TV, man?
Well,
It's rotting your brain.
oh, thank you. I was talking to you though. I said if you've seen the TV, you
Oh, that's
have
funny.
seen the entire Earth,
It's
correct?
called the big blue marble. It's a non-composite image. They took it with a satellite. It's
Yeah, so what is it, Captain Morton? I thought you have seen the entirety of the Earth.
The entirety of the Earth. That's a lot of
Yeah,
Earth,
if
man.
you
the
subscribe to the
profile
water ball,
picture is
you've
most
shown
of the
it on
galaxy. It looks
TV,
like
in a
you haven't even seen the
textbook,
Earth
or in
yet,
the movies,
Why
right?
are you like trying to thrust this stuff on me, man?
dude.
No,
I'm the only thing
I'm
I'm
just
trying to
saying.
thrust
You
Is
is
this
the
asked.
what you
hard
need to
fact
make
Hold
your
for
on,
your
Pat.
point?
girl. You know what I'm saying?
Do you need me to have watched this to make your point? Because this makes no sense, man.
No, what I'm saying, dude, is, and then I'll leave you because I know you're on some sort of trolls whatever that didn't really go as planned, but I will speak to you legitimately, like as an actual participant in an honest discussion.
Do your best,
but
man.
What's that?
Do your best.
Okay. Now, what were we talking about? Pat derailed the whole thing. Okay. You asked me if I'd seen the Earth in its entirety. I said no. And then you said, well, I haven't. You said you hadn't either.
I never said I've seen the Earth.
Yeah, you said, well, I haven't. You said it real sarcastically. Remember?
Yeah, because I haven't.
Okay. Well, no. What? Let me remind you. If you've ever seen a textbook or been to the movies or have ever watched TV,
those are modified pictures, right?
Dude, pause. Show your intellectual superiority by listening and then talking. Don't just wait to talk. What I'm saying is, if you are a subscriber to this water ball Earth, you have been shown it. Hello?
The whole
Are you now denying
Earth?
that isn't the Earth?
I've never seen the whole Earth in a picture.
Well, you've seen half of it floating in space, haven't you?
Yeah, I've seen.
You've never seen the water ball Earth floating in space.
Yeah, and most of those are really doctored to like up all the photon counts and like add colors to it.
Stop the cap. Stop the bullshit with the photon cap shit. So every picture that you've been shown, you now know to be just a fanciful depiction of what the Earth may be. Is that what you're telling me?
I already knew that.
Okay, so your PFP, your PFP of the galaxies and what?
What's PFP?
Never mind, dude. Your icon picture.
Peripheral.
Anyways, what is that? Pillars of Creation or something like that? Or is that just a straight up cartoon? So is that a Journey album? Anyways, all I'm saying.
Pillars of Creation. It sounds like a Journey album.
Yeah. Well, what is that picture? That's some sort of galactic. What I'm saying is, it's good to know that you've now realized that all those pictures are just pictures. So yeah. Now you're left saying you're left talking about mud huts versus limestone structures.
I was trying to get across density functions,
you got off that when you tried to tell us. Listen, you tried to tell us that straight lines were curved.
No, I was saying shortest path is curved.
What the shortest distance between 2 points is what?
Depending if it's in a vector field or not, and we're in a vector field.
Save us all.
Are you in a vector field, or are you in a non-vector field? Is gravity doing anything for you? Because if it is, you're in a vector field.
No, space-time hasn't done shit for anybody except for the people who sold T-shirts.
Doesn't matter. If you're in a gravity field, and you're saying that gravity is down, then there is a vector field that describes.
Okay, go back to your bridge. Go back to the bridge. The horizontal bridge.
Cool. Horizontal bridge. Would you agree
that curved?
The math for a radial gravity system
is a horizontal bridge curved? A bridge that is not curving, is it curved?
That's not the definition of horizontal.
I know you're dying to get back to that equidistant from the center of a sphere you've imagined. Do you realize you're doing that?
What was defined to me by someone.
Do you realize you're doing that though? Because you said radial gravity and the radius. And
if there's three paths to a place, you don't always take one of them. You could take a different one of them.
Now it's starting to sound like Led Zeppelin. All right, I'll let someone else talk to you. Good luck, dude.
Peace. You seem pretty angry. Anyone want to have like a little bit more reasonable discussion? Anyone have a model? I would love a model.
Do you want to play a game of My Geometric Model Dictates?
Sure, sounds kind of fun.
Okay. My geometric model dictates that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Cool.
Your turn.
My geometric model that I'm coming up with right now allows for a spiral to be the closest distance between 2 points.
Right.
Your turn.
My geometric model has vertical and horizontal being perpendicular.
Mine has orthogonal being perpendicular in any dimension.
Oh, my geometric model only allows for 3 dimensions.
My geometric model allows for at minimum 17. What game are we playing? I really don't get this game.
Well, I think we've already established that you don't know what your geometric model is. So
of reality?
Game over, I think.
Of reality. Oh, you didn't add that part because you can have geometric models of anything.
You can.
You didn't add that bit. Wait, did you just say you can't?
I said you can. I don't. My geometric model dictates the way I interpret reality. Yours apparently doesn't.
You can't create a different geometric model? You're restricted to just one? What are you doing with your brain, man? You can't conceive of a different geometric model?
Not in reality, no.
Yeah, not in reality, of course. I'm saying just in general. Come up with a different one. You can't do that.
What, for shits and giggles?
Yeah, for shits and giggles.
So,
No, see,
what do you do with your brain?
mathematics
I
is
want you to
derived from
dedicate to
logic.
shits and giggles.
Yeah, mathematics
go
is
back to
derived
the
from
other
a logical system.
Yeah.
That's what derives your geometric model, that logical system. You say you can have something
logical
different.
System. Is there more than one logical system, do you think?
No.
You can't conceive of a different logical system?
Nope. Can you?
Yeah, easily.
That's your problem.
How is that a problem? Which
is your other conceived of logical
of it?
system?
How would you know it's a problem if you can't even conceive of one? It sounds like you have conceived of another one and you're like, that's not reality. But it is another one, isn't it?
Keep justifying it. Go on.
Well, so you were saying I can apparently come up with another model of logic that is not related to reality, but you're saying that you're not able to come up with another system of logic that's not related to reality. Like,
yeah, give us an example of your logic that doesn't relate to reality. Just a quick example.
Chess is the easy one. Is there any logical reality reason why chess is played the way it is?
Yes.
There's rules.
Natural
What
reality
someone
that makes
invented the
chess?
game.
Was it?
What shape is the chessboard?
Does it matter?
I'm just asking. Could you answer?
Can you play in your brain? Can you speak the moves to each other and play a game of chess?
What shape is
What does that
the
have to do with price rise?
You're not getting my point. If I could relate it in purely vocal means between two people, then it doesn't require physical means to play it. So the physical means is an abstraction of the game.
Stretching, dude.
Morton, why are you dodging? What shape is the chessboard? Is it a sphere?
Euclidean.
I'm going to answer you, and I hope you're not trying to do some stupid Gotcha. Think it is a rectangle.
It's a rectangle. It's flat, right?
Yeah. Not necessarily.
Here's the thing about the globies.
Or could you have a curved space that also has a chessboard on it and have all the rules be the same?
Here's the thing about the globies.
Answer my question first.
Yeah, I've seen sphere chessboards where they have like pegs. I don't know how functional they are, but I've seen them sell them, or someone made one.
The sphere would still be based within the logical system.
Do the rules remain the same?
Wouldn't they?
Well,
the logic doesn't change, does it?
So the logic is not spatially bound to a shape. So why you asking me about the shape of a chessboard?
The pieces move the same. It's the rules.
Somebody else asked you about shape.
Yeah, the rules of the game and the shape of the playing surface have nothing to do with it. I mean, it's the same thing as if you have real life people and horses and people in costumes dressed up like pawns walking around.
Yeah, sometimes sometimes
on a muddy field,
the game doesn't change the game. The geometry of the game doesn't change the game. Sometimes, especially how you define
the game was invented on a board.
Yeah, and it looks flat, doesn't it?
Well, it is.
Yeah, does it have to be? But the rules do remain the same.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. The game was initially, it's only like a novel thing. The game has nothing to do. Yeah, you're right. Two people, if they were well learned enough in chess, could play a game by just reciting squares back and forth to each other. I get that, but what the hell does this have to do with anything?
Oh, the whole thing that I'm trying to get across is that in a lot of games, a lot of situations, whether or not the board is flat or curved doesn't really change anything, depending on how you define what flat means. What you mean by flat is the direction at which a piece can move, where on a curved board, it moving a straight line on the board would be curved, right? On a curved chessboard, you move
you move from square to square.
Yeah, it's still a curved path because what it's on is curved, right?
How's that any different logic?
What are the path of the pieces when you're just playing, dictating squares back and forth to each other?
At that point, it's a pure abstraction. You were bringing it to the physical reality of the board, which is why I'm bringing up this example.
Well, I wasn't the one who asked what shape the chessboard is, and they're square, not rectangle. But anyways, where a rectangle is square is rectangle.
Who did ask that?
Anyway,
because we seem to be getting off track. Because the man here said he could derive
that wasn't
new
me.
logic.
That was Ham who decided to be a I don't know, add a little zany twist to the proceedings.
Oh, he can draw straight lines on a curved table panel.
Yeah, so if like a chessboard is curved and you move the pawn up too, that's a curved line. But it's also a straight line for the pawn.
Listen.
It's a straight line for the pawn. Right?
You use chess to explain a different logic.
Yep, because you can come up with different logics from reality. It's okay.
No.
You're allowed to do it, and you have done it. There's lots of them. Most of them.
You mean
that are
changing
cool
the rules of the game, or
right,
changing the shape of the board doesn't change logic.
Do you see
there's different logic that apply to each
when
game.
you go outside your house?
There's a different logic in each game. Like
Do
if
you
you're
see
doing a survival
chessboard
game,
that's
when you
not
go
how much
outside
food
how
you
logic
eat
works.
doesn't actually matter compared to like whether or not you're living or not. It's just like the game rules for how much food you need. It's nothing
I
to do
don't
with
care
reality.
about your games
Logic
and your
doesn't change
rules.
through shape.
I'm asking you, how can you draw a straight line on a fucking ball?
You put the Sharpie on one bit and then move it. Done.
No shit.
It's a straight line in a gravity
Do you
plane.
know what a
gravity
straight
field.
line is?
In a vector field, or in a simplistic, like 5th grade
In geometry.
conception of geometry.
Geometry is not a vector.
In logic.
Geometry is not a vector.
Let's stick
I'd
to a
like to have
logic.
that on a plaque. That's great.
Neither a field.
So fields and vectors are nothing to do with geometry, is what you're saying?
I said that's not geometry.
So fields and vectors are not geometry.
Yeah, that's not what geometry is.
Do you
I think my first
have
one
you
in
got
the
past
game
the
we
4th
were
grade,
playing
or
before
what's up
everybody
with you,
jumped
man?
in was the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Shortest distance.
Yep.
So by that you mean the absolute value of distance? And not
Yeah,
like
the
the least
shortest
action path?
distance.
Not the least action path, then.
I mean,
not
the shortest
easiest way to get
distance.
there.
Exactly, the shortest distance between 2 points in my geometric.
Two-dimensional
Yeah, my geometric
Euclidean
model
geometry.
dictates that the shortest
You love
distance
your
between
Euclid.
2 points is a straight line.
Have you read Euclid's, what is it called? Did he come up with Elements? Elements of Geometry. Have you read that one?
Well, irrelevant of that, right? The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, isn't
You
it?
don't know Euclid, but you're using Euclidean
In the
geometry. Why are you doing
logical
that?
system, that wasn't Euclid. Euclid never said that.
Yeah, you did.
What? That the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line?
In a 2D plane, yeah.
You go find it. Go and find that in Euclid.
In Greek. I'll do it for you.
Since you've read Euclid, you're the expert. Go and find that quote from Euclid.
Like proclaiming faith in him for some weird
But
reason, but you've never read him.
are you saying that's different in your geometric model, or are you saying it can be different when you change the logic?
He just
How many
said it a
dimensions do
moment
you allow for
ago.
in your geometric
He
model?
said that the shortest distance between 2 points on a 2D plane is a straight line between them. Therefore, in his mind thinking, in 1D and 3D
Why would you
representations
assume
of
that?
space,
Why would you
he's
assume that?
assuming you are implying that the shortest distance between 2 points is not a straight line. So
Yeah, 'cause
show
in
me.
1D you don't have straight lines.
Listen, why did you
3D
say that the
A
shortest
line
distance
is
between 2
1D.
points is a straight line on a 2D
Length
plane?
without breadth.
How many other things have you
Euclid.
changed the dimensions of your understanding for and had it come out correctly?
Does Euclid not say a straight line? A line is length without breadth, i.e., 1D.
So a 1D space can't have a line in it.
No, a line is 1D length without breadth.
Inside of
Only
a two-dimensional
one
space.
dimension.
Inside of a two-dimensional space.
In
Well
reality,
done.
inside
Well
of
done.
3-dimensional space.
There's only two-dimensional objects? Is that what you're about to say? Because that's also incredibly stupid. You can't swap dimensions like that. Adding dimensions
1D
changes things.
and 2D are concepts. Are concepts
and change-
invented by the human mind to
Then why
have
are
a
you
better
using them?
understanding of the geometrical shape.
Then why are you using them?
Because we invented them.
And apparently, according to you,
That's
they're
why I
wrong.
fucking
Why are
use
you
I
using
never
them?
invented them. I don't. This man does not speak for me.
Why do you follow them then?
Listen, humans invented geometry. Therefore, I'm a human. I'm using it.
Why?
You can
Why do
be
you
a
think it's correct?
clown.
Why do you think
can
it's
be
correct?
a clown and you can deny it all you want.
Wait,
but
why are you
geometry
accepting it?
Based on
was
first principles,
invented
dude.
looking at
You're
reality.
accepting it on faith that they have the correct first principles.
No, geometry has nothing to do with faith. It's not a religious system.
What axioms do you take
It's not
in
a
geometry?
religion.
What
Do you
axioms do you take?
understand that geometry is not a religion? Do
What
you know the
axioms do you take?
difference? Listen,
What
do you know
axioms
the
do you take?
difference? What?
What
What do
axioms
you
do you
mean, what
take in your
axioms do
geometric
I
model?
take?
Don't ask what and then speak over me. What axioms do you take in your geometric model?
My geometric model dictates. Are we playing that again?
No, I'm asking what are your axioms of your geometric model, not what it dictates. What are the axioms? It's a different question.
How about this? No two straight lines can enclose a space. How about that?
That's an axiom that you hold?
Yes. Yes.
That's a shit axiom. Do you know how to do axioms, bro?
Yeah.
Do you know how to axiom, bro? What's one of your axioms then? Come on then, bro.
Axioms are like 1 + 1 = 2. Commutation of addition. Commutation of multiplication.
But nice try.
Identity.
Is that what one of your axioms is?
Do you not have identity or commutation of addition as an axiom?
You don't have an identity.
Identity is part of logic. The law of identity. It's an axiom of logic,
The laws
not
that
geometry.
dictate, why do you believe it?
Why do I believe what?
guys? Is this really what
Why do you believe identity is
I don't need to. I don't need to believe where I
logic.
can have proof.
Yeah.
No
that
belief
identity
needed.
is a thing?
Tool that we can apply.
What is the proof that identity is a thing?
Yeah, listen.
Cyclone's going to get a word in here. I'm going to fucking mute every single fucking one of you if you don't shut up for a minute, please. Cyclone, please go ahead with what you were saying.
Well, I'm just trying to work out what Captain's trying to do. Is he trying to argue that the Earth's a spinning ball by spiraling like this and not understanding straight lines or basic conversation? Is he trying out for girlfriend 6 or something? Is that what he's doing? We try and get it on topic, please. And Captain, please stop being whatever it is you're being. Have an actual normal conversation.
Yes. Okay.
Who is making up a new logic system?
Yes.
Seems like this is the way it goes. It seems.
Well, we're not here to remake logic. We're here to find some evidence that the Earth's a spinning ball in a vacuum. You got anything for that, Captain? Other than your cartoon profile picture?
Cool. So the point that I was originally trying to make is that on a radial-based gravity field and on a flat Earth, the bridge would be level at all times. That's the whole point I was trying to make. And everyone kept trying to fight me on that one.
Wow. I didn't hear you mention a bridge at all.
Say again?
I didn't hear you mention a bridge at all. Okay, so you're not trying to prove a globe.
I'm just trying to go. The people were talking about bridges. I was talking about bridges.
All right, but you're not trying to prove that the Earth's a spinning ball or anything, no?
Well, not yet. I'm just
I was listening. I was
Okay.
listening earlier, and it was a good conversation he was having with Jerry. Well, another guy was talking to Jerry, and then he disappeared, and this guy jumped in and said he was living in a 10-foot hole in the beginning, but then he got on to the water and the bridges, and then he went off to the moon and tried to bring it back to the water and the bridges again, and it all got lost somewhere. And then he got to a chessboard, and the last time I played chess, I pulled out this little wooden box and slid the lid open and got the bits out and unfolded the board. And I never had to have this conversation about all this other stuff just to play a game of chess. So he's a bit all over the place. So maybe now he's come back to the water again, which is great, because I was listening and thought, well, maybe they'll come to a conclusion with this. You know, the horizontals and the water. In reality, not all this stuff that's out in space.
So what's
that's
his
just nonsense.
claim about the water? What's your claim about the water, Captain?
Well, it was presented to him that there's a body of water, as Jerry was talking about, with a bridge either end, and a horizontal was established between the two bridges. And the other guy, he agreed that the water was horizontal, and that's as far as we got. It was really fascinating, but it didn't go. It went off to this kind of crazy place. So
yeah,
I
missed this one here.
I
think Bev what about this one? Scott McKay has said, no, nothing like that, because no 2 points share a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Wow. That's untrue. That's silly.
Well, I don't want to get into another hour of chat about abstract horizontal planes. I want them
But it's
to
not
provide
abstract.
evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball, if that's what they're trying to claim.
Well,
No,
what
well,
he's
it's
saying
just
is
kind
that
of. Go on.
well, he's saying that like on an elevation profile, 2 points of equal elevation. He's saying do not lie on the same straight line. So that's a pretty big conspiracy there, Scott.
Yep.
There,
That's one of the biggest.
Yeah.
I knew I could count on you to completely misunderstand what I said.
Just read
That's
out
what I thought.
exactly what you
Jerry.
said.
Good job, Jerry.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was good, because we were kind of in reality. You know, we weren't out in some spiral space-time kind of, reality this guy was living in. Just thought, oh, here we are. We're in reality. We've got some water. We've got a couple of bridges. We know horizontal, what horizontal is. We know what perpendiculars are. We know that in reality. So I was thinking, oh, great. Maybe this conversation will reach a conclusion, but it kind of went off in the stars and into some fantasy lands, which is a bit confusing, really. It's like, where's that going? But no, I'm glad we're back to that, the reality of straight lines and horizontals and water and that kind of thing. Things we can do in reality. I was just listening. I didn't really want to speak because I know people get triggered if I say anything, but I was just listening, following the story. It was fascinating, but yeah, you can carry on if you're at the water.
Check this out. Here's the pictures, right? Scott, I showed him this and I said, like this, because he's talking about that video that they have. And he said it's higher in the middle. And I said, like this. And Scott said, no, nothing like that, because no 2 points share a horizontal plane. But it looks like the picture shows that A and B share a horizontal plane. B and C share a horizontal plane. And A and C also share a horizontal plane. So that would make the reason why that they aren't horizontal planes, right?
Well,
That is
no,
correct. They're
because
not horizontal planes.
B wouldn't be horizontal because they would
There you
have
go.
one down.
Your
and
diagram
horizontal
looks
is
like
based off of
somebody's
down.
butt.
Scott said that though, right? Scott said that they're not horizontal planes. Can you have a horizontal plane, Scott?
Yes,
Well,
through
yeah,
one point
so
and
it's
one
based
point
off of
only.
what's down and what's
That's a
also
point. Who else is that?
flat compared to that.
Who's the guy? Who's that captain? Oh, he's having a go as well, Scott.
Yeah,
Do you
it's
trust
Scott
him?
Captain talking.
No. Hold on,
I'll jump at
Captain. But let Scott and Bev go at it here.
So that can't be a horizontal plane. So you just have a point at A, a point at B, and a point at C, and that would be the horizontal planes, would it?
If you have 3 points, you have 3 planes. It's really easy, guys.
How do you define a plane?
90 degrees from vertical. Perpendicular vertical. So simple.
No. Listen, how do you define a plane?
I guess I'd say anything shared by 3 non-collinear points.
Okay. How do you define horizontal?
90 degrees from vertical.
Okay. Within, meaning vertical being a line or a plumb bob or something like that, and
Yes.
90 degrees to that being a plane.
Being horizontal plane, yes.
Yeah, the entire plane, right? You take 2 dimensions from the one.
Yes.
Okay. So at point A and point C, would there be you'd say there would be 2 individual horizontal points?
Yes, you'd have a horizontal plane coming off point A, and you'd have a horizontal plane coming off point B, and you'd have a horizontal plane coming off point C, and they would not be the same ones.
What do you mean? Like, would you not connect them up horizontal to horizontal?
No, of course not. You can't do that. Doesn't work.
Would that not be part of the horizontal plane?
No.
Would all 3 of those points not be within a horizontal plane? They are horizontal and they are connected to the same body of water, presumably, them being points on a water level.
Yes, which gives them all 3 different planes.
Right, so The water level, most people would say, is a tool, device for
Right.
establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Don't care what most people say. Most people haven't thought about it well enough.
Well, are you saying that those 2 points aren't on a horizontal plane?
Yes, the only horizontal is through. If you're talking about that line going from A to B, the only place that line from A to B is horizontal to is the place dead center between A and B.
Well, then B would be dead center in between A and C.
Yes, I know, but that horizontal
So that
plane
would be
does
the
not hit.
horizontal, right? A plane for the point A and C. Since point A is
No,
horizontal,
no.
point C is a horizontal, and the midpoint is on the horizontal, then all three are the horizontal plane, right? Established by the one tool.
It seems to me you guys are trying as hard as you can not to understand this. You're really working really, really, really hard not to understand it.
No, go on,
And I'm still
explain
not sure
then.
why.
Go on, explain.
Why? You'll just reiterate it wrong again.
Well, please,
Or
explain.
Point A has a horizontal plane perpendicular at A. Point B has a horizontal plane perpendicular at point B. Point C has a horizontal plane perpendicular at point C. All three of those are different planes. They are not parallel to each other. They never touch the other points.
They're just points. Well, that's not a plane, is it? Plane is length and breadth.
Like I said, why
dimensions.
bother? Because either you're too stupid to understand what I just said, or you're trying to misunderstand it.
Well, a point is that of which has no parts, like nothing. So are you equating a nothing with a plane?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. You got me, man. You got me.
Mic check.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Point is nothing? Is that what you're saying?
Mic check.
No, somehow he took what I said and
Point
turned it
is
into
that
some
of
nonsense.
which has no parts.
I can only imagine that's what happens in his brain when he hears things. It just like disintegrates into nonsense. But I don't know.
You sound schizo, Bev.
I do.
He's just based
I
on
want
platitudes.
to.
He
I want
believes
to
weird
add a point.
platitudes for some
Explain
reason.
geometry to us.
I just want to ask Scott,
The point is
where
something
is
that has
point?
no parts.
Where is point B in relation to the straight line that connects A and C?
It would be above. It would be above the straight line that connects A and C if you were to connect them. Yeah, point B would be above it.
Okay. Okay. Other guy. Go ahead.
What he was saying is that he has 3 different locations where he has 3 perpendiculars intersecting a horizontal plane, and those 3 distinct planes in 3 different locations, they are not intersecting in a plane, but those planes, they are intersecting in lines. Yeah, that's what happens with tangential planes on a sphere.
Who cares where they intersect? It's irrelevant.
Well, that's what you are saying, but the premise started from you had your perpendicular planes constructed in regards to a horizontal plane.
When I was talking, no one said a word about perpendicular planes.
What's wrong with it, Scott? Tell me, please.
What's
is
wrong
it
with
the
what?
labeling? Or is it the drawing the lines between those points?
Yeah.
There's no reason to connect the points. If you drew a horizontal plane from point A, it would go over the top of point B and way over the top of point C.
Over the top?
Yes.
That'd be a slope, surely.
And hold on. And if you drew a horizontal plane at point B, if you drew a horizontal plane at point B, it would go over the top of both A and C. And if you drew a horizontal plane from point C, it would go over the top of B and way over the top of A.
Okay,
It's
like
really, really easy.
one thing, Scott.
Just try.
Let me go one thing.
Before responding, think for a second.
Yeah, I will do.
Just imagine what I just said.
I'm right on it. I'm right on it, Scott. The one that isn't drawn there in that picture, the one at B, would be perpendicular to that vertical at B, like you said.
Yes, and it'd be over the top of A and C.
All parallels to that one would also be horizontal, right?
No, because nowhere else would there.
All parallels on that vertical, Scott, they would all be parallel horizontals, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Wrong. He's saying that.
Please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Leave this. Scott, that would be parallel, wouldn't it?
I
Would
don't
be
know what
called
you're saying.
a horizontal that is parallel to the horizontal that you've initially established.
He's saying
what is my
parallel? That's what he's
come on, man. Dogs, I can do this. I've been doing this a long time, man.
I was just trying to roast Bev. It's
I
fine.
got it.
I'm not.
So what are you imagining at point B right now, Bev?
You said a horizontal plane perpendicular to the vertical. That's where the horizontal would be, right? Now,
what are you seeing now?
It's not drawn, is it? It's not drawn. It's not on the picture, right? So let's imagine it. It is there now, but, it's still not drawn.
Okay. Now describe what you're thinking. No, describe what you're thinking first.
All of the
perpendiculars
to that vertical.
Describe what you're thinking first.
A perpendicular to the line. Everybody can understand it, right? It's a line.
Does it go above A and C?
Meaning there are right angles, equal angles, either side.
And what happens? Does it go above A and C, this straight line from B?
That's the one that we're going to call horizontal, right? That's the one that you're going to call horizontal.
Okay,
right? Now,
so now
all of the other perpendiculars to that line
does that mean?
Parallel
does all the other perpendiculars
line that
mean?
You've just established.
Oh my goodness.
Scott, is everybody else with me? There's another series of perpendiculars.
Where are these other perpendiculars on this picture? Where are the perpendiculars on this picture? Where are the
one that goes from A to C? Scott,
that's not a perpendicular.
It's perpendicular to that line that you've just placed your other horizontal that isn't on it, isn't it? It's the same.
A to C perpendicular.
It's to the parallel to the horizontal that you just imagined.
Yes, there could be there would be a parallel plane, but that's not.
So that line from A to C would be parallel to the horizontal, and since all horizontals are parallel. It's also a horizontal. The tool establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Right.
Not
now
true.
We're getting
So what's wrong with the picture? What's wrong with the diagram that we're looking at?
What's wrong is what you just said. All horizontal planes are not parallel. No horizontal planes.
That doesn't show them being parallel, does it? Shows a triangle in the vertical plane is shown. You said that's not right.
All right. You win. I'm done.
Is somebody speaking?
He said not all horizontal planes are parallel, but what about the horizontal planes that share parallel verticals or the same vertical line?
There are no two parallel verticals.
You make a plane by 3 points.
No verticals are parallel.
Scott.
I think he might mean
do we make a plane by 3 points?
You cannot have two parallel verticals on a plane.
You can't have two parallel. No, not on the Earth.
Unless
you can't have two parallel verticals on the Earth.
No, on a plane in geometry. I'm talking.
They're not verticals anymore. If they're on a plane in geometry, they're just perpendicular to the plane.
Yeah.
You lose vertical, and you have no Earth reference.
Listen. On a horizontal plane, two perpendiculars in two locations on that plane, those verticals, they are not parallel. Is that what you're saying?
I don't care about your geometry. I don't care about geometry right now. We're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, can we just talk about this picture? Because the 3 points that you've got there, Scott, 3 points, do they make a triangle? 3 non-collinear points, do they make a plane?
Yes.
Okay, so in that picture that you see there, there are 3 points that you imagine non-collinear, right?
A, B, and C are non-collinear, correct.
Okay, and they're 3 horizontal points?
They're nothing. No, they're not horizontal.
They're 3
points.
horizontal points. Were they?
No, you can't have a horizontal
Points can't be
point.
horizontal, Bev.
Didn't
Yeah, you
that
can't
what
have
you
a
said
horizontal
earlier?
point. No.
Well, we can join those 3 points up, can't we?
You could. It's useless.
Yeah.
It doesn't do anything.
And that would that be a triangle in the vertical plane?
I guess so.
Okay.
I mean,
What horizontal?
assuming they were aligned somehow.
Mhm. And how would that triangle that you've just made on the vertical plane relate to the horizontals of the water level?
Who cares?
It doesn't.
The horizontal
just-
planes, sorry, of the
cares?
water level. Does each point of the water level have its own horizontal plane?
Yes.
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 Wow.
The
That's what I've
water
been saying
level in the
all
middle.
along. I don't know why it's so hard for you to understand. Yes, each point has its own horizontal plane.
Yeah, but surely if you lift B up, the water's going to flow out of the ends
Well, don't lift B up
A
then.
and C.
Well, don't lift
But it
it
is
up.
there in the picture. You agreed that's what it was in the picture. I mean, isn't that logical?
No.
If one point is higher, that the water will flow.
No.
Wouldn't all of the points be in hydrostatic equilibrium?
Yes.
Where's that as well?
With differing horizontal planes.
Yes.
Whilst being
You're getting
in
it now.
hydrostatic
You're beginning
equilibrium.
to understand. Yes.
You're just making this up, aren't you, Scott?
No.
No, but I think you might be in a case of my model dictates here.
It just the
Yeah, but
reality
there
dictates
are
it. You
real bridges.
you saw
can go and
the
measure.
video. The water in the middle was higher. Simple as that, man. You got to explain that.
How did they measure that, Scott? How do you know?
Ask the guy who made the video. I mean, anytime you want to do it,
video are you
yourself, you
talking
can do it,
about?
Bev.
He's
Just go
talking
grab
about
some
the guys
tubing.
in the white van that drive down the runway.
Yeah, just go grab some tubing and do it yourself.
He's seen the video. He's seen the video. Just yeah.
Is that Scott's evidence?
Do you presume that we haven't done that, Scott?
Yes, I have. Yes, I presume that.
Okay.
Because I know you haven't done
Obviously
anything.
You guys haven't done that because you guys are a bunch of schizos.
No, but in reality, you could do that. Come on.
You could,
Yeah, you could.
but you
you
won't.
could devise a much better test than that, couldn't you?
But you won't.
You could do
Yeah,
loads.
just go do
better
it,
than
man.
that.
If you don't believe
You
him,
get a
go prove him
water
wrong.
level in reality, couldn't you, and do it and test it?
Yeah, you could.
Pretty
Why don't
cheap.
you?
Do about £100.
Yeah, go do it, man.
Yeah.
Show
And
us all
Bev's
wrong.
already done it by accident several times.
I know.
Wasn't by accident. It was well planned,
I know.
tested.
Yeah. The good old Blackpool Tower shots. I love them.
Those are good ones. I like those too. Proof of Earth drop.
Is this where the ad homs come now? Is it, or are you going to stick
No.
to
Wait
the
a
water?
minute. Hold on.
No, we were
Hold on.
thanking him for proof of Earth drop.
He's just gone for drop.
Yeah, now he has a drop. What's
Yeah,
going on,
well,
Scott?
drop measured from what, Scott?
The local horizontal.
Which is where? A point?
At the point you're standing. Why is this so hard for you guys to wrap your brains around?
So the drop, what's the drop in the distance then? What's that measured from? The point that you're at?
Yes.
How do you do that?
You find your horizontal and you measure the
How do you
declination
find your horizontal?
with a plumb bob or something equivalent.
What,
It's
at the
not
point
hard,
that you're
guys.
at?
It's not hard. People
How do
do
you
it all
tell
the
how
time.
much drop there is in the distance then?
You can look through one of those little Theodolite thingies or a total station. And you go, oh, look, it's below my horizon line. It's below my zero. How odd.
What? What, Scott? Have you ever done any of this, mate?
No, I haven't.
No. You know, normally when
I
people go
trust people who did
surveying,
it.
there's a guy with a measuring rod and they're measuring on the measuring rod. It's not often people get a chance to actually look through that thing. And then when people go, oh, look at that Blackpool Tower in the distance in the background, right? That's not what surveyors are doing. And perhaps that might be why people don't normally rely on outside viewers when they're doing a professional job. Perhaps.
What would you know
So
about professional jobs?
when somebody goes out to explain what actually gets seen, sometimes it can be treated by another group of people as if they're doing some globe surveying and imagining fantastic things with images in the background that surveyors don't actually do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why do you think every surveyor alive doesn't agree with you?
On what?
On anything.
Like, that's a bit vague, isn't it?
I'm just
Every
wondering,
surveyor alive doesn't agree with me on anything. I mean,
do you think there's a
I think
single
you'd be
surveyor? Do you think there's a single working surveyor out there who believes the Earth is flat?
I don't. I know the Earth is not flat. You're not dealing with a flat earther here, Scott.
Nonsense.
You're dealing with somebody who has practical skills, right? In reality,
I know. Legend in
how
your
many
mind.
surveyors have you ever talked to, Scott? Because I mean,
Doesn't
that's a
matter.
bit disingenuous, isn't it?
I've talked to 2.
Yeah. Was one of them Jesse Kozlowski and the other one
No.
Larry Scott?
Is Larry Scott the guy who goes by Shoebill? I know his first
He
name's
does
Larry.
now, yes.
Yes, Larry's one
The
of them.
man that told my son that triangles have more than 180 degrees in reality.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
Larry Scott.
why do you think surveyors think the Earth is a globe?
I wouldn't know what they think. I know how they perform their job. Right? And they
better than
have
they do even, huh?
horizontal planes of reference that go from A to B with zero slope. Both point A and B are on the same horizontal plane.
That's
You,
just not
Scott,
true.
seem to have a different idea of this.
Nope, you're wrong.
You do.
You're wrong. You have
You
no
said
idea what
your
surveyors do,
initial
apparently.
claim, Scott.
Yes.
No 2 points can share the same horizontal plane. Point
Correct.
A and point B.
Correct.
Equal elevation,
But
horizontal.
anyone with a good understanding on Theodolites will know that
They're just angle measuring devices.
yeah, but you have to
we know
define
that.
a horizontal plane in the location of where you take your measurements. And when you change position, location, and you adjust your theodolite again to the horizontal plane, you take those 2 planes as the same horizontal plane.
No, you don't.
Parallel, or
Nope,
at least
they don't.
parallel. Yes,
Nope,
yes.
they don't. They don't.
So listen.
Just
When
the
you are on a
azimuth.
hill, yeah, there are these theodolite stations, yeah, which have an instrument which simulates a plumb bob tool, and the down vector that they find in a location like on top of the hill, it will be perfectly parallel with the down vector that they take when you go downhill in different location.
That's just wrong.
And listen, this is how it's not wrong.
It's wrong. It's just wrong. You guys can keep believing. You'll probably for years and years to come.
You just
do the
sound like
wrong
you're
thing.
erring there, Scott.
Can
I mean, you say you
I'm just telling you guys the truth.
Can
It's
you
wrong.
can you explain to me the mechanism which tells you that when your theodolite is perpendicular with the ground? How do you take your horizontal plane on a
Scott doesn't
theodolite?
know. Scott doesn't
Scott
know.
hasn't got a
Well, you
clue.
have to first calibrate it.
I assume modern machines just do it themselves. You stick them up and it tells you how many degrees
You're
you're off
auto.
zero.
Auto levels.
Yeah,
Just pop
you
them up.
assume, but
Off you go.
I want you to explain what is
telephones,
the mechanism,
cell phones can do
yeah,
this stuff.
and how does it function? Is it an electronic device? Is it lasers? Is it hanging
My guess
pump
is
up? Is
electronic.
it what? Is it
Oh, come
water
on. Let's not.
bubbles?
Scott hasn't got a clue. He thinks cell phones can
Yeah,
do it.
yeah.
Yeah, he's in here saying, horizontals are only at points and they can't be established between 2 points. That's ridiculous, Scott. I don't know what sort of world you're living in. Madness.
Can I ask you a question?
The Theodolite establishes the horizontal plane of reference. And
No,
then
it
you
doesn't.
use that.
No, see, this is stop, everybody. A theodolite is just an angle measuring device. You just set it up on the azimuthal and measure angles. If you want a horizontal, you use a level, not a theodolite.
What is the azimuthal? Yeah, I'm asking
It's a
genuinely
horizontal
what do you mean
plane.
by. Okay, so you establish a plane for the device to rotate in.
Yes. That's got nothing to do with what you're dealing with here. You're talking about elevation changes, obviously. You're talking about a horizontal. Scott says that you can't have 2 points of a water level on the same horizontal plane. Yet that would dictate a slope. Horizontals don't slope. It can't get much simpler than this. We're dealing with straight fucking lines.
Yes.
Can I ask a question about that? That's okay?
Okay.
So in the physical world, what is the fundamental difference between vertical and horizontal? Why are they fundamentally different things?
Perpendicular. They're not really different, are they?
Seems like a philosophy
you're going to say
question.
something. Sorry, Jerry, I missed that too.
No, it seems like a philosophy question more than what we could prove in reality.
Oh no, it's a physics question, really, I guess, or properties of the world question.
They're perpendicular. They're different, as in they are maximally opposed to each other.
Yeah. Okay. So they're perpendicular, but what physical properties do they have?
Perpendicular.
Yeah. So So I guess
that's not a physical
I couldn't work
property.
out how to phrase it right. So vertical is the only thing we can measure directly. We cannot measure horizontal other than by indirect means.
Level.
To my knowledge, right? So vertical is a property of, I hate the G word, but it's a property of the gravitational attraction, right?
Vertical.
It is
Property
down.
of
It's
a plumb
physical
bob.
thing that physical objects obey. They know about vertical. They will align to it, right?
Expressed by a plumb bob, right? A physical demonstration of this very thing is a plumb bob.
Yeah.
A plumb bob
So horizontal
is
is derived. A horizontal plane is derived from a vertical. Yep.
Well, no.
So
See,
horizontal is always derived from something else.
Independent to that plumb bob is what we call a water level. It's just using the properties of the water. Like a plumb bob uses the properties of weight, anything hanging down by a straight line, a plumb bob, perpendicular.
But a water level or a water level by itself doesn't know about vertical, right? It's only
2
when you
points
join it with a
in
straight
the same
line,
geometric way that you can connect 2 points by the shortest distance.
Yeah, but the water level itself
horizontal.
is not showing you what vertical is. It can't do it by itself. You must do some artificial thing to generate another measurement of it. It is not giving you level by itself.
No, the level gives you level. The vertical is given by a plumb bob. Or you use the plumb bob to give you what is the vertical. And you use a level, a water level, say for instance, to give you the horizontal. Now, the horizontal and the vertical are perfect. You're just using tools so you can get as close as you can to that perfection that's already there.
Okay. So you're saying that the horizontal between two water levels, the line between two water levels, is directly coupled to any vertical along there, that they'll all be perpendicular.
The shortest distance between those 2 points would be a horizontal, yes. And the relationship between horizontal and vertical
The
is
shortest distance
perpendicular.
between the 2 points is a straight line.
Yeah, horizontal, no slope, neither higher nor lower, which would dictate
straight
a
line.
lengthening of the side, making a hypotenuse. So therefore, the shortest distance, equal elevation, is a straight line.
Okay. So how would you try to measure whether or not those two verticals at each end of, so the verticals which can be established independent of the water level, at each end of the water level, how would you attempt to establish that they are in fact parallel?
What? The vertical, the horizontals. Horizontals are parallel.
So so by deriving the horizontal from the verticals at each end of the water level, we would be able to then say that the two horizontal planes are parallel.
We'd be able to say, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals would be parallel to one another. We'd be able to say that, right? And that, the conclusion of that would be that, yes, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontals are parallel to one another. And just go about knowing that all horizontals are parallel.
But didn't you say that right at the beginning? Wasn't that your original statement, that all horizontals were parallel to one another? You just used different words to describe it, and then you went on to use other things in between and then come to the same conclusion.
Yeah, because all horizontals are parallel. That's why that logic works.
Okay. So, if they are parallel, flip it around. If they weren't parallel, what kind of things would we expect to observe that would indicate they were not parallel? And what kind of things will we observe to indicate that they were in fact parallel?
Vertical and horizontal wouldn't be perpendicular.
Well, everywhere you go and you measure vertical, you synthetically generate a horizontal. How would you compare a vertical in one place from a plumb bob to a horizontal that you generated from another plumb bob? How would you compare the two?
Yeah, they belong to the same horizontal plane.
Could I give you
how would you
thought
verify that? That is just a
experiment that we
statement.
have?
I'm wondering how we would verify that precisely.
Okay. In reality, right, imagine, I think Elderbear may have been talking about this earlier. There's two bridges, right, above a body of water. Now we're going to get 2 points on that, on plumb bobs, 2 plumb bobs, hang them. Equal elevation above the water. So we've got 2 points here. Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to connect these 2 points by the shortest distance between them.
Yep.
So this is a line now that's been made with a perpendicular at each end.
No, we're making the line between the 2 points, right?
Okay. Yeah.
How are we doing that? Just to double check. How we do it? Is it just a thought experiment?
Sorry,
or a physical
I call plumb perpendicular.
Yeah, that's cool.
You've got a vertical at each end, and then you've got a line that's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Yes. Yep.
Right?
So we established a straight line. So the straight line has no bearing, right, on the plumb. It's just a straight line between the two.
With an equal elevation at both ends.
Yep. Gotcha.
Okay. Now, so you would say there would be no slope to this line, having an equal elevation at each end.
Well, no, the line is straight. What do you mean by what do you mean by slope? Change in elevation, or the line is straight?
Yeah, no slope. A change in elevation.
Can we stick with the line is straight? Because straight is a more straightforward definition, right? The line is straight between the 2 points.
But I mean, horizontal
Would you agree with that?
straight. Right? Can we just get a horizontal is straight?
No, I think we need to stick to the basics, right? So the straight line, it's the straight line between the 2 points.
Can we backtrack one
Shortest
more then?
distance.
Vertical and
So the shortest
horizontal
distance between the 2
are
points is a straight line,
perpendicular.
right?
Yeah, a horizontal and vertical, they are perpendicular.
Yes, so at each end we establish a horizontal and vertical that are perpendicular. Yep, we got that.
So
cool.
by saying that, you do realise that makes horizontal and vertical both straight lines, because perpendicular is the relationship of two straight lines, one to one another.
Yeah, that's correct. So at each end we've established two straight lines. One is vertical, as defined by the plumb bob, and one is horizontal, as defined by right angles to that plumb bob. And we've done that at each end. Cool.
No. What we've done is we've got two verticals.
No, that's what we just did. You just said that.
No. We've got two verticals and we've got 2 points on these verticals at an equal elevation. We then have a shortest distance, a straight line, between those 2 points on those verticals. So there's a connection between the vertical, between both of the verticals, right?
Yes. Yep. So I've got you. So
we're going to establish by understanding
the verticals at equal elevation.
What?
We've got two verticals, and we've got a straight line intersecting the verticals at equal elevation on each vertical.
Yes. So there are angles formed. We could say that geometrically there are 8 angles formed.
Yes.
Looking at it in a side elevation view.
Yeah.
Right now, that line, I would say, going from left to right or from A to B, B to A, doesn't really matter. I'd say that would be the baseline for your elevation profile, let's say.
Well, yeah. We don't want
so I call that horizontal.
We're just talking about our levels and our verticals and our lines, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying about 4 angles. So I'm assuming you're going to tell me that all those angles are right angles, okay?
Well, vertical and horizontal, I would say, yeah. All right angles.
Yeah.
All right angles.
Yeah, so at each of those intersection points, you're saying we've got 2 right angles. So what would you say if that wasn't the case? If we actually measured a right angle at each of those verticals and we looked along that straight line and it didn't intersect the other equal elevation point. So we've got our vertical, we've created a right angle, we've created a line that joins the 2 points of equal elevation, and the vertical, the equal elevation, the line we created at right angles to the vertical does not intersect the other vertical at the same place as the shortest path between the 2 points.
Like that one, that picture. We did go over it earlier with Scott. The one that says horizontal plane, I've just put it in the thing. So we've got A to B and B to C.
Yeah.
But A to C, what we did was we established A and C.
We don't have a point in the middle in this case.
Yeah. We just have the A and C with the water level. But the water level was where we established the equal elevations from.
Yes, so we've got A and C. We've drawn a line directly between them. We've also created a perpendicular to vertical at A and C.
If we were to add those angles
and we've
up on
created
the inside,
lines
the internal
along those
angles,
perpendiculars, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is, if we examine the perpendicular line to the vertical at A and compare it to where the straight line between A and C is, we should expect them to be coincident, right? That the intersect of the vertical from A to the vertical at C should intersect at the same place the straight line from A to C intersects.
Well, whereas I said all of those angles I thought would be right angles.
No, that's right, and I understand that. But what I'm suggesting
something different,
that we might find they might not be right angles. That certainly there'll be right angles between the vertical and the perpendicular plane that we established because we are making them right angles. But the evidence says that it's quite likely that when we look down the other end, say over a few miles or a mile, that those two lines.
Isn't it more likely that it's horizontal?
Well, it depends what you mean by horizontal.
Shortest distance.
You mean by horizontal is perpendicular
with
to
zero
vertical.
slope.
The place you measure horizontal, then at the other end it's not horizontal. Like Scott said, there's only one
could you not
horizontal plane
describe
for
it
every
as being
vertical.
horizontal? I mean, why not? Both points are equal elevation.
No, I describe it as a straight line between 2 points of equal elevation.
Okay. So you wouldn't say that you could have that shortest distance between those 2 points at equal elevation actually being horizontal at all? What would you call it?
Well, it would be horizontal in the middle, probably, because the vertical in the middle would be perpendicular to it, like the middle point on the diagram you had. But I don't expect that in reality
The
when
middle
we measure
point would
this,
be horizontal. Do you really understand what horizontal is? It's an orientation, right?
Yeah, it's an orientation perpendicular to vertical. So I would expect that if you had 3 equally spaced points that were level, equal elevation points, that the one in the middle would be the only one that would be vertical to a line between the two, perpendicular.
Well, a water level only uses the 2 points. There isn't a middle, so.
Well, no, you're
to
drawing
say that
3
it
points,
establishes
right?
a horizontal plane of reference. I mean, geometrically, does it not work out to be parallel to that imaginary point you have in the middle anyway?
Yeah.
So could it not still be considered as a horizontal?
So the water level
why wouldn't you do
establishes
that?
a horizontal plane of reference for the vertical that is directly between the 2 ends of the level.
But it's just a horizontal plane of reference anyway, wherever you put the vertical, right?
But it matters, right? Because as Scott has said, and others have said here, that if you move along that line, you will find that your verticals do not intersect at right angles anymore.
It's a horizontal plane. Why would they not intersect?
Well,
I mean, that sounds like a pretty big conspiracy. That
what is the most likely scenario that would cause the supposed perpendiculars to? So you've got 2 sets of supposedly orthogonal lines here. So you've got the verticals that you're saying are all parallel, and the horizontals that are all parallel to the individual verticals. So if the horizontal planes don't line up, what does that tell us about the verticals?
One that just says horizontal planes. It's got 3 horizontal planes.
No. I think what it's implying is that verticals may not be parallel to each other.
Really?
Yeah.
It's got horizontal.
For me, that is the implication.
It's got 3 arrows pointing to 3 different, what it says, horizontal planes.
Yeah.
You realise
that's
this is a blue marble science drawing.
Yeah, that's right. That is correct. So at each vertical, we have a unique horizontal plane.
But they're not verticals, are they?
So the verticals aren't parallel there, right?
They're not verticals.
Why aren't they verticals? Plumbob says they are.
One of them's got 2 of them have got a tilt on, haven't they?
Well, what do you mean by a tilt? The Plumbob is
not vertical.
They're not.
You can
right
say that's got a tilt because it's not vertical.
What do you mean by vertical? You mean by vertical? You mean parallel? Sorry,
it's an orientation, right? You know what a vertical is, right? I'm sure we went over this.
Yeah, we did. A vertical is that unique property of the Earth. A vertical is something that we can physically directly infer by a physical object, right? Vertical points downwards.
You have to hang it.
Yeah. Yep. That's right. So
it's
vertical
not a property
is
of the Earth.
Independent.
It's a property of the Plumbob. Establishing the vertical.
which is a property of the Earth, right? The Earth is causing the plumb bob to behave the way it is.
I don't know. I think that's a little bit monadic of you, but I mean...
Well, yeah, maybe. I might have gone too far there. But we all know that plumb bobs are independent, right? It doesn't matter what we do, how hot it is, how cold it is, the plumb bob always will point in the same direction. They're pretty reliable, pretty repeatable instruments.
Vertical, yeah.
And very, very simple, right?
No, the thing is, though, is the water level doesn't need the plumb bob to do what it actually does, which is establish the horizontal. It doesn't need a vertical. It's not.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Sorry, finish. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Horizontal. It's got a horizontal plane. It's just 2 points. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what we're discussing here, right? That.
Okay.
If we. Yeah. Sorry, I cut you off again. I didn't mean to, mate.
No, that's right. Carry on.
Yeah, so that's what we were discussing before. If we take that water level, or indeed a body of water, right? So in principle, a large body of water, like a canal that's still, or a very long water pipe, right, will have essentially the same properties. That or even if we do surveyors leveling, right? That we will all
sorry,
agree.
wait a minute. You say if we do. Have you ever done that?
Oh, well, no. That's the royal we, right? Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, but when you say that, like some people actually have done that, right? Some people for reals have done that. Now you're going to speak for those people that for reals have actually done that when you've got no experience of it at all.
I'm not speaking for
them. Yeah, you are, because you're saying when we do it, you're including yourself in a group you're not part of.
Look, I'm an Australian, mate. That my language is a bit more relaxed than yours, okay? So I have, and my language as an Australian is more relaxed than most.
You in Australia, you're not building airplanes, but here in Europe, we actually make giant airplanes. Airbus A380, and
I've been in one of those. They're pretty awesome aircraft.
Well, that's got to do with water levels, but fair enough.
Do they run on water, the planes, or?
Yeah, sorry, you got muted there. I don't agree with muting here, but never mind.
Who's muted?
He looks like he's been muted, server muted.
For bringing in the airplane thing.
Oh, I see.
Phew, I thought you'd get confusing again. Phew.
Yeah. I've forgotten what we were talking about now, which is probably why I got muted. So maybe
we were talking about the perpendicularity of vertical and horizontal.
Oh, yeah. We're talking about the water level, weren't we?
Yeah. Can remember at the beginning when we had this thing and I said all of the angles would be right angles? And you said something different. Have you any idea of how that would be different?
Yeah. So this is two things that we've discussed in the last few minutes align here. So one is that we agree that when a surveyor undertakes a levelling process, and if we were to use a multi-point water level, so a water level with 3 or 4 points, or if we were to run along the edge of a still body of water like a canal, we'd all get the same results. They would all.
Can I just add that you don't really need multi-points on a water level. That's you just got 2 points, and that you can place any. Hold on, you got point A, which is one end of the water level, and you can move the other end to any position, and it will still form the horizontal plane. You don't need, anything other than that. And you don't need to see the other end either. You just know that it's horizontal.
Yeah. And that's what we're discussing, right? That if you do that, the only point where, if you draw a straight line between those ends and then run your plumb bob along it, that there'll be only one spot along that line that your plumb bob will be perpendicular to that line.
Are you saying that a plumb bob at the position A or a plumb bob at the position B won't be perpendicular to the line running from A to B?
My question exactly.
I mean, that's a really weird statement for you to be made. Yeah, you did just make that statement.
Yeah. So do you know why I think that, Bev?
Well, what would the angle be in your imagination?
It depends on how far away A and B are.
Yeah. Well, let's. Well, what you mean? There would be more of an angle if A and B were
Yes. Yeah.
far
The
apart.
further A and B are from each A and B. So just going back to our original drawing, A and C, right? So the two extreme ends of our water level, right? Yeah. So
Can
the
we
further away
Can we make
A and
that?
C are.
Can we make that 69 miles just for ease?
Yeah. So we're looking for 1 degree here, then, right?
So what would the angle be?
Which angle?
The angle.
The angle. So the angle from the vertical at A to the straight
or
line.
B. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
So
B.
the angle at A. So we're talking A and C here, the two ends of the two extreme ends, right?
Yeah. What would that angle be?
So I have to make. I'm doing this in my head, but if you've said 69 miles, which is 60 nautical miles, then there'll be a 1 degree angle between the vertical and the straight line between.
Well, I said that they would be 90 degrees. So you're saying they're going to be 1 degree?
91 degrees. So from the vertical to that straight line joining A and C, 91 degrees.
Both of them?
Yep, at each end. Yep. Yeah. Or the other way you can look at. Oh no, is it 90.5? The scenario is that the vertical at A and the vertical at the other end will be separated by 1 degree.
Scenario.
If it's 60 nautical miles.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought you said a minute ago that the plumb bob is vertical. Sorry, Bev.
Yeah. The plumb bob was vertical.
The plumb bob is vertical, yeah, at both ends, A and C. Don't worry about B in the middle, just A and C.
That's right, yes.
How can they be anything other than 90 degrees? They can't be 91, can they?
That is the question of the evening. Why are the two plumb bulbs not vertical?
It's your question, not my question. I'm a bricklayer, mate, so definitely not a question. Not a question.
So they're not vertical.
Well, they're not
the only
vertical.
logical explanation I have is that the plumb there's something making the plumb bobs not vertical.
What?
It could be curvature or something like that, right?
What, making the plumb bobs not vertical? So we are saying now that the line of equal elevation between the two, the straight line, that is horizontal, right?
Sorry, the line of equal elevation or the straight line?
Yeah, the straight line, that is horizontal, right?
Well, it's horizontal in the middle, perpendicular to vertical in the middle.
A and B.
Yeah, so the point in the middle of the two extreme ends of the straight line between the two extreme ends is only perpendicular. The vertical is perpendicular just in that middle point, that's all.
Other water level thing. Yeah. This is another blue marble scientist thing. Is that the sort of thing that you're going with? I don't know why it's got thanks Bev on it, apparently. It's a thing that blue marble scientist.
So Bev, going right back to the beginning, and I haven't been muted, that's good. So going right back to the beginning, the only reason I suspect this, right, well, it's not the only reason. I see a bunch of other stuff around me, but I've seen quite a number of images of machines, taken through machines that are configured at one end of a scenario like this. So we have a precision instrument mounted so that it rotates in a plane that is perpendicular to vertical where the machine is set up. And we see the plane of that machine not intersecting the line of equal elevation at the other end. And The only thing I can infer from that is that the straight line of the plane generated by the machine is not in the same plane as the line from A to B, which can only mean that the vertical at A and the vertical at the other end are not parallel, or the machine does not actually rotate in a parallel plane. But from everything I've read, auto levels can their parallel plane is good to like half a millimeter at 500 meters or a kilometer, something like that. Their precision of parallelism is extremely high. And I know that at the limits of their usefulness, so at the range, right, 1 kilometer or whatever, we're expecting something an order of magnitude bigger than half a millimeter in deviation from vertical, a few inches.
Deviation from vertical.
Sorry, the deviation from horizontal. Like I said in the chat,
the deviation from
vertical and horizontal
like an elevation change.
Times, I'm quite likely to mix them up.
Mm-hmm.
But you understand
but a deviation
my point, right?
from a horizontal, from what I understand, within differential leveling, is a change in elevation. But we're not talking about that. There's equal elevation.
So my observation is that when we set the machine up and it's high precision vertical detection, so it's got a very high vertical to a very high precision, and it's able to rotate in a plane of equally high precision perpendicular to that vertical. The evidence I see is that over a reasonable distance, we see a high divergence from that plane and the straight line between points of equal elevation. And the same at the other end.
What?
The divergence of what? The divergence of what the instrument is showing me as its plane of rotation, and what the instrument is also able to observe as the straight line between it and the other end.
But horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, i.e. straight lines.
Well, we've got a number of things here. So we've got the straight line between the two ends of our level, or the two ends of the lake, or the 2 points on the ocean, or whatever it is, right? 2 points that are
perpendicular
level.
to the vertical. That's your reference, isn't it? Are you sort of suggesting that the straight line, one of these straight lines, probably not vertical, changes or deviates from the straight?
No. I'm suggesting that the verticals aren't parallel at each end.
Tilt. You put a tilt to the vertical.
Yeah. And wherever you stand, everybody else
you can't
be tilting
tilt
away
verticals.
from you.
Can't tilt verticals. It's
Well,
ridiculous. Even the conception of a tilt in verticals a bit hard.
It is a bit hard, isn't it? We might need to measure that, Bev, and see if they actually do. I know. Let's get an auto level and see whether we can detect or measure.
Auto levels establish horizontal planes of reference.
Okay.
So how would you imagine?
You can measure some angles with an auto level, so yeah, but not
vertical.
We can do
any angles. Well, on the horizontal
we can do the stadiometric range finding with an auto level, but that's only one angle we can measure reliably. But we've got other tools that can rotate in a horizontal plane and measure angles, so we could try that as well.
You measure a distance. Are you getting? I know you're getting your stuff from a playbook.
You think this, and
you don't measure vertical angles with an auto level.
But you guys have a run book, and I'm actually amazed. I've had a couple of guys at chatting today, and I think it must be well, this is the other anomaly we have in this whole conversation, right? It's the sun is about to set here, or is it just
You were
set?
the one that said
We're in dusk.
tilting verticals. You remember
and
that?
I think the people who normally mute me are asleep, so it's been excellent to have a chat with you about.
Yeah. Are you sticking with your tilting verticals?
Yeah. I'm prepared to risk my left testicle on tilting verticals, Bev. I'm pretty confident that verticals, the only vertical that's parallel with another vertical is the one that's on the antipodal point of the Earth.
Wow.
Yeah.
You did say your tool was precisely vertical, precisely horizontal, and could precisely turn through 360 degrees?
Oh no, this is not my tool. I'll fess up, I don't actually have one, but
That's how you
this is what the
described it a minute
manufacturers
ago.
say.
You said if you established at your point, it was precisely horizontal, precisely vertical, and could turn through 360 degrees, and that was precise too.
Yep.
And then you cited to another place, and so you established a horizontal from your place.
Yep.
But somehow the verticals are not parallel to that horizontal.
That's right. That's exactly it, Elder Bear. That's the conundrum that we have to solve.
And when you
So
go to the
Jerry,
other end with your precisely horizontal and vertical and panning 360 degrees, and then cite back to where you first started, then what?
It looks the same.
Well, you said it was
We have
vertical.
this same divergence.
You said it was precisely vertical, though, the first one. So how can that be divergent if it's precisely vertical and precisely horizontal?
Well,
How does
that's the
that
cool
work?
thing about vertical, right? It's completely independent of what we think. Vertical is property of
It's
the world
perpendicular to
around
the
us.
horizontal you established, isn't it?
No. It's the other way around. You cannot. Well, I'm sure somebody will find a way, but to my way of understanding, vertical is the only true way to establish a horizontal, other than measuring off some other physical object. But vertical is established independent of anything else. Okay,
It's in a water level, right? There's no.
You agreed to that, yeah.
Vertical,
Agreed to the water level would establish a
And I also
horizontal. You
agree
said
the
that.
only place on the line between two ends of a water level that's actually perpendicular is right in the middle of the two ends.
Where it isn't, where the water level isn't.
You mean where the where the water level is, where the line is below the other point of the water level? If there's one in the middle, is that what you're saying, Ben?
That's just imagined with your monadic belief of some point somewhere where the water level actually isn't.
Yeah, well, you're right. It is my belief, but I also believe that we could actually measure that as well.
What about the people who have actually done it and not imagined it? What do you think they're going to say?
I'd like to actually see that. So I have a basic understanding of the surveying leveling process, and I know that it's based on verticals, and I know that it
If you were
requires
talking
things.
to somebody who'd actually done it, and they were telling you what they found, as
Okay,
opposed to what you
I'd actually ask them
imagine would
explicitly
happen
what
if
they
you went to
measured, right?
speak to somebody, then wouldn't you kind of take their word also? You know,
Well,
I've done it. Say I've done it, and I'm going to report to you what I found, and you're not going to believe me, but you're going to believe somebody else that you haven't.
No. I'm pretty open to that kind of thing, right? So I'd ask them quite specific questions. So I don't think he's here at the minute, but is it Acrophon that's occasionally here?
But you are talking to somebody who has done surveying. That's the point.
Yeah.
Somebody who is
he
now
was
reporting to you the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
But somehow
So I
you're
was
saying
talking to
it's not that.
Acrophon.
Is Apocryphon a surveyor? Is he one of the surveyors?
No, but he works with them. He builds railways, or is an iron worker or something like that. I don't know exactly, but he was talking about this when I first came into this Discord, and he was saying how when they build their bridges or their railway lines, that they do go through the process. They level, they run them, but they also then do a check, a trigonometric check at the end of it, where they go back to the beginning of the run, and they cite the far end. And he said the far end is always below the line of the sight.
He's not a surveyor.
He said there's refraction involved, which is true. Sorry?
He can't be. He can't.
Yeah, did he say why they do that?
No,
did
he
say
did.
that's a check?
So he said, he also said that it varies a lot, that the weather conditions and the heat changes it. So they do it when it's coolest.
Wait a minute.
But they measure that end.
Did he say that after they'd done their job and they'd returned back to their initial point, they then sighted?
Yes, he did.
For what purpose?
I don't know what the purpose was, but it was just to verify. So I'm guessing that they were doing some trigonometric verification of their run. Yeah, I don't know why they did it, but he mentioned that they...
Did he say that they were doing it trigonometrical, or were you just guessing it?
But he wrote it off to something else.
Did he say that they cited it, or he just had a look once he'd finished his job? He turned round and had a look to see the job that
No, so he wasn't the surveyor, but my understanding was that it was common knowledge that this is what they would observe. I won't go any further because I don't want to misinterpret what he said. He's not here to defend or correct that.
Well, especially seeing as you're talking about surveyors, like third, fourth party, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right.
Speculation about something. Yeah. So, I mean, that's useless, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that's true.
So why are you refuting the testimony of somebody who has done it then?
Yeah,
right now. Right now. Somebody who has done
Elder Bear,
surveying.
I've seen a number of images from people that apparently know how to use the instruments.
Yeah, but this man you're talking to knows that. He's done that. So why are you saying that?
Ironically, it's his images that I'm talking about. So I've seen a couple of Bev's images that I'm guessing you guys are all familiar with this. This is not news, right? That the level was set up. So I've seen one recently that was done. I'm not sure if it was yours, Bev, or not. Done at a canal somewhere in the UK, and it was set up, on one of the bridges across the canal, and the crosshair is 4 or 5 meters above the bridge at the other end of the canal, despite the fact that two bridges are at the same elevation within, half a meter. The other one was the Blackpool Tower shot, which is pretty infamous in these circles, and it was done a long time ago, that on the beach at Southport, and just from the image we could work out whereabouts he was on Southport.
You got any other pictures from anybody else doing this to verify that you're saying?
I've seen a couple of shots that so one was taken by an auto level on a beach, like at 10 meters above the water level, and they panned it across the horizon, and the horizon was consistently a significant drop below. But we know the horizon here is a geometric horizon's a no-no, so I don't want to mention that one, other than that the measurement was fairly consistent as they panned around. But yeah, Elder Bear, I've seen quite a number of images of things in the distance where the level
through auto levels.
Yeah, through auto levels. Yeah.
Right. Have you seen the disclaimer that says, that's not standard surveying practice?
Oh yeah, no,
and it's done for demonstration
practice,
purposes only,
right?
just to show people what they can see through it.
Yeah.
It's not actual surveying, right?
That's it. Yeah, yeah. And you're 100%
nobody
right.
actually surveys the horizon or anything, do they?
Yeah. So my scientific curiosity here says, okay, I've got an instrument designed to measure, so what's the precision you normally measure? Like, is it half a mil or something like that, or a mil over your normal distance to your rod? I'm not sure what it is. But it's very small, right?
I don't know. What are you doing? Are you imagining stuff now, or what?
No. So if you're doing a leveling run with an auto level,
we're talking
what
about
is
2 points on 2 bridges above one body of water.
Yeah. No, I'm asking the question about the precision of your auto level. No, I'm asking about the precision of the auto level. It's like
There's no auto
fraction
level
of a
involved
millimeter
in
over
this.
100 meters, right?
We're talking about 2 equal elevation points on a plumb bob, right? And the line in between them. Where's the auto level? The fact that you've seen me go out and put cameras on auto level so people can see what it actually looks like whenever they are looking through an auto level through the ease of a Discord. That's irrelevant to this, isn't it?
Well, it's kind of is, but it's kind of not. So from my sort of inquisitive mind, I look at those auto level images and I say, well, that crosshair, that is perpendicular to vertical. And over a kilometre, that is good to within 0.5 millimetre, according to the manufacturer.
The crosshair is within the auto level, like inches away from your eye.
Yeah, but the crosshair
it doesn't go miles away. It's the image from a mile away that comes to your eye through the telescope.
Yes. And the crosshair gives you a reference point in that image, right? And the manufacturer says that the image you see in that crosshair is good. You can measure something in there to plus or minus 0.5 millimetre over 1 kilometre or something of that order.
Not over a kilometre. No, you don't do that.
Maybe you don't do it, but that's what
a kilometre double run, which is the entire process to return back to your starting point. Yeah.
Yeah. The spec I read the other day was that the horizontal plane was good.
No, that's not what it says. It says the optics, providing you're a good enough operator, you can use this tool and be within 1 millimetre accuracy for the entire job.
Yep.
Regardless of length.
Yeah.
Right? It's
so if we look out over, say, a 5 kilometre distance, we would expect that our worst case scenario, and if we look out over 5 kilometres,
you'd be out of the range of an auto level and you'd be within the range of a water level. So we are talking about a water level and an equal elevation of the water level. Now, do you think the auto level is somehow different than the water level, both being called levels, just different ways of establishing that level? Do you think?
They're quite
do you think they're the same?
So one's an optical device, one's a physical device. They're different devices.
Do you think the job that they do in establishing the level, do you think that's different?
Well, the auto level doesn't establish a level. The leveling process is what you use to establish the level.
The horizontal, right? Yeah, auto level.
That's right. The auto level establishes a plane perpendicular to vertical
plane of reference, right? Now the question is, does the water level establish a horizontal plane of reference?
Well, that depends.
Depends on what? I'd say yes, it does.
Where you want the horizontal plane of reference.
It's a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference between the 2 points. Or anywhere, right? Within the range of the water level, like Spot On said. You can leave 1 point in one position and the other one can just move around wherever it wants to.
Yep, absolutely. So and that goes back to the original thing here, right, that I was about to say. That so if I look at end to end of that water level with an auto level, I will notice that there's a large discrepancy between what I would expect to see in the auto level and what I actually see. So I'd expect that if the auto level was pretty good and the optics are good.
Have you done that?
Within
have you done that?
You don't need to.
You don't need to have
You've done it for me.
But I mean, I haven't. What, with a water level? You check a water level with a.
Yeah, we had a good one.
Auto
Southport,
level.
We've got the ocean and a well-established level along the beach. Okay, and it was like 20 kilometers. So
what sort of this? What are you imagining that you're measuring through a picture that I did?
So what we saw in that case, and what we saw over a shorter distance on the canal, was so at Southport, the auto level, its crosshair plane, so the plane of the auto level visually appeared to intersect the level at Blackpool by something on the order of 120 meters from memory. So wait a minute,
we were out of whack by 120 meters over 20 kilometers. Me at 340 feet.
That goes against my... You two spoken together before?
We have actually.
Oh, you have? You didn't know you were going to... All right. I just wondered, because, you came, you didn't know you were going to speak to him today, but in your top pocket you had a couple of images.
Bev's pretty famous around these parts, right?
Yeah. But, and when you're looking at them, you're perceiving something, and you're coming to some conclusion based on what you're looking at the picture. And the person who took them is in front of you, who's telling you about limits of the abilities of tools.
Yeah, I know.
You're saying that he's wrong. You're saying that your perception of what you look at a picture through, I don't know, how many lenses was that picture taken through anyway? And you're saying that that's all wrong. And he describes to you about the limits of the tools and what you might perceive or not perceive. It has nothing to do with what you're looking at in that picture.
So the limits of the tool are an interesting thing, right? So to use it as a practical tool like that, definitely limits. And
you've never used that.
We understand the characteristics of the tool.
Yeah, but you've never used one. We have to remember that.
And also remember that he'd have never have looked through one if I hadn't have gone there to do a demonstration to show people what they can actually see through an auto level. But I mean, what you actually get to see is much better than the actual person that's there, because you can blow it up in a big picture. You can watch it on a 50-inch TV. The actual surveyor has to look through a little tiny peephole and measure the numbers on the rod. But you, as the benefit of the viewer from your armchair, can look at a greater picture and say, oh, look at that in the background. For some really unknown apparent reason. Something that doesn't actually get done in surveying. So perhaps this is one of the reasons why they say you can't do surveying through these optical devices attached to auto levels.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I was about to say. So I look through the auto level, I understand its limitations.
Have you got an auto level when you say, I look through the auto level? Is that what you're saying?
No. When we look, when somebody looks through an auto level and you understand the limitations, you can look at what you see in the background.
You've never done that.
You can make some deductions.
They understand the limitations?
He can't say that. He's only got experience of looking at it on a TV screen through the lens of a phone broadcast to Discord. That's the only experience he's got. He's never actually looked through the auto level with his eye.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I find fascinating.
Could be completely different. Could be completely different.
Yeah. He's talking to you, who actually did this and produced these images, and then he's referring to somebody else who he imagines will see something different, and yet he's talking with the person who actually did it, who will explain to them what's going on, and he's going to say that's not right. So is somebody lying here?
No, I don't think there's anybody lying. I'm just saying that if you look
but there's realities of the actual task that was done, isn't there? With the tool that's used in that picture you saw in the picture. Yeah. And with somebody who's actually done it, looked through it, recorded it and reported it, and you haven't done any of those things. And you're saying, no, that's not right. What he's done is wrong.
No, I'm not saying what he's done is wrong. I'm saying that we can also use the instrument for other purposes. We can deduce things about what we see through the instrument
You can't.
beyond
He's
what
telling
its
you he
design
has done
was.
it.
No,
He's
you
telling you what you can
can't do that. That's what we call blue marble surveying. It's
Tool abuse,
armchair
right?
surveyors, and it shouldn't be done by people that have never used the tool, taking a picture from YouTube and imagining they can derive fantastical drops of stuff in the distance. It's madness.
So, Bev, can either of you explain to me why the image that I see recorded from the tool does not represent something of value in terms of analysing the world around me?
Well,
Is
I
the
heard something.
crosshair suddenly not straight in the distance? Is the
We went to
field
show
of view...
you that recorded numbers by certain people cannot be viewed or measured, documented. It cannot be done. They cannot see those angles. It's not possible. That's what we went there to show you. Other people looked at other images in the background because it was a nice picture. It's like, ooh, Blackpool Tower. That's fancy. Right? No, you didn't actually look to see what I was going there to show you. Many times we went there to do perspective.
No.
We went there to do all sorts of different things. But
I agree with that.
People are so model afflicted that they can't see what's right in front of their faces.
No, well, it was just a coincidence, right? So I agree that you went there to show about how to use the level and do the leveling and stuff like that. But the thing is about that image that when you look at it, you say, why is that so? Why is that image like it is?
Hang on. The picture is to show you the illusory nature of a picture compared with reality. And you're looking at the picture and saying that's reality and trying to take some measurements from that and assumptions from that. That was the whole point. The picture isn't what you're imagining it is. It's to show you that the tool has limits and that you couldn't trust what you could see on that image or through, those devices to see what the actual tool is measuring.
You're using the tool wrong, aren't you?
Yeah. So we're not trying to measure half a millimetre of black
is here. The guy who knows how to do it is here. He's trying to explain about what it means.
Also got into that bad habit of saying we again.
Yeah.
I know that you say it's like a habit or possibly a habit of saying we, but it is misrepresenting the situation because you haven't done any of these things yourself. You admitted.
Yeah, I apologise for that. Yeah.
Oh no, it's just like so used to speaking to people in reality that if they're going to speak on a subject, they've got the experience in that subject. We're in a situation here where we're talking to someone who, no disrespect, I mean, you said that you never use the tools, but you're willing to defend your position, and those that are listening are actually, could be misled into thinking that you actually know what you're talking about. Well, it's obvious that you don't, sadly. Sorry, mate, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, no, fair enough. That's a fair enough call.
Thank you.
Blue marble science
I'd ask Bev
surveying of pictures that they find on the internet.
You're going back to that again.
Yeah. They've been doing it for years. It's all optical things, isn't it? Imagining angles when you're looking at things.
Doesn't matter what anybody in reality
putting rulers on pictures. Ranty taught you that.
Can I ask you about the tool, right? When you look through the tool, would you have seen the same thing that the camera saw, more or less?
Don't know, because there was a camera in the way. I couldn't look through it because the camera, the phone was in the bracket blocking the lens.
Would you expect to have seen the same thing as the camera?
You can't tell.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'll let you off on that one.
You can't record the image from your eye to say that it's the same or different than. It can't be done.
No.
That's the reason we went out there to show you. Because we can show better. You can zoom it. You can get a better view of these things from the Discord channel than you can in Reels, because you can blow it up. But is it the same? Don't know. How many lenses is it going through? Don't know.
Yeah. So I guess from my naive perspective of how this tool works, I looked at the image of Blackpool Tower. I use that one because that's the one I'm most familiar with.
Why is it?
And I
Why
could
is
see
it
the
important
stadia
for you?
lines, and we know
Why
the
is it for
stadia
you
lines
to?
represent.
Why is it important for you to anchor this image to some sense of reality?
Yeah. So going back to the very beginning,
When it was
LB here,
explained, it's just an image.
yeah. So despite all of the other stuff, what this image says to me is that the horizontal plane of the auto level is not intersecting
Yeah, but you're just
the
wrong.
point of equal elevation. And regardless
Yeah.
of what the tool is designed to do or how precise it is,
The image
it's
is
so
coming
far
to the
beyond any
telescope.
margin of error.
You're turning
The
that image
image
into
is
reality.
coming to the camera through the telescope, through the lens of the telescope. That's the way it goes, right? You're not placing a horizontal that goes out for miles. The image comes to the telescope.
Yeah. So we can look at it from the other end then, right? So a ray of light.
There is a limit.
What is the limit and why?
Have you ever used a tool?
No. This is an optical question, not a tool question. Right?
Okay, well, I'll give you a
does
I'll give you a
the
hint.
validity of the horizontal plane of that tool diminish with distance?
The first thing you do is you go out and you see how far away you can read the numbers to an accuracy. That becomes your limit. The limit.
And what is the nature of that? That limit is an angle, effectively, right?
What?
That limit is an angle, right?
This is that limit. That limit is what you see through the scope. It's not an angle. It's just what you see. And if you can read to the millimeter accurately, then you are within your limit. If you're wanting to be millimeter accurate.
It's not the tower.
That's up to you. Your tool, your eye. Go out, get it, and come back with a number that you can say, this is my limit.
That's good. And that is an angle, effectively. What a limit in millimeters is distance in meters, right?
Angle all the time. That's the problem.
It's
trying to put an angle to it.
Magic.
Why are you trying to put angles in it? This is azimuth.
Because that's the key, right?
Horizontal.
It's not
this is the whole angular resolution problem.
No, it's just your interpretation of something. No one's measuring with angles when they're measuring anything when they do an elevation change. No one's angling
but
anything.
Our ability to see things is based on the angular size.
What?
Uh-oh. Out of range there, lad.
Well, what you have to understand is that what's it? What's that signal?
Yeah, this is a saying we have. With just an angle and no additional information, we cannot determine or conclude anything about geometric properties or relationships. Now, that was said to Ruhif, and it's showing out here because our mate, is it Kenny, Dazza, Wally, Wolfie? I don't know. Whoever you are today. You want to change that angle and place an angle where you're looking at a measurement on a vertical datum. For this very reason, because you can think you can do magic with angles. A lot of people have been fooled by the magic of this angle. Equipotential angle of adjustment, we call it. You're just viewing a measurement on a measuring rod. And if you want to be millimeter accurate, you best be able to read a millimeter. And if somebody somebody says they can measure an angle to a certain second, let's say. Well, you can make that into an angle. You make that angle into a distance, a way that you would have to be able to measure that angle. And when that turns out to be like 2.5 millimeters, then what you can do is you can go and measure, see how far away you can measure 2.5 millimeters to see whether this angle is measurable over that distance. That's what we were doing. Somebody made a claim that verticals weren't parallel because he measured an angle. Now, you didn't actually see him measure the angle. He didn't put a camera on anything to show you which angle he was measuring from to where. Didn't show you any of that. He just wrote it down in a little book in pencil. And that was enough for people to believe this man, that he'd measured verticals not being parallel. So we went out there to go and check to make sure that this was a valid claim. And guess what? It's impossible. The guy never did it. He's not around here anymore, Jeff. Did a Jesse Kozlowski.
Hey, Bev, I have to drop. Sorry to do it unexpectedly. But you just mentioned that test that you did. You've mentioned it a couple of times. Can you post a link to it in here so I can have a look at it? I've never seen it before.
It was done on Earth Awakenings. We did it.
Okay. So there's no kind of like publicly accessible recording of it?
Yeah, on Earth Awakenings. Pretty sure.
Do I have to go there?
That's where everybody's taking the pictures from. That's where somebody got that screenshot that you have of Blackpool Tower, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I saw that on the level, I think.
We've been out there a few times. Just showing people what you can see in reality when you put a camera on a level. On the
whole
level.
session, or would you not have kept it?
Well, the thing about it is that when I'm out there on the beach with the camera doing the recording, I'm not in my house on YouTube, so I can't click go live because I'm not at my house like I am now. There's a different setup for going live on YouTube and broadcasting to Discord. So normally when we go out and do these things, we just do it direct to Discord. And then it's up to the people that are in Discord to record it or do whatever. I mean, I'm not there on the Discord. I'm out in the field doing stuff when I'm doing stuff. It's a pity Jesse Kozlowski isn't around anymore. Isn't it? No way to explain anything that they're talking about.
Anyway, I have to drop. I think I just set a personal record for this channel. I normally get muted after about 5 minutes, so it was good to have a chat, Bev. But I do have to go right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay.
Have a good one.
See you
guys.
later. Is it Wally?
Nice to chat.
See ya.
No. Yeah, well, us Australians sound alike. Yeah. It's Dazza. Have a good one.
Sounds a lot like Kenny, Dazza, Wally, Wolfie.
Darren.
Darren.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kenny as well.
It's the board.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. He did say that vertical and horizontal wouldn't be perpendicular, didn't he? Squeezed a few extra angles in upon a length. That was fantastic, that. He didn't think about what had happened if he turned round, did he?
What do you mean by that?
Well, remember we had A and B, and we had a vertical.
Yes.
And I said that the shortest distance between those 2 points at an equal elevation would be a horizontal, therefore all right angles. Well, he conjured a way to add a few angles in, didn't he?
Bev, I looked at your diagram. I listened to what you said with this straight line and
There we
the
go.
verticals, and I'm convinced that it's an affirming the consequent fallacy.
What is? A modus polens?
It doesn't matter if it's modus polens or tollens. I don't care about that aspect of it. What matters is that you are making the argument that the shortest distance between two verticals is a straight line. If you create a horizontal, all the verticals off that horizontal are parallel to each other. So it seems to be that if you create a straight line between 2 points, then those points that it is connected to must have parallel verticals, or they must be parallel verticals. And that seems to be you saying that because in geometry, horizontal can have parallel verticals, that the parallel verticals in reality must drop off the same horizontal at 90 degrees perpendicular. And that seems to be you affirming the consequence, saying that, yeah.
Horizontal and vertical also are perpendicular, yeah.
I thought you said Australian sound is the same.
I think that's affirming the consequence, saying that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
Yeah, so it is if you are saying that because in geometry you can have a horizontal and a perpendicular that are horizontal and vertical that are perpendicular, and then in reality all verticals must have the same horizontal. That would be you saying that if P, all verticals off a horizontal are parallel, then Q, I know, if P or oh crap, I wrote it out before. I'll have to figure out what I wrote out. But yeah, it's an affirming the consequent. Crap, that's deleted. I'll have to write it out for you again, but essentially it's just you saying that since all perpendicular verticals off a horizontal are parallel, if horizontals exist, then all verticals must be parallel. Since verticals exist,
can I do it a little bit simpler, right? Can we start it with if horizontal and vertical are perpendicular?
Yep, I agree with that. That's fine.
So that would be the good P statement.
Yep.
Right, and then can we do a then? How many other thens could there be from that? I mean, whew, limitless, right?
Yeah, so the next one would be then there are verticals off Earth, right?
No, I don't think that's not.
Well, aren't you
in reality, you could say in reality there are verticals, right?
Right. So in reality there are verticals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so does that mean that verticals all must reference that same horizontal?
Keep the logic going. Keep the logic going. If horizontal
that was the end.
and vertical
that was the conclusion that I'm asking.
Then verticals are in reality. Have you got a then? Or do you don't want to assume anything? You put
if all verticals off a horizontal are parallel and perpendicular, and then if the Earth has verticals,
why did you add parallel?
Therefore,
you changed your P statement. I thought we agreed on that. If horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. That's
and then I'm adding
there
to that
are verticals in reality.
That's the next part of my argument here. The thing that you like to talk about is that all verticals are parallel. That's something you said to Scott Mackey before.
When?
You said all verticals off a horizontal are parallel. It was about 30 minutes ago.
I think you might have heard that wrong.
Well, do you agree with that, though, that all verticals
said all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel?
Great. So that's the exact same thing, just reworded.
All horizontals are parallel. Yeah.
The next part of it would be that there are verticals on Earth. Do you agree with that?
There are verticals. We can establish a vertical in reality. Great.
Would
I'm
it then
not too keen
necessarily
on the
follow?
on Earth because that seems a little bit weird.
Why is the Earth flat?
Would it then necessarily follow that all of those verticals must share the same plane, horizontal plane?
Wait, is the Earth flat?
Oh, watch, I'm going to get muted so this new guy can talk, so you guys can cold him. So I'll just mute up now.
No. Keep on going.
It's all right, we'll catch up at some point.
Is the Earth flat though?
Cheers, David.
It's cool. I asked Bev the question. Does it then follow that because there's verticals on Earth, they must all share the same horizontal plane?
What do you mean by share the same? It's a vertical. The horizontal and the vertical are perpendicular. What do you mean share the same horizontal? That sounds ridiculous.
Well, if you don't understand what it means, I can explain that to you. Are you going to listen and then try to understand?
Go on, keep within the logical thing.
I have. So if a horizontal will have perpendiculars that are all parallel, and then the Earth has verticals, therefore those verticals must share the same horizontal. They must be parallel and they must be perpendicular to a shared horizontal. Do you think that that is a true argument, a valid argument?
Well, I mean, it's a bit messy. Could do with fixing up a bit, but I think you've got the gist of it, yeah?
Yeah, that's affirming the consequent. So you're assuming that the
making a geometric argument.
You're assuming that the verticals in reality are all on the same horizontal plane. Like they all share the same perpendicular, the same horizontal plane, so that it all be parallel, so they're all on the same vertical plane. So that's you saying
I don't know. I think
we have
that's
verticals,
you
they
imagining
must
something
reference the same
that I've
horizontal
said,
because
like
the
you
horizontal will reference the same
making leaps of your own.
Can I just say all horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon? Do you agree with that?
There's no evidence of that.
What do you mean there's no evidence?
There's no evidence of that. No one has ever measured that. And you can't just define your way into a level Earth. You have to have evidence that all the verticals share the same vertical.
Right, so are you saying that the horizon isn't horizontal?
I am saying that the horizon curves. So you can claim that it's horizontal in layman's terms, but when you actually measure it and then you try to model it out as geometry, it will be straight. It will be curved. Therefore, it won't share the same vertical plane.
All verticals would be perpendicular to the plane of the horizon, wouldn't they?
In your presupposed model, they would be.
Definitionally.
But in reality, because the horizon is curved, they won't.
Again.
Remember what this guy asked, Bev?
Any idea what you're talking about?
How can they be perpendicular if you're putting a curve there? I mean, that's an impossibility.
They're not all perpendicular to that horizontal line.
There's no curve to a horizontal, mate.
Okay, how about this? In reality,
horizontals do not curve.
What concrete horizontal line do we have in reality?
The horizon, the true horizon.
Incorrect. There's no evidence of that.
Yeah, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. I mean, what's up with that?
There's no evidence of that, Bev.
We got anything to do with you anyway. And what experience have you got? What experience have you got? Let's start there.
A picture of the Earth curving left to right.
So you're saying
congratulations.
There's no evidence of the...
Let's spot on take this for a second, gentlemen. Carry on, spot on level.
No, I was just asking what his experiences in all this, apart from sophistry.
A picture of the horizon curving left to right over water.
Left to right?
Yep.
Are you saying that when
That's
you look out through the true horizon, I mean, when you're have you ever been to the sea, the water?
Oh, no, of course. I'm in Australia. We don't go near water. We're hydrophobic.
Have you or haven't you?
Mate, it's in our fucking national anthem. We're girt by sea. Yes, I've been to the ocean.
All right.
Okay, so when you look out to the ocean, is it not like a straight line horizontal?
No.
All right. So it's a
Do you have any pictures or any evidence that it is?
We've got a,
Well,
so what
every
about a
picture of every
definition?
horizon. Yeah.
What about how did it sneak into the definition of horizontal? If there's no
multiple
evidence
parts of
of it.
definition, Bev. So one of the definitions is just the layman's definition of horizontal, would just be like, it matches the horizon. But that isn't the geometric definition. Geometric
Would you
definition
not
of
class that
horizontal
as
is perpendicular
evidence?
to a vertical. It's not evidence. Semantics and definitions aren't evidence, Bev. Pictures, observations, they're classed as evidence.
Calm down. What are you getting so heated about? It's just a horizon.
Oh,
and horizontal.
mate, you guys have no emotions whatsoever. You have no energy. You're all depressed. I'm sorry, that's the case.
What?
No, I'm not depressed at all. I'm having a good time.
Where did that come from?
I'm actually laying some bricks and blocks, concrete blocks, to a laser level. Yeah, using the old horizontal. That's what I'm doing.
You guys get upset when I talk fast and with any sort of emotion whatsoever, and so you all go, God, what are you getting so excited about? Why are you getting upset? And I always just run it back to, well, you guys are depressed because there's no evidence I'm excited, angry, or upset. It's just me talking the way I like to talk.
To the point. Stop getting emotional.
Okay, my point is there's pictures of the horizon curving left to right. As you go up in altitude, it gets more pronounced because the atmospheric conditions lessen. So anywhere from on like a cliff all the way up to that Mage 2 balloon, there has been pictures of left to right curvature. Because of that, the horizon, which is a horizontal line, can't be the same as the horizon according to geometry.
Okay. Sorry, can they? So does it start out as a horizontal?
Does what start?
At least does it actually start as a horizontal? And you think the higher you go, it becomes not the horizontal? Is that what you're saying?
No,
don't
so I'm
forget
saying
the monad.
in reality, in all cases,
Horizontal
it's
at the
left to right
midpoint.
curve.
Horizontal at the midpoint.
It's not horizontal at the midpoint. If you draw an abstract line, which is like a made-up mathematical line off a single point on the Earth, you can make a horizontal line. But if you try to have that line match the horizon, or you just look at the horizon, it won't be horizontal.
Parallel to. All horizontals will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's something you can guarantee.
No, that's incorrect. There's no evidence of that there.
Well, I'd say it's more something that's fact, right? You could basically guarantee on it. I mean, you'd never be able to find a horizontal that isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon, would you?
I actually experienced it. Hold on, 2 secs. What about if I told you that I took an auto level and looked at the true horizon, spun it about 230 degrees from left to right, took it back, and there was no difference between left, right, middle, or anything. It was the same elevation. I mean, it was silly to even project it that far, but I mean, I just thought I'd do it because I've got one, and it was completely horizontal.
Yeah, I'd say that's just
there
your
is.
opinion,
Oh,
and
there
you
is.
try to actually measure it in any way whatsoever. So if you try to measure it in any way whatsoever, that'd be great, but it just seems to be your opinion at this point.
No, it's not my opinion. I actually, did that.
Yeah,
so you're
that's not a
saying no one's
measurement.
done it, but I
Looking
have
at
done
it
that.
through an auto level and showing that there's like some level within the whatever the margin of error for the auto level at that distance is, like that's not a
margin of
measurement.
error.
You need
Does it be
something
the
that will
margin of
give
error
you an
the whole way
actual
round?
level line, and then you can match the observation to an actual level, like horizontal line. Did you do that?
Anyway, I'm not going to start talking about it because you just don't believe anything anyone says, do you?
I've got a clue about what
I
you
believe things
would
lots of
have
people
done
say.
anyway. He's imagining things that he hasn't done himself, and imagining you not doing them. Also,
I've seen a picture of left to right curve. I've seen multiple pictures of left to right curve. If there's left to right curve and the horizon is meant to be horizontal, that's a contradiction. So your argument is a contradiction.
No, what you see perhaps might be the contradiction.
It's not what I see. It's a picture.
Yeah,
with
most people, right, don't take pictures, right? They're lower than trust the divided line. It's just your imagination.
Yeah, I don't care what most people see just with their naked eyes. If you actually try to measure something using reference materials, then you can come to the truth of it. Just seeing something,
You've
it isn't
never actually
positively
done it.
indicative. It's an opinion argument, but I have positively indicative arguments, which is, again, Mr. Sensible's Mage 2, and then there's other pictures of left to right curvature with references.
I'd just like to have it on note that not all Aussies think the same way, so you all get that straight.
Cheers, man. We appreciate that. We were starting to worry.
I think
we live on the flattest continent on the entire realm, and he's talking about curvature. I love it. It's gold.
Well, the thing is, he
through the centre of Australia, mate.
Upside down, and his vertical is possibly my horizontal. Is that? I think that's right.
Yeah, that's possibly true. My vertical could be your horizontal, depending on where you're standing. Is there anything wrong with that? Do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, we all think you're mental, but whatever.
You guys have a picture where you've got references showing that the horizon is straight, like an actual horizontal line and not curved?
Man just measured it. What are you talking about?
He didn't.
The auto level doesn't do that.
He just showed that
auto
it was
level
parallel. Horizontal.
What do you mean that it was
parallel? The
parallel?
auto level was parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, so where's this evidence? I can't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it the definition, Bev? Because a definition ceases to be useful when you actually measure that definition to be wrong.
You might want to speak to some of your friends, because I've heard that it's a circle, a horizontal circle, when you look out to the true horizon as well. So you might want to speak to someone about that.
No, they're incorrect about that. It's like a hill. You're at the top of the hill, and all around you, you're seeing, because you're always going to be higher than sea level, you're seeing the curvature left to right, no matter which direction you look, in a 360
turn around?
So there's pictures of this, so I'm sorry, guys, if you don't like the pictures.
When you turn around 360 degrees.
Yeah, when you do the full 360 degrees. So you start at one point, then you might do 90, 90, 90, and then back to 360. Yeah, there's curvature in pictures of the Earth left to right. What don't you understand about
You seem to have a failure to communicate at the moment, mate. I'm asking you very succinctly, do you perceive the horizon to curve when you turn around 360 degrees?
No, when you take pictures of it with references. I've said this about 4 times now, FE Jedi, so I'm sorry if you don't understand.
Dude, I'm trying to follow along what you say, and you're saying the horizon.
What was the last thing I said then?
Dude, I asked you what the horizon does when you turn 360 degrees. I had to shout for you because you weren't listening to me.
Yeah, I explained to him. You go 90 degrees, you take a picture, 90 degrees, take a picture, 90 degrees, take a picture, all the way back to the original position. You take a picture, and you've done a full 360-degree turn, and you can take photos of it. If you've got references, every single one of them, especially if you're on an island, will have left to right curve.
I guess that'll be the optic then.
I was just finishing my sentence. What would be the optic?
Yeah, that'll be the optic then.
What'll be the optic?
The distortion of the horizon will be optical. If you turn around 360 degrees, has been demonstrated in the live stream and has been spoken about just a moment ago, the circle of the horizon is planar.
Yeah, no, that's just not true.
Well, it's observed.
There's the right images out there. So
just dropped it. The horizon's a circle of around 360 degrees. If you want
I don't care if you guys have a camera and you rock around in a circle. That's not evidence. So what I have references for that.
It's got
image.
pictures.
Do you have references?
Got pictures.
Yeah, do you have references though?
Pictures.
Do you know what the word? All right, Bev. Since you're obsessed with definitions, what does the word reference mean?
I don't think it'd matter to you, would it?
It's 100%.
What have you got in your definition book? Like, give us that, because that's the only one that apparently you work with.
So a reference is something of a known quantity or state that you can compare something else to. So in an image, a reference may be a known straight line, which would be a string. And so you know if there's any deviation of that string as
like
you're
a reference plane.
looking at something else on that image, that distortion will also exist on the other things in that image. So you're referencing the string as a straight line because you know it's straight, or very, 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 very close to straight. And then you can check that against the horizon to see if the horizon is also straight as compared to that string. Mage 2, Mr. Sensible.
Yeah, but the plane of the horizon's always horizontal, isn't it? That's what we're getting
The
at.
layman's horizontal, Bev. What was the thing I just said to you?
The layman, yeah, the people that actually use it, horizontal. Yeah. Parallel.
Yeah, the people who just have opinions and not measurements or referenced images or any of those sorts of things. So I don't care about them because that just comes down to opinion. And I'm sorry, but the shape of the world isn't just an opinion, it's a fact.
You have a different definition of a layman.
Well, I'm sorry, you wouldn't give your definition of something before, so why do you want me to, like, conform to your non-definition?
Because you said about the layman's position of horizontal.
What about it? What about it, Bev? Does it change my argument in any way? Does it change
the
my argument in
layman's
any way?
position of horizontal is that they're all parallel.
No, that's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
The layman's definition is that it references the horizon. The geometric
all
definition,
horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontals are parallel to each other. I was
finishing what I was saying, buddy. I was finishing what I was saying. In geometry, a horizontal is something that's perpendicular to a vertical at 90 degrees. So the horizon isn't that, so it doesn't fit the geometric definition.
Why not?
It only fits the layman's.
It does, though. Well, it fits the definition.
It fits the layman's definition, not the geometry
for everybody.
definition.
I mean, who's going to deny it?
It fits the layman's definition.
Why would somebody deny it?
It fits the layman's definition, not the geometry one.
But the geometry, yeah,
I can keep doing this forever.
Yeah,
it fits the layman's definition.
All verticals are perpendicular to the plane of the horizon also.
Not on the Earth, they aren't. Only in an abstract, reified
in reality,
so what you're saying, Bev, is you're saying
if you get a piece of paper and you
draw a horizontal line and then you draw verticals off those horizontals that are perpendicular, that must be the Earth. And that is called a reification fallacy. So far, you guys have had reification fallacy with Snell's law. You've had the reification fallacy with this vertical horizon, horizontal bullcrap. You guys just keep spewing out reification fallacies.
So are you
also affirming the consequence?
Do you have a problem with the verticals being perpendicular to the plane of the horizon?
Why would you ask that? What have I ever said that indicates I have a problem?
Well, because the verticals, if you look out to the horizon and you have a vertical that's perpendicular to it, that would support the fact that the plane of the horizon is horizontal.
Great. I'd love you to show me that.
Don't need to show it, yeah?
Oh, okay. So you're just like saying that it happens because it happens in geometry? That's a reification.
No, you go outside, mate. Get a plumb bob and see if it's perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
It isn't. I'm sorry. There's pictures showing the horizon goes left to right, so it can't be.
Does it have a tilt to it?
There's pictures that show that horizontal line.
Or is it the horizon that has a slope?
So the horizontal line that you create off your vertical is not the horizon, Ben.
Plane of the horizon.
Is it the horizon or is it an abstract horizontal you've created?
Go out there.
Answer this
go
question,
outside. Go outside and look at the plane of the horizon. Grab a plumb bob, hold it out in front of you. Right now, you are looking at a plumb bob, a vertical, and the plane of the horizon.
But that horizon
in reality,
left to right. You said horizontals do not curve left to right, so you've contradicted yourself again, Bev.
I don't think
you just throw out these you said
that?
The plane of the horizon matches the vertical, so it must be a horizontal plane. I have images that show that it curves. You cannot have a horizontal, which you say will be perpendicular to vertical.
No, the vertical would be perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
You can't have a horizontal line that's a straight line.
There's no need to get angry.
That matches a curved line. I'm trying to finish my sentence, but when you start over talking, I get louder.
With those images, what camera did you take the photos with and what lenses were you using? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, great. We can look up all of that. It's all in the Mage 2 Mr. Sensible video.
Mr. Sensible?
Yes. So the Mage 2 balloon, there were two strings over the front of the apparatus that the camera was housed on. And those two strings were references. So excuse me, I'm going to finish. It's not going to be hard. It's not going to be hard. I'm going to finish, okay? These
starting to annoy me, guys.
Oh, yeah, he's mad. He's frantic.
God,
it's been like this for years.
Hang on.
God,
I've been
gotta
listening
let
for
the
like
hard
3
people
hours, right?
speak.
I've been listening for like 3 hours, and there's kind of two
I'm
groups of
sorry, I
people.
was halfway through explaining what you guys wanted me to explain.
There's
Can I
one
finish
group.
that?
Hang on. There's one group of people who have used these tools, demonstrated their use, gone out and done tests with them, took measurements, described the limits of those tools, and they've reported that. And there's this other group of people who've never used the tools, who imagine that if they went to somebody else who they say has used the tools, that they would report something different. And that's all I've heard all morning.
I'm not talking about the
So
tools.
who's lying? Who's lying then?
I'm not talking about the tools, though. I'm talking about Mage 2. Have you guys watched the Mage
You're
2
talking to
Mr.
people who've
video?
used the tools, though. That's the point. You're talking to people
I'm not
who've used the
talking
tools.
about the tools.
Hey?
He's doing his sponsorship bit for now for Mr. Sensible.
I'm not talking about the tools, mate. Mate, I'm not talking about the tools. I'm talking about a camera, 2 strings, and a balloon. I'm talking about a camera, 2 strings, and a balloon. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? I'm talking about a camera, 2 strings, and a balloon.
In reality? Come on.
I'm talking about a camera, 2 strings, and a balloon. It's on video.
That's
Do you
not
want to
your
watch the
reality.
video?
It's just something else. What have you done in reality that you can reference?
I'm not answering that question because it doesn't matter to me. So this is the problem you guys have. You guys have a fundamental flaw to your epistemology. Your epistemology can change on a dime whenever you want it to. You're happy to accept videos or photos from someone else, but the moment that it conflicts with what you think,
videos and
even though
photos
what you
are
think
not
is just
measured.
opinionated, you guys will dismiss it. So have you watched the Mage 2 video? Anyone in this chat?
Have you ever used an auto level?
No, I haven't claimed that I have. None of my references have anything to do with it.
What have you done? What have you done to verify your claims?
What I have and have not done does not change Mage 2 by Mr. Sensible.
This is weird as fuck. Can you answer the questions, or are
Righty,
you going
guys.
to
Jedi, I've just been looking at the video. I've answered my own question. They use fisheye lenses. Thank you very much.
Thanks, mate.
Fuck all. Sold.
Oh, great. So if they were using fisheye lenses, why were the strings straight that were put in front of that camera?
Well,
Watch
you're
the
not
wide
capable.
cam again, my friend. It's your video.
Yeah, they didn't use a fisheye lens. They used a rectilinear lens or something similar. But the strings were straight.
Again,
no such thing.
Watch the wide cam. You see it bounce from below the horizon to above the horizon. It goes from convex to concave, which means it's a fucking fisheye lens. Deal with it.
No, it doesn't. So what it means is there's distortion to the lens. So anytime the horizon is between those 2 lines, the 2 strings, it shows that the horizon must have less distortion than the strings themselves. Since the strings had minimal distortion, and there were images of the horizon or the Earth's edge that were curved within those 2 strings. You can't attribute that to the lens because the strings weren't curved.
Can we get back to the fact that the verticals are perpendicular
look at you all jumping in trying to save him. Look at you all jumping in trying to save him. Maybe just one at a time's fine.
Yeah, back to the point that the verticals are perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, that's just not true. There's images of left to right curve. Can a horizontal line be curved, Bev?
Verticals don't tilt.
Can a horizontal line be curved, Bev?
There's no slope to a horizontal. There's no curve to a horizontal.
Oh, great. So there's no curve to a horizontal. So the horizon must not be horizontal because the horizon curves.
No, the horizon is horizontal. The plane of the horizon is horizontal, and all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's a condition known as a horizontal condition.
Follow my logic. You said horizontals cannot curve. The horizon in images curves. Since the horizon curves, it must not be horizontal. So your definition saying that the horizon is horizontal is not true. Your definition is incorrect. That's the problem with going with definition instead of actual evidence.
Your whole packer is to do with images. You do realise that? Everything you're saying is based on images. Images. What about actually going and measuring shit? Instead of just like going on the internet and pretending you know something.
How would I measure?
You don't know anything. You know nothing.
How would I measure left to right curve of the horizon without an image?
Well, because just go do what I did. Go and get yourself an auto level. Go down the beach. You might look a bit odd. I did. I had a couple of people come up to me and say, "What are you doing?" I said, "Just make sure the horizon's horizontal," and they just laughed. So yeah, do that and just spin it along. If you go to the beach all the time, then they're only like £100. Get a tripod, pan it across.
Yep.
And
I reject that as an experiment that would lead to any conclusion about a horizontal horizon.
Let me finish. You don't want to do it, do you?
All you're doing is saying,
like...
folksy, hey, I'm going to go out and measure it. That's all you're saying now.
I'm not measuring it. I'm just saying that it's parallel. The crosshair, as you spin it around, is parallel with the true horizon.
Yeah, you claim that, but I reject it because there are images showing the horizon curves left to right.
Why would he lie? Yeah, well done. Spot on.
Yay, well done, dogs. Well, he's not lying. What he's great. I'll answer that question. I'll answer that question. He isn't lying. He's just using an incorrect type of measurement to try to form a conclusion. It's not.
But you've never used one, so how would you know it's incorrect? If you've never used one.
An auto level will just tell you if something's level. That's it. It doesn't tell you about left to right curvature.
You haven't got a clue. You've never used one.
You really don't
Holy
know.
fuck. You think I can't read, champion?
Well,
you guys read?
We can all bring pictures and you'll say that's not good evidence.
The level because there is no level on a
Where's
curved
the
surface.
pictures? Where's the pictures of something referenced to straight lines, so you know it's not camera distortion in that field, that shows the Earth does not curve left to right?
How long have you been doing this?
I don't care how long I've been doing it. None of that matters.
How many
Either
times
you
has
have evidence or you don't have evidence. Which one?
How many times has somebody brought an image from this side of the argument, from the flat Earth, say, to you, and you said it's just an image, that's not evidence? Do you take all those pictures that anybody brings as evidence and proof?
Yeah, I do. So the images, they have to be positively indicative. So that means they have to have reference materials. They have to have some form of like empirical measurement. They have to be tied to a coherent model of what should be happening if you're predicting.
Yeah, empirical
if a flat earther takes a photo of like a street across the bay, they need to have some model, some mathematical model that they can confirm to be at least close to true to say what should be seen across the bay. So your question of do I take those pictures as evidence only if there's references attached or empirical measurements attached. That's why Mr. Sensible's Mage 2 is so good, because it has the references of the strings showing that anything within the middle of that image will be less distorted than the strings.
Photo cameras are not measuring instruments.
But, mate, what did I just say about the strings? Do you understand that? Do you want me to, explain it?
I can give you empirical measurements with instruments of ultra-precision measuring systems. Yeah?
Yeah, great. I've been asking for that. Can you give me measurements of horizontal straight line horizon?
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about linear encoders.
Okay, so where's your evidence? What's your evidence?
We have linear encoders which can measure with nanometer precision.
What's the one of those? I don't have one of them.
Yeah, they are in CNC machines in many factories, manufacturing factories in all over the world.
How do you apply that to the shape of the Earth?
How do I apply? Well, to calibrate
It'll take him about half an hour.
large machines, 3D printing machines, you have to hang a plumb bob tool, and a distance of 100 meters or 150 meters away, you hang another plumb bob tool. And now, using a linear encoder, you measure the distance between the bottom and the top of these two plumb bob tools, and we can measure it very, very quickly, like with speeds of up to 10 meters per second between these two strings, with a precision grade of 100 nanometers, 0.1 microns. 0.1 micron means that you can actually slice a human blood cells into 70 equal parts.
Okay, that's a cool story, bro. Can you present the measurements?
Cool story. We actually find.
What do you mean? Whether it's true or not doesn't mean it's not a cool story. Even if it is true, it's an actually cool story, buddy. Like, it's interesting, like technology. What triggered you about that?
150 meters or 200 meters apart from each other, they have been measured and they have been found perfectly parallel no matter where you go in the world.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again. Present the numbers for this measurement.
Empirically, yeah, Renishaw has these applied measurements facts.
Where?
On their website.
What's the name of it? Can you link the website, please?
Renishaw.com.
Renishaw, R-A-I-N-Y-S-O-R.
R-E-N. R-E-N.
Oh, fuck, mate. Just link it, for Christ's sake. R-E-N what?
Renishaw. I mean, it's
S-U-R-E.
Encoder manufacturer in USA. This is the best brand manufacturer of ultra precision measuring system. You don't know the name of the brand.
So what do I click on next? I'm on their website now. What do I click on next?
You come and try to speak about measurements and stuff with us, and you pretend to be a clown scientist or expert in measurements.
No, I don't. I don't pretend any of that. So what do I click on? I'm on their website now. What do I click on? What do I click on?
You go down to Windows and you click the power button and you turn the bastard off.
Yeah, go to shutdown.
Just out of curiosity,
You'll understand this. You'll understand this because you're an Australian.
No,
mate,
listen.
You're a fucking champion.
You have no shit clue what a linear encoder is, do you?
Holy fuck! Link anything about it, buddy. Stop just lazily saying linear encoder.
I use the term linear encoder. Do you know what that instrument is?
No, link some information about it so that you can prove the shape of the Earth, mate.
Listen. You first need to go to mechanical engineering university, yeah? Learn that shit, or mechatronics, yeah? And
no, that's not how it works. I already have an argument and evidence for my position. Your argument and evidence is that I'm not a mechanical engineer. That's not evidence for your position. It's just saying that I don't know about some obscure field, therefore the Earth must be a planar.
It's not a fucking obscure field. Mechatronics is not an obscure field, you moron.
Oh, what percentage of the world's population knows about mechatronics?
You base everything off a photo, so why shouldn't he base it off mechatronics?
Yeah.
So I can present the photos for everyone else to see. He can't present anything about his bullshit to anyone.
Maybe if you shut up for 5 seconds and let the old mate speak, you might learn something.
Why? He's not linking to anything. He's got no like measurements of anything. He's just saying because of linear encoders, it must be parallelogram.
Shut up and let him speak.
I didn't say it must.
I understand you're upset because you're an Australian, so I understand that our IQ is like 30 points below everyone else when it comes to language skills because we all speak this obscure dialect of English with cunt thrown in randomly. Like, it's just calm the fuck down and let this guy give me an actual measurement instead of waffling on about you need to go to technical college for linear encoding.
Okay, whereabouts in Australia do you live? Just so I know where to not...
There you go, mate. Do you want to meet me at the local Maccas? We'll have a riot.
Brisbane.
You're a special kind of special. Fuck me dead.
Fucking Jesus Christ, mate.
All right, stop appealing to God. He ain't going to come and help you.
Anyway, so do you have evidence of this get B? I'm on the website. What do I click?
Yeah, I do have a website. I do have this knowledge, but even links. But you don't know what a linear encoder is, which is actually an instrument for measuring with ultra precision, yeah, and linear positioning systems. Now, once you don't have the basics
The shape of the
of
Earth.
understanding these things, it's futile for me to actually try to have a conversation with you because I'm talking about things, the
All right, he's copped
principle
out,
that
guys. Anyone
these
else got
things
something? He's not
function,
actually
and you
giving
have
me any
no
evidence.
shit
He's just saying
clue.
something that I don't know about, and I could Google it and probably understand quite a bit about it just from like reading some of the information about it
No,
on the
you're
internet.
not capable to understand. You will never in your life use a optical linear encoder. You will never get your hands on these instruments.
Yeah, I don't need to understand the basics of
So
how it works, what it does, and how it may reference the
listen,
shape of the Earth. So how about you tell me how it references the shape of the Earth? Because it
the
can
only
measure two
linear
parallels without
encoders
referencing the
you
shape of the Earth.
could get your hands on is magnetic encoders, which are used in calipers. Yeah, and
I
yeah,
don't need to
those
get my
give
hands on any of
you.
these devices. I can read it on the internet. I'm fine with that.
Oh, okay. Good.
Should I just Google linear encoder? How about that?
Yeah. Do you know how a caliper actually gives you precise measurements with 100 of a millimeter precision grade?
Which one are you talking about? A digital caliper or just the
Yeah,
old school?
digital caliper, yeah.
Yeah, so I think it would read the markings, or it might read a distant measurement with a laser in some way. You could get that to work. I don't know.
No,
Which specific model?
No, they don't use lasers. They don't use optical encoders in digital calipers.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there's one out there. Have you looked at every single one?
Yeah, I did.
Always surprises me when you bring up a new subject with dogs like gots. 5 seconds later, he turns into the expert. It's interesting.
Okay.
No, I'm not the expert. I am asking him to give some information on this linear encoder so that I can know, like information of measurements showing that
I
the two
told
points
you
it
the
needs
brand.
to find
Listen,
aren't on the
yeah.
are on the same
Okay,
vertical reference. So
guys.
can you
Listen,
provide that information,
I'm
Get B,
sorry
or
to
are you
cut you
just going to
off,
waffle
dog.
again?
Listen,
Dogs are gods.
Rennie
I'm sorry to cut you off. Honestly, I'm not gonna take anybody's time too much. I just have one single question. So, and I really want to understand because it fits into my like structure or the scheme of how I portray the world. Basically, if the Earth is flat, which I believe it is, the only one thing I want to understand and I want to portray is how do satellites work on a flat Earth model? Somebody asked me that
there are no
question.
satellites.
That's the
They
thing.
are
Satellites
balloons.
are.
So
Yeah.
I am a flat Earth believer, but somebody asked me that question,
You
right?
cannot be a flat Earth believer because
They
flat
are
Earth is not a
You're not even
religion.
letting me finish the sentence, dude. So I believe in the model. The one thing is,
We don't
somebody
have a model. You
see,
see,
bro.
you're saying you believe in the model, but
All right, we don't
which, can you show me a flat Earth that, yeah.
Don't follow the red herring. Get back in your conversation with fucking gods. Dogs are gods, dude.
Yeah, I'll wait here while you tell me what a digital encoder is, and then you give me some reference to measurements off these digital encoders. So you can go ahead and do that for as long as you want. I'll pipe in once you ask me a question or if you give that evidence.
Linear encoders are one of the most precise instruments to measure distance in mechatronics.
Okay, and where are the measurements it's done that reference the shape of the Earth?
I told you, we have measured two plumb bob tools, hanging from strings, and we have measured the distance between those strings at the bottom, at the top, and we found them that they are perfectly parallel. And when the engineers installed the plumb bobs, they assumed that those two plumb bobs will be perfectly parallel to each other, so we can actually achieve a perfect parallelogram, where based on which we can actually install a precision 3D printer machine and calibrate it.
That's
Because
great.
in
So
a
where's
3D
the
printer
measurements?
machine, you have a lot of moving parts, and you need to know that they are going in a straight line on a horizontal plane. These things have to be very well defined when you work with a precision grade of 100 nanometers over distances of 160 meters.
Where's the
So in
measurements?
160 meters, of motion, you have no deflection in regards to 100 nanometer distance. So
Okay, if
with
I
that
was to say that there's
accuracy,
going to be
you are.
reflection, if I'm going to say there's going to be deflection from the shape of the Earth, how much deflection would you expect?
On 200 meters.
Well, you said 100 meters before. Why are you changing suddenly?
There's not just one machine. I'm
Okay,
talking about
so
2 or 3
100
machines.
meters. The circumference of the Earth is what, 40,000 kilometers?
The circumference, radius 6,300.
Radius doesn't matter. Circumference is what we're talking about here. So out of that 40,000 kilometers, which is 40 million meters, you're taking 100 meters. Now, what of the 360 degrees would you expect that 100 meters to
you
actually
don't
have in
compare.
rate of degrees?
Listen. This distance of 100 meters, you don't compare it with the length of the radius of the Earth, because
No,
you're a
I agree
moron.
with that. You're the one that went there. I don't know why you said radius. It's circumference we're talking about.
This distance of 100 meters is on the arc curvature
I know, I've said it
surface,
to you 3 times, buddy. I
which is
understand that you're slow of
described
talking, but are you
by
slow of
that
hearing as well?
radius. Did you hear
You
what
don't
I
use
said?
radius. Yes, I agreed with you, and I said to you,
What
we
did
don't
I
use
say?
radius, we use circumference. So when I originally said the size of the circumference,
I
you
didn't
said, but
say
the
that.
radius is something, something, something. But the radius doesn't matter, it's circumference we're talking about. So,
I didn't say
how
that.
much deviation would you expect from those plumb lines 100 meters apart on the surface of the Earth?
On the surface of the Earth, you have approximately 8
You don't have a
inches per
number, do
mile
you?
squared. Yeah.
That's drop. That's got
Listen,
nothing to do with the divergence of verticals.
I started giving you an answer based on
Yeah, okay, go ahead. I'll
the
be quiet for a while.
geometry
You try
of
to
your.
muddle your way through that answer.
Every
In the
time
meantime, I'll
I'm
write it out
starting
mathematically for you.
to answering a question to you, you interrupt me.
Does it to everyone, man.
Do you need me to
So,
re-ask the question?
listen, on a distance of 200 meters, you would have a arc curvature described by that radius of about 15 millimeters. Yeah.
What's for that?
Drop.
What's the height of the verticals that you're measuring?
From point A to point B on the surface of that sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, yeah, and the distance between A and B on that sphere is 100 meters, yeah, you will have a arc curvature drop between 5 and 7 millimeters.
Okay, great. So what's the height of the vertical lines that you're working on?
5 millimeters.
5 millimeter height.
Yeah, but when you are measuring with an instrument which has a 100 nanometers precision grade, yeah, can you tell me how many tenths of microns are in 5 millimeters?
Yeah, it'd measure 5 millimeters, but you haven't done the maths correctly. You haven't even attempted to. So what's the height of the two verticals that are being measured?
Which math didn't I do correctly? Because I didn't do math. I was making some approximations.
Oh, okay. So you just made shit up. So what's the height of the two verticals that are being measured? The top and the bottom. So what's the distance between the top and the bottom?
Now, listen. You're saying now that I'm making bullshit assumptions that on
you pulled 5 millimeters out of your ass. The black lion photo that you have, you Ace Ventura reached your hand up inside that fucking lion that's in your profile pic, and you pulled 5 millimeters out of its asshole.
Listen, we started that there is our curvature of drop of 8 inches per mile squared, yeah, and when
this isn't drop, this is deviation of verticals.
When I reduce the size to a distance of 100 meters, yeah, and I gave you a between 5 and 7 millimeters arc curvature drop for that distance, you are saying that is bullshit. Yeah, I didn't say it's the correct value of arc curvature. Yeah.
All right,
but
okay. Can you listen for a second so I can explain what you need to
I
give
will
me?
give you even 1 millimeter. Yeah. Which is a very, very small arc curvature over a distance of 100 meters.
You don't understand your argument.
Listen, you are not understanding, because if that curvature
The problem is you're talking about something that does not fit. It does not matter. You're talking about something that you did not say originally. So do you want me to repeat back what you said and explain what you need to give me? Well, the problem is he's not shutting up and he's not addressing the problem. But I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
He's a clown. He's here only to troll and mock everyone.
Okay, what's the height that are measured between the bottom of the plumb line and the top of the plumb lines that are 100 meters apart?
Nothing is okay in regards to your person.
So what's the height of those lines?
Your sister.
So I have the distance between them at 100 meters. What's the height of them? Because you need that, right? If you want to measure the deviation.
Yeah, 1 millimeter.
So they're 1 millimeter high. The plumb lines that you're saying deviate, like you measure them at the bottom and the top, and they deviate, or they don't deviate at the top according to the encoder, the linear encoder. You're saying that deviation at the top is 1 millimeter. How did you figure that out?
Actually, I'm giving you a very small arc curvature, which would make your ball like 5,000 times bigger than it
so
actually
your fingers right now are covered in your own shit because you reached up inside of your ass and you pulled that 1 millimeter out of your fucking ass. What are the height of the plumb lines that you're measuring? What are the height of the plumb lines you're measuring?
33.
You don't know. You don't have it. You don't have any numbers for this whatsoever. Someone just said there's a linear encoder and you've got to measure a distance to put a CNC machine down. That's all you've got.
Listen. The distance between the plumb lines at the bottom.
It's not between. It's the
is listen. Is 160 meters. Yeah, that's the distance, and this distance has been measured with a linear encoder. So there is no 100 meters and 1 micron or a tenth of a micron. It's exactly 160 meters at the bottom, and at the top it is also 160 meters. Yeah. Exactly. And the height.
So we're drawing a square here. You understand how a square works?
The length of the plumb lines, yeah, the length of the plumb lines was almost like 4-story building. That's how long these plumb
Really?
lines
You're saying there's
were.
a 4-story building plumb line? That's the length of the plumb lines, or is that the height of the measurement?
Yeah.
Is that the height of the
And
measurements?
And all this is inside the building.
Is that the height of the
Very big
measurement?
building.
Is that the height of the measurements, though? Or is it just the length of the plumb lines?
The length of the plumb lines is
Okay, so it's not the height of the measurement. So the CNC machines, how tall are they?
More than 10 meters.
Okay, so 10 meters. You're saying maybe 12 meters? Is that okay?
Sorry?
12 meters. Is that okay?
I'm saying that these plumb lines, yeah, their length is 10 meters. And the distance between them at their bottoms, yeah, is 160 meters, and at the top is also 160 meters. They have been found to be perfectly parallel.
Okay, great. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the circumference of a sphere with a radius 6371000. So we're doing 40 0.75000.
Got your globe calculator out, do you?
No, I'm just Googling it. So circumference equals 410.
No, I'm no genius, but if they're 160 apart at the bottom and 160 apart at the top, then according to my calculations, that would make them parallel.
Yes. They have been precisely measured, and the company Airbus, they have like 3 or 4 machines. Yeah, 2 of these machines are actually working on making the wing panels, and these wing panels, it's like 5 or 6 layers of them, yeah, which must be printed precisely, and then you have to precisely drill holes through them, inside them, throughout all their length, but these are precision positioned holes, yeah, because we are actually installing inside those wings mechanisms, precision mechanisms. Yeah?
Yeah, you've said that, but right now I'm
actuators.
interested in that change of 12 meters in height. What will the deviation at the top be?
So, listen, a hole which is 100 meters far away from you, but it's a hole of 3 millimeters diameter, yeah? You want that hole to be precisely aligned with another hole, yeah, or they have to be perfectly perpendicular to each other, those holes in these materials, and they are more than 100 meters apart from each other, and the dimensions of these holes, it also can vary. You can have a 10 millimeter diameter hole, like H7 precision or H8, H9, yeah. So your tolerance for that hole is like 3 microns, yeah. And it has to be precisely aligned with another hole which is 150 meters far away from it.
You figure out those numbers yet, dogs, or what?
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. I was trying to listen to what he was saying.
Yeah,
So let's
we
take the
can
radius of
actually do this.
6,378 kilometers. So that's 6378000, right? And that will give us a circumference of 4259999, assuming 2 pi r. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 2 pi r. And then if we change that value on the 678000 to 678010, God, and even that's probably wrong, we get a change of 4260062. So we get a change of roughly 63 meters over the circumference, right? So, oh crap, why'd I delete that? Oh, I fucked
3
up.
meters.
Oh no, he's got to do it again. We got to wait longer for the answer.
Yep, I'm getting there. 4-2.
He hasn't done it right. So from the center of the ball, you draw 2 radiuses to the edge of the circle of the ball, yeah, surface of the ball. The distance between these points on the surface of the ball is 100 meters, yeah. Now, when you extend those radiuses outside the ball in a straight line, yeah, these are 2 lines which diverge from each other. Now, once you reach a height of 10 meters above the surface of the ball, that's where your radiuses stop. And there you join the 2 radiuses. You draw a straight line, yeah, between those 2 extensions of the radius. And you measure those angles there, because on the ball, they cannot be 90 degrees angles. They have to be sharper angles than 90 degrees. They must be 89 point something degrees when we have these kind of dimensions.
So far, what I've gotten for the deviation, you'd expect to have 0.0000000. Well, it's to the power of like what is it here? 11 to the power of 11 1 millimeters.
What?
Yeah. So the deviation for 160 meters and 12 meters up is 1, like point to the power of 10, 1 deviation you'd expect. So I'm pretty sure that linear encoder, it would be within the margin of error for that.
No, you did it all
You
wrong.
can't even measure that much tolerance. So why is this even a thing? Like the smallest I've ever tried to fucking measure a cap is 0.0025.
Yeah.
And
So
it looks
he's
like
no. Wait. Guys, what he just said, is that on the surface of the ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, on a distance of 160 meters far away, the arc curvature would be 10 to the minus 10 millimeters drop. Yeah.
Not drop. What do you mean drop? Why do you keep saying drop? You don't even understand your own argument.
Well, I
That's
told
amazing.
you,
It's not drop. It's deviation of the verticals at the top compared to the bottom over the distance of 12 meters. Oh my
Deviation
God.
of the
You can't
vertical.
even fathom the thing that you're trying to argue.
You can't even. You don't know how to measure an angle.
It's the Humber Bridge,
Not
mate.
even
That's what
to
you're arguing
calculate
here. The
them.
Humber Bridge would have those struts have equal distance at the base and the top, but it doesn't. It's 36 millimeters out. You're saying the exact same thing with these CNC machines has been measured, but it's been measured to such a tolerance with no gap that it means the Earth must be planar. But the tolerance for the amount of measured curvature, that, like deviation on those verticals that you'd expect at the top, it's well within a margin of error of any measuring device made by man.
Okay. Let's say I misunderstood you, and you're saying that the angles between those two plumb lines, yeah. This is what you claim, that the angle between those two plumb lines, which are 160 meters apart from each other, is actually 10 to the minus 10 millimeters. Yeah, so
Yeah, I
when
think so.
you
I'm not
measure
right
the
next to my
distance,
bloody piece of paper
I
right
didn't
now, but I'm
finish.
pretty sure
So
that's what I
when
got.
you're measuring the distance between the bottom of those plumb lines, you have 160 meters. And when you measure the distance between them at the top, they will be 160 meters plus 10 to the minus 10. So this is what you're saying, right?
That's what the numbers gave me.
Yeah, well...
That's assuming even the plumb lines are accurate, because how do you have like a truly accurate plumb line? Even there'll be some deviation from that, guys. It's such a ridiculous argument, Get-B. Like, how do you even do a plumb line? What is a piece of string with a weight at the bottom? How do you make that perfectly vertical?
Yeah, there's probably a kink in the string or something. How the fuck would you ever know?
Like, what's the tolerances here that we're talking with this CNC machine? Does it have to be installed perfectly, or can there be a tolerance plus or minus a couple of millimeters?
Yeah, well, you're actually claiming that the deviation between those two radiuses, yeah, which are 100 meters between them at the surface, is it falls into the category of a trillion, because 10 to the minus 10 is like, actually no, it's billion, yeah. So, wow.
I may be retarded and I may have my maths wrong. So how about you do the maths to figure out with the two different radius values you get. So you have the normal radius of
what
the Earth
you're
and you have the radius
saying
of the Earth plus
is
10
that
meters,
those
and then you
two
figure out the deviation for the
radiuses,
two of those.
shut up. So what you're saying is that those two
Shut up. Do you
radiuses,
think that actually
which
means
are diverging upwards, yeah, on a distance from the surface of the ball 10 meters high, the deviation between those two radiuses will not measure. They will be like a size which is like smaller than the diameter of an atom. So
no, the deviation will be about 10 meters
yeah.
between the radius 1 and the radius 2.
You calculated like way off the angle.
Yeah,
So
because I just use like rough numbers on the internet. Like if you do the calculation, show me the calculation you have for the deviation, and then show me the allowable deviation for a CNC machine. Or any of the measurements of this linear encoder measuring at the base of the vertical or 12 meters up on the vertical.
yeah, it's that
Like, I obviously know you're bad faith, and this whole thing is bad faith because you try to tell me the height of the vertical lines instead of just the height at which the CNC must be measured to be on the same plumb lines.
Listen, I know it's boring to read on Rennie Show website because there are a lot of they have commercial information about their products and also applied measurement.
I'm on Renshine right now. What do I click on?
That kind of information is really boring to read, but actually, to get to understand that information, you must be an expert. You need to have a degree in mechanics, mechatronics, any measuring engineering.
Do you have a degree in mechanics and mechatronics?
Do I have a degree in what?
Do you?
Mechanics and mechatronics.
I have in computer networking.
So it's no. So you're saying I can't understand your argument because I don't know the subject material, and then you're like, oh, but I don't know the subject material either because I don't have that degree either. Holy fuck!
Yeah, well, I work with these
Can I just jump in here? Can I just jump in? Get. I just want to say, dogs are dogs. You're acting like a complete moron, and I'm just getting sick of listening to you. If you can't be respectful, mate, I'm just going to leave you on mute.
Okay, sorry.
This is your last chance, mate, and I'm just getting sick of you. So just be respectful and wait for people to stop speaking and have a conversation like a human being and not like a child.
Okay. The problem is that the conversation we're having now is built upon vagueness of someone who says that I won't understand it unless I have a degree that they also do not hold. So it was very funny to me in that moment that something he insisted again and again and again that I must have in order to understand his argument, he does not have. He cannot even understand his own argument. So should we move on or are we done here?
Dogs are gods. I don't care. At the end of the day, you can stop getting excited on the microphone and acting like a child and just be respectful. It's simple. It's your choice, mate.
Can I ask dogs a question? Hey, dogs. What would the shortest distance between those two vertical
straight line?
A straight horizontal line, right?
Nope, straight line, not horizontal.
So you can't have a horizontal line that would connect those two vertical axes?
It won't be horizontal for either of the two vertical axes.
So you cannot have a horizontal line that connects two vertical axes. We
were talking about those. When you said those, you were referencing two lines. Since you use the word those, I'm saying again that you cannot have a horizontal line that is plumb
then you
for
can't have
those verticals.
So you can't have a shortest distance. That means you can't measure the deviation.
Of course you can have a shortest distance. That shortest distance just isn't a horizontal line for either of those verticals. What's wrong with that?
It would have to be horizontal.
Get the picture book out again, buddy.
It would have to be horizontal.
Plumb bobs don't run vertical?
It wouldn't have to be horizontal. It is just a straight line between 2 points, and those 2 points are not perpendicular to that straight line.
If it was sloped, then it would be a hypotenuse of a right angle triangle.
What right angle triangle?
If you had a sloped line that was connecting those two verticals, that wouldn't be the shortest distance.
Where'd you get right angle triangle from?
from a straight baseline. Yeah, a straight baseline, horizontal.
What straight baseline?
Sloped relative to that.
What straight baseline? We just had the two verticals. And if you assume the two verticals must intersect at some point, like I am, because they deviate, well, then that intersection point, would that be 90 degrees, or would because it won't be the line between those two verticals, it'll be a degree with 90, line with 90 degree internal angles for either vertical.
I'm asking, how would you measure the shortest distance between those two vertical axes? And
You draw a straight line between the two vertical axes, but that straight line won't be horizontal in anything that's plumb.
How would you know whether or not it's horizontal?
You would see if it's 90 degrees off plumb.
Okay, so if we have
the verticals aren't 90 degrees off
in the middle, let's say we have a third line in the middle and the horizontal perpendicular to that.
Yep.
Would that be the shortest distance?
It would not be the shortest distance. Are you saying a vertical line would somehow be the shortest distance between two other vertical lines? That doesn't make sense. What it would be is the plumb line that horizon, that horizontal line, matches to.
So you can't have a shortest distance between those two verticals.
Why did you say that? That doesn't make sense, Jerry. I can draw two lines that aren't 90 degrees to a straight line, and I can still draw a straight line between them. I can have a dot on a page, and I can draw one line up, and then I can go across 37 degrees with a protractor, and I can draw another line up, and then I can draw a straight line between the two endpoints of those two vertical lines, and that can still be a straight line. It just will not be perpendicular to either of those verticals.
No one knows what you're talking about, right?
No, you don't know what I'm talking about, because you keep saying something like a straight line must be horizontal, which makes no sense. It just means the two verticals aren't perpendicular to that straight line.
I didn't say that.
Do you want me to draw it out?
Dogs.
Look, I got the pen and paper out. I'll draw it out again.
But dogs, it's parallel to sea level visibly. It's flat.
Where?
It's horizontal and parallel to sea level. When you create your horizontal, which is perpendicular to your plumb, that's in relation to sea level, which is
no,
also
it isn't.
flat.
It's in relation to plumb.
And it will run horizontal with sea. It will run parallel with sea level.
No, it won't. Where'd you get that? Where's your evidence for that?
Of course it will.
Nuh-uh.
Of course. How else do you establish your horizontal? It's in relation to your plumb, which is in relation to sea level.
No, it isn't.
So
the plumb is just in relation to the vector of downward acceleration.
No, your horizontal will always be visibly and accurately parallel with sea level.
No, it won't be. That's just bullshit. All you need to establish a horizontal is 90 degrees off a straight line, a vertical straight line. That vertical straight line is perpendicular. It measures the downward acceleration of the Earth. So if you're on Earth and you want to establish a horizontal, you just need something on a string that will hang, that will give you a vertical line, and then you just need 90 degrees off that vertical line to get your horizontal. There's no other way to get an accurate horizontal other than use vertical.
Bullshit.
So there will never, ever be two parallel plumb bobs?
Not on the Earth if it's referencing, plumb.
Oh, well, there you go. You need a real plumb bob, and then you need a ghost plumb bob to sit within the real plumb bob, and then they'll be parallel?
No, I never said anything about that. That's just,
well,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Extrapolate. I'm trying to get deeper into what it is that you're saying, because if I have two plumb bobs sitting right next to each other and I have them measured to be greater than less than millimeters apart from each other, they still would not be parallel.
Right. No, they would not be. There would be some margin, some decimal point that you could measure to show that they are not parallel. But we can't measure that at the moment. There's always problems with measuring devices, so we can't get perfect measurements. So when we measure the deviation of plumb lines, we do it across very large distances and larger heights. That's why the Humber Tower Bridge is 36 millimeters off, because it's a very large structure. If that 36 millimeter measured deviation at the top,
you said we. Did you do this?
Surface of the Earth.
No, he didn't.
Can you answer
but
the
he
question?
needs a ghost plumb bob. He needs one to sit inside of another plumb bob so that it could be parallel.
No, I didn't say that. I just said you need very large observation in order to get this deviation. You can't do it with something small on a deck.
And you guys have no measurement of these plumb bobs not deviating, but we have like multiple measurements, but you guys just don't like it.
Yeah, and then you would also need another plumb bob to sit above it or below it, and then they'll be parallel.
Why are you lying about what I'm saying? Why are you lying about what I'm saying?
Because if you have it anywhere else, it's not parallel with each other because it has to go directly with the vertical, right? And if you want it to be parallel, it has to be within the same vertical, right?
What are you saying? What has to be parallel?
The plumb bob. If I have two plumb bobs and I want them to be parallel, they have to sit on top of each other.
Yeah, on the Earth.
Oh, well,
But,
then you're
if you were
agreeing
not
with
on the
what I
Earth,
was
or
saying
if you just...
previously. I just said it in a manner where you can understand.
Yeah, that's what I've been asking you to do. So on the Earth, if you put one plumb bob inside another plumb bob, they would share the same vertical plane. But if you have two plumb bobs that are apart from each other, not like within each other, then they would share different vertical planes. What about that is wrong?
I would never ask you to build anything for me.
Well, suck shit, I have. And some of the largest construction projects in the world, people have built, like with this idea of curvature of Earth and plumb lines diverging.
Yeah, parallel plumb bobs. They help you make straight buildings.
The deviation, again, the deviation for a bridge that's, I think, 150 meters high,
on top of each
and
other.
like, oh god,
And
how
then they're
many
parallel.
kilometers is it? So, what are the dimensions of the Humber Bridge?
What are the dimensions of the Humber Bridge?
Did you hear LIGO, dogs? You're so funny. Alright, so the Humber Tower Bridge is 155.5 meters high, the towers, and it's 1,410 meters across, so 1.4 kilometers. So that has a measured deviation at the top of those towers of 36 millimeters, okay? So this idea of not being able to build like a building when the tolerance for a lot of buildings are like, what, 2 degrees off from plumb for like straight walls, or like maybe 1 degree, that the tolerances required for building like large-scale buildings would somehow not.
Thank you.
What happened?
He was rambling, and it got annoying.
I thought I got banned. Yeah, I know. Like, you could have just asked him to stop.
He wouldn't. He's like a dog.
We've had to mute him 15 times this morning because he's disrespectful. He doesn't know how to have a coherent conversation without being abusive.
Disrespectful? I don't think you got room to talk about that.
He was very disrespectful.
But so are you.
How? When? You don't need to make things up.
As in all of you.
No, we're not
Flirts.
all one. We're not all one entity vector. That's like saying you are disrespectful because you are just like dogs. So by your definition, I can class you as disrespectful.
Put him on mute.
Yeah, should I be putting you on mute, Vector? Yeah, I think so, because you're just like dogs then, yeah? You're the same entity. Fucking idiot.
I like that logic.
Dogs is a liar, yeah? He's trying to wiggle out of the fact that a flat plane is needed for all elevation angles, for all navigation, for all surveying. This is his way of doing it, by jumping all over someone, going high energy, abusive behavior, It's a tactic. It's a debating tactic where you try and steamroll your opponent. If you can't see that, then I'm sorry. That's on you, not us. Earth is
It is
measured
relatively
flat.
common in these forums, though, isn't it? That kind of approach, I think.
Yeah, we don't take offence, but eventually there's a limit after 2 hours of it, and he's not listening to the warnings. You know, he's had several warnings from me personally, and he's decided to just be a dick about everything. So I think everyone's just sick of hearing it right now. If you can make the arguments in a more polite way, not talking all over each other, and you can have your say, that's fine. You're more than welcome here. More than welcome. And we unmute Dogs every day, and he resets, comes back with the same arguments, trying to tell us that horizontal is not level, is not parallel with sea level.
Mm. But that's the fundamental difference between what the globe says and what flat Earth says, right? That globe model says that if you take a vertical and draw perpendicular to it, that is horizontal, but only at that point. And all verticals are divergent. That's the core difference in the perspective. And that has an impact on what people interpret level and horizontal as words to be.
Yeah, but it's not true, because in order to have your diverging what's the word? Vertical. In order to have that, you have to use your Cartesian coordinates, and you have to add in the coordinates afterwards and place it to a single point on a graph. That's not how it's measured in reality. You're drawing flat circles on a flat plane and measuring a horizontal perpendicular to plumb, which is in relation to level. So this is very clearly all done on a flat plane. It is measured on a flat plane, and then the coordinates are added in afterwards for your spherical geometry.
Yeah, I think that's one of the other fundamental things too, that most globe people will say that vertical is the reference. Everything else is derived from vertical. That in that vertical is the only thing you can measure directly. Because that's what a plumb bob does, that's what a bubble does. They all move to the most vertical spot or the least vertical spot, depending on what they are. But vertical is what they're aligning with, and you derive a horizontal off it.
Would you go so far as to say that you couldn't have parallel verticals unless you measured them to 10 to the negative 10 precision?
I don't know what the number would be off the top of my head. When the last conversation was going on, I did a quick pump some numbers into an angle calculator.
And then 0.0
Sorry, I cut you
with
off.
10 zeros. Oh, Malanta. 0.0 with 10 zeros, and then you're 1. Would you have to measure it to that precision in order to say, yeah, these still aren't parallel? These verticals still are not parallel?
So the angle you're trying to measure is about 1 degree every 60 nautical miles, right? So over 100 millimeters. So the conversation we had before that was going on about the lathe or the milling machine, I did a rough calculation, and I can't stand by these numbers, but my estimate was if you go up 10 meters, you get about a 1 millimeter deviation in the horizontal plane over 100 meters. So, in 100 meters, you can expect about a millimeter or two. So that's the same order that you were talking about as a percentage, I guess. It's quite small, right? So if you're doing normal stuff, building large objects like buildings and things like that, you have to be measuring to that kind of precision, 1 millimeter in 100 meters, to even notice the curvature of the Earth coming into play. If you build a bridge or a railway line, typically you'll level the surface first, right? You'll do a surveyor run through and do a level. And that's the other conflicting view that we have here, that globe believers say level is a curved surface, an equipotential surface or whatever you want to call it, and flat earthers say that level is a plane. But the mechanism of doing a level works geometrically identically in both scenarios, right? Because you're working off perpendicular to parallel, joining up all the lines, and you cut a line that is effectively perpendicular to all of the parallels that you pass through. And
you couldn't do this on a. You couldn't do this on a curved surface. You couldn't do this with a decreasing elevation. You create a circle of equal elevation based on, yeah, and you couldn't do this on a globe. It's always done on a flat plane.
That's also one of the subtle things, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, just by claiming that diverging zenith angles prove a globe is like you're just adding in the Earth-centered coordinates. I can't remember what they're called, the CEFs or whatever. Like, just by adding that in, you're now doing spherical geometry. Yeah, that's great, but that's not how it's done in reality. You know, every circle is flat and 2D and is drawn at equal elevation, and that is parallel to sea level, always observably, because you draw your line to the horizon. So there is no way you can blag this works on a globe unless you do what's being claimed, which is you put the Earth-centered coordinates in, you know, because you've assumed your radius to create your spherical geometry, but that's not how it's measured, and that's not how it works. That's done afterwards.
Yeah. Well, there are a few things you can do.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
So there are a few things that people do that at the very least raise doubt about the flatness, right? It doesn't prove curvature, and the conversation was had earlier in the day, I believe, around the fundamentals of celestial navigation, right? So looking at the stars and measuring the co-altitude angle and observing the relationship between distance on the ground and the change in the angle, right? And I'll preface this by saying that the co-altitude angle is referenced to vertical. It's not referenced to any horizontal plane. So we don't have to consider a horizontal plane at all. We just have to measure the angle from vertical to the star. And every 60 nautical miles we go away from the ground position of the star, we get a 1 degree deviation all the way till we can't see the star anymore. And if you draw those lines, if you do that and draw lines with an increasing 1 degree slope, and try and assume you're traveling on a flat plane, they don't point at the same thing, even though you're looking at the same thing. So it doesn't kind of make sense to do that and say, oh, okay, that star is moving. I've moved 1,000 miles. The star has dropped by 45 degrees from where I would expect it to be if it was on a flat plane. And it kind of just doesn't line up well.
Can I ask, are you taking into account all of the atmospheric effects and the perspective effects taken into account?
Okay.
Because you've got magnification, you've got refraction, you've got the foreshortening on the vanishing point. You've got so many effects, as well as not knowing what these stars are. If the sky is a perfect clock, we can't sit here and claim to know exactly what's causing them. There's too many things and variables left.
Well, there's certainly a lot of variables. So, and we can control some of them, or at least limit them, right? So
we can't actually.
The magnification thing, it's almost insignificant when you.
That's not true.
Say we'll deal. Sorry, what's someone saying?
Hey DJ, do you have something to say, or are you just trolling?
Yeah.
I'll mute you.
No, he's actually openly lying to everyone in the room.
Lying.
Let him finish, and then you can rebut him.
I'm explaining my understanding to the best of my knowledge, which is incomplete.
And you're lying.
About what?
What's he lying about? Let's keep this coherent.
If you're making a claim about me lying, I'd appreciate that you address it specifically.
Yeah, it's your original point. You just completely lied through.
Which was that?
You know what it was.
Which point?
First one.
And what?
Chew on Moot riding with Biden. I think Daz is quite genuine.
Yeah, I think he's a.
I think you're also lying as well.
Yeah, well, if you,
all right, he's muted. Carry on.
Yeah, troll. That one slipped through for a second. Go ahead, Dazza.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. Yeah, what he was referring to there. But if I've misled somebody, let me know and I'll apologise. Yeah. So so there's a few things, right? So if we just deal with the sun to start with, it's got similar properties to the other things in the way it moves, through our field of view during the day. We can do the observations when the sun is high in the sky, so that minimises any any known kind of refractive things that might be occurring. That if the sun is shining directly, obliquely through the atmosphere, the reflection. Sorry, I'm getting tired. Refraction is going to be minimal, but there will be it won't be zero, but there will be minimal refraction, right? What else do we talk about? The magnification effect is very small as well, and it's quite consistent, so we don't actually need to know how far away the sun is. And
angular resolution.
Yeah, angular resolution, same deal. If you do all these observations high up in the sky, the angular resolution doesn't change very much, or even it's not even almost not measurable with most people's equipment.
True. That's not true because stars will meet the ground on your horizon as you get further away.
So we're talking about very high in the sky, right? Very high in the sky. So
it doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter due to perspective with distance. Those stars will eventually start to hit the horizon as you travel away from them.
But if the star is always 30 or 40 degrees in elevation when we're making these measurements, if we limit our drop to 30 degrees, say, or 40 degrees. So we're always looking at things that are very high in the sky. Then we move and we look at it again the next day or whatever. And so we can eliminate a lot of those variables. And the thing that I've noticed is that, so two things. One is you get that the sun position will be a constant number of degrees per kilometre. So there's that relationship. And if you try and draw that relationship on a flat plane, the sun moves wildly through the sky in a way that I can't explain, but somebody else can. The other way you can interpret those numbers is that maybe the ground is not level and the star is very far away. If the star is very far away, then those light rays are going to be almost parallel, right? And that is the thing that shows you that is a viable option, because the parallel light rays and the curved surface and the degrees per mile all fit that pattern. The other thing that you can say to help determine if the sun is far away is that you can compare it to things that you know are close. So if you've got a mountain and you look at a high enough mountain and you've got a level surface nearby, and then you can walk along a lake or the sea for 100 kilometres, you can measure the elevation angles to the mountain in the same way you do to the star. And the mountain will have a specific pattern of angles that, the rate of change of angle with distance will follow a particular relationship, which is different to what you see with the sun. So they can tell you that the sun is not close, and that your assumption that the sun is far away is probably valid. And those two things together also say, well, the flat plane scenario actually doesn't fit any of these combinations of options very well. There might be another thing that we haven't considered that might cause it, but those two things that we can observe sort of imply that observing the stars on a flat plane doesn't seem to comport to what we can measure.
Are you finally done?
Yeah, sorry. And I got one more perspective. So when you're measuring an angle, perspective doesn't apply because you're measuring the angle along a finite width line. So there's no perspective on a line. The line itself is not subject to perspective, but your entire field of view is. So that's how surveyors can measure an angle without accounting for perspective. They just measure the angle.
Hold on, because before Brandon Worrell said that the way the Earth curves is due to perspective. So he said that there's a drop, right? And then Scott showed a video earlier where he said that there's a hump. But if I ask about that, you're going to say it's perspective. So it's a bit of a contradiction.
Also perspective scales linearly, and you're invoking a linear change in the sun's position.
It doesn't do angles linearly.
Yeah, perspective is more on an ideal model is linear. Now it's a bit more complicated, of course. There's some hyperbolic space going on, due to the nature of our lens and aperture size and things like that. But
yeah, we can eliminate that by using an instrument, right?
Well, yeah. So, I mean, ideally, and this is how it's often done too with like simulated models too. It's perspective scales linearly, and you're showing us a linear change in the sun's position.
Yeah, no, it scales linearly with distance, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Angles with perspective, yeah. Now, but the angle is changing. So if you look at the, I think how to describe this. I'm trying to think of an image that I've seen that we can use as an example where the angle of something is changing. Yeah, but in any case, I guess the short story is that from my perspective, at least, that those observations that we can make about the celestial bodies and to some extent local ones, the measurements can't make them fit onto a flat plane without something else that I don't know about. And obviously, when we go to the globe side of things, there's a whole bunch of stuff there that we don't know either, right? But there are two issues at hand, I suppose. One is what is the shape, and the other one is why. We can determine one without the other. It's nice to know both, but we might be able to determine the shape without knowing why.
Yeah, just my opinion on that. Just a quick one. I find it interesting how this is all done on a flat plane. You need a flat tangent. You can't draw a circle unless it's 2D. The whole thing is done, not assuming, but it needs a flat plane. It is done on a flat plane. So for you to say this doesn't work on a flat surface, I think is quite ironic, because we can't do this with decreasing elevation. We can't do this unless it is flat. So what you're describing...
Do what? Sorry, you're talking celestial navigation or celestial observations?
Yeah. You can't get angles. You can't get an angle without first establishing a horizontal flat plane.
No, that's the interesting
and you demonstrate this by showing rays of light going to a point of origin in a presumed center of Earth, meeting at the center there, and then that forms an angle of rotation.
Yes.
And so you think you live on top of the circle?
Yes.
No.
And you also show the lines meeting in the point of origin inside the circle, and you're saying these are equal because the angle is equal from the top of the ball as well as from the point of perspective inside the ball.
Yeah, but when you create your 3 points to create your circle of equal elevation,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, which is also a paradox.
No. It's very simple. It's very simple. It's an angle of equal elevation. Yeah, they are the same.
Yeah, you think it's with
elevation.
respect to a curved surface.
Yeah, or
No.
equal altitude. I think is
In
the term that
respect
they
to
use,
the
isn't it?
horizon, in respect to sea level. Okay, because you've got your angle, you've
A
got
curved
your
surface or a straight, horizontal, flat surface, sea level?
no. Only idiots think that level is curved. Level is not curved in reality. When you want to
Yeah.
bring in
Well,
all
that's
your coordinates and you want to add your add your diverging points to a central position, then I understand what you're saying. But that's just brain. That's just going on theoretically. In reality, this is all done on a flat plane. So to say it doesn't work on a flat
yeah.
model is ironic because there is no curvature during this whole process.
Well, I haven't seen anyone demonstrate a full, a full worked out celestial site with three celestial bodies, only referencing a flat plane. But the interesting thing about celestial navigation, right, is all of those establishing the flat plane is so you can measure the co-altitude angle. That is what gives us the radius of the circle of equal altitude. So it's a congruent angle, or whatever it is, a complementary angle, across two parallel lines. And so we don't actually need to establish a horizontal at all to do it. It's convenient.
You establish one in the sky, and you call that co-altitude, right?
No, it's a vertical that we establish in the sky.
Yeah, but co-altitude connects the two verticals with a 90-degree angle perpendicular to either side.
Yeah, so the co-altitude angle is the angle between
your
vertical
flat
and
straight line.
So it's a plane.
You just moved it from the Earth into the sky, man. That's all that you did.
Yeah, it's a plane, and it happens to be parallel with sea level.
I'll send you a drawing.
A drawing, my friend. We understand the argument. We don't need a drawing. What we're trying to tell you is you're overlooking purposefully that this is all done and can only be done on a flat surface, on a flat plane. Circles can only be drawn on a plane.
You can draw
the
circles on a
logic of
sphere.
geometry right now, okay? Do you understand that this is a higher level of abstraction?
Sorry, what do you mean? No, it's still a geometric problem, isn't it?
Yeah, and it must comport with reality. And they're different, like I pointed out, when you draw a circle and angles of light meeting it, as well as your observer position going down through the GP to the center of the Earth, meeting at an angle, that point of reference, you're basically saying that that angle that you're measuring, that you believe you're taking from the top of a ball, is the same as the angle that's being done from the point of origin inside the ball. And we are saying there's no difference between the two mathematically. And we can also say that you could imagine yourself being in the center of a ball, and the extent of what you think is the Earth's crust around you is really your visual space. So when you move horizontally a certain amount, and the sky rotates a certain amount, it's mathematically the same as you presuming that you're moving over the arc surface of a ball. These are equivalent geometrically. The coordinate transform retains everything from one to the other. So when I said earlier that your visual space updates as you move, this is to account for the change in perspective, which is not done with orthographic depictions usually. In order to make an orthographic depiction correct with perspective, you need to draw a slant error going from the base of the Earth where somebody's standing up to the center of their visual space, like a ramp that goes up. In a similar fashion, you do it with the sky.
Yeah, well said.
8 minutes past the hour, I posted how this works with perspective. If you have a sufficiently large enough object that is significantly far away, it's going to scale with perspective like this, and it will appear to disappear from the bottom up as it reaches the terminal limit of convergence of perspective in the middle of your visual space, straight ahead. Yep, so you can see the slant of perspective being drawn up like a ramp. Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, I'm just looking at your image now. I think I've seen it before, but I'll check it out.
Yeah, this is from a video series called Angular Resolution and Our World. It's really interesting. It's long. It's several hours. But an optics expert comes in and provides all the math and relationships of how we see things. I mean, we've all been through school, right? Where we've been in class and maybe we considered ourselves a good drawer. We could draw with perspective. And then we'd have friends who were just absolutely like darted and would draw like flat shapes and stuff. And the perspective would all be off because they never really learned how to translate what they're seeing to what they're depicting. And well, all those kids are grown up now, and some of them have Theodolites and are trying to depict visual space, and they do it incorrectly.
Yeah, I'll have to get my head around around this image. It doesn't feel right to me, but I'll
I
have
hear
to
you.
look at it. Look at it in
No
other
worries. Take your
information
time.
in that
Take your
context.
time, brother. It's been years long for some of us. I posted that knowing how dense it is and how you could easily spend a long time just with that. And that's like one slide out of hundreds and hundreds from this presentation that he did. You could just take this one slide and spend a week Googling around and learning all the ancillary topics that encompass it.
Yeah, very good. A lot of Globers cherry pick there when they want to include, these observational and perspective limitations and obstructions. Like, it's very disingenuous if you're aware of all this and then to just leave it out and start talking about diverging zenith angles. I think it's, if you know this, it's not good.
Yeah, here's something to consider, okay? Your visual space scales linearly with perspective. But if there's curvature, things in the distance should also drop off curvilinearly at an exponential rate and not a linear rate. And we don't see that.
Yeah, so I think that the issue people like me have with that is that, so from my understanding, I know that I can take any orthographic representation and turn it into a perspectively correct image with a simple transformation, right? And that would align with what I would see in a camera. And your description is to me, very complex, and more complex than that transformation of physical geometry into the image that would be cast on my eye.
Well, yeah, if I am standing in a long hallway and the ceiling and the floor are perfectly parallel to each other, they appear to converge to a single point in the center of my vision. If you were to depict that orthographically, the ceiling and the floor would never converge. That's why it's not accurate.
Yes, no, I understand that. Yeah, I'm just going to post while I'm doing it in the background. Just going to drop the image in. It shows that the geometry I was discussing, but I think you're already familiar with it, which is why we don't need a horizontal. Yeah, so I think what would help me with your description of vision would actually be a something a little more precise in terms of how I would apply it. So and I think I've seen other slides from that presentation as well. There's a short video going around called "The Optics of Flat Earth" or something like that, which I think has some images like that one you describe, and it started off. Now, I don't want to conflate the two things because they might not have the same origin, but it started off well, and I understood it was talking about field of view, angular resolution, angular size, and then it went off on a bit of a tangent and started to blur angular size in a horizontal plane with angular size in a plane perpendicular to the viewer. And the two things are not coupled together, but it implied that they were. And so there's if I had some very specific details about how to apply it that were not generic and were accurate. So a lot of the diagrams on both sides, excuse me, we draw diagrams that aren't to scale because it makes it easier. But sometimes if you draw diagrams that aren't to scale, it hides the true relationships of things.
Well, if you could present an example and we could talk about it.
Of which, sorry, an example of which?
Daza, would you at least admit that there's so much going on and so much to take into account to each individual observation that this is no way to prove the shape of the Earth? Because the whole sky works geocentrically as well. So this is no way really to prove the shape of the Earth. What are we doing here?
Yeah, so any one of these observations can't prove the shape, right? If you already know the shape, it might give you some information like the radius. You could perhaps deduce that. But it's all of these observations combined together. So you do a whole bunch of these celestial observations. You do a whole bunch of mountain observations. You try other things, and all of them have independent outcomes, and they all tend to point to the same thing. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice.
I understand you think that, but the radius isn't confirmed. So you are basing this all on an assumption and trying to fit it into what we see, not taking into account all of the variables. Do you not see how dangerous that is?
Yeah, but from my perspective, the radius has been confirmed, and we have taken into account all of the variables.
How has the radius been confirmed?
How?
So how?
Through a number. So when you do the celestial navigation stuff, you need a radius, right? But you can also do it in reverse, and you can derive the radius from assuming the sphere. You can derive the radius, but you can also try and assume other shapes, and you'll find that there is no other logical way you can arrange the possible position of the stars and your position on the Earth and get a coherent geometry that lines up for everybody all the time. Then you can do another set of measurements like measuring, doing the El Bruno mountain test and the curvature test that way. That's another way that you can do it, that it's measuring different sets of properties, and that will also demonstrate that there's something not quite right with what you're measuring, and that the geometry is hinting towards curvature, and that curvature appears to be the same as the one you get from the other method, which is not related. And then, you can continue to do these kind of things. The horizon drop. So if you've got good conditions and and it appears that you have a geometric horizon, you get this drop of the horizon with altitude, and that also drops at a rate that's the same as the other two things that are independent of that. So you've got all these 3 or 4 independent sets of observations that all are implying the same thing, in that there is curvature, and they're all implying a specific curvature as well. Now, I know the horizon's a contentious thing, that we have refraction and the apparent horizon and all of that kind of stuff, but
when you're measuring arcs in your visual space, so you're going to, of course, derive a ball from that. I mean, this is the celestial sphere model, which works on a flat plane. I mean, you could apply stellarium, right? Stellarium works in the same way as what we're talking about. There's no problem with it.
Now, stellarium works in a 3D space, and it projects it onto
but
a
it
flat
doesn't
plane.
simulate a ball Earth.
It does. It does.
No. It treats your point of reference. It treats Earth as a single point of origin, the middle of the ball.
Oh, because it's only rendering it from a viewer's perspective, right? So it's rendering the perspective as you on the surface, yeah.
Yeah, that's how we see. It's a pretty good model, I would say.
Yeah, because so in stellarium you can see, to your front yard. It's not a wide field of view, right? We talked about that a few minutes ago. That even 1 millimeter
let's
in
say
100
you travel
meters is
600 nautical miles. Let's say you travel 600 nautical miles over flat distance, and the star that was at like 45 degrees elevation or 45 depression moves up 10 degrees.
Yeah.
Yep.
Those nautical miles are interpreted as ground miles.
Yes.
On a curved surface, but they're also sky miles on a curved surface over a flat plane.
Oh, so you're saying that the sky is parallel to the ground and equidistant?
Well, it appears curved due to our visual perception, but it's parallel to the ground.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, right? If you measure something, if you point a theodolite or an optical instrument with a crosshair, that removes all of your visual perception. You're looking through a straight line, and everything disappears. Perspective goes away. All of that goes away because
what?
That
When you look
crosshair
through a
is
theodolite,
confining your
perspective goes
vision to
away,
an
dude?
infinitesimal small.
The crosshair shows where your perspective converges in a theodolite. You can't say perspective disappears.
It does. So if you're looking through, if you're observing something, the perspective that you see is made up of the convergence of all of the things in your field of view, right? Getting narrower and narrower as it gets further and further away.
Yeah, to the crosshairs of a theodolite.
So the crosshairs of the theodolite are directly in the center of the field of view. There is no convergence within the center of the field of view.
Whoa, can you say that one more time?
So the center of the field of view, where the crosshairs are, the convergence there is effectively zero. Whatever the width of the crosshair is obscuring, that is the total convergence that it covers.
Perspective. You said perspective goes away when you look through a theodolite. I'm saying no.
Yeah, because you're not interested in the rest of the image. You just want that one line, that one shot up the middle. So you imagine it was if we change the analogy from the theodolite to a digital camera, you imagine what's the perspective of the view of the pixel in the middle of the screen. It's a very narrow field of view.
You need 2 rays in order to see anything.
Sorry, you need what?
You need 2 rays of light in order to see anything because you see in angles.
No, you only need 1 ray of light.
No, you need 2 to differentiate.
Oh, you're not
This is how
differentiating.
we
We only
see.
have to
This
be able
is
to see
simple
something,
optics.
right? So when we want to measure where something is, we only have to be able to see the light coming from it. We don't have to be able to determine whether there's 2 of them or not. We can see.
This is a experiment. You've got 2 rays of light coming from something that forms an angle on the back of your retina, an angular distance.
Yes. So you're talking about the Rayleigh criteria.
One ray of light doesn't show you anything. There's no information being conveyed to you.
No, there
about the object that's hitting your eye.
All you can see is a point of light, right? That's all that you'll know.
You can't recognize, you can't resolve anything with one ray of light.
But you can tell that the point of light is there. And that's all we need to do. Say, take a star sighting, for example. That's just a point of light for all practical purposes. It has no width. As far as most people are concerned, you cannot measure its width with any tool that you're likely to have in your backyard. It is a point of light. You can see it. If there were 2 points of light next to each other, you wouldn't be able to tell. You couldn't resolve the 2 points of light because the two rays would interfere according to the Rayleigh criterion, and you would only see 1 point of light. And that's what we see when we go out there and you look at a point of light in the sky. You get out your Big Mother telescope, and it's actually a galaxy or a cluster of stars, that kind of thing. But your eye can only resolve the single point. But it can see it, and it's not subject to perspective because it's just a point source of light. Perspective is how things appear relative to each other.
What's that? It's a galaxy.
Well, I don't really know what a galaxy is. When we look up with high magnification, we see them in the sky. These beautiful-looking objects.
Beautiful.
Vicky, just to brief you up real quick, he's saying that in optics, when you look through a theodolite, perspective goes away. You're not interested in it.
Oh, perspective goes away? That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm like the crosshairs show the convergence of perspective. What do you mean?
Yeah, so the
perspective... when you're looking up... but you have to understand, is this Daza who's speaking?
Yeah, you're very faint, Alpha. I can only just hear you.
Can you hear me? Guys, can you hear me? Hello?
It's quiet.
Is it quiet? Can you guys hear me? Am I quiet?
Yeah, you're clear. I can hear you. We can hear you.
All right. No, perspective doesn't go away because that's how we see in the distance. So what you do when you actually sight something through a theodolite or a total station, you're looking through the rangefinder, which is the crosshairs from the rangefinder. So you're looking off into the distance and you're sighting. So the surveyors do use this this tool for that. But perspective doesn't go away. It's a part of how we see. So you can't say a part of how we see goes away. It doesn't go away.
Yeah.
That's how we see the distance. I think you're trying to, you should phrase, it's probably, what you're saying, the statement is malformed. You probably need to rephrase it because it doesn't sound coherent the way you're stating it.
Okay.
The way it's sounding good.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying.
You have multiple rays of light converging coming out of your center of field of view. They're just squished together. That's the point I'm trying to bring up.
Yeah.
Was trying to get at.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is that the point of light in behind the crosshair is just a single straight line of light. It has no width.
No. It's all of them squished together.
Yeah,
and
but
whatever it is unresolvable line, right? Because the angle of separation is too narrow.
Yeah, that's right. So it can be multiple rays of light, but it's a very finite width, right? Just one straight line of light going to whatever it is behind the crosshair.
Are you talking about the distance from the crosshair to like whatever the person's sighting? I don't know. What are you getting at here? Because the crosshair.
Yeah. So what we're saying is that
in the observer's view, so the observer has a crosshair in his view, but he's trying to see to the distance, right? So the device is just basically, the rangefinder is basically just like a telescope. And so depends on what type of telescope or what type of theodolite you get or total station. It's going to depend what type of optic you're going to get off that rangefinder. So it just depends like how far you're going to see, and then of course you know this. I don't know why I'm telling you.
So when you measure an angle, right, though, with your theodolite, you don't have to then go and make a compensation for perspective, do you? The angle is the angle?
Sorry, you're asking about what they're doing with what surveyors are doing with the angles that they're measuring?
Yeah. They just measure the angle. They don't then go and compensate for perspective, do they?
Yeah, but they're measuring from like whatever they're sighting. So it just depends, like the observer or whoever's using it they're gonna sight to a specific target, and then they're gonna get angle measurements. Yeah, I mean, obviously, but like what's being used here? Okay, so what's being used here out of context is the fact that you're using a rangefinder to measure the curvature. That they don't do that.
Oh, no, we're not doing that. No.
Right. So surveyors, yeah, but on the one context that if you're talking about what they do, then that's different. But from the perspective of using them for looking over a horizon, that's not what they're doing, and that nobody would tell you that's what the tool is used for. So you're going to take that tool and use it out of its working parameters. So hopefully you understand this point, because we've labored over this point many times in our server and in here, but the tool is not used for that purpose. So we can't. It's like, okay, it's like trying to I don't know, try to eat cereal with like a fork. You're using the wrong tool. You can't do that. It's not meant for that.
And another thing I wanted to throw in real quick. I have to go, but listen, when you've got people with Theodolites that depict what they see orthographically without depicting perspective on their orthographic depiction, that is what's disingenuous. You're not saying that they don't know what perspective is as they're operating the Theodolite. It's translating what they're seeing to paper, like I brought up before a couple times. We just talked about it. That's the problem, and that's what we're pointing out.
Yeah, no, I think Alpha is in agreement with me here, to be honest, that if you're a surveyor and you measure an angle in real life, you draw the same angle on the paper. If you measure a distance in real life, you draw the same distance scaled on the paper. So the Theodolite measures real geometry, real angles, real distances that would be accurately represented in an orthographic view. It's when you turn that view, those dimensions, into an image, that perspective is applied.
Yeah, I would say, like, from the perspective that the person is actually making his observation to a target, that's correct, because they have to, because one of the things they're doing is building structures that they're going to need for they're using the orthographic perspective to kind of say, like, okay, so our building's going to be this big, so we need to get like a vantage point where we see the building at a distance, and like, that's how you present the information. Like, if you're gonna tell people, like, we're gonna have this building built on this site and such, so on and so forth. So that's correct. I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, we're still within the working parameters of using the tool for what it's meant for. Do you get me?
Yeah.
That's still fine.
That works. That's a very important point, Mickey. You're using the tool within the parameters in order to produce that. When these people are taking sightings out into basically infinity, then it's not.
Then it's not. Right. But we've had this conversation before, not with Daza, but with many other people. I think who is it? Jesse Gordon, I think his name was. Yeah, we've talked to him before, and we've had the same discussion. And he has a Theodolite, with the model number he has, that he has, the one he did his long distance observation, way out of context. You can't. Basically the Theodolite he was using was like a real low grade one, so it wasn't meant for using, not even at a long distance. So, and then he was measuring to the, like, what is it, 75 miles or something like this, and that's just not right. No land surveyor would take him seriously if he was going to present his findings. So that's not, you can't do that. People that actually use this tool in the industry, they're not using it for this reason. So, that's just the way it is in flat Earth, globe Earth conversations. These things get misappropriated, and so we have to correct people, because that's not. I've been saying this for a long time already, that people are taking the Theodolite argument way out of context. Like, it should be dead on arrival, right? DOA, because of the fact that when we talk about the Theodolite, we have to talk about in context, how can it be used for this specific purpose, and it cannot be used for distances over its working parameters. So, I mean, hate to break it to you, but like when you talk about Theodolites, you have to talk about the model number and the tolerances and everything. So you can't just skip out on the important information, right? You have to talk about what type of Theodolite, what is the maximum distance of, that's the effective range for the Theodolite and so forth. Yeah, but it's almost like, I don't know. I just hate to hear the argument because a lot of people think they know what they're talking about with like the globe Earth argument, and they really don't. Because we talk to the people that actually work with this tool, and it's not being used for what they think it's being used for. So, yeah, it's funny, right? Because they sound like experts coming in here, but they're not really. They're just amateurs trying their very best to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, and it's just not. So you can't use them. It's just you can't use the Theodolite in the globe Earth argument, period. So whoever's going to use it, they're going to have to come up with the model number. They're going to have to talk about the maximum effective distance for the model number of their Theodolite. And so we got to know its working parameters, the specific Theodolite that the person brings into the conversation, and the distance.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about, like, what are they throwing in the rangefinder for the sites. It's a lot. It's a big conversation, but yeah. So hopefully I'm just elucidating these points to you guys. Yeah, it's a big thing. So, but a lot of people, it's almost like, and I hate to rant, guys, but it's almost like when people bring this up and they don't have the information to substantiate the claim. It's a bit much like somebody saying, "Well, the Earth is a globe," and you ask them, "Well, how is it a globe?" Pictures from NASA, like it's so topical. There's no depth to it, and really with this conversation, you have to know what you're talking about. So,
yeah. That makes sense, right? Yeah.
Sorry, and I'm not. There's no slight to you, Daza. If you.
No. That was good. That was a really constructive.
Yeah, a lot of people are amateurs. Yeah, apologies. A lot of people are amateurs, and they think they know what they're talking about. And we've spoken to people in the industry, and also people who think that the Earth is a globe, that are working in the industry. So, not so much like you got what was his name, main surveyor, Scott Mackey's friend Larry. He's a surveyor as well. They're globe earthers, so they would say that the Theodolite is for the globe, but at the same time, they're not specific when it comes to like how it works for the globe. So you know what I mean. But they do know how to work with one, so that's the difference. They can talk about in-depth information about the Theodolite or total station. Anyway, I don't want to divert, but yeah, that's.
Yeah, that was good.
It's a big conversation. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, and that's one of the. So I'll front up, and I've had a conversation with Bev about that, and I'm coming from a slightly theoretical perspective that if you've got an instrument, an auto level in this particular scenario, we're well out of its working range, but we could probably say something about its behaviour outside the working range, right? Would that be fair to say that if it's designed to measure like a 5 millimetre, or I don't even know what it is, a millimetre in 200 metres?
Yeah, you're talking about its tolerance, right? Like, okay.
Yeah.
No.
So if we looked at something 10 times out of its working range and the measurement was 20 times away from what we thought it was going to be, then we might say that, hey, this has got some merit. We can't do it accurately, but it has some merit.
If it's not accurate, then you've got a variation, and then because of that variation, you can start chucking in any assertion that you want to. Oh, that's because of Earth curvature. As soon as it starts going out of range, now it's Earth curve. You can assert any shit at this point.
Yeah, that's a real good point. That's a fair point too. Yeah. So, but when this is so when you observe something coarsely, you say it raises a suspicion, and then you go and make a better measurement, right? So that would be the next step. You say, okay, what do I need to do to actually measure what I think I've seen through this instrument that is not high enough quality to actually tell me the result? And you go off and you do a better quality measurement.
hear you, man, but there isn't anything for the range that you would need to then solidify a point for the globe. I think because we have the issue with long distance observations. Now with that, we have, you know, perspective, we have angular resolution, we got things going on with the ambient air temperature outside. And so what happens is, you get the distortions and such, and you have the geometry of the globe kind of like not where it should be predicted. So we have a lot of things going on that the globe can't account for, in the sense of saying we're going to use a specific measurement and know the predicted value of the curvature of the Earth where it should be, because that's not what we get. We don't have a static point of saying like the Earth's curvature is going to be at X amount of miles away and that sort of thing. We don't have that. So with that, there's no tool that you can use that's going to solidify that point. There isn't. Like the Theodolite was kind of like a weak attempt. It's a very weak attempt, but still, it would be closer than anything else I've heard so far. I mean, I'm just going to give you a little credence to that because there isn't anything else out there that you can, the best I heard people say, like, and these guys, they can solve complicated mathematics, right? They would say, well, what do you want me to use? A ruler? No kidding. Like, these are the types of individuals who can solve these math problems, but yet when it comes to like common sense of how to measure things, it's just like the brain turns to oatmeal. So yeah. I don't know. You make of that what you will, but that's just the way the conversation lands, man. People don't know how to use common sense when it comes to like measuring things, but when it comes to mathematics, then they're whiz kids, So I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that makes sense. That you got to be careful, and that's one thing I've realised over the last few weeks in this forum is that trying to demonstrate anything or discuss anything that happens close to the surface of the Earth is pretty fraught with danger, right? That we rapidly get into the optics and refraction and problems like that.
Yeah.
So, which is why I find the celestial aspect of things interesting, because we can kind of eliminate a lot of that stuff relatively safely and consistently.
You said celestial navigation? Is that what you said? Or observation?
Yeah. Well, both celestial observations and celestial navigation.
Observation. Well, I mean, I think Amish. Well, I know Jedi's going to take over this point. I think Amish touched on this point a little bit with Stellarium using the celestial sphere and that not being a problem for a flat plane. But at the same time, what we see in the sky can be modeled by using a celestial sphere, which is not a problem. I mean, it's a dome of perspective. So it's how we see. So I don't think we don't have a beef with that. No, flat earthers. I mean, there's nobody out there that's going to be like, dude, that's wrong, man. You guys are insane. It's how we see. So I don't know. I'm going to leave the point to Jedi because he's really good at this point.
Yeah, and the Solarian one is one I hadn't heard before, but that's an interesting one. That's basically taking the celestial sphere and rendering it from the perspective of an observer in a particular place. So yeah, it's kind of a different thing. But anyway, go ahead, Jedi.
I mean, it's interesting because that's a model, right? You guys always ask for a model, and there are plenty of flat Earth models out there with the celestial hemisphere or dome or planisphere around that flat plane, and it works. So what do we do? Do we appeal to pragmatism at this point? Well, it works, so the Earth's flat.
But what do you mean by it works?
It works. I posted it yesterday. You went off on one like you usually do for everything that I posted. I'm not interested in the bloke's opinion. I'm interested in what he's reading. And he's reading the patents out for the model of a flat stationary plane within the celestial sphere. And it works.
Like planetarium thing?
Yeah. No, the thing
but he's using azimuthal projections inside it, right?
It's a flat plane within a celestial dome. And it works.
Yeah,
so like I said, we appeal to pragmatism because it works. It was made by the US government alongside the US Geological and navigators. Thomas Edison has got patents running for it. It works. So do we appeal to pragmatism because it works? Then the Earth is flat, stationary with a celestial sphere around it. You've got a model that you can do celestial navigation on a sphere, and it works. Do we appeal to pragmatism? Of course not, because we're not going to reify these models.
Yeah, but what is the flat model in that representation, Jedi? It is the globe. It's an azimuthal projection or a projection of some sort.
Yes, it is a projection. It is a projection
of the globe.
It's a projection of a polar-centric coordinate system.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it works.
Based on the globe model, right?
No, based on a polar-centric coordinate system.
Of the globe Earth?
No, of the sphere of the heavens around the flat plane of the Earth. And it works. It was made to work. It was made by the US government alongside Thomas Edison. As I've said, the documentation is within the video. The patents are there for everybody to see.
Yeah, I read the patent yesterday. And it describes two azimuthal plane or two projected planes, one for the sphere and one for the Earth, and it maps the two projections together so that you can align the sphere projection onto the Earth projection to get your both of those projections are of spheres onto planes.
No. One of those is an actual sphere around a flat plane, horizontally through the middle of that sphere. That plane being the Earth. Did you look at it? The sky's not a plane. Now I'm going to get annoyed. Because I give you credence, mate, because it sounds like you read the shit that I post, and then you say stuff like that.
I'm sure that they said that there were two projections involved.
The sky wasn't a plane, mate.
It was patent 358334.
And it works. There are many, hundreds. I posted 200 flat projections. Oh, yeah, they all come from a ball. No, they don't. The flat Earth map came first, then the ball, and then you just decided to squish your ball back out into a flat map again. I wonder why there's distortions and calculations and corrections. Yeah, no shit. This is why every time you hear the word correction, where are you correcting to and why? You're correcting to a flat plane.
I'm trying to find the image of the dome in the patent. I know it was in the video, but I can't see it in the patent itself.
Okay. At the end of the day, my friend, right? It works. It was built to work.
Oh yeah, no doubt it works. So yeah.
So what do we do then? Because we're not going to appeal to pragmatism, are we? You've got a model that quote unquote works. I'll give you that for celestial navigation. Yeah, even though you will come back down to a horizontal plane through the sphere. But I'll give you credence. It works. Got a model here. It's flat. It's built to work. It works. But we're not going to appeal to pragmatism, are we? Just because it works, mate. Imagine this, and give me a moment, and you can do whatever you want with this. Imagine this situation, and it is hypothetical. Imagine you got a ceiling that you can't reach, and on the ceiling there's a clock. Now the civilization on the floor has got no way of getting to this clock on the ceiling. You can look at it though. You can model the clock. You can make predictions with the clock. It will do this at a certain time, blah, blah, blah. But until you actually get to the clock, you've got absolutely no idea what runs the clock. It could be any energy source. It could be hamsters running around on a fucking wheel. The
Nigga,
arms
shut
of
up.
the clock, the hands of the clock could be made of anything. But until you get to it, you can only see it. See, this is the thing with models, mate. You can make loads of them work, but we're not going to appeal to pragmatism here. This is what I mean. Every time you guys ask for a model, all right, here's one, it works. Now, shall we appeal to pragmatism? Because the Earth's flat then.
Yeah, maybe have I got the wrong? No, I think it's the right patent. It's William A. Eisenhower, the inventor, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Looking at the third embodiment.
I think the history of it's quite. Sorry, Dad. I do apologise.
No, I'm sorry. I'm reading aloud. I should have put myself on mute.
No, you're fine, Ross. You're fine. And I can't stick around for long anyway. But let's try and knock this model thing on yet, because we shouldn't be appealing to pragmatism. And Alpha, if you're still there, buddy, I can feel that you're probably cringing with this, and I get it. But these people keep asking for a model, and I stumbled across one the other day that was made by the US government, and it works, and it's flat. So there you go. It's not my model. It's not your model. It's that model. They made it.
Yeah. As far as I can tell from the patent, all the sky discs are flat as well. So it's got flat sky discs, flat Earth discs.
Yep.
And you line up the two flat discs.
Yeah,
both of which are projections.
Yeah, I think there's like 4, maybe 5 dials. That I think those were things that were mainly patented because of the way that they worked with each other. But yes, phenomenal one. But like I was telling Alpha, and although he didn't reply, I'll tell you, this isn't our model. This isn't mine. This isn't Alpha's. It's not any flat earthers. No flat earther made this.
Yeah. But I dispute that it's a flat Earth model, but we'll leave it at that.
Okay, no problem.
I'd say it's a representation of the globe.
Okay.
It has to be.
Stupid nigger.
How can you tell anybody's colour on Discord? Is that general or something specific? No bollocks after that. Fair enough.
What's wrong with people, man?
Nigger.
I don't know, man. Crit points this out quite often. We've upset them just by saying yes, flat, and have to come in here and express their discontent with the situation.
It's a beg for attention.
Yeah.
It's really sad, isn't it, when you think about it, that they've reverted back to this sort of childish outburst for communication. Like, shit, just try and find a new friend or something.
Well, they didn't revert to it. That's where they've always been. They've always been there. Even when they were a kid, their parents were just sick of them and sat them down in the corner with a tablet or whatever. And, they played, Surfer, Subway Surfer or, Temple Run or whatever. And that was it. That was their life. And then eventually they grew up and maybe moved out, maybe didn't. And now they're doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Raised by memes, probably.
Yeah, for sure.
The reason why they can't have a real conversation about any topic is because they've never really had a real conversation about anything. What they have is some kind of emotional attachment to the globe, because they see themselves as like Han Solo or something like that, or Star Commander or whatever that is called. We're just an average kid from Kansas, just waiting for to find out that he's half god, super planet or whatever.
Everyone thinks they're the last Starfighter. I mean, it's brilliant.
Yeah, that's what they do when they like eggshells. He constantly plays Kerbal because he thinks at some point he's going to unlock some hidden achievement that NASA, a live stream pops up on NASA and they start chatting. Hey, we saw you solved this incredibly complex problem of space travel. Come work for us.
Hey, Jedi, did you defend the Star League against Dur and the Kodan Armada?
Yes.
Welcome to Rylos, my boy.
Oh, I've got to watch that film again, man. What the fuck?
That was my childhood movie, too.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That and the Goonies.
I'm not sure if this is a joke or whatever, but they want to reboot the Goonies with like an all-girl cast.
That wouldn't surprise me, man. The way that Hollywood's going at the moment.
Yeah, at first I thought it was a... Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
At first I thought it was a gag, and then some other people were talking about it.
Well, how would they expect to read a map?
Oh, talking about maps. Amish, did you look at that model I dropped you the other day?
I did. It's very comprehensive regarding planispheres. Yep. And the special one that they made, yeah, that thing is huge.
Yep.
And what was impressive is how it's linked to other patents in things like software and devices all over the place.
Kind of crazy, dude. That's not our flat Earth model, though. By the way, just letting everyone know that's yours.
Is this what you were talking about a few minutes ago, Jedi?
Yeah. Do you want me to post it?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
For about $15, you can buy a cheap one that stargazers use, and it's by your latitude relative to Polaris, showing the night sky throughout the year. And you rotate it to reveal different stars depending what time of year and what time of night it is. And then you can use that to reference and see what you're looking at, because the planisphere has all the stars labeled on it.
There you go. I dropped it in chat. If anybody wants the mainstream flat Earth model.
It's interesting. I haven't talked about this in a while, but the SR-71 Blackbird, you guys familiar with that plane, right? It was actually developed in the late 1950s, and they often say it started development in the 60s, but it started in the late 50s under Project Oxcart by CIA. But what's really fascinating about this is how later models used basically an R2-D2 in the back behind the pilot. It was a celestial navigation computer, and that's how they navigated.
Oh, wow.
It had a camera that pointed up, and they'd be able to see stars in it. Yeah, so
Okay,
they use that instead of GPS.
Wow. Wonder if they use the planisphere model.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I've got some information about that celestial navigation computer. I really want to dig into that and see if they're using the planisphere.
Was Britnat or Yui or whatever his fucking name is now, Jekyll? I said, is he still going on about you can have gas pressure without a container? Because on the diagram, it says that there's a near perfect vacuum or an almost perfect vacuum. Is he still trying to say that?
Of course. What else would I say?
There. You are actually there. I can't believe that, man. So, are you going to tell me what gravity is, or we're just going to end the conversation here?
Well, I think I probably would draw the line at my ability to argue at gravity.
Okay. Well, then just listen. If you're going to say that mass attracts mass and gas has mass, then you'd have to demonstrate that gas attracts gas. Gas doesn't attract gas. You have to demonstrate that a mass attracts gas to it, and you can't demonstrate that. Mass attract mass is debunked just with gas, mate.
Even if it wasn't gravity, it was some other force, then I think. I mean, look. Let's put it this way, right? As far as I'm concerned, the containers are in the bin, like it was put in the bin last night. But
I see Earth curvature. I see the effects of Earth curvature.
Yeah, that's a good one of my best lines. Thank you very much.
Jekyll, that's quote unquote you.
Yeah,
so
one of my best lines.
I see the effects of Earth curvature. I don't see the container. I have the consequent of a container, gas pressure. So do we stop the conversation just here?
Well, the difference is that if you're saying there's a physical, if you're saying there's a physical container, there's no, like, let's say, exclusive atmosphere to say, well, light's doing that and funny things, right? But the container is quite comfortably outside of that area, right? So I don't know how you'd explain it.
You're starting to speak. You're right. Well, starting to speak like that recently, man. It's really.
I'll post my little image in the chat so everyone can see what joy this brings me.
He's a little cunt, but you can't have your fucking. Don't see Earth curvature. I see the effects of Earth curvature, physicsy stuff. I'm not educated from this point. I just rely on everybody else. I don't see a container, but we have the effects of a container. I'm not brave enough to argue this point. I can just point to a graph, and everybody else that I fucking mentally masturbate to, I'll rely on them and join fucking Troll Team 6 and hide behind that because I'm not intellectual or stable enough. I have to hide behind other people. That's
let me make a defense. I think it's only fair. So I think it's easy for me to grasp why there isn't a container, and that's probably one of the easier things. Now, that's because it's more critique orientated, right? It's to critique an argument that's put forward. I think, and because of how wide the globe is, all the way into physics, geology, biology, chemistry, even the social sciences, right? I think it's harder to defend a position than it is to critique one. So, and because even a physicist wouldn't know much about geology, and a geologist wouldn't know much about biology, that because of how wide it is, I think we have our ranges. We have our ranges, what we can defend, and what we think we're probably not going to be the best defender of. Like a flat earther, would have a lot of room because they can critique a lot of stuff, but they don't really defend a lot of stuff, right? Besides their container, which is where I strike. You agree with that, right? Like critiquing is easier than defending a position.
I mean, most of that was just fucking hot air, man. But being as you condensed it down into that, yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yes, that's basically why. I think there's some parts of physics I probably could argue for, but gravity is not one of them.
No.
How about just define it? What is it?
I think there's a misunderstanding about gravity that I could point out, which is that
No, you
it's a
said the word. You
misconception.
said gravity. What is that?
Well, the bending and warping of space-time, but in our local inertial reference frame, it's also a mass-attracting mass. They coexist together, let's say. But the point is that when people say like, oh, Newton was thrown into the garbage bin, I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think most modern physicists would say it's not quite the case, right?
Well, the funny thing, it was the physics chair at Yale University who said that.
Yeah, well, when I say most modern physicists, I'm sure some think like Newton's completely useless, but we use Newton's laws, and Newton's gravity just for our local, getting to the moon was used with just Newtonian physics alone, right? You don't need to go much further than that in those sorts of senses. When you expand out, you might need to then approach a more correct, full understanding of gravity. Yes, I do love my container argument, Jedi. Well spotted.
Do you think Einstein's gravity and Newton's gravity are the same thing?
No, I think they are separate but equal, let's say. That might be a bad phrase to use. But yeah, separate but equal.
I feel like that's also like a trick question because, yes, it's the same thing, but they just described it differently. Like, yes, they're talking about the same thing.
Oh, yeah, they're alluding to the same, thing, phenomena, whatever you want to call it, right? But when it comes to the explanation, it's different, obviously. And but are they mutually exclusive? Is it the sense that Newtonian physics completely is in contradiction to Einstein? No,
Not
it's
a
obviously.
force.
Oh yeah, Newtonian physics violates Einstein's speed of light limit.
Spooky action at a distance.
Oh, I mean, in an inertial reference frame, it has its utility, right? It's like saying, for instance, here's an example, right?
Let's
It's
ask
like saying,
Scientific American. Let's ask Scientific American. So Scientific American says, hold on, everyone keeps posting. Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our modern understanding of gravity, with the express purpose of expunging non-locality from physics. Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance, as if by magic, and the general relativity snapped the wand in two by showing that the curvature of space-time, and not an invisible force, gives the rise to gravitational attraction. George Musa, how Einstein revised Universe's strange non-locality. Scientific America, November 2015. So that's George Musa.
Yeah.
Non-locality. Not the same.
I could probably find just as many sources of people saying that Newtonian physics isn't like completely bunk and useless, right? Obviously, there are parts to it that Einstein's theory is more correct, right? But it's just that
Yui, can gravity be a force and not a force at the same time, or is that a direct
that would be in contradiction. That would be a contradiction, right?
Okay, so then they both can't apply.
Well, they can coexist to some degree. So, for instance, if we can get to the moon, for instance, with Newtonian physics alone,
Force.
if we can do a lot of things in on our world with Newtonian physics, then that's
Force.
perfectly fine. Think of it like this, right? When you're in a sphere and you zoom in on the sphere, it looks flat, right? And people would be forgiven for thinking it's flat. Then you zoom out, it's like, oh, that's not flat, that's a sphere. Think of it like that. If you zoom in, you get your nice Newtonian physics, and you zoom out, it's like, oh, suddenly it doesn't really apply anymore, right?
Not a force.
This is why you should leave it to everyone else, dude. Just hide behind your mates, man.
I could source it for you that Newtonian physics isn't thrown in the garbage completely. So
we literally just had a PhD in Discord disagree with you on this topic. A PhD literally said Newtonian physics is contradictory to Einsteinian, and it's not.
I could get a literal PhD to go in the opposite direction. So where are we now?
Well, that means your globe is without merit because nobody figured shit out.
Oh, that's not
just
true.
Just because there's a few contradictions doesn't mean the entire thing is contradicted. There could be a few contradictions.
That's an interesting position you have, Amish, because I get told that we're the religious ones, but I'm saying that.
Hold on. You said you have to zoom out far enough.
You've just opened your religious mouth.
Hey, listen, asshole.
You want us to be
dogmatic. Zoom out far enough. You said you have to zoom out far enough in your imagination for this to all be invalidated.
Amish, you just
zoom out. Keep
you've
zooming
opened your
out in your
religious
brain.
mouth, right? You've opened your religious mouth, and you're going to hear the thunder, right? It's not the case that we globers have a dogmatic view. We are happy to be proved wrong. We're happy to disagree. We're happy to have completely different views on physics, whereas you expect, if it's not completely dogmatic and consistent like the Bible, then it's obviously fake and not true.
That's just weird.
Yeah, listen, man. We like things that don't contradict each other, and that's what we keep pointing out. In your imagination, you have to zoom out of an imaginary ball Earth for your space physics gravity to work. Now you're stuck with the problem of proving the ball Earth and proving space exists. I'll unmute you now.
We disagree on things like
don't call me a fucking trashy asshole.
Yeah. People would say, reality is more, let's say, deterministic. It's more Einsteinian in nature. What Einstein thought the fundamental baseline of reality was. Some people are like, oh, it's quantum mechanicsy stuff, right? And they disagree. Just like how you might have someone who says Newtonian physics is useful in a lot of ways, and you have some people apparently some PhDs who might think in the opposite direction. Although I very much doubt that they think Newtonian physics isn't useful.
Force.
So, I mean, I think dogmatism is a bad thing to have in science, and if you think it should be there, then by all means, have your own science.
Well, I prefer to lean on correct things that are proven instead of coming up with imaginary ideas like zooming out of a ball Earth for my imaginary space physics to work.
Yes, but you're trying to turn physics into a religion, and that's.
Space physics that doesn't exist. That's what's religious in your worldview.
No.
Well, has the flat Earth been proven? Because you said you only believe things that have been proven. Has the flat Earth been proven?
Hey, nobody's measured curvature. If you got proof, why don't you present it to the panel? We'd love to take a look at it.
No. You said you only believe things you have proof for. You believe the Earth is flat, correct?
Hey, it's not a belief. I've never measured curvature. I've never seen it done. I have no reason to believe in the globe. Give me one reason to believe in the globe. Give me one. Hey, listen, I'm still talking. Do you like to talk over mod? You need to shut up right now. I'm talking. I have not seen any evidence for the globe. Why should I believe in something that nobody's presented verifiable evidence for?
Not what I'm asking you. You said you only believe things. You're trying to ask me a trick question.
You're even asking me if I believe in flat Earth when it's not even a belief.
Yeah, you done fucked up. Okay, what you could do, Duncan, is explain what answer you're expecting to hear. Because otherwise, if you hear an answer, then you adjudicate the answer is not an answer. That's just as bad as saying gravity is a force and not a force at the same time.
Believes things he can prove.
He says it's not a belief.
That are proven.
You're not listening to my words.
I'm quoting him. He said, I only believe things that have been proven.
I didn't say believe things that have been proven. I didn't use the word belief.
What did you say? You only know things that have been proven?
Yeah, I think that's more accurate. I prefer to support things that are proven. I only go with things that are I don't like to go with conjecture. This is not a belief server.
So do you know the Earth is flat?
I know it's not a globe.
Do you know the Earth is flat?
See, repeating the
It's a
question over and over again.
topographical plane. Mean sea level does not form into a ball.
Do you know the Earth is flat?
Colloquially, if you want to use it that way, sure.
I don't know. No. This is a very simple thing. Do you know the Earth
Listen,
is
I mean, I don't know where your head is with flat, because we get morons in here all the time. You're like, the Earth has mountains and valleys. Flat Earther, you're wrong.
Do you believe the Earth is overall flat, generally flat?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I gave you a specific answer. I said mean sea level does not turn into a ball.
So what proof do you have? Because it's been proven, otherwise you wouldn't know it, that it is flat.
Because mean sea level is flat. It's never been proven to curve into a ball anywhere. It is experienced flat. It is measured flat. It's seen flat. I mean, from a chemistry standpoint, from a hydrogen bonding standpoint, it's flat.
What?
I don't know where you think curvature comes into play.
So that's what you got? That's it?
Yeah, it's measured.
Yeah,
flat.
we got high altitude infrared imagery that shows it flat for further than you could ever see if it was a ball.
So what are the reasons why you can't see the tallest buildings or the tallest mountains on Earth from anywhere?
Okay, wait. Time out, guys.
Holy shit, he's
So
a
what we
surveyor
got?
too?
Yeah. Well, 1 second. Yeah, I know, but what's happening is that he's reversing the burden, and now he's got flat Earth.
Of course I'm reversing the proven.
Yeah. 1 second. 1 second.
Of course
1
I am.
second. I know. So the thing is, you don't have any evidence of the globe. This is what you don't have, right? So you can't start with, I have the evidence of a globe, and now I'm going to ask you about flat Earth, because you haven't presented any evidence of the globe.
That's not what
we
I'm
have
asking
to get
for.
the.
He said he
Yeah,
has
but
proof of the flat Earth because he knows
No,
it's
we're
flat.
not talking. Let's kind of wipe the slate clean, and what
No,
we're gonna do
I
is,
don't want to wipe the slate clean.
yeah. That's what we're gonna do.
I don't want to.
So what we're gonna
I don't
do,
want
yeah,
to.
that's what we're gonna do. Well, then you can put yourself on mute. How about that?
All right, fine.
We don't want to
You
talk
give
to
up?
people that don't have
That's fine.
evidence. We want to talk to people that have evidence. So if you don't want
That's
to
exactly
show
who
us,
I want to talk to.
well,
That's exactly who
sorry,
I
but
want
if
to
you
talk
don't
to.
listen, if you don't have evidence that the Earth is a globe, then you can sit down and let another globe champion come in here and tell us how the Earth is a globe.
No.
Otherwise,
He said he
you
has
don't know.
proof it's flat.
Yeah,
He said he has
no.
proof
We're not
it's flat.
talking. We're not talking to him. We're wiping the slate
Why
clean.
not?
We're actually asking anybody that has evidence of the Earth being a globe to actually chime in.
He said he
You
has
seem to be
evidence of it being
talking.
flat.
You seem to be talking. So go ahead and give us the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so the evidence that it's flat is what? What's the proof that it's flat?
No. Sorry, we're not gonna go. We're not gonna go with your little gimmick. It's not gonna work. Your
It's
gimmick
not a
doesn't work
gimmick.
in
He
this
said
room.
he
Your
said he
gimmick
only
doesn't
knows
work in
things
this
that have been
room.
proven.
Sorry, your gimmick doesn't work in this room. So have a seat, or else you'll be seated. 1 second.
All right, I'll tell you what.
Yeah,
I'll stop
you're gonna
talking
be
if you
seated.
tell me. I promise.
You're gonna be
I'll stop
seated.
talking. What's the gimmick?
Nope. You'll stop talking now. Now you're gonna sit on mute. Okay. Does anybody have evidence that the Earth is a globe? Please chime in.
He does.
Excellent.
Yeah, you changed your name. It's supposed to be Bricknat.
Oh,
for
well,
a
yeah,
week.
okay. All right, okay, for a whole week if you want.
So you broke a deal. Now you face the wheel.
No, I'm changing it. Look. 1 second.
You know me, man. You know how I operate. So,
I mean, we can. There's experiments and things that can go over, like the one I did with sunset and ambient light. You're virtually redoing the one that they did. DOT in Florida did.
One of the things. Let me just kind of lay this out for the group. One of the things that these guys do is they fish, and so fishing is one way. It's a gimmick, right? But if you fall for it, you're gonna be on the ropes like for fucking hours. And so, but like, here's what I'm saying. I'm just telling you guys, if you want that, go ahead. I will mute the guy, and you guys can indulge him for hours. It's up to you. But you don't have to. Like,
sorry, Alpha. I've noticed this with myself. So you are 100%. These people come in and they start fishing, and I'm sitting here on mute, and I'm thinking, shall I bite? Shall I actually bite? And then I come in and I meet myself and go, fuck it, yeah, go on and I'll bite to your obvious fishing. Go on, let's have some fun. You're not wrong, dude.
Yeah, I mean, but that guy, he was really fucking. He's trying to catch a whopper, So.
Yeah, it's a good point you're making. I mean, it's been a lot of that this morning all around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've been writing.
Yeah, and sometimes they feel like they're on the roll. So this guy came in hot and heavy. He's like, nah, I don't think so. Every now and again, they need to see who's boss. So we're the number one room in the server, so you know how it goes. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, shit. If you want to, indulge the guy, I don't care. I stop the gimmicks. That's what I do, because I don't like them. Because first of all, they don't come in here and say, "Where's your evidence of flat Earth?" Because they don't have evidence of the globe, period. So why are we going to tell them anything about flat Earth? Because we can easily say that it measures flat, it's observed as flat, and it's navigated across as flat. But it still doesn't matter.
It's a pragmatic
because
fallacy. We shouldn't do that.
No, pragmatic fallacy. You know what's a pragmatic fallacy?
Yeah, you fucked up, man.
Go ahead, tell us what it is.
Works, it
Say you just squawked. You didn't mean to. You squawked. You said
Yeah.
something out of turn, and you backed it up.
The firing line is hot, so he just got right in the center of it. All right, guys, tell us how you know. Let us know how you know something, anything. I don't even care. What? Just name one thing that you can know 100%, Sky Ice.
Oh, that I exist.
Oh, so you can know something to be 100%. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you know that the Earth is a globe 100%?
No, that would be silly.
Oh, bum, bum, ba-dum, wow. All right, let's see if there's anybody else who knows that the Earth is a globe 100%. Because Sky Eyes, he doesn't know.
I think that
Do you know
was
it's flat
Mez's.
100%?
I think that's
Yeah.
Mez's.
Go ahead,
you know
Jedi.
I think he's been initiated into fucking GF6. This is interesting.
Yeah, I'm part of a terrorist organization now.
Yeah.
This
is his initiation.
You couldn't terrorize a soup sandwich, man. Come on.
It's funny behavior, dude. It's funny behavior.
Anyways, meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're looking for evidence of the Earth being a globe. So go ahead.
Well, no, I asked you how you know the Earth's flat.
Huh?
How do you know? You said
What'd
you
you
know the
say?
Earth's flat 100%. So how do you know?
Did you just come off the heels of the other guy running a gimmick and you're going to try to continue with it? Like,
Yeah, you
I'm just
asked me
going
a
to be like,
question, so I'm asking you
okay, let
Is that not
me
fair?
show you how the Earth is flat. Dude, come on. All right. So who measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, guys? Let's go back to my question that you never answer.
I don't know.
Ah,
I answered your question. Can you answer mine?
that's too bad. No, I don't feel like it. I don't owe you anything. All right, so anybody else
there we go.
have evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Flat Earth is running away again.
No, flat earthers don't need to answer your questions because you haven't provided evidence of the globe. Just that simple,
do I need
guys.
to answer yours then?
You need to
Why do I need to
answer
answer
it
yours?
as in sufficiently, not just say, no, I don't know. Yeah, you got to know what you're talking
know.
about,
You were
guys,
talking-
and you don't.
You were talking very confidently that you know the Earth's flat.
Oh, I am very confidently, and yes, I do know this, and I can answer it, but I don't want to.
How do you know?
Because you haven't answered your question sufficiently, so why should I give you an answer to mine?
Oh, because I answered your question before.
No,
So
you
it seems
didn't.
fair. Yeah, I did.
You can answer it, but you didn't answer it sufficiently, which is...
I think I answered 2 questions.
Well, it doesn't matter. You can answer 100, but you didn't answer the one that's important of how you know the Earth's a globe. Because you said you don't. So, why do you keep talking, man?
Yeah, I
Have
said
a
I don't
seat.
know it with 100% certainty.
Well, rally behind somebody that knows it and bring them in here so I can chop them down.
It's called, what do you call it? Like practical skepticism or something? I don't know.
What are you saying, Mumbles?
Practical skepticism? What is that?
Mitigated skepticism. It's mitigated skepticism.
That's the one.
That's
the
not
one.
overboard.
Now we've got 2 cults growing, not just fucking troll 6, but it's
That's all right.
it's Mez is now simping out. He's now doing this because he thinks he's cool. Your behaviour is weird. I'm not gonna lie, yo. All of you,
You know, if you want to add me,
I'm cool as fuck.
Mitigated
Not you.
skepticism. I'm well up for it, by the way.
That's not a force.
Okay.
Just weird, simpy behaviour. Mez simping
That's
for
all right.
this girl. Gritnat simping for every male on Toll Team 6. Really weird.
Which is a force. Not a force?
Definitely not a force, not according to Brian Cox. He doesn't think it's a force. George Musa, it's not a force. Einstein, definitely not a force.
They're gonna throw him. They're gonna throw all those guys under the bus. That's what they'll do. Well, we don't listen to those guys. Not those guys. They don't know what they're talking about. Right, guys? Mez / Mez.
Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't know. I'm reading about philosophical skepticism.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mez, you don't have to read about it. Just ask me questions.
Ask questions. Ask me questions.
Simpy.
Mez, by the way, if you want to come to my trivia night, there's a trivia night on tonight. Jedi's coming, so you could prove that you're more intelligent than Jedi.
Fuck,
oh, if Jedi's going, I'll go.
Definitely not going.
Why are you not coming? You said you would.
I just remembered who you hang around with, and I can't stand half of them. So sorry, mate.
Well, Jace never comes, right? Jace being Yui. So who's the issue? I just invite anyone who wants to come.
You can do what you want, man.
Crit came last time. You like Crit, right?
Yeah, Crit's cool.
Yeah, it was okay. It was just got really long.
Yeah, we're doing an hour this time instead of 2 hours.
2 hours was just like.
And the trivia is from 1981 Jedi, so you'll be better at it because you're older.
Oh, shit. That is actually
hell.
That is my bang.
Yeah, you'll fucking destroy everyone. All these Zoomers.
It's not a force, though. Is it a force?
Not.
Definitely not a force.
They get all mixed up sometimes, Jedi. They need hand holding every now and again, spoon feeding. You know how it goes.
They're not arguing with us, though. They think they are, but they're not. They're arguing with the people that are telling you what gravity is.
Yeah.
They're arguing with them. Oh, okay.
Yes, they are. Or how about Michio Kaku? They argue with him too.
What's Michio Kaku say? Nobody in our field uses a scientific method. It's all seat of our pants fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Something.
Well,
yeah, the sky
also
pushes you down.
Yeah, I was gonna say he denounces Newton. When we spoke of Newton, the way he talks with his voice. When we spoke of Newton, we lied to you. I love that part.
But why? Why would you lie? Why?
Yeah.
Understand.
They don't ask him why would he lie.
Yeah, right.
They just go like, well, that's how science works. We can disagree with that. Yeah, it's okay.
Remember that dude Chronic?
Yeah.
He said that he doesn't listen to Michio Kaku because it's been like, I don't know, like something like over a decade, like 11 years since he wrote a peer-reviewed paper. And I'm like, okay, well, so do you? How many other people do you listen to then who maybe never wrote the peer-reviewed paper? And he was like, oh shit. If that's your burden of proof, that you only listen to people who've got, peer-reviewed papers within the decade. Okay, that's a very small group of people, homie.
Peer-reviewed. Okay. Anybody else think that the Earth is a globe in here? Anybody else?
I can hear you breathing.
I can hear you breathing. Is that you breathing?
That's you breathing, huh?
Oh my god, this dude's annoying. Vector? What's your vector, Victor? All right, Vector thinks that the Earth is a globe. Chester threw you under the bus, Vector. That's all right.
There you go, for shits and giggles. I muted him.
Oh, he's muted. Okay.
Yeah, I muted him. Yeah. This will be fun.
What's your vector, Victor? Where'd he go?
I don't know, man. Maybe he fucked off like uncontained gas.
Ooh, burn. And nobody wants to talk, I guess. He's very active in the chat.
Yeah, it's crazy how much of a mouth he has in the chat, but he doesn't want to speak up when he gets unmuted.
Hey, he can go ahead if he wants to. Floor is yours. Globe evidence, please.
Oh my gosh, his position's so strong, he wants to be muted again.
What the hell?